There's something about Norm MacDonald that every time he opens his mouth, I laugh. I don't know. It's just the style. It's the type of thing you can ask him anything. I mean, you remember from Saturday Night Live, and he anchored Weekend Update, and then did some OJ thing and got taken off by, what's the guy's name who took you off? I don't know. You don't remember either. Yeah. Anyway, aside from having the same birthday as me, you got problems. You're wearing eyeglasses, and the reason
wearing
is
eyeglasses
why?
because I swam for 2 days and got chlorine in my eye, and then I don't know, man. I thought I had allergies at first, but now I go, no, this feels like chlorine, like it burned my eye or something. I don't know if that can actually happen.
Yeah,
I'll have to check the computer. I Google, computer MD, and then he tells me.
Is that the way it works?
That's what I do now, because I'm a bit of a hypochondriac. So
well, it makes life easy.
I'll go, and I'm reaching the age where, when you're young, you go, hey, man, my left arm hurts. Let's go, I'll have some soup. But then when you're older, you go, oh, my left arm. So it's probably nothing, but I could be having a massive heart attack.
Well, if you did, that'd be great publicity for the show.
Oh, I don't have one now.
Oh, I mean, if you're going to do it here. Well, look, everybody'd be talking about you. I get the publicity. It would work.
Yeah, it would. In a cynical world, it would work.
If you had to do a show right this minute, can you just turn on a dime and do it?
A comedy show?
Mm-hmm.
On what?
Well, you're here at No, forget me. You're at Cobb's right now.
I can do it. Yeah,
you can do it. You just turn yourself on and off.
Yes, sir.
Can we turn up the volume a little?
Am I not talking loud?
There you go. No, there you go. So what happened to your sports gig? That wasn't a bad show. And
that's fun, man, because I knew about sports, and so it was fun to do something like, because when I did Weekend Update and we did politics, I don't know anything about politics.
Oh, yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Why, because you're Canadian?
Because it doesn't interest me. It's gossip. It's like reality show to me. Like if I watch, sometimes I'll turn it on, and I feel like a moron. Like a guy's going, like there's a politician that I'm supposed to back or something, and he's like, I'm going to watch him. And then he goes, we got to get America working again. And I go, okay, I'm a moron. Okay.
So you don't vote?
This is my guy.
Well, you're an American citizen, right?
No.
No, you're still Canada? Who's the Prime Minister of Canada? I don't know. Don't look at me.
It's so inconsequential. Even when you're Canadian, you rarely remember. Because it doesn't really... it's much more... If you're a Canadian, it's much more important to know the President of the United States than the Prime Minister of Canada.
And to know everybody on a hockey team.
Yeah.
Stephen Harper. I just got that.
That's his name,
Stephen Harper.
Conservative from the West Coast.
The West Coast being what, Vancouver or something like that?
Maybe Alberta. I think it's Alberta.
Did you sleep last night?
I haven't slept like about 3 days. I've been very tired. Did I sound tired or something?
Yeah, it could have fooled me, yeah.
Well, I thought maybe I was getting a cold. I'm not sure. I had a sore throat.
That's that. Did I shake your hand?
I was warning everyone not to.
Yeah, I'm paranoid. I don't.
No, I am too. I'm like always that. So I thought it was just allergies with the chlorine. I don't know. I may be having like a cold or some gross thing.
You think?
I don't know. I haven't been sleeping very well. I've been sleeping, but like,
it's a shame we don't have a sleep train to add this hour. I could have helped you with that.
Yeah, sleep what?
Yeah, sleep train. It's a sponsor of ours.
Oh, Sleep Train.
A sleep train. Yeah, and they have all these different mattresses.
Oh, mattresses. I got a mattress.
You got a mattress?
Yeah, I got the hardest mattress there was in the store.
What was that?
I don't know what it's called. It was a mattress store I went to, and the guy said, "What do you like? This." He goes, "Would you like try a harder one?" I go, "Yeah." He goes, "What about the hardest one of all?" I go, "Yeah." So that one was really cool. I go, "I'll get this."
And it's worked out?
Man.
Doesn't seem to have.
It's like sleeping on the floor.
Is it really? Why don't you just sleep on the floor? It's cheaper.
Well, I would, but people tell me, I don't know, people tell me I shouldn't, and I think if I roll around in a fetal position, there'd be a lot of pressure on my skeleton against the hard floor. It might be too hard.
Well, you could get a pillow for that. That's a lot cheaper. Go back to the sports show. Why'd they cancel it?
I don't know. I think they
said low numbers, but I read that you were getting like a million a night. That wasn't bad.
It was good. Yeah, we had good numbers. I don't know why they didn't. I think they thought, well, I mean, there is a right thinking to when something has sports in its title, no woman will watch. Therefore, you cut the audience in half instantly, which is a bad mistake.
That's not really true. A lot of women who love sports.
But no, there's not. No, not that'll watch it.
Oh, yeah.
No, well, that's not what the numbers showed.
Really?
No, the vast majority of women didn't. You know, even when, like in testing, they'd show the show, and then women and men would like it equally. You know what I mean? But they were forced in testing to watch it. But in the thing, when it says sports on it, that's the lady wants to turn it to a different channel. We're much more old-fashioned than you think.
Be honest with me on something.
Hmm?
Would you be honest with me on something?
Yeah, of course.
Because I don't care. It's California. I'm not just really. You ripped it all?
Ripped?
Mm-hmm.
You mean steroids?
No.
Oh, no. Drip? No, God, no.
Then you're just tired. Then you're just tired? I mean, you just come off like you're just enjoying life too much. Just kind of,
no.
Kind of rolling with
God.
it.
I'm not enjoying life. I'm
No.
I'm either sick, I'm taking NyQuil.
NyQuil's like taking drugs.
Well, it is kind of.
Yeah, they got alcohol in there.
Yeah, I know, and I don't handle alcohol at all. But, yeah, it makes you sort of like, it takes away your stuffed up nose.
You know what helps
at the expense of being like sort of lightheaded.
Ice cold studio helps.
It is ice cold in the studio.
Trying to help.
I said I should have because I just came from L.A. where it was deadly hot.
Like 100 degrees there.
Yeah, it was insane. So,
well, this is our heat wave. It's going to be like 86. Lloyd said 86 today in the city.
That's going to be cold. That is going to be very cold.
That's cold.
Yeah.
No, 86 is.
I'm down by the water, so it should be cold there.
I can imagine doing this.
Also, I think my voice is real low, like because I'm so nasal for my thing. That's what I think. That's why you think I'm ripped because I realize I'm so nasal. I'm kind of slurring, and I gotta get more energy. But the energy will be very false because I'm so breathless.
Would you rather be doing the show, or would you rather be me having to do the interview? 808-0810 if you want to have fun with Norm.
That's the eternal question.
Ain't it ever? 808-0810, Ron Owens, KGO.
It's great values week at Safeway. That means great prices and amazing products. Don't miss our...
One time I remember I was a little kid, I was like 8 years old, and I was behind my garage. I was sneaking a cigarette back there, and my dad caught me. I'll never forget it. And he grabbed me, and he hauled me in, and I thought I was in for the strapping of my life, you know? What he did is he pulled out this giant cigar. Must have been half the size of my arm, this big cigar. Stuck it in my mouth, lit it up, made me smoke it all the way through, right to the end. That's when I started smoking cigars real heavy.
That, of course, is Norm MacDonald. Now, how would you did you hear yourself just now?
Yeah.
You think you sound the same?
No, I don't sound anything like that. That was when I was like young, and I was like, when I did my act, I was like in dead fear. So like my voice would like go octaves up, you know what I mean?
In fear of what? People not liking it?
I don't know. No, I didn't really care if people liked it. I think when I have this thing where if I'm afraid if I go on stage, I'll have a big heart attack and croak, and then I always think that.
You do?
Yeah.
Again, it'd be good publicity for the club. I mean, you're going to be where? You're going to be over at Cobb's this week.
Cobb's,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we good. Help them out a little bit. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. No, I have nothing against being a martyr.
All right.
For comedy, for free speech.
I'm gonna need help on this. 808-0810, folks. You help interview him. Okay. Let's have fun. Rachel, San Jose. Start it off. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning, Ron. I just wanted to tell you, Norm, that I've loved you for so long, and I really love the roast you did for Bob Saget. That was just some of the funniest comedy I think I've ever seen.
Oh, you're sweet.
Saget's a friend. I like him.
Saget's a good guy.
Where was the roast on, Rachel? I never saw it.
I think it was Comedy Central. And
really?
It was so great. If you could play a clip of it, I don't know if you can, but like...
I can't, but Chris Hernandez can.
He was roasting the roast. It was just so funny.
Ah, all right. Do you remember any of it, Norm?
Yeah.
Yep. What do you remember?
I did a roast of Bob Saget, and why? You have a clip of it?
No, we will get one.
Oh, he said there was a clip.
I think we're gonna go. Where are you going with this?
No, I was just wondering if there's a clip.
All right, no.
No, I instead of just explaining it, but it was supposed to be these roasts you're supposed to like insult people and be real dirty and stuff like that. So instead of doing that, I got a book that my dad gave me when I was a little boy. It was called like 101 Insults to Tell People at a Retirement Party. So I got all my jokes out of that book.
You did, huh?
Yeah, and then and none of them were dirty at all. They were like,
I'm going to give it one more shot. How'd you get the Saturday Night Live gig? If you were you were the guy that was afraid and your voice would rise, how'd you get the gig?
I don't know. I just went to Lauren. They like my stand-up, and then they said, come in and do 2 characters and 2 impressions. And I said, I don't got nothing.
And that was it?
Yeah, that was it. I said, I'll go on as a writer because I said, I'm not going to the audition because I don't know how to do characters or impressions.
Here's what we're going to do. You know, I've said it before, and I'll say it to your face, I love you. You make me laugh like crazy. I will plug where you're going. You're going to be at Cobb's tonight, 8 and 10:15, Saturday, 8 and 10:15, Sunday, 8 o'clock. Don't be upset with me. We're done, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Norm. I love you. Cool. I like. Well, next time. We'll catch you next time.
Okay, baby. That was
500
fun.
new business cards. That's 500 first impressions.
At Staples, we know you.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
Thanks. That's real nice. Does this work? Does this sound?
We.
It doesn't sound like much.
I know it doesn't sound like much because we're like.
Where are my cans?
No.
I don't get cans.
No cans for you
God
here.
damn.
This. No, you don't work with cans on your
they
show.
don't know what cans mean.
No, of course.
Can you
Well,
explain to the folks.
You would call them headphones, but in the 1950s radio, we called them cans. Norm MacDonald has a show that premieres on Netflix Friday, September 14th. And I know you're out doing some publicity. Were you able to get any? Was anybody paying attention to what's going on here?
Run.
Well, isn't it always funny when whoever it is ends up in the barrel for a little while? I mean, when it's not you, it's always really, really interesting
Yes,
that
right.
suddenly the press is paying attention to you, you know?
You mean that's a good thing?
Yes. Well, I wonder, do you view it as a good thing? Or
No. I've never believed that all press is good press thing because of Hitler. I feel it hurt his career.
You know what the thing is, like with everybody, it worked for a while. You know what I mean?
Right,
for a while, like people are like, hey, I'm hearing a lot about you, Hitler.
Yeah.
And then it turns bad. You know?
Yeah.
But it always does turn bad at some point, no matter who the person is. Everybody has to be that guy for a while.
I suppose. What, are you saying I'm that guy?
You're that guy for at least a couple days and it'll go away.
Yeah.
But you have to today with social media be in lockstep with the mob. That's the thing. You know?
You're saying that's a good thing.
No, it's the only way to survive. We're we're antelopes in the jungle. And you just want to move, find out where the lion is. That's, and then move in the other direction.
Well, what do you feel, Ron? The conventional wisdom always used to be, if you do something wrong, then you apologize, you show contrition, and the public forgives you. Now that's out the window.
Right.
And now Trump said it to his friend apparently the other day. Deny, deny, deny. So the people who've done bad things just deny it. And that's their own, and I don't think that's a good idea.
Right.
You know what I mean? By the way, I never did anything bad.
That's the perfect angle to have.
Yeah.
And I'm as outraged as everyone else, and let's keep moving along.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's
Of
really
course I'm
funny
outraged.
about this? I've seen a couple episodes. They sent me a couple episodes of your show. It's the exact opposite of controversial. It's a really funny, sweet show. You're on there. I watched the Jane Fonda one. Probably the most controversial person of our lifetime.
Sure.
And yet it was just a fun, sweet half hour.
Yeah. I'm not interested in that. Yeah, that's the funny thing is that I have no interest in politics or, I'm just a clown. You know what I'm saying? And what I think happened was, Jon Stewart, who was a great friend of mine and still is, wonderful comedian, fantastic comedian, and became a political figure of not inconsiderable weight in this country for the good, I think, But he was a very peculiar, he had massive intellect, strong viewpoint, well-informed, and funny. Hard to find those, And he had a fantastic show. But what he spawned, sometimes original geniuses spawn a bunch of fucking shit.
Right.
And so suddenly every talk show had to be, every talk show host had to be a political pundit, And the last time I did the Jimmy Fallon show, Donald Trump was the host. And I was the guest, rather. And Jimmy mussed up his hair, Jimmy Fallon.
Right.
And I remember we were watching from backstage, and we're like, oh, didn't think of anything of it. And then it was a big thing. How dare Jimmy Fallon muss up, as if Jimmy Fallon is Tim Russert. Or,
yeah.
It's not a timely reference since he died 15 years ago. But he's no Douglas Edwards. So I said, well, that's Jimmy. It's absurd,
Yeah.
And I didn't watch Johnny Carson. I was too young. But I don't think Johnny Carson addressed Vietnam or Watergate, you know. Things way bigger than nowadays. But that's the way comedy is turned. So, and it's fine, But I'm no good at it because I don't know anything about politics. And so, yeah, it is a little ironic. I don't like using the word ironic because it turns out I always use it wrong.
Sure, yeah.
But Ted Sarandis, who's the head of the Netflix, and became a friend of mine in the unlikeliest of ways. But I talked to him all the time about the show. And I said, Ted, I want to give you a show that people can watch 10 years from now. I really, and I do that with my specials also. I don't do very many specials, but I want them to be about themes that will live on. And I don't want to make fucking Murphy Brown. And, because those Dan Quayle jokes.
Yeah.
Not so funny.
Although she's back now.
She's back now, yes. And I think it'll work because now sitcoms have turned into this. When I was a kid, a sitcom would have once in a while a very special episode of Family Ties. And everybody make jokes about it. And now a sitcom, every motherfucking episode is special.
Yeah, Anybody could die at any time if you're on TV. No one is spending their money if they're on a TV show.
That's like Lenny Clark, I remember. Yeah. He got the show Lenny.
Yeah.
Funniest motherfucker.
Yeah.
You know Lenny. And we were at the Montreal Comedy Festival. I met him. And everybody had their 5 minutes of going up on stage, trying to get the perfect 5 minutes. And meanwhile, none of the agents or managers were there. They were all at strip clubs. And so then at night, everybody's there at the Delta Hotel, and Lenny Clark would just be running around the room, grabbing the telephone, going, hey, it's the president of show business. He wants to talk to you over here. And then he got the show.
Yeah.
But his agent told him to buy a giant house, because... So he bought a big fucking giant house, and he told me he got he paid two what do you call it, mortgage?
Yeah.
That's how well I'm doing. He paid 2 months of his mortgage, and then he had to sell his house.
Yeah.
But he's a good guy, Lenny Clark. Goddamn. I just seen him. You seen him?
No, I haven't seen him in a while, but yeah, he's one of the best.
He was like, one of the best, just naturally funny guys, right? But I saw him, he was dressed real nice. I said, God damn, you look good. You lost weight and shit. He goes, I married rich.
Norm MacDonald.
I like you, by the way, a lot, Ron.
Thank you very much.
Do your show. I've always been a fan.
Norm MacDonald has
I don't know if you
a
remember
show.
meeting me or not, but go ahead.
No, I don't remember meeting you.
Okay.
Where?
It was at the Boston Catch a Rising Star.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, the New York Catch a Rising Star. My
Yeah.
apologies. But go back to your paper.
No. I just suddenly is everybody impressed that I don't remember meeting Norm? They're like, hey.
By the way, this is his paper.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. the same guy who set up the sound for this room gave me this paper. I'm going to bring this up, though, because, now we're ball busting a little bit.
Yeah.
When you had Jane Fonda on and you have your little blue cards, you had a little shake going. You were a little nervous.
I get nervous as a
motherfucker. Do you really?
Oh, fuck yeah.
I was really, really surprised to see that. Yeah. So you're a giant fan of hers.
Yeah. You know how it is like anybody that was a celebrity before I got in show business.
Exactly right.
I can't believe it.
Yeah.
And then anybody since, they could be the biggest star in the world. I go, what the fuck do I care?
Yeah. That is 100% true. I've had that experience so many times here. But
I talked to OJ one time. He's like, and he said, they're still the haters.
Yeah.
But he said 99% of people love the juice.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, he's not lying.
Yeah.
He's not lying. Because, you think if you saw the juice, maybe you think, I know I wouldn't, that you go up to him, you murderer, people don't do that.
No.
That takes a special type of person. What you do is like, Sophie!
Yeah.
So in his head, he thinks everybody likes him.
Yeah. Well, I was, obviously when he played football, he was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And then I didn't follow him much after that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I didn't keep up with the news.
When you're asked, you say the only thing he's guilty of is being the best running back in the history of the NFL, as far as I know.
Adam is here with you today.
Adam Egan, my trusty sidekick.
He is your sidekick, and Adam, here's Mike. Your part of the desk is just a little lower than everyone else's.
Oh, sorry. That was a very nice touch. Yeah, the kids' table.
Yeah.
We gave him a smaller.
So how have you felt about the last week of publicity? You were inside and outside at the same time.
Oh, you mean the last day of publicity?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that Norm just did Stern, and I think he said everything he needed to say, and that he truly believes and feels, and all the people that are close to him know, that he just doesn't have the capacity to feel certain ways that I'm hearing conveyed on Twitter and some other places, and I think that Norm really did a great job. You did a great job clearing the air today.
I never got into comedy to hurt anyone's feelings.
Yeah.
Right.
And sometimes people go at a show, they'll go, please attack my brother, make him feel like a piece of shit, because it's his wedding day.
Yeah.
And I go, I don't really like to do that. And then one time I did this roast
Saget.
for Bob Saget, and it became a sort of a thing because I didn't do roast jokes because I don't like insulting people, and I certainly never got into show businesses to ever hurt anybody, and it just made me really, really sad when this thing happened, where you just ask question after question after question, and then I guess I slipped up and maybe said something that people took wrong, but I apologized to them, and it's the last reason I want to be on this earth.
Sure. And this kind of backlash happens so fast now because of social media. And Adam, I know you've been involved with the Comedy Store for a long time, but when Louis jumped up at the Comedy Cellar the other night, a couple weeks ago, the Cellar's taken a lot of heat from people who are not necessarily customers,
right?
People, on the other side of the country or whatever. And we didn't, we never had that kind of thing happen before.
No,
well, I'll tell you this, and I did not know this, and maybe you do. Comedians have gone up against Louis.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was talking to some
comedians have said this guy should not be able to ever perform again.
Yeah, I mean, they all come.
If you're a murderer, I'm sorry.
No,
go. I'm sorry. But if you're a murderer, you go to jail, and they let you off, 20 years later, and you try to get a job as a busboy. And if the guy says, "I'm not hiring that guy, he murdered," and you go, but he did his penance, and now you give him a job. That's the humane thing to do. And people go, "Well, what about the murdered person?" And you go, "Well, of course he got worse.
Yeah,
the guy that lost his life, he's doing worse." But it doesn't mean you can't forgive or it's impossible to forgive. I also don't feel anyone owes me an apology in public. I think personally that you owe an apology to anybody that you did ill to. You owe an apology to people that your actions hurt in a financial way or an emotional way. But nobody owes me an apology,
So that's where your shock about comedians comes from.
Yeah, because I don't understand why they're so. I guess I just don't understand how there can be no rules.
Mm-hmm.
If the rules are drawn out and set down, then that's one thing. But I always thought the audience would decide whether you're an objectionable comic or even a good comic. And so Louis went up here at the Comedy Cellar, and the audience let him know. I don't know what happened. I wasn't there, but if the audience don't like him, then the club won't book him. I mean, that's how things work. And just because your heart can break for more than one person at the same time, and a person can do a bad thing, and you can feel sorry for that person while feeling worse for the person that had the bad thing done to them. This is all so self-evident. It's hard for me to unpack, but I wanted to use the word unpack.
Well, we also always think of comedians being 100% free speech and stuff like that. And I don't know whether you followed this at the New Yorker Festival, but they had Steve Bannon booked to come in and do an interview, and all the big comedians said, "I'm not going to be there if somebody interviews Steve Bannon." And it wasn't a thing of, "Hey, we're giving an award to Steve Bannon," but it was a chance for somebody from the New Yorker to interview him, and who knows what direction that would have went into. But people like Judd Apatow and I'm trying to think of who, Patton Oswalt I know was in it, and even Jimmy Fallon, they all said, "Well, we won't perform. We won't come and do the panel." And I'm always surprised by that angle.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel my brother's a foreign correspondent, and he did a 4-year documentary on neo-Nazis, and he interviewed all the neo-Nazis in the world, from the Ernst Zundel all the way up to David Irving, and he didn't become a Nazi, at all.
Right.
And so I think people go, I certainly wouldn't be a Nazi by hearing this, but Americans, other than me, Americans are just people that will believe whatever they hear, and I think that's nonsense. I think that if there was a Nazi, a person could go watch him because it seems like an entertaining thing. just the same way you listen to a guy screaming on the corner of the street. You stop and listen to him.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I would agree with you, except for I learned from your show that Adam was in a cult for 3 years. So I guess some people are easily molded.
I just want to stress it was not a Nazi cult.
These cult leaders, they have a good gig going.
Yeah, yeah.
And they all fall for the same trap, which is they start fucking everybody.
Yeah.
And if you just
not in that cult either.
you have a good life.
Yeah.
People show up. They give you all your worldly
everything.
goods. You got all the money, and then you start having sex with the ladies. Then, drunk with power, you're not even gay. You start having sex with the men as well, and and then people go, "Hey, I was watching Fred fuck your wife the other day, and I was thinking, any chance he's not Jesus?"
So, are you still with the store?
Oh yeah, definitely.
So, when you,
by the way, I'm sorry, but I love stand-up comedy so much. Adam made the store great.
Yeah,
it was in real tough
Yeah.
shape, and he really single-handedly turned it around. So
it was a group effort, but thank you, Norm.
Well, yeah, I would have thought the room would have applauded. But
No,
I guess
they
we're
don't.
on the East
We're on
Coast.
the East. I was just going to say we're in New York. Well, I think the cellar is the closest.
Yeah.
And God, I love the guys at the stand. They do great work. Like I think that New York and L.A. I mean, there's really, it's always been New York and L.A. for them.
right, they're different though.
Yeah, they're
as you
wildly
always say.
different.
But would you be in a position if somebody controversial said that was a big name, I want to go on?
Well, Roseanne was scheduled to come in last week, and she didn't show up. I know she's going through.
You're not helping.
Well,
yeah.
I think that I agree with a lot of what you guys have said about free speech, and I'm a strong believer in, especially in comedy. I mean, it seems like the last place that you can truly have some free speech, or should, and good God, it's comedy. I mean, people are trying to you're trying to make people laugh, and it's unfortunate when all the outrage is over that.
And this has happened for so long.
Yeah.
I remember when I was starting out, Andrew Dice Clay was a big thing. And I remember talking to Kinnison because he didn't like being compared to Andrew. You know what I mean? And I thought he had the perfect line. He called Andrew a stag act. That was like the perfect description. But people would be women. Oh my God, I can't believe what he said. I said, and I go, well, he just said he fucked Mother Goose.
Right. Yeah. So there's no one, Adam. You wouldn't put? Would you put Cosby up?
No, I personally wouldn't put Cosby up. Luckily, it's not I don't own the club, and luckily I don't have to make that call.
But if they put Cosby up, what would you do that night?
I would do nothing. I need to make a living. If they decide that's their club, I would.
That was the Nuremberg defense. I think.
By the way, doesn't Adam have one of the best speaking voices that you've ever? Just literally,
it's like Welsh.
Yes, it's amazing.
Richard Burton,
Dylan
Thomas.
Yeah, you should be doing poetry on stage.
Exactly.
I disagree, but thank you.
So, how did you guys come together with this show? How did this?
We've been friends for a long time. I met him at Tempe Improv, which was the best club in the country in my mind. I mean, I don't like theaters. I like comedy clubs, and he was the manager there. And then he moved to LA, and We were friends. And when I said I'd talk to her, I said it'd be fun to do, I like the sidekick paradigm from when I was a kid little boy watching Johnny Carson. And it's funny, that you got this guy and then the sidekick sort of averse to the host and is a little scared of him. But it's all playful. Yeah. And I said, but what if you just got a guy and amplified that and just fucking abused him mercilessly? And so that's why I didn't want to get a comedian. I didn't want anybody that would blow back at me. And but an interesting thing happens because it's me, Adam, and the guest. And it's some sort of sociology experiment because within 10 minutes... Judge Judy is fucking calling him an idiot. You know what I mean? Like people, you got a bully and a bullied, and a third person goes, "I'll go with the bully."
Well, that we learned in school, right? In like first grade, like even if you weren't a bully, it's better to be like, "Hey, that kid is fucking weird looking." That's true. That's the way that you get comfortable in life. So well done, Adam. Just well done.
How do you get comfortable? Say that part again.
Well, I'm saying, like, even if you're not the bully, it's great to know someone else is being bullied because that gives you your own safety net.
Oh yeah, right. Right.
So
there's a trick stand-up comedians do. I was thinking of writing a book, How to Be a Stand-Up Comedian. No comedy necessary. Because I would go around at clubs, and I go, that guy looks familiar. Yeah, he was the bouncer last week,
Yeah.
And they just watch and they learn the tricks. But one is this mob control. I don't know a lot of the tricks. I wish I did, but like you'll take a guy in the front row, like this guy with the hat, that fucking hat, and so everybody else in the fucking crowd goes, "Oh my God, I got a hat here." So I don't want to be pointed out, so I'll fucking also jump on this guy, and it's just these little mob control techniques that these alleged stand-up comedians use.
Well, there are. I mean, occasionally you will meet the comedian who wasn't the funny guy in his neighborhood. You know what I mean? He's a guy who works real hard and probably would have made it in any business because he works real hard, but he just happened to have picked comedy.
Yes.
But you don't want to be stuck in this situation with that guy. You know what I mean? Because it's always about his prepared stuff.
That's different from being a funny person, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
That you learn it. Yeah. This is what I always thought about the Harvard Lampoon or the National Lampoon. When I was a boy, Mad Magazine we would read. I'm sure you did.
Yes.
Cracked and Sick and all those Mad Magazine types, and then move on to National Lampoon. And it's kind of sad to me that kids don't have that anymore. They have The Onion, but that's just the headline. But anyways, it was sort of the way you grew up, and I'm sorry, what were we talking about?
It's about being funny, naturally funny.
That when I went to Saturday Night Live, I got to meet some of these geniuses from my youth reading comedy. So it was Michael O'Donoghue, and there was Steve O'Donnell, and there was Jim Downey. And God damn, these guys were fucking geniuses. So, and it's because they went to Harvard, like Jim Downey, a very good friend of mine. He went to Harvard, and he took Russian literature. And he was so fucking smart, this guy, so smart that he decided to learn Russian so he could understand the Russian literature better. So, 20 minutes later, he learned Russian. So then on his off time, and this is what I heard from all the guys there at the time, on off time, they go over to the Harvard Lampoon and scribble a story, and it was hysterical, and those guys, Conan was one of those guys. And then Harvard became a place where it was like, I'm going to go to Harvard to be a comedy writer.
Right.
And that's where...
Yeah.
That's where everything went off the tracks. Because when I first got to L.A., everybody in every writing room was a Harvard guy, and I remember telling my agent, I go, I can't talk to a fucking Harvard guy.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I got 8th grade education. What the fuck am I going to say? I thought it'd be so funny I wouldn't be able to understand their jokes, and then I met them, and they're just rich. I didn't know that's the way it worked.
Yeah.
But they became professional, and they weren't funny, but they had studied it.
Right, they have the humor math down.
The humor math down, yeah. But I remember Tommy Lasorda telling me, he said, we can teach anything in baseball. We can teach, but one thing we can't teach is speed. And I feel that sometimes with comedy.
Right.
You can learn every trick, every haiku, but you're either funny or you're not.
Yeah.
You can't learn that.
And I always prefer people that are just, they can't do anything else but this,
Yes.
And
that's what these old guys. We had a guy on a sitcom once, and his name was Jerry Belson, and he was. You'll see his credit with Gary Marshall's on The Odd Couple. And he come in and he just pitched jokes. And then, everything's about story now. Well, what about the guy's got to have feelings for the girl? It's all these love stories and everything. You go, because he had The Odd Couple. He goes, we had two guys. One was messy, one was neat. They needed to get laid. We had the Pigeon sisters upstairs. So, but he said that everybody thought he was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally, if you said you were a comedy writer, people are like, "What the fuck? That doesn't exist."
Yeah.
Now it's what are you gonna? Is someone gonna be a lawyer, a doctor, a comedy writer?
Right. Because all those jobs lead to producing, and that's what the Harvard kids are thinking about. Is like, I can have 2 or 3 of these shows going, and I can be incredibly rich.
Sure.
And you're like, yeah, but what?
And I'm sure you've been in comedy rooms many times. The head writer is never the funniest writer. Mm. He's the political guy that can talk to the network. And naturally, actual comedy writers by nature are isolates and not very good socially, so they don't rise up to make the money, but they tell the jokes that the rich guys use.
Well, the entire time on SNL, you were pretty much a contrarian. You didn't seem like you were playing the political game very well at NBC. Like when people would say, don't do OJ jokes, you'd give them 3 or 4 that night.
I did what Lorne Michaels told me to do. Lorne Michaels was my boss, and Lorne Michaels hired me, and I would never do anything that Lorne didn't say. There were people that I was very naive, and there were people hanging around the hallways in blue suits. I thought they were pages. And turned out they were super powerful people. But they wouldn't introduce themselves, so they go like, and everything. You need to tell me something straight out. I don't know nuance. I have dog whistles for racism.
Yes,
you got to straight out tell me. You're a racist.
They normally
don't. You need to use a whistle. And even whistles I don't hear well. Anyways, so but they would tell me, you guys should lighten up, maybe on the OJ joke, and I go, thanks. Can you get me a cup of coffee? Because I thought they were pages.
Right.
I didn't know. So, but Lauren was my boss, and anything that Lauren said, I did. I did that with all my bosses. They own the cameras, and I'm not stupid enough to think that I should be allowed to do anything on television, or anything or anywhere. People always like to ask comedians, like, is there anything off limits? And I always think that most things are off limits. At least for me, most things are off limits.
Until you can find that really funny thing about it that everybody would enjoy, because there are topics that are so off limits, and then I see somebody come up with something, and I go, well, that's brilliant. You know what I mean?
Right.
You say, oh, there could be a cancer joke, but then sometimes you see somebody pulls off a cancer joke that a guy with cancer is going, that's amazing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
You nailed it.
Right.
But it has to be that joke. You have to be that good at it. And
it's often not a joke about cancer. It's often a joke about the
experience of
anything. It could be anything. It could be a joke about pride, or it could be a joke about shame. It just happens to have cancer in it, you know. But that's what's so hard is people ask you to defend these offensive jokes, and usually the offensive jokes are fucking the worst joke you've ever heard.
Right? Yeah.
So
they missed.
Yeah. You don't really want to.
Well, you brought that up after the first guy does it. Everybody thinks, let's go there. That happened, I think, with Kinnison, where he was doing, religious material, but people didn't realize his background was amazingly, religious. And he found spots that everybody could go, oh, that's really, really funny, because he knew what the hell he was talking about.
That's really true.
Yeah.
And I remember, and the agenda of the joke was being funny, which I think has to be the first thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, his religious stuff is the funniest stuff because it's not about, making fun of evangelists.
Right. But it was also, I always thought his stuff was like Jesus having to put up with us.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
that was
always the funniest part of that joke, that he would be screaming at us. And I could fucking totally get that.
Yeah, of course.
I can't imagine how frustrating it must have been.
And the lepers, or the blind coming in to be healed, and he's like...
Can I have a moment to myself? Everybody was bothering him wherever he went. How did you get the guests for this Netflix show that you have? Because it's a pretty amazing group of people that you're able to pull together.
Yeah. Strangely, I became friends with Ted Sarandos. There's only, I don't have that many friends. And Ted was real nice to me, and we shared a lot of interests and stuff. And he wanted me to do something. And I wrote a book, and he read the book. What guy reads any book? But anyways, he liked it, and I was so blown away by that he took the time. And then he said I was his favorite comic. And I said, how about you give me $20 million?
We know you got it. We read the papers.
But turns out he's also a businessman. But so he wanted me to do something, maybe make that book into a movie. And we were trying to figure out what I could do, because I can't do much. And then Letterman came in for his own show and said Norm should do a talk show, And then I said, well, Letterman knows everything. I should go with him. And but it's a talk show. Letterman's been of such help to me because he knows what I can do and what I can't, And so he gave me so much great advice for the show. And he even said, like he said, I'm not giving you advice on how to be a great interviewer because you'll never be able to do that. But so he goes, a lot of this advice is going to be completely counter to what a broadcaster or an interview such as yourself should do. And he said, just make it a conversation. And
it's the most casual thing I've ever seen on TV. You guys come walking out together. You offer a beverage. You kind of start the show halfway through. So it really is. It seems like it's everything that I see on TV, especially with talk shows, is so overly rehearsed and done. It's very, very tight.
Right.
But yours has enough breathing room that something could happen. Doesn't always happen, but it could happen.
Right, it could.
Yeah.
Lori Jo, I don't know where Lori Jo is, but she was kind of the brains behind the idea of the show. And I've been working with her for 20 years or so, and she was saying, like, every time you do a talk show, people always ask the same thing. They go, except for my father. No, something just occurred to me. The first time I ever did Letterman, the other guy, it was me and a guy that made potato chips he had potato chips that looked like presidents. Like one looked like Richard Nixon, sort of. Not that much. Looked more like a potato chip. But anyways, my mother was like, oh, how proud she was of me. And she goes, oh, your dad wants that. And my dad's like, did you get to meet that guy with the chips? But anyways, what I was going to say was, what was I going to say?
Lori Jo.
Oh, no, that Lori Jo said, you know what everybody asks you all the time, and I'm sure you've heard this, is what goes on in the commercials. What does Letterman talk to you about? And so she said we should have that show, but also the show behind the show. So we don't have commercials, so people need to have breathing room. So we say we'll take a break, and then we just tape that, and then
it's so.
And I almost got Spade because Spade is the guy I really wanted to get, and so he told me a story during the break, and then I said, "Okay, we're back. Tell that story." And then he almost did, but there's something inside him that's canny enough to have not fallen for it.
You know what? One of my favorite moments was too is you were talking about Letterman. Do you ever hop up? And he said he couldn't because of nerves, and you brought up nerves, and then you told an amusing thing about Jay, how comfortable Jay Leno is, and you saw such joy in Dave's eyes laughing about Jay that there's still something between those two guys, because that's been the big strange divorce of our whole lives.
It sure has. And I wanted to get Dave and Jay together for the show, and almost did it, but didn't turn out that way. But hopefully in season 2, we'll get Jay.
Well, you could see that it's there's something there, particularly as you get older. You're like, who gives a shit anymore? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like I've seen that happen so many times with people in my family who weren't talking, and then all of a sudden they're older and they're like, I don't even fuck it. You know what I mean?
Right. Old man.
Yeah.
It's like there's that trope about as in country songs stuff. The old man at the end of the bar, and he's been there 30 years, still thinking about that lady. And at some point you go, it's probably the booze too. Because when I meet old men, I go, nobody goes, I never met an old man go, think you're still thinking about Ruth. It's like, they're thinking about their fucking knee and shit.
Right.
So yeah, that's what I think those guys. And I think Leno kind of understood immediately. He doesn't take it seriously at all.
Yeah. He's like, I don't know. It seems like the first time they ever saw him now with his car show, he seems happier than he was 30 years of having the biggest, late night show.
Yeah, he doesn't see things as, like I remember once during a commercial, he's like, hey, Norm, I want to meet you. This guy's some guy in the front. Yeah, the guy sells hot dogs in Minneapolis. I'm like, oh, that's nice. He goes, Norm's a comedian. So, but it really is like that to him.
Yeah.
It's just two guys that have different things. And he's also got a thing that's really funny that it's like practical, but supra practical, where like he'll go, like one time we're you sit there and you watch the band who's there, and he's just stomping his foot like this, and he goes, hey, buy one of those CDs. I go, yeah, sure, I bought CDs. Yeah. He goes, it's not like, you just turn the radio on, you're free music. And then one day, one time I decided to jog to get in shape, and I was talking to him and his wife, and it's not really, the tiger's chasing, the dog is chasing, run, but he was like my swimming pool, I swim to one end of the end. Swim to the and his wife's like, yeah, Jay, the only time he ever gets in the swimming pool is to rake the leaves out.
Yeah. Well, he always bragged about not spending his salary, his salary. I'm just like, fucking spend it, Jay.
Holy
it's yours.
God almighty.
What are you worried about?
It's strange.
You're not going to run out of money, dude. Spend some of it. You also said with this show that you wanted to have Robert Blake on.
That's my dream guest.
Yeah,
we had a producer that fucked it up. We had a producer that we almost had him. He was saying how he only did the classy shows.
Yeah,
and I said we were on. This guy pretends he can get anybody. This producer, we go, just keep him on, keep talking. And then this moron of a producer, he goes, I gotta go now, Robert. I'll phone you tomorrow. I gotta take my wife to dinner. They wasn't making a joke.
Yeah,
but
that was it.
Idiotic thing to say.
I get it. Set up. Now, what is it
I
about?
like that Robert Blake's. This is what I like most about Robert Blake is his alibi. He's like, how could I have been the guy to shoot her? I was. Everybody saw me. I was getting my gun. That worked as an alibi.
That worked.
I always loved that alibi.
Now, were you a fan of his as an actor, or?
Yeah. It really made me understand O.J. Simpson.
Yeah.
Because when I was on Saturday Night Live, there was some black staff members, and they'd say they thought O.J. was innocent. I go, really? Yeah. Like, all that blood evidence? You sure it's not just because, he's a black guy and you're a black guy and police have been treating black guys bad? Is that what it is? Because I can understand that. No, we think he's innocent. And I'm like, okay, it's kind of strange. But then when when Robert Blake went up, I love Beretta.
Yeah.
And I want him to get up.
Yeah, you want to...
And after that, I was like, "Oh, I get it. Sure,
yeah, sure, yeah.
Of course, if Robert Blake had been in prison, I would have been rioting."
And people forget Mickey. When he was on the Little Rascals, Mickey was the greatest.
Yeah. Watch In Cold Blood.
Yeah.
After,
Yeah. So is that now? Who is like somebody that you're dying to get on the show? Somebody...
We try to get OJ, and he's I guess he's represented by his lawyer in Arizona.
Yeah,
and so the guy phones him, and the lawyer is like, "Oh yeah, he'll do it, sure, absolutely." And I'm like, "Wow, that's super great." And then he phones back. He goes, "Yes, are you the NORM MACDONALD?" And I was like, yeah. And then he said, OJ said that you were particularly rough on him. There's a moment of OJ is one of the funniest things. They got him on. I wish I could remember the Chris Myers. I think it was Chris Myers on ESPN, and he had the first interview with OJ that was an hour long, and he asked him about the entire timeline. And then right at the end, he goes, "Thanks to O.J. Simpson." OJ's like, "Yeah, thanks for all the football questions." He thought it was going to be
like... I was doing radio the day that the trial was coming back, and we just randomly called 7 different continents. And every continent knew the story and was waiting. We would call like a Ramada Inn in some place, and we would say, is he guilty
the
or
trial?
Innocent? Yeah, right. The trial. The day that they said the verdict was coming in. And we asked the people, do you think he's guilty or innocent? And if any country had any color to them whatsoever, innocent. And if it was a white country, Iceland, like, no, he's very guilty. But China, like, no, I don't think he did it. You know what I mean? And it was so fascinating to me. We really, that was like the beginning, I think, of white people being shocked of, maybe we don't get everything all the time.
That people always go like Fox News, is it racist or is it? Here's why I think Fox News is racist, maybe. They hire a guy to be their expert on all criminal. If any crime happens, they bring in their expert, Mark Furman.
Yeah.
Guy's only known for one thing.
Yeah.
They may as well, Mark Furman, racist. They may as well just say that may as well be his.
Yeah.
When they describe people, I saw Bill Maher one time, and it was Richard Belzer, and you can just tell them how you want to be described. And it said Richard Belzer, conspiracy theorist, and I was like, everyone, like don't you lose your cred after a while if you like.
Well, he's written books. Belzer has written books
that
go very deeply, and I've never heard him say, I don't know this. I got to really just believe the official word on this one.
No.
Never.
I think he went with the Mortzall kind of career move.
Yes. Do you ever get concerned when you hear like, oh, we should have Robert Blake on the show? Does you ever think, oh shit, no? You know?
I had to call Robert once. I had to try and get him on there too. I was very excited for that. Yeah, we all tried. It was a full court press, but I was excited about that episode. Actually, I would have loved to seen those two together.
Because he was always a great interviewer. You know?
Yeah,
he's out of his fucking mind.
Yeah, he did Carson constantly, and he had the unlit cigarette all the time.
There you go. Let me tell you about the men in the suits.
Yeah, he was such an expert on any topic.
Yeah,
when he was every single topic.
I was disappointed when he didn't show up, but we, silver lining, we got Fred Stoller that day.
Is there somebody?
It was one of my favorite episodes, actually.
Is there somebody out there for you that you would think, oh, they would be perfect
for me? But we don't.
Smiths,
it doesn't
right?
mesh. Yeah, I love Morrissey, but I don't even know him. Not Morrissey. Noel Gallagher. I think he's the funniest guy. He's just so charismatic.
Oh, is he not a musician?
Yeah, he's a musician. Yes. Oh, and Iggy Pop. I think you would love Iggy Pop.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I think that would be.
I'll tell you this Spade episode was incredibly
that's good.
Funny.
Thank you.
Incredibly funny.
What I liked about the Spade episode is it kind of got he captured what we were trying to get in the show, which was the show and the show behind the show at the same time. And I thought really only two people that are the embodiment of that. One is Spade and one's Marty Short, where nobody knows that show business is more complete bullshit than Spade.
Right. But they both love it so much. They love the shit out of it.
It's so in show business.
Exactly.
So it's a funny dynamic, because usually the person that has contempt for show business is like Letterman or something, which just cordons himself off in a compound somewhere. But Spade's on every red carpet. He took me to these fucking bars. I don't know how people have the I'm just always tired.
Yes.
And he's like, let's go. We'll go to a bar. I just did this one night with him. We go to a bar, and then he's like, come on, come with me. And you butt in to the bar.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, and people go, get out of the way. These guys were on the TV. And you're like, So then you're in this bar, you're fucking all close. There's a guy half a foot from you.
Yeah.
And then Spade goes, let's go. And you're like, what? And then you go to another place, and then 8 places later, nothing has been accomplished. And I'm so tired. But he said it's all about being seen, all about that stuff, It's funny because I was trying to do the math, because I've been to 6 Hollywood parties in my life, and I got 2 jobs. So that's pretty good.
Yeah.
So then part of me said, what if I'd done 6,000? Because this is what happens. People don't know you're fucking alive and shit, right? And so I did this one time after I did a show. I said, I'm going to take a year off. I take a year off. No one assumes you took a year off show business. They assume that you got kicked out of show business.
Right.
And you have to start all over again. And so I said, God damn, I'm going to start going to parties and, get a third of the time, because people next day, they go, hey, man, you know who we should get? That fucking guy that fell into the swimming pool. Or whatever. But I just I wouldn't be able to write, and I write a lot. That's why I'm not very good, as you can tell, socially. I stutter, and I'm not too good. But so most time I'm alone writing.
But do you can't go into that party and kind of turn on the Norm stage act? You can't suddenly be that guy. Yeah,
I can do it, but it's exhausting. It's
right. It's like doing a 4-hour set.
It's like when Jesus was touched by the lepers. He'd lose some of his power. I don't like comparing myself to Jesus, but if everybody's going to do it.
Is there a goal that you had that you never got a chance to reach? Is there something that you said, "Oh, I really
in show business"?
In show business, something that you'd hope that you have gotten a chance to.
Well, I mean, I would love to start now, in show business, because when I began, I was always like, I never wanted to do anything but stand-up comedy, and I said I want to do stand-up comedy, and then become a big stand-up comedy star, and only do that. But it quickly became evident that you can't make enough money, so you advance for a while, and then somebody says, "Hey, what about this? You're really good at stand-up. What about if you do something you're terrible at? And we'll pay you 10 times as much.
Yeah.
And you'll act, and you'll fall in love with the girl." And then I'm like, "I'll take it."
Yeah, I'll do it.
And then so what I told Ted Sarandis this. I said, "You've really done something good by giving $20 million to these comedians, Chappelle and a couple others, and because it's made, it's taken this what's always been considered a vulgar art, stand-up, and it's made a person can go, I want to be a stand-up, just like a person could say, I want to be a novelist, or I want to be an actor. Mm-hmm. I want to be a stand-up. That's all I want to be, and that's what I wished maybe I had done, but I didn't have the guts to. I had a kid and I had to feed. But nowadays, I would certainly advise stand-ups to just aim at that.
It's really rare. I mean, it's a very short list of guys that can draw big just from doing stand-up. I mean, I think Carlin was that guy, and Brian Regan today is that guy where his audience shows up for him, and without have ever seen him, do a sitcom or a movie.
Isn't that funny? Like, they always ask lists. They always have lists they love listing stand-up comedians.
Mm-hmm.
And who's the funniest? Every once in a while, the funniest man in the world. And you go, but he's been around for years,
right?
But anyways, in these lists, somehow, clearly the best comic in the world is Brian Regan, without question. Sure. And you don't need a comedian to say that. You need just anyone that's ever watched him to say that, And yet I never see him on those lists.
No, it is, and it's because of the people who write those lists aren't exactly people that care about stand-up comedy.
Unfortunately, it's not. There's some guy at the Times named Zinnemann. I don't know if you know him, but he seems to know a little about stand-up comedy. But it would be nice if I know stand-up comedy is a very, very new art form, if you want to call it an art form. I don't think it is an art personally, but it's great. I think what Ted Sarandis did specifically in getting a whole bunch of money to Chappelle.
If you don't think it's art, what do you think it is?
Well, I think it's craft, because the only reason I say it's not art is because art allows for interpretation, right? But if you do stand-up comedy, you can't have people interpreting it differently. You can't have this guy laughing at this part, this guy laughing over here, this guy laughing. You know what I mean? You can't have different layers of laughter. Right. Your job is to say it and then make a noise, right? And then say something else and then make another noise. And that's craft, obviously. That's craft. Where I guess it can ascend into art is subject matter. I guess that would be the only, if you can reveal something.
What about for you, Adam? You feel the same way? It's not art, or?
I think it's a little blurred. I could see both sides. Yeah, I think that there's art to it, but I understand a lot of what Norm just said. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, art is, I guess, like a person who takes a very simple idea and and explores that idea to its which I feel the best stand-ups do. That's an intellectual exercise. Take something simple and make it incredibly complicated and look at all the minutiae. Art, I feel, is to take something incredibly complicated and reduce it to a line, and I think that's how I would define art. And so that's pretty hard to do in stand-up. People have done it. Not for their whole acts, but people...
Yeah, just every once in a while catch that thing that is just...
Catch that truth.
Yeah, that truth that everybody immediately changes. You know what I mean? Immediately will be able to go, oh, I thought I felt that way about it.
That's the amazing
I now
part.
feel this way about it. And then you'll hear that being kind of taken and working into... I remember when Louis did the thing of saying, I hate my kid. Like the first time I heard that, it was shocking.
Yeah.
And then... I heard
you hear it a lot now,
you
right?
hear newscasters saying it. My kid's a dick, and everyone laughs. Kinnison would give him a sandwich.
Yeah.
That thing started to just move. Not even other comics stealing it, but politicians. And then you would go, okay, so everyone's moved over.
So it's cool that that person, even though they got stolen, it's like that with impressions sometimes. Like people would Dana did the impression of Carson. I did not know that.
Yeah.
And then people would go, I did not know that. You go, well, you're really stealing that from Dana. Like,
that's when you have a great impressionist. He cracks that thing, but then everybody else starts at that point.
Yes.
So they're like,
when I was a kid, nobody could do Bob Hope.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? No.
Yeah.
Now everybody can do it.
But with I remember with Dana, you just have people starting with not can that.
Yeah.
And you're like, he doesn't even talk that way. That's Dana finding a funny place to go with that.
I was so shocked because I remember Reagan was the president, and I was like, the vice president is nobody's going to be able to do him. He has nothing. And so Dana just made it up from scratch. It's so funny.
You're really enjoying doing this show, though. This is, you think, something you want to do for a while, right?
I would love to do it forever, because Lori, who I work with, I don't know where she is, but she and I have always worked together, and she said, let's, because I was real good friends with Ted Sarandis, which was strange, and Dave, and they said, this is a chance to work with people that are friends, and then she said, let's just hire, everybody we hire will be our friends. Because as everybody knows, whenever you work together, if there's one bad person, that person becomes the person that everyone else talks about. I don't know what it is about human nature. You're like, motherfucking Marcy.
Well, I think Lori is trying to make sure all your other interviews don't get canceled. So
well, thank you,
we'll
Ron.
get you on The View.
This is so awesome. You're such a great interviewer. I always love watching you.
Thank you.
And
Norm MacDonald has a show, and like I said, even though all this controversial stuff is happening, this is just a funny, silly show that these guys do. Adam, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks so much for having us.
It was really great.
Yeah, thanks for putting that on.
Norm MacDonald, everybody, let him hear it. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, Bob. That was really great. Thank you so much, Bob. Really nice.
I am doing well.
Sweet.
So the question on everyone's mind is: are you going to host this show? Are you gonna permanently host this show?
No, I won't. No, I prefer you.
Thank you.
Yeah. If what did the LBJ say? If elected, I will not. If what is it? If nominated, I will not run. If elected, I will not serve.
Well,
I like Shad, man.
What about entertainment in Canada? Period.
What about it?
Would you ever? Do you want to work up here?
Yeah,
do you hate working up here? What do you think of the entertainment
when I was
industry?
starting, and I started a long time ago. I'm an old man, 50, 210, as Abraham Lincoln would say. So let's face it. I've seen more sunsets than I'm going to see. But when I started out in stand-up, there was no Canadian TV. You know, there wasn't
Okay.
nothing, or movies or nothing like that. So we did our stand-up, and then we would travel around. And thanks to this very nice man named Mark Breslin, who started Yuck Yucks, we got a chance to do stand-up. And but there was nothing that we were going for. There was only getting better at stand-up. When I moved to Los Angeles, I started noticing. The first thing I noticed was, God damn, everybody's handsome. Like all the stand-ups were super handsome guys, which is not the case here, or it was not the case when I was here. And so I was like, that's weird. And then I realized they were only using stand-up as a springboard to other things, which I don't like. I just like stand-up for its own sake.
Was it the performance side you liked first or the writing?
Writing. I like just to write. Like even later, like I thought, man, I should be doing something on stage, because I would write the jokes and I would just stand like a statue on stage. I move a little bit now, but literally, first of all, I'd be frozen with fear, but also it never occurred to me to, if I was talking about rocking a baby, to pretend to rock a baby with my hands. I thought I just said it. So I could have really just put a bunch of papers on a stool in front of everyone and let them peruse it.
How did you get better at that?
I never got better. I'm a little bit better at physicalizing my act, a little bit, but it's still mostly words. It's the imagination. You know, the mind. When I was young, we had radio, and in many ways it was better. No, I'm just kidding. But you know how they say that, old men? They're like, we would listen to the radio, and it was better because your imagination is better than especially hardcore pornography. And you go, what? You know, it's a weird thing, though, seriously?
Yeah.
They go like, so just speaking of pornography, because nowadays it's so awful. But in the old days, all you had to see is a fleeting glimpse of a lady's ankle, and that would be enough. But you think about that, that's gross. Like, that's a guy's at home doing gross stuff to himself, thinking about a lady's ankle? God, damn, that's kind of odd, too.
So, do you think radio is better as far as the imagination? Just generally speaking,
I like radio
on that
comedy,
theme.
which it doesn't exist anymore. But I was thinking of doing, they have radio podcast stuff. I was thinking of doing an old timey radio thing, because there are radio jokes that can't be done on television. I can't think of one, but it'd be like, and it doesn't help any that you're wearing a pink chiffon. Something you don't see, but works after the joke that you just heard. Informs the joke afterwards. I don't know a lot of words, Shad, and I'm trying to fit them in properly.
Okay, I want to stick on the topic of Canada for a second, since we have you here on our public broadcaster.
Yeah.
You've said that as a young man, going on the train across Canada was one of your favorite things.
I love that, yeah.
What was it about that you loved?
I'm going to do that again, I think. It was, you see the country. The train is the most beautiful, all through literature, the train has, well, actually, it symbolized death. That's not a good one. But when you go on a train across Canada, you start Moncton and you go across.
Yeah.
The first couple of days, people are normal. After that, people go crazy, start having sex with each other. Not me, but I saw it. And then a guy gave me a cookie. I was only 16, right?
He gave you a cookie. Is that like a signal, or what is that?
Yeah, like one of those cookies that's laced with with drugs. But I was only a kid. I was only 15, 16. So the guy sitting right beside me is like, hey, you want one of these cookies? I go, no, man, I don't want no cookie. He's like, these are good cookies. I'm like, I don't care. I don't want no cookie. He's like, I'm telling you, this is a good cookie. I'm like, enough with the cookies. So anyways, whatever. The guy finally stopped yapping about his cookies, And then I woke up like a day later or whatever, and nobody was around, and I was hungry, and there was the bag of cookies. I ate the whole bag.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it didn't turn out well. And then I remember there was a little elderly black gentleman that was a porter who I said really filthy things to, like I almost like I was coming on to him.
As a teenager?
Yeah.
Because of the cookies.
Because of the cookies, I figured I'd have my sexual awakening with a 78-year-old man.
But you went back onto the train, though.
Yeah, I've been on the train three or four times.
So that didn't scare you off?
No, the train across Canada, if anybody has a chance to do it, is the most beautiful experience. You know, you go through Kicking Horse Pass and stuff, and you go in the bar car, and you meet strangers, and you look out the window, you know, and there's a lady putting up her, her wash on her line with her clothespins.
It's very romantic, right?
Yeah.
You imagine your life in any of these little cities and what it would maybe look like. Right?
Yeah, and she, the lady with the clothespins, imagines your life. Yeah.
And you brought up Moncton. That's where the train line starts.
Yes, sir.
And you tweeted a really great story about your friend Phil.
Oh, yeah.
In Moncton. Could you tell us about that?
There was some unpleasantness in Moncton a year ago or so.
The shooting.
With the shooting, yeah. Which is something that happens in our times. That didn't happen when I was a boy. But, I knew an old man there who my friend Shaggy... That wasn't his real name, but he sounded like the dude from Scooby-Doo. And so we all laughed about that because we'd eat Count Chocula and smoke marijuana. And so he said, I was going to Moncton. I just started taking the train. And I said, I get some work. He said, oh, yeah, my old man's there, Phil. And so anyways, when this unpleasantness happened in Moncton, it was the Kings were in the finals,
Yeah.
Los Angeles. And I was there and I had a ticket. And instead of going to the game, I phoned Phil, talked to him, and he was like barricaded in his basement. And it was kind of cool. Like I was talking to him, and then he was halfway through, he's like, screw this, man. I'm going to go upstairs. He kept talking about he had a big 50-inch TV. He was going to watch it. And then he reminded me of all this stuff that I was there. And then the coolest one thing was he reminded me that he had taken me to a game where Daryl Sutter had played in the game.
Like a junior hockey game in
junior
Moncton?
hockey game, yeah. So it was really, really cool. It was amazing. Yeah, it was amazing.
You tweeted that story. You also tweeted a really touching story about Robin Williams.
Oh, yeah.
What is it with Twitter and the short stories? You seem to like that form. You express yourself well in it. People like it. What is it about Twitter and short stories for you?
Well, because I didn't know what Twitter was for really much. People told me, you got to get Twitter. And I was like, no, people just say that, I'm eating a hamburger, stuff like that. That's what I thought it was.
Yeah, which it kind of is.
A lot of it is, yeah. And so then I went on it and I told some jokes. And then my fans would go, that one sucks. They're supposed to be your fans, They just abuse you constantly. So, but then I would sometimes have memories of people, people pass or something, and I'd have a memory and no one to tell it to, and so it would just be late at night, and sort of, it's not really meant to as anything that would ever be published or anything. It was just a way of me telling the people that followed me on Twitter that I knew Robin Williams, and I met Robin Williams once, and he was very sweet to me, and so I just... Yeah.
Do you think people are getting a different side of you through those sorts of tweets and short stories?
Yeah, maybe. Like, people are always thinking, that you're that there's only one side to you when, the performing side of a person obviously is the smallest side of their facets, But yeah, maybe they get a little bit of, but that's not really why I do it. I just do it because it's late at night and I'm alone and I don't drink or smoke or do drugs or be promiscuous or anything. So I just kind of reflect a lot.
Well, another thing people got a sense of you from Twitter is when you defended Alice Munro.
Yeah.
A little attack from Bret Easton Ellis.
Yes. Well, there's
Twitter.
this guy, Bret Easton Ellis. So I don't really follow modern... I don't think you call that literature, graffiti, whatever it is he does. So he had written something against Alice Munro, and then I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I read one of his quote unquote books, and
which one? American Psycho.
American Psycho. Yeah, that was the famous one, and people had told me it was good. Well, whatever. So then I was like, how dare this guy, to say something about something he doesn't understand. I mean, it's one that you can be a bad writer, but God, at least read. at least you learn to read if you're going to be a writer, for God's sakes.
Well, people probably didn't know about your interest in literature, your analysis, and
people don't know that. I like writing a great deal.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter to me the source, but the greatest writers are novelists.
Yeah.
But then I would put I don't know, maybe singer-songwriters I put way up there.
Ahead of comedians.
Oh yeah.
Why?
Well, because I don't think of comedy really as an art. Like I think of other things. I think of comedy as more of a craft. It can reach certain levels, but only certain levels, because comedy requires laughter, and as soon as you require something of an audience, you're in trouble.
That's interesting, because to me, comedy is the highest art.
Really?
Because it's the most kind of simple and precise, and it holds the most things together. Like in one joke or one sort of comedic phrase or story, you can represent so many things, and laughter is kind of the thing that brings the most people together. I think even more than music, people like laughter.
Uh-huh.
So I think it's kind of the
What
highest.
did you just say, though, that it holds what?
It holds so many things together. Somebody can tell a joke that is true, that is funny, that is sad, kind of all at the same time, and it can be as short as one line. So to me, it's actually kind of the highest art.
No, I mean, as far as writing goes, like, to me, the shorter the better. Like if you take comedy writing, like a movie would be the worst to me, and then a TV show, and then a sketch. I mean, in terms of hardness, and then a joke would be the hardest. And this shortest joke, there's a famous joke by Henny Youngman, "Take my wife, please." So that's 4-word joke, 3-word setup and 1-word punchlines. That's incredibly difficult. But no, the reason I was saying is because you have to produce laughter. So you can have a layered joke, but you can't have something that can be interpreted by different people in different ways, because you have to create a noise at a certain time, and that noise has to be consistent. So every single person in that audience has to understand. So therefore, it's a little bit of a blunt force instrument.
Yeah.
But there is a way to bring art,
into comedy.
But it's more difficult.
I have to say, my favorite.
I'm not usually serious about stuff, so
yeah.
I'm not good at it.
No, that's great. I have to say, probably my favorite thing about you, and I told you I saw your show in Vancouver.
Uh-huh.
I pretty much paid the ticket, however much it was, to hear you say the phrase "on account of." That is, like, to me, the funniest thing.
On account of?
On account of.
Well, it's a kind of Canadian phrase, I think.
Did that just strike you as funny, or did you ever analyze that? There's something about that that's just hilarious. I paid $50 to hear you say that live.
On account of?
Yeah.
Well, I grew up, Shad. My father was old when he had me.
Yeah.
And he was 50, a little older than 50. And then I grew up in rural Canada, very barren soil, and everybody was old except me and my brothers. So everybody was like 50. All my dad's friends were 50. So I grew up with all the old guys, and so I took on a lot of their phrases and stuff like that. So sometimes, like my dad, I remember my dad would say, "She's no hell," and it was such a weird phrase to me. But that meant she's nothing special. She's not that pretty.
Okay.
She's no hell. But you'd think it would be she's no heaven.
Yeah.
But so I'd learn phrases like that.
And fans also love your fearlessness on stage.
On account of what?
On account of you going on, talk shows. Even Conan O'Brien has talked about how you're unpredictable. He never knows what you're going to do.
Well, what happens is in talk shows, they tell you, not here, but, on Letterman and Conan stuff, they pre-interview you. So you tell a story to the pre-interviewer, then he tells Letterman. Then you go on and tell Letterman, he already knows the story.
Yeah.
So when I first started, I was like, I just made up a whole bunch of stories that I didn't tell. So I'd tell the pre-interviewer a bunch of stories. Then I'd get on Letterman, he'd ask me, and I'd tell him all different stories to surprise him, So he wouldn't know the story, because that sucks if a guy's already heard the story. And so then finally they decided, what's the use,
But do Letterman and Conan and these guys like when you throw something new at them, or are they like?
No, they like it.
Norm?
Yeah, they like it. They're cool with it. Because, well, I mean, Letterman's the funniest guy I've ever met. So he's like, you got to keep up with him. You know, he's very, very difficult to stay with, you know, because he's just so funny and so fast and so super sharp. And, you know, I remember one of my first things I ever did, it was this joke that it was in my act. It had been in my act for a year or whatever. And I did it on panel with him, talking. Panel is when you just talk to the guy. And then he did a line right after it that was funnier than all the thing. I was like, damn, I worked for a year on that joke, and you just thought of it out of your crazy big mind.
Did you first meet him doing stand-up, or did you first meet him on that show?
No, on that show. He did stand-up for a very short time when I was a young boy, but he was not a stand-up. But he was nice to me. He's taken me to dinner and stuff and talked. You know, he's a kind of an odd duck, but super smart and really, really funny. But you can be having dinner with Letterman. It'd be like 6. You know, he always brings 5 or 6 guys, so he's protected. And then he'll be like, "I gotta go to the bathroom," and then he leaves. And then you go, "I guess he's not coming back."
Does it ever scare you, the chaos?
The chaos of
being unpredictable, of sharing some story that hasn't been vetted by everyone else.
Sometimes I do get scared. I get scared on the Howard Stern show because it's so long form, and he does this thing where he's super honest, and then he makes you be super honest, and then afterwards you're like, "What did I say? What did I say? What did I say?" And then I remember one time I was in a limo, like right after Stern. I was talking to the limo driver. This Greek guy, and I was like, I was talking to Stern. I don't even know what I said. He's like, he's like a hypnotist. He go, I bring my wife to. I don't know if this is very good Greek. He goes, I bring my wife to Las Vegas one year. A hypnotist bring me up. I talk to him. I don't know what's going on. All of a sudden, I'm in my underwear. So it's like that's what it's like. He like looks you right in your eye, talks to you, and now. All of a sudden, you're in your underwear.
Sidebar, do you think that actually works, that hypnotist stuff?
I'll tell you, man, I saw Ravine the Impossibilist once, and that was the guy's name.
Yeah.
It was at the NAC in Ottawa, where I live. I was 13 years old. And he had guys up there, and he was talking to them, and he said, "You do," and then so everybody running around. One guy talked like he was from the moon. He said, "You from the moon? You got moon language." And this other guy, he does this other thing, and you're a chicken and stuff, right? So all chaos going around, and the guy pecking. I remember the chicken guy went right by me. He was pecking, trying to get some food. There's no food. And anyways, after the show, I was out in the parking lot with my brothers, right? And I see the guy. I go, "There's that chicken guy. I'm going to talk to him." So I went up to him. I said, "What was that like, man? You thought you were chicken?" And then he's like, "It was cool." And I was like, "Wait a second, hold on. Like, if you thought you were a chicken for 15 minutes, if you had that psychic break, you go like, oh my God, I got to go lie down and seek counseling." And, so the guy was just going along, just lying. He's like, "It's cool." How's that cool? Thinking you're not even a human. So no, I don't believe it.
Yeah.
They wanted me to stop smoking. Say, go to a hypnotist, and they'll, he said, it worked for me. I'm like, I feel I want to quit myself on account of, I don't want to be that weak that a hypnotist, I go, "Hey man, I quit smoking. That's the good news. Bad news, I got no will of my own." It's an old man on Bloor Street. He makes my decisions for me.
Okay, just going back to the chaos for a second, and sorry, I have to catch my breath. Going back to the chaos for a second, is there anything in those moments that comes to mind that you've regretted? Like, oh, I shouldn't have taken that turn. That really stands out for you. I shouldn't have said that, or I shouldn't have made that joke.
No, not usually, because I've bombed many times, and when I do, I have a sort of outer body experience Because there's a thing with stamps, when you see another guy bomb, you're like, you like it. I don't know what it is, but you're used to seeing people do good. And if, people have stories, even in life, usually the stories, something bad happened to you. If all your stories, you're the hero, that's not a good story.
No.
And then I did good again, So usually the stories are you're embarrassed, something bad happened like that. So I get a kind of an outer body experience while I'm bombing. Because I think it's kind of funny, like guys went there to laugh, and then nothing worked out. And then also it's funny, they hate your guts. Like, you're doing your best. It's not like you're intentionally, trying to make them not laugh.
Yeah.
But you're just failing. And then they're like, we hate you. Like, and so I find that kind of funny. Then I smirk, and then they really, really hate me.
But that doesn't exist in other forms of performance. Like, if I go up and I play a song and people don't think it's great, there's like this instinct to clap.
Yeah, right.
People just clap or cheer.
Yeah.
They're just this instinctual thing that happens because the song's done.
Yeah.
But with comedy, it's almost the opposite.
It is. They got clap. You can get people to clap. I always thought clapping for comedy was the opposite thing you want, because clapping is like a assent, sort of. They're saying, we agree with you. It's usually like some lame thing, like you go, Pat Buchanan's a Nazi, or some ridiculous thing. Ridiculous thing. And but laughter is involuntary.
Yeah.
Laughter is like, people don't expect or want to laugh, but applause is like, yes, we agree, you are right, George Bush started a war. You're like, well, where's the goddamn joke?
We got to wrap up, unfortunately.
Right, but you are awesome.
Well, thank you. You were great, and
I hope you
helped.
stay. I hope you stay here, do the job. That'd be awesome.
Thank you very much. I'd love to have you back if I do.
Yeah, that would be great.
Last thing, you were campaigning for Craig Ferguson's job, and we just want to know what's next for you. We want to see more of you. We want to hear more of you.
Oh,
what's
well, that's
next?
a nice thing for you to say.
It's the truth.
I don't know why you're so plural. Why is this you?
What do you mean?
Did they teach you that on radio? Go, we would like to see.
No, that's actually, I think they're trying to get me not to say that anymore.
Yeah, say I.
And say I, but I don't know. It's like a natural, deferential, I think, polite thing, maybe, or something. It feels too intimate to say I do.
Oh, okay. So, hey, there's some music.
Oh, there's some music, yeah. So we got to go. Hopefully, Norm will stick around. Norm MacDonald is at the Queen Elizabeth Theatre in Toronto tonight and at Hamilton Place in Hamilton, Ontario tomorrow. He joined us
I
in Studio
believe the
Q.
Hamilton one was the last Cosby performance.
True.
The people in the neighborhood, we're going to call it. And I discovered this great little, that's the name we came up with. This great little donut shop right around the corner here in beautiful Burbank, beautiful downtown Burbank. Let's have a look at the Donut Prince. This donut shop, it's been here probably since the 50s or 60s. I don't know, I should have figured out exactly when it, I lost my monitor again. Oh well. Is it still playing? I lost my monitor. Anyways, there we go. The donut, doesn't matter that I lost my monitor. We have a new truck, by the way. We have a new camera truck. It's working really well. We're really excited about it. And we have all sorts of new technology. That's why the show, you may notice, looks a little better this week. The lighting is a little better. I'm actually not more well rested. We have better lighting. This is our truck. This is a new space-aged, literally a space-aged piece of equipment that we're using here. This is this truck. This camera truck was used by NASA for the last 8 years. For 8 years, they filmed the space shuttle launches with this truck. We actually have footage. This is actual footage. This footage was shot by the truck that we're using tonight to broadcast this show. This actual footage that you're looking at right now of the space shuttle taking off was shot with the exact same equipment that we're using here tonight to film this show. And so we're proud of that. I'm proud of that. It's essentially a metaphor for what we're trying to do here. We're trying to take television into places, new places. We're trying to discover new adventures in space we're going to have here this season. I want to have fun this season on the show, so that's why I'm talking louder than I talked last season. You may notice my voice is louder than it was last season. That's because I'm trying to have more fun on the show. I'm getting a new car. Can we show a picture of the car that I'm thinking about purchasing for $750? This is a 1974 Pontiac Firebird, and the idea is that we're going to get this car. I'm going to get this car, and I'm going to be driving around Los Angeles over the next year and making some videos around Los Angeles, stopping into places like the Donut Prince and other Los Angeles landmarks. And it's going to be a lot of fun. So that's what we're doing on the show this year. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you to all our loyal viewers. We're going to have a great season. Norm MacDonald is here tonight for the hour. We'll be taking your calls. This is very exciting. You can call on Skype. If you want to call and talk to people on the show, just go to my Twitter at Tom Green Live. All the information will be on there on how you could be part of the show. Stick around. We'll be right back with Norm MacDonald for the hour. You're watching Tom Green Live. Hello, welcome to the show. Norm, thank you for coming to the show.
Yeah, it's great, man. I'm excited.
Yeah, this is great to have you here.
I like the Donut Prince, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Man has humility.
Mm-hmm.
He owns the joint. He could easily be the Donut King.
Right, that's right. Yeah, it's
humility is a lost virtue, Tommy.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm going to have to ask him about that. I actually met the Donut Prince yesterday.
You did?
Yeah, I went down there and met him, and I asked him if it was all right if we spoke about his establishment on our television show.
Yeah.
Actually ran it past him.
Yeah.
He seemed pretty happy to have us talk about it, believe it or not.
Well, sure, he'd love that, man, unless he's a brutal prince.
Yeah, it could be. It just was one of those things where, there's all these old businesses in Los Angeles, and you enjoying the electronic cigarette, Norm? I gave you that.
I never had it.
Yeah, this is. I've been. You got to let go of the button though when you're not smoking it, or it'll blow up in your hand. It's a It's essentially a battery that will explode if you. The thing about that brand of electronic cigarette, not to go on and on about it, but if you put it in your back pocket and you sit on it, you'll feel it starting to burn a hole in your ass. Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever had the experience, you don't smoke, but a pack of matches suddenly igniting inside of your...
that actually happens?
Sure, it happens quite frequently amongst common smokers. You know Machiavelli?
Mm-hmm, sure, yeah. Yep.
In his later days, he became a big fat pig. And all he wanted to do was eat, and he wrote a famous treatise on power by eating. It was called the Donut Prince.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, the Donut Prince would fake his own death to hide from his enemies in a pile of cronuts or something like that, right?
This network is owned by Mark Cuban.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And an interesting side note: I did a show called The Sports Show, and Mark Cuban liked it and wanted to do it on his network, which had a different name at that point.
Yeah, HDNet. Yeah.
And I love my favorite team because my son's favorite team is the Dallas Mavericks.
Right, absolutely.
And I don't know basketball. I'm from Canada, like you.
Yeah.
Well, you don't know basketball.
No, you know a lot about sports, though.
I do know
You're
a lot
a big
about
sports fan.
But I would not pick the Dallas Mavericks. But my son loved them. And my son was very angry at Mark Cuban because the Mavericks had a shot at Deron Williams. And, everyone was trying to woo him.
Yeah.
And when Deron Williams went to Dallas to meet the Mavericks ownership, Mark Cuban was here in L.A. getting makeup done for their Shark Tank.
Okay, all right. So you're trying to get me fired right now is what you're saying. Is that what it
No, God bless Mark Cuban. Yeah. I love him.
Well,
I love a guy that's with his team. He's in the stands. He's cheering on his, he's a fan, that guy.
Absolutely.
He's a fan. He treats his players like no other owners treat their, he's like the anti, like Jerry Jones.
He's been very supportive of this little show here.
Oh, he has?
Sent me many encouraging emails.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So now you are doing a great new television show now, a podcast, a video podcast.
Yes.
Norm MacDonald Live.
I did it for a while, Tommy.
Mm-hmm.
You were on it. You were kind enough to be a guest.
Yeah.
And you know what? Here's how good it was.
Yeah.
It wasn't even a TV show.
Right.
And Entertainment Weekly ranked it as the 3rd best TV show.
That's amazing.
Isn't that incredible?
But it is a TV show.
Yes, I do it as a TV show. I do it like you're doing this. This is on a TV network. But I do it as a TV show that goes to, the internet. So it's a video podcast, but it's not one of these where you get 2 comedians talking about some shit nobody knows anything about.
Right, like this.
No. I think we're pretty accessible.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But I think some of these comedy podcasts are so, they're like, and now we're doing the full hour with a guy that's been on Parks and Rec for 3 months.
There's a lot of podcasts. This one is you've got great guests.
We do comedy.
You had Larry King on.
We had the great Larry King.
Now, when you had Larry King on, did you asked or had there's some shocking subject matter I find that were you trying to shock Larry a little bit or?
Well, Larry King said that he was very frightened of death, and of course you take a shot of him saying that, and he looks like he's about a week away. It's like a skeleton telling you he's afraid of death.
Yeah.
And he's like, So, and he didn't believe in God. So I was trying to. I know it's very stylish nowadays to not believe in God. Mm-hmm. It's the thing to do.
Right.
And especially in comedy, And I stay away from that sort of thing in comedy because I find comedy should be funny.
Right. Absolutely.
Like imagine in the old days, you go, hey, what do you think of religion, Lou Costello?
But death is something that is a big theme in your comedy, though. Death itself.
Death is, yes, because you want me to tell you why, Tommy?
Yes.
Because I did stand-up, as you know, in Ottawa, and I was talking about stuff, and Sammy Kinison came, to Canada, and he wasn't famous or nothing. And he took a liking to me, and he took me across the country. And it was the greatest time I ever had. And I was talking about, I had a good act. And Sam said to me one time, he goes, you got good jokes, man. He goes, but I noticed you talk about dogs and shit. And he's like, are you really interested in dogs? And I had, at the time, about a 25-minute bit on dogs. Mm-hmm. And I was like, no, I don't give a fuck about dogs.
Right.
And he said, well, why don't you just talk about what you're interested in? Mm-hmm. So from then on, it became death.
Right. Death was the... Do you think you think about death more than your average person?
I don't know what the average person thinks. I think, it's always on their mind. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? But I will ruminate about it, for long, long periods. Of course, to no purpose or to no avail. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It's worthless. Mm-hmm. But I got some material about it. But anyways, I did it in my stand-up special, and now that's gone, so I can move on.
Yeah.
That's what I'm like. I just think about stuff for stand-up. Mm-hmm. And then I get caught on one subject for a long period of time. And then once I've exhausted that subject, I'm free now in my life not to think about death.
Cool. Well, we'll talk more about. I want to talk more about the podcast.
Oh, yeah.
We'll take our first commercial break here.
Awesome, Tommy.
Of the show, and we'll be taking calls on Skype. So give us a call here on the internet using Skype, and we'll be back with Norm MacDonald. Stick around. Selling them. Yeah. We're back with Norm MacDonald, and let's take a Skype call from one of our callers, since we've asked people to call, and they're calling. You're on the air with Norm MacDonald. Do you have a question? Go ahead, sir, with your question. Yeah.
Hey, Norm.
Hi, how are you?
Tom. Good, and you?
Good, good.
Happy New Year.
That was an easy question.
Yeah.
Happy New Year's.
Don't get nervous. I know you're on live television. You're a little nervous, but just go ahead and ask the question now that we've, told you all we were going to do this in the break, and let's do it now, okay?
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Norm, what's your favorite sport to bet on?
My favorite sport to bet on is football, professional football. But it's the worst sport to bet on. And what's your name?
Jay.
Jay, I'll tell you the reason that football is the hardest sport to predict. Because the ball ain't round.
Sure.
You understand that concept, right?
Yeah.
Like a basketball is round, it's shot, it goes into a hoop. A baseball is round, it hit, it goes somewhere. A football is not round, and when it's lost, it goes everywhere, and it's like a sling, and that's why don't bet professional football. Don't be like me.
What about golf? You bet on golf?
I do bet on golf because you can't get a rounder ball.
Yeah. All right, well, there's your answer, caller. Thanks for calling. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks, Tom.
Yeah.
Go Pats.
Yeah. Now you know, right? So, do you take calls on the show on your podcast?
No. We tried, but you have it down to a science. But mine, it was like when you did your show at your house. And so we'd do an hour show. We'd take one Skype caller, and we'd be 58 minutes into the show.
Yeah, exactly.
So it didn't work out. But you seem to have finally figured it out.
So I wanted to ask you, so you've got all this time on the show. Now it's not like television. You can go on for hours if you want. And you're somebody that's never really shied away from saying what you feel about things. And we're living in this crazed media culture now where people are always apologizing for every word that comes out of their mouth. Do you ever worry that you might say something that you can't take back, or that you regret?
I did one thing, because they'll jump on things, as you know, and take things out of context and so forth, And so I was on the Larry King show. I don't know if you've done that yet.
On his internet show?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did once, yeah. That was pretty cool.
I love Larry King.
Yeah.
So he asked me my views on science, because he called me a Christian comedian, which is like, what the hell fuck does that mean? It sounds like I'm opening for Joel Osteen or something fucking thing. And so that's the problem. You call a person a Christian, now all of a sudden it's a bad, it's like calling a person a retard or something.
Right.
So anyways, I told him, I said, I don't think that much of science. I said, for instance, DNA. I don't know anything about DNA. What am I? I'm just a nightclub comic. So I said, if there was a guy that was going to jail or going to the death house, and the evidence against him was DNA, and I was in the jury, I'd vote him innocent, because 15 years from now they could go, we're wrong.
Right. Yeah.
So I said that. Then in the fucking somewhere in I see an article, Christian comedian Norm MacDonald doesn't believe in science.
Well, it's sort of what happened, though, I guess, right? Yeah. OJ was the one that really was the reason that DNA really became the big, I don't know.
I'll tell you something about OJ.
Yeah.
And how on Twitter you can get not in trouble, because who the fuck cares what these retards say? But I'm saying on Twitter, I said yesterday, I put a post up, I said, my heart goes out to OJ and his family for his health issues. Mm-hmm. And God bless. And people got very angry at me, and they're like, fuck OJ, And like, there's another virtue that's gone, Tommy. Pity. Whatever happened to pity?
Yeah.
Do we have to hate everybody?
People, probably your fans especially, were maybe surprised to hear it coming from you, considering some of the things you used to say about OJ on Weekend Update.
Well, yeah, because I was against OJ for committing double murder.
Yeah. One of the great lines in the history.
But I am not against OJ for getting brain cancer.
Yeah, no. Right? No, it's perfectly...
No, I feel sorry for the man. Yeah. My God.
And that's true, he does have brain cancer. Is that true? Or I saw that on the cover of the Inquirer.
I don't know. Then I heard that he may have made it up.
Yeah.
But you know, of course, if a man has brain cancer and he's going to die in prison, how could you feel anything but pity for him?
That was one of the great lines in the history of Saturday Night Live, your line, when after O.J. was found innocent. Murder is now legal in the state of California.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
There was quite a bit of a backlash to that at the time, was there? Or?
I got fired.
Yeah.
You know what I found interesting? You know, you look back at your career and you go, what the fuck did I do wrong? I'm, you know, sitting here with Tom Green on a show owned by a basketball owner. No, sometimes you go, what did I do?
Yeah.
You know?
I hear you.
Why can't I get one?
I ask myself that question all the time.
Sure, right?
You know, we do, you know, when you do outrageous comedy and you're trying to get a reaction, and sometimes you push the envelope maybe further than when you get older. You think, oh, should I have said that? Yeah. Should I have done that? Do you actually think that those type of thoughts?
I came out because I was like, this is weird. I'm not getting jobs, you know. And I thought after I got fired from Weekend Update, everyone supported me.
Yeah.
You know, everyone was very supportive of me. But then I thought afterwards, like if you were a network president, you go, hey, do I really want to hire that guy Norm, who if all of a sudden I fire him, he fucking ruins my life? You know, because you know, Don Ohlmeyer fired me and lost his job and never worked again like a year later.
Right.
No, it had nothing to do with me.
It sort of had become a personal thing in the press, at least.
It had. The press, you know what? The press has a narrative. And the narrative in that story, I got fired from Saturday Night Live. Now, before I got fired, there was nobody fucking saying how great I was. There was nobody in the press doing big articles on me.
Well, I think Chevy Chase said that you were the best weekend update anchor.
Chevy Chase did say that, but this was after I got fired. Now, after I got fired by a big, fat network executive chomping on a big cigar in Los Angeles. And here I was, this guy at 12 o'clock doing 5 minutes of comedy, right? So the press has to make a story. They love stories. So he's the bad guy. He's the evil guy, right? So if you got a bad guy, you have an evil guy, you got to have a good guy. You got to have a great guy. So they made up that I was a great guy.
And you also happened to be a great guy, and it was unjustified.
That was entirely coincidental.
Well, does things like that, do they surprise you when you come to America from Canada? And
I'm very naive.
Yeah, did you really? No,
no, about show business.
Yeah,
or at least I was.
Well, I felt that way when I went on MTV. I had no clue what the hell was going on. And then I did a bunch of goofy stuff like getting drunk on the Tonight Show, and the next day you sort of wake up and everyone's saying, "Why'd you get drunk on the Tonight Show?" And I was like, "Well, I was just trying to be crazy."
Right.
Yeah, so
the worst thing that ever happened to me, I never told anybody this, but a week after I left Saturday Night Live, I got a call from Rob Burnett. You know who he is?
Sure, yeah. So David Letterman's producer.
Yeah, he was the producer of David Letterman. He said, I got some bad news for you. And I said, what? And he goes, you're not getting the 12:30 slot. And I didn't know I was up for the 12:30 slot.
Okay.
And he goes, we're giving it to Craig Kilborn.
Wow.
And I was like, huh? Like, nobody told me I was up for it.
Wow, okay.
And then I said, why'd you have to tell me? Like, if you'd never told me, I wouldn't have fucking known.
Yeah.
And then he says, Dave fought for you, but Les Moonves said, no, he wants Kilborn. And I was like, God damn, you don't have to tell anybody ever, fuck it.
Sure.
You can keep some shit to yourself.
Yeah. Well.
Then I'm trying to sleep that night.
Yeah. Well.
On my pillow.
Yeah. Well, now you're doing the show now, though, and.
It's all come full.
Yeah, that's great.
That's true. Now that I've never looked at it that way. I lost the 12:30 slot, But if I hadn't lost the 12:30 slot, it wouldn't have lent me to do a podcast.
Yeah. Worldwide. Worldwide. It's worldwide.
When one door opens.
Yeah.
Now, how does that go? When one door closes.
We'll be right back. Stick around.
Right,
We're with
baby.
Norm MacDonald. We'll be right back. And we're back with Norm MacDonald and Rob Ford.
Rob Ford. Another tweet I put out that got incredible backlash. Can't say anything nice about anybody.
Can't say anything nice about the crack-smoking mayor or a convicted murderer. Yeah.
Well, you can't equate those two, you know, because we've all made mistakes with different substances through our lives and whatever.
Sure.
And I like Rob Ford. I actually wonder if you think of this, Schneider. Rob Ford, I wonder if he is doing Chris Farley.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We are, of course, talking to our producer, our executive producer
great
here.
John Schneider.
John Schneider, Rob's brother, who you've worked,
Schneider's brother.
You've worked with.
Or I call Rob John Schneider's brother.
Yes.
So wherever you look at
You've worked with Rob Schneider on many Rob Schneider movies. Were those fun, the Rob Schneider movies?
John as well.
Yeah.
I've worked, oh yes. They've actually been my favorite movies. I love Sandler, but Rob has always given me such leeway in movies to do what I want. And my favorite one, I think, was The Animal, where I was in the mob, and he just let me keep talking. And Deuce Bigelow 2, European Gigolo, where he had me play an old coal mining gigolo.
Do you think Rob Ford is purposely putting on the Chris Farley, mayor of Toronto?
Well, because he has the moves down so down pat, you know, that it almost looks like.
It almost can't be real.
Physically, it looks like an impression. Yeah. But no, listen, I don't know anything about local Toronto politics anymore. You know, I used to know about him. No.
Now, I find that surprising because I've heard you say that you don't follow politics, and people are often surprised that you don't follow politics, given that you were the host of Weekend Update.
Yes, they are, yeah. But I feel like politics are just gossip, really, and, you know, it's pretty easy to tell who to vote for, usually. And also, I think because we come from Canada, you know, I don't know if people know the parliamentary system, but here, everything's so important. Like, if you vote for the wrong guy, a war might happen. Yeah. You're in Canada, it's like, what's the big, you know,
the cost
issue?
Of maple syrup might go up.
Cost of maple syrup might go up, yeah. And then we have this thing, I don't know if Americans are going to understand this, but you don't vote for the prime minister, you vote for a guy in your riding.
Yeah.
So you vote for this guy, and he goes out and he goes, we're going to fix that bridge that in Vanier. You know, and you go, I'll vote for this motherfucker because that bridge is shit.
Yeah.
And so you vote for him, and then he gets in the House of Parliament, and then he gets up and goes, hey, what about that bridge? And they go, what the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, I'll sit down.
But your brother is one of the big political
yes, he knows
correspondents
politics.
Of Canada.
Yes, he is.
Neil MacDonald.
Yes, and as you know, CBC and BBC both are very serious journalistic. It's not like here.
Yeah.
It's gotten ridiculous in America, where it's just people yelling at each other. But in Canada, they really are, you know, serious journalists.
Yeah, and your brother, one of the most respected journalists in Canada.
Yeah.
And you parody the news. Have you ever thought about how that happened, or why you chose to go these two very distinct, separate ways, but still working in entertainment business? You know.
Well, you consider the news entertainment? I guess it is now.
Maybe these days.
Less so in America. Less so in Canada, though.
Yeah.
And I haven't watched Canadian news in a while.
I guess I meant the television business.
Yes. That would be a good question for Dan Rather.
Dan Rather's on the show next week. Yeah, you can call him on Skype. Let's take a call on Skype right now for Norm. You're on the air with Norm MacDonald. Go ahead with your question, sir.
Is this me now?
Yeah, that's you. Go ahead and ask Norm your question.
And can I call you Norm?
Yes.
Right. Sounds Canadian.
Yeah. All right. Well, tell you what. I'm just wondering, Norm, and I'm not trying to, whatever. But what are you most proud of in your career, man?
I'm only really proud of one thing. What's your name?
My name's Connor.
Well, Corner.
Connor, but close.
I am only really proud of stand-up. Everything else I've done has just been an accident that came from stand-up. I've never auditioned for anything that I got. I suck at acting, but my stand-up, I'm very, 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 very proud of stand-up, and I'm ashamed of almost everything else.
No,
I like this interview right now.
Well, that's cool, man.
Stand-up and this interview.
I mean, when I was just a kid in Canada, that was when I discovered stand-up comedy.
Yes.
Going to Yuck Yucks.
Yes.
And you would, we're not yet on television in America at that point, but touring, and we actually have a clip of you from the early days at Yuck Yucks. Let's have a quick look at that.
That sounds awful.
A clip. An early clip, probably 25, 30 years old.
I always wanted to be a trucker, and of course I can't be a trucker because I don't have my driver's license. It makes the resume look pretty skimpy, as soon as I say that. When you get to the hobbies after they see that you don't have your license, Too bad, too, because my hobby's collecting old trucks. But I always wanted to be a trucker, driving a big truck. They're very intimidating, though, when you're in a car. You ever be behind a big truck full of trembling logs right in front of you? Holy cow. Sometimes you see those trucks where the cargo of the truck will be just wrecked cars. Just a bunch of wrecked cars. You go, holy cow, man, I hit this guy, I won't even notice. It's become part of the haul. 6 months later, oh, there's a guy in this one. Yeah, could you let me out already? I got a kink.
How does it feel to look at that? Do you remember that? Remember that bit?
I don't remember the bit, but it makes me feel bad looking at it because I don't like it. Because, it takes so long to be good at not at anything, but specifically at stand-up. And when you look at old stand-up, it's not a lot of fun because I'm sure it's like that with everything. I'm sure like Picasso was like, what the fuck is this shit? Fucking nose looks like a nose.
Yeah.
What was I thinking? But
how old were you there in that clip?
And my voice was way up high.
Yeah.
I used to freeze with fear, and my voice would be normal, and then as soon as I got on stage, something happened to it. And do you notice my voice is high and
I've noticed actually in some of your older clips that you are speaking higher.
Yeah. Decibel?
Yes. Yeah. That's those were the.
I'll tell you something interesting, and John Schneider's part of this story too, but in such a small way, I should never have brought it up. But when you decided you were going to be a stand-up, and you called it a return to stand-up, but let's be honest, you were never a stand-up before.
Not really, no. Did amateur night at Yuck Yucks.
I would say 5 years ago you started.
Yes.
Was that right?
Yeah, about that, yeah.
And I remember you talking about it with me on your show, your previous show. You went down, I was doing, I believe, the Irvine Improv, and you said, could I do a spot?
Yeah.
Johnny came down with you. You went on stage, and I gotta say, I'd never seen a guy go on stage that in command of the audience. You went on, you bounded on stage with complete control of the audience, and I didn't know that you really worked with audiences before that.
Yeah.
Did you? I mean, I know you would go on the street, and that's an audience
more
too.
The audience on the TV show and the
but
studio
that's an audience.
Yeah,
but that's different.
Yeah.
I mean, I always feel like a studio audience is in on it.
Well,
they're in on it. Like these, you got a studio audience here, a small one. They're in on it.
Yeah.
They're with us. They're not going to heckle us. But you go on you go and do stand up. And these motherfuckers would tear you apart. You don't get a laugh for 5 minutes. They hate your guts.
Yeah.
When I started writing, I got a job on Roseanne, a great show. And I'd look at the script, I go, well, every fucking joke's gonna bomb. That's what I tell people.
Yeah.
I go, nothing's gonna work. because I was comparing it to stand-up.
Sure.
Whereas if I went up with these jokes in stand-up, I'd have no chance.
Right.
And so that's what I love about stand-up so much. The quality of the material has to be so high. Or if it's not the quality of the material, it's the showmanship, which I think you excel at.
Well,
and I remember when you
very nice of you to say.
When you first started, you were going, let's do crazy shit. Like I get a call from Tempe, and I go, Tom's there this week. Go, that crazy motherfucker's out on Main Street wearing an aluminum suit and shit, and getting people to march.
For some reason, I thought when I started touring that maybe if I asked my audience to show up and wrap tinfoil around their head before the show, that might help with ticket sales.
Yeah.
It's sort of.
And I think I saw on YouTube, because I always follow you,
Yeah.
I always follow you.
Yes.
And I think I saw you and a bunch of motherfuckers jumping into a swimming pool in a Holiday Inn.
Right, yeah, in St. Louis. Yeah, no, I've been loving it on the road. Okay, we're going to talk more about life on the road, stand-up comedy with Norm MacDonald, taking your calls. We'll be right back after the break. Stick around. We're back. We're here in the studio with Norm MacDonald. We're taking your calls, and we have
I'd like to say one thing before we take a call. Mark Cuban, who owns this network, I predicted on Twitter, and it was a long shot prediction, that he would win the championship 3 years ago, and he did.
Yep.
And I took my son, we're the biggest fans ever, to Dallas and watched, and he's a great man. And I thought at the time I should have put him on the sports show so I could go and be backstage and all that stuff.
Yeah. Well, you should
but maybe because I'm on this show.
Maybe you should do a sports show here on this network.
He offered me that.
Yeah, you should do it.
Yeah. But, yeah.
Okay, well, we have a...
maybe just a Dallas Mavericks sports show.
Yeah. We have a surprise call here from... Epic Mealtime.
I love Epic Mealtime.
Harley Morenstein and Adam Sand are on the
these guys are
phone.
awesome.
Yeah, hey, Harley, how are you, man?
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Long time no see, buddy.
Yeah, are you in Los Angeles right now?
No, I'm in Canada.
Okay,
where I belong.
It looks like Canada, actually.
Looks like
a very Canadian basement.
It's what an American would say. I'm in Canada. What fucking city are you in?
We're Montreal.
Oh, beautiful city. Goddamn.
So
I was born in Quebec City.
I know.
You know that?
I know all about you, Norm.
Goddamn.
So have you guys met before? Have you met Norm before? Do you guys know each other?
No, but Norm said my name once. I heard him say it on the computer.
I love Epic Mealtime.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Epic Mealtime loves you. You guys should come on Epic Mealtime together. Or alone, however you want.
No, that'd be
fun.
fun.
So are you shooting new episodes?
I only work with Tom now.
Yeah, we're going to do a new
like the
comedy.
Smothers Brothers.
Yeah.
I like that. We should do a nice Canadian edition.
Yeah.
So Harley, do you have a question for Norm or anything?
Yeah, well, I actually thought that I would pass my question along to my buddy Adam over here because he's been dying to ask this question.
Yeah, I've been dying to ask this all night.
All right, go ahead.
He advised me to ask this specific question.
That's not true. I don't even know what he's going to ask.
But yeah, basically, number one, I'm a big fan of the sports show, Norm.
Oh, thanks.
And also the YouTube videos. And I wanted to know the chances of you and Artie getting back together and doing a second Dirty Work.
Oh my God! I wrote a script for it where Artie needs a heart.
Mm-hmm. Is this a real project that is in the works?
Well, I want to do it, and Artie wants to do it, and Chevy Chase wants to do it, and Chris Farley is dead.
Yeah. Yes. Well, Artie was here recently. We had a great time on the show.
I saw him. Yeah. I've watched every one of your shows, Tommy.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate that. That's.
I read Artie's book. Oh my God, it was punishingly good.
Yeah. Now, when you're friends with Artie, did you know the extent of what was going on? That was.
It wasn't going on when I knew him.
Yeah.
But later I got in trouble because I said, well, I think he should be off the show, Stern, because what I was worried about was he was becoming like a joke because Artie's really, really funny. And I was like, you can't be the butt of the joke, you know? And you can't be famous as a substance abuser, because then everybody in the country is enabling you. You know what I mean? And I went to the Canyon Club and saw him perform in the midst of his problems, and it's just crazy audiences yelling, Stern Show audiences, you know. They're not built for listening to stand-up comedy.
Yeah. Well, it's great that he's doing good now, though. So this is.
He's doing fantastic. Yeah, he got a real good show there on. I don't know if it's maybe
on DirecTV.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a competition.
Yeah, yeah.
It is competition.
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I don't think we think of it like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just. Yeah, not at all. No, you can say it. It's on DirecTV. Can I say it, Michelle?
I love how we're plugging a fucking guy that's not even here.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I'm plugging someone else's show.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Well, anyways, we're gonna let's take a quick commercial break. We're gonna be back with one more block. The hour went by too fast.
Too fast,
Too
man.
fast. But
You'll
we
have
still
to have me back next season.
Absolutely. We have a little time left. With
When
Norm
is
MacDonald.
next season?
Stick
3
around.
weeks from now?
Yes, absolutely. But it's the first show of the second season right now. Absolutely. We'll be back. We're back. This has been a lot of fun as always.
It went so fast.
We know it's by not over yet. We still
How
have.
many times have you interviewed me?
We've done well. You know, on the web show, you used to come up to my house and do the web show many times.
Yeah. Then you did a podcast with Kevin Smith.
Yeah. I wanted, you know, because some of those shows would become just more like a free-form kind of craziness type of thing. You know, remember the night the mountain was on fire and we were just singing about
there was a mountain on fire.
Yeah.
And you used to send up fucking UFOs and shit.
Yeah, we would launch UFOs. I have often thought about that, thinking that was probably some sort of an FAA illegal act of some sort, launching helium-filled UFOs off of the deck. But what I wanted to ask you, because
those were the days.
Still, this is an interview. At the end of the day, I am interviewing.
Yes,
right?
Yes, sir.
So when you when you got to perform, and I've talked to you about this before, in front of the President of the United States at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, did you get nervous?
I didn't get nervous about the president or any of that shit. What I got nervous about is before we went, and he was showing us all the motherfucking shit, and the podium where you stand is bulletproof.
Okay.
And there's men everywhere with guns and shit. And it made me realize that the presidency, like if I was elected president, the first thing I'd say is, I quit.
Yeah.
Or I'm going to do all my speeches from here in this compound underneath the earth.
Sure, sure.
From now on.
So you feel the security
on
presence.
account of some motherfucker shoot me.
Right.
And these guys aren't shot by, you know, anybody. You know, listen, if you're willing to lay down your life, like it says in Line of Fire, starring Rene Russo, you catch my drift. That's the only thing that I was afraid of.
We have a clip from this.
From the presidency?
From the White House Correspondents'
Dinner. It's very inspiring to see President Clinton up here on crutches making a speech. I mean, I thought that was just amazing, you know. I mean, it's been difficult for the president. You know, he can't jog now, and he needs help getting around, and he's still, you know, occasionally suffers great pain, you know. On the upside, you got your medical marijuana, so that's, you know. You must inhale, sir. It's the only way you're going to get better. It's...
I hope I have time to tell this quick story.
Yes,
how much time we got?
We've got a lot of time.
So after you go in a big room and the president comes in, be 200 people in the room, right? And he's going through with his wife. Now he looks like a big fucking stoner, big red face, happy as hell, and you want to meet him. His wife, the most sour looking bitch you ever laid eyes on. So anyways, he's walking, he's talking to every guy, and I'm like, this is fucking weird. I wonder what he's talking to everybody about. I wouldn't know how to do that. talk to every single person as he moves. And so I was, at the time, I had a sandwich and a pickle and everything. So he's walking by me, and Lori Joe, who's here, was with me, and walks by, and he shakes my hand. You're kind of in shock meeting someone that famous, you know? And he said to me, he said, I see you're eating a pickle. And he moved on, right. And I was like, that's the coolest motherfucker I ever met. And then late at night, I woke up, like in the movies, in a cold sweat, and I was like, that fucker just asked me about a pickle.
Yeah. That's basically what he does. He goes around, probably just says the first thing.
He sees something, yeah.
Yeah.
So he'd see you, he'd go, nice shirt, you know, move on to the next guy.
But that's got to be a great feeling to be able to look at that piece of video and see the President of the United States, the most powerful man in the world, doubled over in laughter because of one of your jokes?
I don't look at it that much, but you know, you can fake it.
Yeah. Yep.
Dan Rather, you can next week you can have a clip of Dan Rather.
Yeah, you do a joke about his smile.
You saw it, yes. I said, there's Dan Rather with his frozen smile.
Yeah.
He's enjoying the show. And then it cut to him and he had a frozen smile. You watched the whole fucking thing?
Oh yeah, I've watched it a few times.
You research like a motherfucker.
That's widely considered to be the best White House correspondents' dinner routine ever.
Oh.
On the internet.
It is?
I think so, yeah.
Well, we put a lot of work into it, that's for sure. Yeah.
Is it fun just speaking to powerful people like that and taking the piss out of them a little bit?
Yeah, I think so, you know, because you can say whatever you want, you know, and sometimes they're doubling over in laughter. I tell you who never doubled over in laughter was that fucking bitch he married. You know her?
Yeah.
Salary Rodham.
Yeah, So you're not a fan, I take it, of the next president of the United States?
I just go by personality.
Sure, okay.
Since unless the guy's going, I'm going to bomb, I'm going to go to war. When I was young, Reagan was around. I don't know if he's a good president or not, but he was funny as hell. I remember the funniest thing I heard Reagan say. He got shot, right? Attempted murder. Tried to kill him.
Yeah.
Got out, I don't know what it was. 3 weeks later, he gets out, and he does a press conference at the very site where he was shot. And one reporter asked, does it make you nervous at all that you're standing in the very spot that you were shot? And Reagan goes, well, I don't do an impression of him, but Reagan goes, well, no, I'm not that nervous, but just to be safe, I didn't wear a new shirt. That was the fucking funniest joke I ever heard of president.
Do you think he would have prepared a line like that? I mean, that just sounds... or was he just that funny?
I think he was like a naturally funny guy, and one of those guys that was an Irish wit. You know, I grew up with Irish and Scottish people, and they had that wit. You know, that quick, bleak kind of gallows humor wit that he had. Yeah.
Well, Norm, I appreciate you coming on the show again today.
Oh, it was fantastic, man. I hope you have me back.
Absolutely.
Now, your third season starts next week.
Next week is the third season. And, no, thank you very much. Always great to have you here supporting
I'd love to come back in 2 months and do the 35th anniversary.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Norm MacDonald, everybody.
Thanks, man.
Thank
Great
you.
to be here.
Good night, everyone. See you next week with Dan Rather. Good night.
I'm nervous. How the hell could you be nervous? I mean, do you always get nervous?
I get somewhat nervous about things sometimes, sure.
Yeah?
Like everybody, right?
Yeah. But I mean, you've done so much, it doesn't go away?
It hasn't with me. I mean, I don't get... God, now I'm stumbling and...
It's all right, man. You know, I'll open like this. I think I have a weird memory of you that you probably wouldn't remember. I think I was in your hotel room. When you were watching, I showed up at your hotel room when you had just done your first Letterman with Caroline Ray.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that I actually watched you not watch your first Letterman on television. Is that possible? I'm thinking.
No, I would know I would not watch it. That's for sure.
It was like 1989. Is that about right?
Yeah, I think I'm not
88,
good with dates,
89?
but probably about that. Yeah, that's funny because I know Caroline and I remember you, and I remember Caroline. All my memories are so vague.
Right. Well, it was weird because I barely knew Caroline. You know, we were sort of hanging around, and with this group of comics, and I had a car, and she goes, "Let's go to the hotel. My friend Norm, it just did Letterman tonight." So we go over there, and that was the first time I ever met you, and I don't know how much you even played the States, because it was
I didn't know any comedians from the States. That was my problem, yeah.
Right, and so I go up to this room, I meet you, and you're about to go on Letterman, and I'm standing there with Caroline, and you are on your bed, face down, with your hands hiding your eyes for the entire time. Does that sound like a real thing?
No, that would be me. I can't. Well, you know how it is when you know how bad you are, and you know what I mean.
Did you know?
You know
I mean, I know that's how we perceive ourselves. I don't know if it's really true. You did well, right?
Well, we probably know more than another person.
No, we don't.
About ourselves, I don't know.
No, but I mean, how can are you not able to watch yourself now?
No, it's pretty hard. Because. I really like comedy. Like, I love comedy, like I guess all comedians do or whatever, but, it's always, you always think you're, better than when you see yourself.
Yeah. In the moment, it feels like you've won.
Right.
And then you watch it and you're like, oh, why am I doing that with my eyebrow?
No, it's like when you hear your fucking voice especially me.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I sound weird, but then people come up to me and go, hey, I can do an impression of you. And guy fucking sounds like a retard. He's like, and I go, fuck, man, is that what I sound like? So, it's funny when you have a weird voice, because, a lot of times, I don't give a fuck why people laugh. I don't give a, but I've always been very, material dependent in my stand-up.
Mm-hmm.
I got to work like a motherfucker to get laughs. But people go like, oh, you can just talk with your weird voice. I'm like, no, I can't. Maybe you think that and shit. But I remember when I do, because when I first came to LA and I do auditions, and then I would have the best material of the 10 guys.
Yeah.
I would get the most laughs.
Yeah.
But I would never get hired.
Yeah.
And then I realized why. It's because they want the fuckers that can get laughs without material. I can't do that. That's what you need for a sitcom.
Right.
If you're have a sitcom going and a guy has some good jokes, well, you can hire him as the writer.
Yeah.
You want the big fucking guy.
The charismatic guy.
Yeah, with no material at all.
That seems to have an emotional range.
Exactly. I did my first comedy festival thing, that Montreal thing.
What year was that?
Fuck, I don't know.
Like 87?
I don't know dates.
Yeah.
But it was around there. And
how long had you been doing comedy at that point?
6 months.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it was Canada, so we got a home
so that was like
court thing.
In American years, that's 4 years.
No, I'm saying because the Montreal Comedy Festival was in Canada, we had a quota to fill. I would never have gotten on it if I was in the States. But so I got my 5 minutes, just wrote. That's the way I used to do comedy. I'd memorize every fucking word. And so I had it all figured out and shit, right? And so then I go there, I meet Sinbad, right? So I didn't know who Sinbad was. And he goes, he's completely relaxed. I'm all thinking about
some sort of one-piece outfit.
He did. His hair matched his shirt.
Yeah.
And they were both orange.
Yeah.
So then he said, he was just so relaxed, and he said, hey, let's go. I got to get some socks. So we go to this fucking store, right? When we first go into the store, there's no one there. It's a small store. So there's no one there. The lady's in the back.
Yeah.
So the lady takes a minute to come out.
Yeah.
And he's like, where's that lady? There's nobody here, And I'm like, yeah. And so he comes out, he gets his fucking socks. Nothing happens, right? So then that night at the gala, I do my carefully constructed material.
Yeah.
Sinbad comes out. He goes, what the fuck is going on? No, he doesn't swear. He goes, what's going on with these stores with socks? I'm like, holy shit. And then he's like, you go in the store and there's no one there. And then people are agreeing with him. I'm like, what? It didn't make none of it made any sense, except that he destroyed and I didn't. That's when I realized that I was missing a whole bunch of stuff, because I guess at first you think you're good and stuff like that.
No, you are good, and I think that the fact is, really, if you were to look at it in another way, that if people are able to do an impersonation of you, that means you have a defined style. Whereas, I guarantee you there's not a lot of people that can do Sinbad, though you did just do a pretty good one.
I was trying to do it as unracist as possible. But no, I think, I don't know that much stuff, but I think that with stand-ups, a lot of people, it's hard for a person that creates material.
Yeah.
Is usually a kind of a sensitive, shy kind of person, at least in my experience.
Yeah.
Of the
With
people
you?
that I've known.
In your experience with yourself?
Oh, yeah, I was always crazy shy and stuff like that. And also very self-conscious of looking like an idiot.
Yeah.
So I couldn't go on stage and run around and dance. So when I see guys that can do it, like when I see John Cleese, like this brilliant mind, and then he can do
act like an idiot.
Yeah, that's amazing. And also, of course, Pryor, you know?
Yeah, I'm the same. It's so weird because I'm the exact same way, and I don't think I've talked to anybody on this show that has that same thing where I am envious of a lot of comics that people would dismiss, only because it's sort of like, well, how do they not feel like be afraid they're going to look like a dick? Like, like as soon as I've ever done anything physical, if I even think about it for a second, I'm like, I'm an asshole, and they don't laugh.
I know, yeah.
Like just recently, I was on Fallon and somehow did an impulsive.
I saw you. The Dane Cook was very funny.
Never done that.
Yeah,
it came out of nowhere. I didn't second guess it, and it fucking worked. But if I would have said like for the 5 minutes I was sitting there, like I'm going to do this Dane Cook thing.
Maybe it's because you were embodying Dane Cook,
right? That I actually had the confidence of Dane Cook.
Yeah, right. Maybe that's why, right?
Yeah,
I was always astonished by, and I'm also like you. I'm envious of people that because I used to be frozen on stage. Right, I still don't take the mic out of the stand.
When you did comedy 6 months and you were at the Montreal, what is it? The Canadian scene is so different because I talked to Russell Peters recently, and there's this weird work ethic that if you're one of the guys up there, you're going to work, and you're going to work for one guy, but you're going to work.
Yeah, it was a great place to start because, first of all, there's no industry in Canada. There's no movies or television.
Isn't there a little? And I think
there might be now, but when I was doing it, there was none.
Because it seems like
horrible.
If you stay there long enough and you don't leave, that you will be given a television show of some kind for a certain amount of time.
It's awful. They're awful. Canadian, everything about Canada sucks.
Really?
In terms of
the entertainment?
Yeah. Like all the entertainers leave, and most of them don't want to go. Most of them are mad because they weren't recognized in Canada, They had to come to the States. But so we didn't have movies or TV to do.
Yeah.
And so we just did stand up, and we thought that's all there was just going, which was fun, like just being stand ups and going around the country doing stand up. And then when I got to LA, I was like, "Holy fuck! Is everybody's handsome?" Like I didn't, because we weren't handsome. We were just
comics weren't supposed to be handsome.
No.
Louis C.K. once said that to me, like furious at some point when Jay Moore first started doing comedy, like right when Jay Moore showed up on the scene. And this is not meant to piss off Jay Moore in any way. Louis was aggravated because he's like, it wasn't for them. He's good looking. I just want to do Letterman before I'm fat and bald.
No, it is very true. Handsome. I used to really have problems with handsome people, like Friends, would bother me so much. I watched Friends and then I said, fuck, these are the funniest, super handsome people ever. I'll give that to them, you know what I mean?
Who are your guys?
It's probably harder if you're so fucking handsome.
Well, yeah, because people expect you to have your shit together. So I think that's the hardest sell for handsome people. It's like, my life is fucked up. It's like, look at you. How is that possible, you fuck? Really, is your life bad? You've got all your hair, asshole. Hard to be a sympathetic character when you're really attractive.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. When you started out, though, who are your guys? Like, who are the guys you hung out with? Are they still around? Do you still keep in touch with them?
In Canada, they're like the guys that were big. Most people, Canada's like, it's the same with every fucking goddamn city I go to. Everybody's like, this is the fucking best comedy city and all that horse shit. Yeah. And I remember I'd be on the road, wherever the fuck you were, you'd be in Dallas or something, go, oh man, these are the funniest guys ever. Wait till you, and there was always, I remember.
The one mythic guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go fucking Kenny, that guy, the funniest guy ever, but he's a heroin addict.
Yeah, if he wakes up, he's hilarious.
And then he would shamble in on Saturday night. Say something about AIDS or something. You go, what the fuck? He doesn't seem that funny. I guess he's funny if you know him.
Oh, that's hilarious. The local hero that could never get out.
Exactly.
And then, whenever they're past that prime of whatever made them popular in that small scene, then they finally go, I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to go to L.A. and these broken men. It's like, no, he used to be the guy.
But he wasn't really the guy. I met Rodney Dangerfield because do you remember the book? I think it was The Last Laugh or something about Lenny.
Yeah.
There was a secondary guy, I wish I could remember his name, Joe something, there was a character.
Yeah,
in
yeah,
that
yeah.
book.
Wait. Ansis. Joe Ansis.
Joe Ansis.
Yeah.
So I read that book. It was like the Bible.
The Lenny Bruce biography by Albert Goldman.
By Goldman.
Lenny, yeah.
And so Ansis was the funny guy.
Right.
That never went on stage.
That's right.
The brilliant funny guy.
Right. And they all,
I met him.
You did?
With Dangerfield.
You did.
Dangerfield came and did Saturday Night Live, and Joe Ansis was with him. I was like, fuck, Joe Ansis.
Yeah.
And then I waited about 2 hours for him to say anything funny. And I was like, I don't know, maybe he just fucking got drugs for them or something.
Or maybe it just took longer back then. Maybe it wasn't so about laugh efficiency.
Well, yeah. And maybe also he was stuck in that time. Maybe Lenny Bruce, like, if he were right here now, would not be very funny.
But I think that book, Goldman probably exploited that because, like, in my mind, behind every genius, there's some dude going, that fucker stole my shit.
Yes.
And usually there's a reason, well, then why didn't you get on stage? It's like, I don't do that.
Yeah,
Then
yeah.
shut up.
And also the authors don't know shit.
Yeah.
Like, every time they do a fucking article, they come to you. I'm sure they've done articles on you, and then you try to tell them, like, what's the real story.
Yeah.
And they still fucking write what they want, like what they had already seen it.
They take it out of context. They frame it the way they want it. Have you had a lot of experience with that?
A little bit. Like, people, there was a time, when I was on Saturday Night Live, everyone hated it, Well,
when you were doing Update?
Yeah, they hated Sandler and Farley.
You mean critics?
Critics, yeah. So, it was everybody was, oh, it's dead, Saturday Night dead, and all that shit. And so, they came, and the guy had an agenda, obviously. And, but he was very unfair. Like, Sandler was very, very funny, and nobody's was funnier than Farley. And, then he presented it as if these guys were always doing shtick, and everyone was looking away embarrassed and everything like that. And I remember him laughing.
Yeah.
So it was very frustrating.
Did you fucking?
And they made Farley. I never forget. It was on cover of New York Magazine, and they had Farley do a photo shoot where he had a television on his head.
Yeah.
And it was kind of funny, but Farley's doing a big, crazy physical thing with this big TV on his head, and then they put it on the cover and they said, "Is comedy dead?"
And how did he respond to that?
He wanted to go beat up the guy, and Lawrence said,
"Oh, really?
You can't beat up people.
You can't beat up the reporter."
Yeah.
But he was really that angry.
He was more angry because they not for him, but because they attacked Sandler. Actually, he was very protective.
Well, that whole crew, you were part of that crew. They seemed tighter than most SNL crews, like Farley, Sandler, Spade.
Yeah.
You guys seem like a real kind of Rat Pack of comedic.
Well, we were
talent.
pretty tight because except for Farley, we were all stand-ups. Mm-hmm. So we kind of we didn't know how to fuck to act or anything. And like before us,
was Chris there too or no?
Chris, Farley?
Rock.
Oh, Rock was there too. Yeah. So
you're all sitting around going, well, I don't know how to do a character.
Yeah, we didn't know anything. So all we knew is how to directly talk into the camera. You know?
Right.
I mean, that's the only good thing we were good at. And but the rest of it was real tough. And so I would plead with people not to put me in sketches, because sometimes I would think of a good idea and write the sketch and knew I could do it, but I was so. But anyways, the point is, like, before us, there was this great cast, and even now there's this great cast of actors,
right?
Which probably should be what Saturday Night Live is, not stand-up.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I think all acting should probably preclude stand-ups for the most part. But now they know how to talk to each other, shit like that. Me and Spade and fuck, what we didn't know.
I just can't remember. I can't imagine the cynicism approaching a sketch.
Exactly.
With you guys.
No, that's what we'd mostly do is we'd spend the first half of the night writing the sketch and the second half of the night crumpling it up, saying how shit it was. Because this is another thing that I noticed coming from stand-up into, because I was never had any desire to be anything other than a stand-up. Everything else would just accidentally happen from the stand-up, But for some reason in Hollywood, they go, I guess because of Bill Cosby or Roseanne Barr or some people who've had success in stand-up, they go, well, he can do other stuff.
Let's build a show around him. Yeah, he can do anything.
Which is not an experiment.
Give him some children. Throw him in a living room.
Not an experiment that's worked.
Well, was that part of Lauren's thing? Wasn't that the season where he's like, let's use stand-ups? It's sort of like that scene in The Right Stuff where he's like, I want test pilots. I want stand-up comedians. And what was the struggle? Like, how often did you deal with Lauren around that stuff?
Well, the great thing about Lauren is you could do anything you wanted. He would tell you wise things, like wisdom or whatever.
He's like a little Buddha guy, right?
Yeah.
Did it ever make sense, or
not to me?
You'd always walk away going, "What the fuck?"
To other people, it did. Like I remember one time he wanted me. Like this was actually with Weekend Update. They wanted me to do Weekend Update with a lady.
Yeah,
like two of us.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, that sounds like shit. I don't want to fucking. That sounds like shit. I'm like, if there's a lady and a dude, like, what are we making fun of local news? What the fuck is that? He's like, no. He's like, you'll be. He had some crazy. He goes like, I think he liked me because I didn't understand what he was talking about all. And he goes like, you'll be Fred Astaire and she'll be Ginger. You'll give her the sex, a comedy, and she'll give you the sex. And I was like, the dancers? What? I didn't know what he was fucking talking about. Yeah. So anyways, I go, I don't want to fucking do it with a lady. Let Franken do it.
Yeah.
So
Franken was going to do it?
Yeah, it was Frank and me or somebody else. So I didn't care that much about it. So because I could just do stand up. But anyways, what happened was funny. Like Steve Martin walked in because he was hosting.
Yeah.
And Lauren, to embarrass me, went, let's see what Steve thinks about it. And Steve Martin doesn't give a fuck about anything. So, but he goes, Norm wants to with the lady, and what he thinks. And he does this big long spiel, and Steve Martin's completely uninterested.
Been dragged into something he wanted no part of.
But luckily, he fucking just said out of the blue, he goes, oh, fuck. He goes, I did this award show with some broad, and they paired me up with her, and she fucked everything up. Like, I guess they stuck him with something. Yeah. So then Lauren goes, there's some support from an unexpected place.
And that's how you got the solo update?
Yeah, Steve Martin, because he was such a hero to Lauren.
You had a bad experience with an award show, and you get to run the solo on the update?
Yeah, it was awesome.
That's a fucking good moment.
But I would have been in big trouble with a lady. But then later they did it with a lady and a dude. Because he kept saying, remember, because I know Saturday Night Live, like all of us, right?
Yeah.
And he was like, remember Jane and Dan? And I was like, that was shit. Like, I remember Jane, you ignorant slut.
Right.
But I also remember all the rest of the fucking shit. Like, he had a hat on and pretended to be from like, they played characters.
Yeah.
And I was not interested in that because Dennis kind of changed it to Dennis Miller
where you do jokes.
Where you do jokes. And you're not doing a parody of a fucking
what was the reaction to you when you first took Update? Because I remember, and you definitely made it your own because you're one of those guys, as you're sort of establishing here, that you can only do what you do.
Yeah, I can't do. Well, I can't. The big problem, I guess, with me with Update is I'm not politically aware of at all. So I was like, well, I can't be political.
Right.
I can't. I don't know how to do it.
But it was interesting though because your Update and the way you do comedy, it rides that line of like you're almost like the thing that makes it so cutting and shocking is it's so fucking plainly said that this is what bullshit is.
Nice.
No, but it's a good thing.
Well, it was my plan. I mean,
to cut through the bullshit.
Yeah, I thought because I don't like cleverness that much. Like I always was against.
What's an example of that?
Like sexual innuendo rather than sexual. Like what I mean. I don't like that my mother can giggle at some joke on Will and Grace, and then I can say to her, "No, you know what that means, right? He's talking about fucking the other guy in the ass," and then she's like, "Oh no!" I'm like, "It's the same fucking thing. Why can't you just fucking?"
Why can't they just say he's gonna fuck him in the ass?
Yeah,
and you get the same laugh.
Isn't it something cowardly about like cloaking it or something? Like I don't know psychological shit, but it must be some level of dissociating yourself slightly from what you actually mean.
From the truth. Like like innuendo protects you from seeing the reality and enables you to laugh at it.
Yeah. But why good God, in these days, why would you need innuendo? Like, to me, I'm shocked that anyone thinks you could be shocked by anything.
I find that now the only thing that's shocking is when someone tells the fucking truth. And then people are like, what just happened?
Right.
That guy can't come back.
Like on Update, I was always saying, I always thought, I said the perfect joke would be if the punchline and the setup were almost identical.
Yeah.
And then I was saying, can we ever get a joke like that? That would be the coolest. And then we actually did get one joke that was pretty close to that. Not perfect, but it was Lyle Lovett and Julie Roberts are getting a divorce. And, people close to the couple say the reason is because he's Lyle Lovett and she's Julie Roberts. So it was pretty close. The setup and the punchline were pretty close to each other. I was happy with that one.
That was the grail?
Yeah, that was the grail. I don't know if we've completely got it. But
When that YouTube thing that was going around, I think it was. Were you at a? Where was that? Where you did the old jokes at the roast?
Oh yeah, that was a roast. Yeah.
Yeah. What was your agenda behind that? I mean, what were you thinking? Because it got very popular, and everyone thought it was so fucking. It was
they put
it was like genius.
They put it wasn't genius.
No, it wasn't that it wasn't genius, but I just want to know why you did it.
Well, the real reason it was because it was a roast for Bob Saget,
right?
Who's a friend of mine.
Yeah,
and I guess I don't like roasts.
Yeah,
I mean, I shouldn't say that. I guess I admire. I don't really admire people.
It's a certain style.
It's a certain style. I've come to accept things.
Yeah,
but Saget said, "Can you come and roast me?" And Saget's like a really nice guy. And I said, "Fuck, no, I don't know, man." He goes, "Come on, I don't know why he kept pushing it."
Yeah.
So I'm like, it was the night before, and so this guy Sandy Gallen, who produces these roasts and stuff.
Yeah.
Or Joel Gallen.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know his name. I only did one, and that was all I could take.
Yeah, it's tough. And so I said, I don't know how to do this stuff. He goes, just be shocking. And so luckily when he said shocking, I thought, oh, well, if I do the opposite, it's, I guess I've heard people go, I got it. I go, well, what the fuck is to get?
Yeah.
Like it's a grade 3 arithmetic.
Yeah.
It's not a simple, it's not a.
So your choice was just to be like, I'm going to do these old, beautiful jokes.
Yes.
Just to counteract all the bullshit of the roast.
There was jokes that my dad had, when I was a kid, my dad, when I was starting comedy, he gave me a book. It was very touching. He gave me a book that he had of jokes you say to people at their retirement parties.
Oh, really?
To help me with my stand-up.
Yeah,
so it was very touching. It was close to...
Like one of those 101 jokes kind of thing?
Yeah. So that's where I got the jokes. And a lot of them were like so antiquated. Like there was one where I said to Gilbert Gottfried, like, you remind me of a typewriter because your head is under wood or your neck is under wood or something. It was just so silly.
And they were all hilarious. Everyone was laughing their ass off.
No, they weren't. When you're standing up there, first of all, you can't, how when you're on stage, you can't see the whole audience. You can just see those.
Well, where did you do it? Because when I did it, there must have been 2,000 fucking people. In this Hilton ballroom. It was horrendous.
Yeah, it takes forever.
Yeah.
But because of the, all I could see was the angry eyes of Alan Thicke at the first table. Just like being angry. It was kind of shocking to me because I was like, what was weird about that? Is that people fucking literally thought I was crazy. I was like, I understand if you didn't like it, I might not even like it. I don't know if I would even like that kind of shit. I could go, that's self-indulgent bullshit. But to actually fucking think I'm like serious,
Yeah.
I mean, God,
like that. Well, people love to do that. I mean, did you watch the Charlie Sheen one?
Yes.
And
I tell you what, sorry.
Well, what do you like? I mean, because like a lot of people were saying that was just there's no line whatsoever, and that it is something other than just being funny, and that it's gotten kind of just brutal and painful to watch.
Right. Well, yeah, like, cause, when we get interviewed as comics, like, people always go like, is there any line? And we go, no, but there's lines. Of course there's fucking lines,
Yeah.
You're a human being,
well,
hopefully. But I remember they were talking about William Shatner roast. Artie told me this, that William Shatner's fucking wife had just drowned in a pool 3 months earlier, and they had to get all the comics together and go, look, no jokes about his wife drowning. And they were all like, fuck.
Yeah, what are we going to do now?
And I was like, what, did it even occur to you to fucking do that joke?
The guy's still wearing a black ribbon and his clothing is torn.
I love Patrice on that, though. Because I love Patrice.
Yeah, he's great.
And he did it. I never saw a guy that did the roast so good. Because he didn't do all that.
Well, I mean, that line is interesting because it's really a personal line. I mean, when you're a comic, when you've crossed the line. I mean, that's really the line. Is like, what can you get away with?
Well, I guess the line's up to you as to whether you want to. When I was on SNL, you start to read an update. You start to read newspaper articles and forget that they're people.
Right.
And I had a hellish thing with this private citizen. I never did a joke again about a private citizen after that. But someone had been hit on the Brooklyn Bridge, and the story was funny because their liver was over here and then their spinal column was over here. It was all spread across the bridge.
Right. What was the joke?
The joke was he's recuperating in the hospital and he's fine, but it was so absurd because he'd been spread by. Anyways, then I get a phone call and I go, oh, fuck, that was a real person's
friend or father.
Just phoned me, and I'm like, you know, their fucking husband got torn apart on the Brooklyn Bridge, and then they turned on the TV. I'm like, hey,
yeah.
Hey, what's going on?
They turn on the TV to get their mind off of things.
I know. So you know, you understand after a while, and even with politicians, like they're still human beings. And,
yeah, barely, but yeah, they're the worst kind of fucking people in the world.
That's true.
All of them.
I agree. I'm glad to hear you say that because everybody thinks you're all leftist and everything.
Well, I mean, you know, I definitely land on the lefty side of things on, you know, ideological terms, but I found that from doing political talk radio, just, you know, being, you know, carrying water for any of them, you just got to realize the quality of people you're dealing with. You're dealing with fucking corporate whores who are operated by business interests. So, you know, really it's going to come down to, you know, however you view politics, the question is, do you give a shit about poor people? And and are we being taken advantage of?
Right.
Now, if people want to frame that as, you know, Obama's a communist and draining us of our livelihood, well, that's your particular delusion, and that's fine. I mean, but I just got disillusioned with all of it because these are not quality people. I mean, I did a joke about Michelle Bachmann on Real Time.
I saw that.
Yeah, and I was getting flack from this, you know, a very small portion of the right, you know, that they were like, he's a misogynist. I'm like, she's a fucking pig. She's a fucking politician. Can you name me two politicians that command any respect whatsoever? Why do we respect these people? These people are car salesmen. They're idiots. They're more disingenuous than anybody as performers, and they basically figured out a way to bait and placate morons into, you know, voting against their self-interest. That's an amazing skill, but is it respectable? I don't know. Do you respect a guy that sells you, you know, horse shit in the guise of a health supplement?
I agree with you. I mean, I think politicians are terrible. I mean, people attack evangelists, but at least evangelists offer something.
Right. Well, they after the immediate relief of someone's you know, pain and aggravation with another line of bullshit. But nonetheless, I mean, they're pretty evil too.
Well,
I mean, you know, with politics, it's like. Yeah, I don't like to get into it that much anymore.
Yeah, let's not get into this shit, man.
Okay, buddy.
Because it's getting. I can see people not laughing now.
No, I mean, but you know, laughter. But you know, I know that you've gotten into a little bit of flack around it. But you're
flack around what?
Around politics.
What do you mean?
Well, just say, you know, you've said things that people have reacted to, but you're not like a political comic.
I'm not political. I've only said things on purpose to provoke people.
Right.
Once in a while.
You like doing that, though.
Once in a while.
Yeah.
But I've never. But I've never. Because I don't know enough. And because I don't respect political humor when it's nothing but gossip.
Yeah, and mostly comics and people like us, you know, people who are obviously First Amendment warriors to a certain degree. We like living the way we want to live. So it's really just going to come down to money. It's like, you know, how do I keep my money? I mean, that's the biggest political question that most righties ask themselves. It's like, I'd like to keep as much of my money as possible. And if that's in a minority opinion, how do we get this majority of poor people to get me to keep my money and believe that they're doing the right thing?
Yeah, it's a tough fucking thing because apparently I read this, if all the money in the world was equally divided among everybody would be dead fucking poor.
Yeah. You know, there's these moments where like, I don't talk about as much as I used to, but then there's moments where you're like, there's a moment that I was on a fucking radio show the other day. And this was an interesting thing because it's about professionalism. You know, I don't do political talk radio. You know, I've got my political views and they're fairly general. You know, I'm not trying to support, you know, any politician, but you know, I have the way I think about things. But there are politicians that represent the opposite of what I think. So I'm on this talk show with a guy, it's a Fox affiliate, but, you know, I'm there to plug my comedy and talk about my podcast and be funny with this dude who's a talk show host. He's a radio professional. He runs an entertainment show for the most part, but he's been dying to talk to Rand Paul about the bridge situation because I'm in Louisville, Kentucky. He's the fucking senator. They got bridges falling down, and he's been trying to get this guy on the show. And the guy he calls in when I'm there. You know, so like now I've got, like, if I was doing political talk radio, I mean, it would have been like, you know, what the fuck are you thinking? You know, you and your libertarian bullshit, and how are we going to pay for this? Like, I would have jumped in and done that. But there was this moment where it's like, I'd just done a segment with this radio professional. He was like, God, it's great to talk to a guy who knows how to be on radio. We're having a good time. Hold on, the senator's on the phone. And I got to sit there and go, oh, do I do this? Dude, you know, would it be worth it to sabotage this for some lefty, credibility? Yeah, and then I realized, like, dude, you know, he's a radio guy. You're a comedian. You're having a good conversation. He's trying to talk to this guy about a local problem. Just shut the fuck up and let him do his job. And then when you come back, you know, get back to what you were talking about. And I chose to do that. But I did walk out saying, like, you pussy. You had such an opportunity there.
You know, I was on Politically Incorrect a couple of times. Yeah. And, fuck, man. You know, you have to have an opinion about every goddamn thing on that show. So,
or you can just do a little homework and write some jokes.
Yeah, but sometimes I remember at the break, like, Scott Carter go, enough with the jokes. Yeah. But, I'll never forget it. Like, I'm very unlearned, and so before the show, Scott came in, who was the
producer. Yeah, he's been on the show. Yeah.
So he said, "What do you think about China and Taiwan?" And seriously, I only know those as words, you know. So I was like, I don't know anything. Like, can't I have another subject? So, anyways, then we get out because he goes, because Bill believes this. I mean, anyways, when we get out, we're introducing the guy beside me. The smart guy, right? Mm-hmm. He wrote a book on China and Taiwan.
Right.
So fucking Bill Maher, he starts with me. He goes like, what was it, China and Taiwan? I go, I don't know. I'm fucking ask this guy. What do I know? I'm a nightclub comic. What? Like, that's what made me laugh with that show. Everyone's opinion's equal.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Like a nightclub comic and an expert. And then another thing I always found funny about that show is, the comedians try to be very serious, and then the serious guys are trying to get jokes.
Yeah.
So it's like,
it's not always our shining moment.
I do like Bill though.
No, Bill's great at what he does.
Yeah.
Like he started out a straight up joke dude, and he knows his shit. And it's pretty amazing.
You know what's funny about him? I don't know if I should say this or not, but I mean he's probably aware of it. When he does his monologue, you notice when he does his monologue, he does Johnny Carson?
No, yeah, no, definitely. He definitely models himself. I think that's been his style for a long time. He definitely takes the posture.
But I find it very funny because, you know, he's got the posture and the timing and everything, and he's like, and then she came in his face, you know, but it's like crazy words come out.
Carson would have loved to have done that.
Yeah, he probably would have.
So when you grew up, I mean, what was the story in terms of, you say your dad gave you a joke book, but were you got along with your folks and everything?
Oh, yeah. When I was very young, I was very, very, very shy and very afraid of everything. I mean, people say they're shy when they're kids, but I was like, it was a pathology.
Aren't you still afraid of everything? I am. I mean, I try to hide it and deal with it, but on a day-to-day basis, no,
I'm not afraid of everything. I'm afraid of very few things.
Like what?
Illness, death.
Yeah. How'd you get peace of mind out of the other shit?
Well, when I was this is a weird thing that happened to me when I was young.
Yeah.
I don't know if this means anything.
Let's try it.
I remember it, but it was a moment I had that was it wasn't religious or epinaphic or anything, but it transformed me to some degree. Is that I was fucking so afraid of everything, and if I went to a store, I'd have to walk around forever before I could even face a person in the store to buy a pack of gum. I don't know why the fuck I was like this.
Yeah.
But anyways, when I was 9. There was we lived in rural Ontario, and there was a blind friend of my dad's that I had to, he said, take him to the store. I was like, what the fuck? Like, I have to take this blind fucker? And I'm already shy and shit. So I'm taking him to the store, and then the fucker wants me to explain everything, describe everything to him.
Yeah.
So I'm like, there's some grass over here, and now there's a lamppost, and this guy's all happy. Oh, what about the lamppost? I mean, it's just a lamppost.
Yeah.
So it goes on and on, but something happened to me it sounds bizarre, but something happened to me where I was actually, instead of always looking inward, which I think I'd always done before that one time, I was looking outward. Anyways, while I was talking to him, I suddenly had a sort of a hysteria, like I was laughing. I started laughing and stuff. And I don't even know why I'm remembering this, but I started laughing about everything. And everything seemed like very, very funny to me. And then a couple of weeks later, I saw a homeless guy, and he was talking about he started talking to me.
Yeah.
And he was talking to me about John D. Rockefeller. He's like, I was at John D. Rockefeller's funeral.
Yeah.
And all this shit.
Yeah.
And I was laughing at him and shit. And then he started laughing, and I was like, it's all fucking crazy shit. Like something came to me.
Yeah.
Where I started, and so now I find everything funny except like fucking real serious. Like I have no fear of going on stage or anything about death and shit.
Right.
And so, but the other thing but the problem with laughing is I will get, it will build to a hysteria sometimes that I have to, crank a couple of benzos to prevent a panic attack.
Really?
Yeah, I can get.
You
panic
can laugh
attacks.
yourself into an anxiety attack.
Absolutely, yeah. I start laughing and then it gets out of control, like hysterical. It's and I still have extreme sensitivity to things. Like I can not to life things, but to like literature or art or something like that. I have incredible sensitivity. I kind of have to stay away from it.
Like what's an example? Like a painting or a...
Yeah, fucking paintings. Like I don't know anything about art, nothing at all.
Really?
But I have had fucking experiences that have been so hard on me. Like one time I was in New York and somebody dragged me to a fucking art museum, which I hate art.
Yeah.
And I was looking at this picture, this girl, and I was like falling in love with her. She was so fucking beautiful, this fucking girl in this fucking picture.
Yeah.
And then a guide was telling me the fucking thing was written, drawn in the 16th century. Obviously, this lady was dead, long dead.
Yeah.
And here I am fucking in love with her.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, fuck it. I was like so hard on me for so many days. So I try not to... It sounds crazy, right?
Not really.
But I can be very...
it sounds like that's a very good painting.
It was an incredible painting. But like, it would make me cry. I didn't cry at my dad's funeral, though. Like, real life stuff seems so prosaic to me that it never really touches me much.
So you have a sensitivity towards... Well, I mean, that's what art's supposed to do on some level.
I guess for people like me that can't access feelings or something, it gets me.
Well, yeah, I mean, I get that with I can get that with television commercials sometimes if I'm not protecting myself.
Oh, you mean like where they really can manipulate?
Well, yeah,
you?
Well, you jerk me around, but like I remember there was
I can be manipulated without and know I'm being manipulated.
Yeah. Like some movies, I'll just let it go.
Yeah, I know.
But like, if my girlfriend's afraid of something or needs some help, I'm like, I don't know what to. This is crazy. I mean, maybe you should call a friend. I can't.
Maybe it's because we live in fantasy lives or something.
I guess. I remember a kid when I was in grade school, we read Old Yeller. And the dog gets, then they got to put the dog down, right?
That's a motherfucker.
Yeah, and this kid, Jeff, was just like, sobbing uncontrollably as he read out loud. And they had to take him to the nurse because he couldn't pull it together.
Oh, my God.
So that's...
they call it Stendhal syndrome.
So is there a name for it?
Well, there was this guy, I guess named Stendhal or something, some 16th century guy, but he had an art museum that was so beautiful. I don't know if it's anecdotal, but he was at an art museum where people would come in and have nervous breakdowns from the beauty of the art.
But that can go either way with you. It can be laughter or sadness.
Yeah, it's mostly laughter. The sadness doesn't throw me into anxiety. The laughter.
What's the feeling though? Like at a joke, or you're with friends or something, and you can't get it out of your head how funny it is, and then you get anxious because you can't stop laughing.
I guess it's that. Like I laugh a lot. Like
that's fucking great as a comic.
Yeah,
I've
never trusted people that don't laugh. Like I've worked on shows and shit sitcoms and stuff like that where the motherfucker doesn't laugh.
Yeah,
he's the head writer.
Yeah,
I'm like, you're not laughing at nothing.
Yeah,
and I don't
it's
know.
all math to him.
Yeah, it's math. It's like haiku or some shit. And like but the best guys I've met are the guys that are able to laugh and fucking
So what with the so when you grew up, what'd your folks do?
Well, my dad, we were like real poor and stuff, but later my dad became like a teacher, so we had a little bit of money. But we lived like on a rural...
With animals?
Farm. It was a dead farm.
Yeah.
It was my father's farm, but by this point it had become dead. But it was interesting because everyone was old where I lived, except me and my brothers. So I was with old men all the time.
Yeah.
But I liked them a lot.
Yeah.
I really liked them.
Do you still like old people?
Love them. I love super old people because it's like it helps you with perspective. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Like there's a thing. Like I love country songs and shit, but there's this myth about the old guy that never forgot about the girl and he's drinking and shit. That's not true. Like when you meet old people, you know what I mean? You go, hey, you were heartbroken? They go, what? You know, they don't care.
I don't even remember her.
Yeah, it's all like comedy to them. They go, yeah, there was.
I shit this morning. Everything's good.
Exactly right. They have incredible perspective. And then I was thinking, if you can only get that perspective instantly, just pretend you're a fucking old man and forget it instantly.
Well, it's so funny that so many young people dismiss old people as burdens, or like, you know, no one dies in the house anymore. Everybody's put out to pasture somewhere.
Yeah.
And like I have to fight sometimes when I see really old people. I immediately I get this visceral kind of like, oh God, are they okay?
That they might die.
That they might die, or that like, you know, like I'm gonna be that. Like if I'm lucky, I get to be the guy that might make it across the street. You know, that's a big payoff, and like it fucking throws my mortality in my head.
I understand that.
Yeah, but
I don't like what I mean. I'm not saying I like infirm people or being at deathbeds.
No, right? No, I know what you mean. But like if you like when you talk to old people that they've lived through things, they have a perspective and a wisdom from actually living life.
Yeah.
And like you don't learn a lot from an old agoraphobic. Where it's like
I remember what's his name? Rodney Dangerfield said a great thing to me that I mean he came to do it Saturday Night Live.
Remind me to show you this picture I have of him.
Of Rodney?
Yeah.
And I'd never met Rodney.
Yeah.
So he came to do Saturday. Well, there's two things that are very funny. One is when we were booking Rodney, like Lauren said, "Oh, Rodney's going to be in town. Put him on Update." He'd always do that.
Yeah.
We'd have to somehow force this person on Update, and we wouldn't know what to do.
But you had respect for him?
Oh, I loved Rodney. Yeah, I loved Rodney. So Jim Downey, who was a great writer and a true intellectual and stuff,
yeah.
And he, so he's like, "How are we going to do Rodney?" And then so he had an idea where I would go, "Rodney, you know, you've been in the business now 50 years, and how's it going?" He goes, "I got no respect at all." You know, they do a couple of jokes. I go, "I can't believe that. What about certainly your children have respect for you?" He goes, "I don't respect." Well, what about your bartender? You know what I mean? And he'd say, "My bartender, I said double. He brought out a guy who looked like me." I go, "I can't believe this. Your own bartender?"
Yeah.
So that was my. We pitch it to Rodney. Daddy pitches to Rodney over the phone, and Rodney goes, "What the fuck are you talking about?" He goes, "Let me talk to Norm, you know." So then he gets on with me. He goes, "Who is this fucking guy?" He goes, "Doesn't he know my whole thing is no respect? This fucking cocksucker thinks you know." So then I told Downey, he said, "Yeah, like Rodney just thinks of a writer as a guy you paid $5 to in the back."
Right.
But anyways, Rodney came to the show, and we have dress rehearsal and then the show. So he's like, "Why do we have to fucking do dress rehearsal?" He goes, "I can't do Rodney."
Yeah.
Why do we have to do dress rehearsal? You know, I know my fucking jokes. I just go. I go, I don't know, Rodney. Like I don't. You just have to do it. And he goes, fuck, it's shit. You know. He goes, "I tell you, kid." He goes, "It's all waiting." You know. He goes, "Fuck it." He goes, "Movies are shit. You know, all you do is fucking sit in a trailer and wait." He goes, "Fucking TV is shit." He goes, "It's all shit." You know. He goes, "Always remember this." And he like looks me in the eye, right? He goes, "Stand up, man. Stand up's the only thing."
Yeah.
Then there's like a 2-minute pause. He goes, "Stand up's fucking shit." So I'm just alone in a room with him. So I shake his hand.
He's negated the entire world.
Oh, the funniest thing was Josh. Josh was with us.
Yeah.
Was an intern at Saturday Night Live. So I guess I have a bit of cruelty sometimes in me. But Josh would always tell this joke to me, and I get him to tell this joke to everybody because I thought it was funny.
Yeah. And
he'd say, Josh, this is how he talks. He's right here. But, he would go, "There's two gay guys, and one of the gay guys goes to the other gay guy, 'I have a new game for you, hide and seek. I'll hide, you try to find me, and if you find me, you get to fuck my ass. I'll be behind the couch." So it was this retarded joke and shit. So I'd make him tell everyone.
Yeah.
So that I made it. Do you remember I made you tell Rodney?
Yeah.
So it was the greatest moment. Fucking Rodney, we're stuck in this real narrow hallways of SNL. Rodney, you know, is standing there all curmudgeonly.
And he's like twitching, and moving around,
exactly.
kind of rocking.
It's like, "Oh, you got to hear this joke." And so then Josh stumbles through the joke, and at the end, Rodney looks at him and he goes, "I tell you, kid, I'm not much for jokes." I love it. For most of our jokes in the history of ever.
Well, yeah, I remember the weird thing about Rodney. Like, I never really met him, but I was.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
How'd you not meet him?
Well, I mean, because I wasn't an established comic, really, and like I worked the door at the store, and he came on once. Yeah. And I used to see him around a bit, but like what broke my heart was this weird. They did this roast of him, or a tribute at the Aspen Comedy Festival.
Yeah.
And then the dudes that they got on, it was like Paul Rodriguez, I think Saget was there, and there were like 3 or 4 other guys. And I had this weird moment where I realized that he was sort of a marginal character within his own generation of comics. Right. Like he was so depressed and miserable.
Truly, apparently.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And like I just had this moment where I realized, oh my God, he's like a lone wolf. Like he's got his peers aren't even they couldn't get anyone else to fly in and show some fucking
love. I never thought of that. Right. Like the older guys.
Right. We're the dudes of his generation. Then you start to realize you never see him on the roast or anything, that he must have been this lone fucking wolf out there just with his own misery.
Yeah.
And that thing Carl LeBeau said was, that's the best thing I ever heard was, I had LeBeau in here. And Rodney, took a liking to Kennison, and LeBeau was, Sam's best friend. And I remember Rodney used to call Kennison this is before he was on medication, because I think the last decade of his life he was medicated, and I think he had some peace. But apparently he Kennison had been up for 2 days and was doing the Kennison thing and just sitting there. And Rodney walked in and said, "Oh, look at little Nero."
Yeah, Rodney
he's
just seen it all. He's just seen it all. I remember, I'm always amazed at guys. I don't know if it's admirable or not, but because I quit drugs when I was 10 or some fucking thing. I got scared immediately. You know what I mean? This guy.
What drug did you do that made
I'm exaggerating, but when I was very, very young, I got very frightened very quickly. And, but I'm always like, with those old guys, I go, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Like, how many, you went through all those, coke, where you think you're going to die and shit, and you're still doing it?
Yeah.
Like, it was always amazing.
With him, he had a hell of a constitution to put himself through that.
I remember Saget told me one time, remember when he had a heart attack and a brain fucking aneurysm at the same time or something? He was in the hospital.
Yeah.
And he just left,
Pulled the thing out.
Yeah, he just fucking went to the comedy club. So Saget said he walked in. This was 2 days earlier. He had been in this major operation, and he said he saw Rodney with 2 hookers, and Rodney was waiting for Ron Jeremy to show up. This was 2 days after the.
And he's 70.
And he's 70. So then Saget said to him, he said, Rodney, he goes, how are you doing? And Rodney said to him, how am I doing? He goes, I'm with 2 whores. I'm waiting for a guy who can suck his own dick. How you doing?
What a fucking classic, man.
I know, man. That guy.
One of a fucking kind.
Like when I think of, because everybody always, asks you who the best comics are and everything. And of course your mind always goes to Pryor and those guys. But you always forget about Rodney.
Well, yeah, I remember when I was a kid, I was reading the My Favorite Joke section of the Parade magazine. It used to come in the Sunday supplement, and they used to have this last page. It was just comedians' jokes.
Uh-huh.
And I remember reading his, and I still remember, some of those jokes. What was it, like the one that I never, for some reason sticks out in my mind? He's like, I get no respect. I woke up this morning, I got out of bed, I put my hand on the bathroom door, the knob fell off. I picked up, I put on the faucet handle fell off. I got to tell you, I was afraid to go to the bathroom. I mean, you know where it's going to go, but reading that stuff and realizing that people actually wrote those jokes, and for a guy like that does
I think
jokes.
he wrote them, right?
Yeah. Well, I think that I think that he had people would give him jokes.
Right,
I mean, what a vessel.
It's like, when these guys get famous, then every joke is attributed. Like Groucho Marx, I'm sure fucking.
Yeah, that happens all the time, though. Did you have that feeling?
Or Yogi Berra, like every retarded thing everyone ever says, they just say it was Yogi Berra.
Well, there used to be something that bothered me about this idea that even there's a blind side to even very intelligent people when they watch, Stewart or Bill Maher or anybody on TV, Dennis Miller. They're like, it's amazing, all his jokes. How does he write all his jokes? It's like he doesn't.
Of course not.
And there was some part of me when the writer's strike hit where I'm like, I felt like now they're going to know. The cat's out of the bag.
Right.
Who's going to write their own jokes now? I don't know what
that would be interesting to just have the guys write their own stuff.
Well, I think a lot of them can, and I don't begrudge anyone to have writers, because I think when you get to a level, like, I mean, you obviously, when you did Update, people wrote jokes for you, but if you're a guy that's got that defined a voice, I mean, it's a gift, and if people can actually write for you, then it's like a beautiful thing.
It's pretty kind of easy to write for some. Like, I noticed in sitcoms, which I have no fucking idea. I don't even like them, but I worked on them.
Well, you were on one. Well, you did one for 3 seasons, right? You had to run. What was it called again?
Norm Show.
So it went down with your name on it.
Yeah, that's the bad thing. But no, I didn't know anything. I didn't want to be in it. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing.
Well,
The only thing I said is, well, Seinfeld has a sitcom. I think I can act as good as Jerry Seinfeld.
That's how you got it?
And he had the biggest sitcom in the world.
Yeah.
And I go, because I never thought, I mean, I can't act, but I surrounded myself with actors, and it was okay. But man, when I started writing sitcoms, because when you come from stand-up, where the fucking joke has to be good, I wrote on Roseanne, and I remember I'd look at the script, I go, holy fucking, whole thing's gonna bomb. Yeah. Everybody's gonna be booing.
The jokes were so bad.
Jokes were so shit. Because, a stand-up, it's so fucking hard to get a joke together.
Yeah.
And they're going, no, it'll work. And then, of course, it works because they lather up the audience.
And they love those characters.
And they love the characters.
Yeah.
And that's also the thing about people that can create a sitcom. They create characters and everything like that.
Yeah.
Then you can go on and write. It's very easy to write characters that are already
I think sitcoms are all about the relationships between the characters. People gravitate towards the emotional dynamic of an ensemble, and it's not. It got nothing to do with jokes.
They don't got no jokes. Like you watch The Honeymooners, they got no jokes at all.
No, you just love those.
Couple of fat jokes.
Yeah,
but other than that,
you just want to see Art Carney and Jack Gleason. Yeah.
But I remember on my show, I go, can't we think up some fucking situations? Like, it's supposed to be a situation comedy.
Yeah.
And the situation you're coming up with is I'm dating a girl. That's the funny situation. Because I said I remember fucking reading, like, you could read a thing of The Honeymooners and fucking be smiling. You go, Ralph thinks he's a millionaire. You go, fuck, this is gonna be funny. But then it's like on Friends, it's like, Jennifer thinks she might have feelings for Matt. That's what the fuck is funny about that.
Yeah. So okay, so what happened to the sports show? That hit you pretty hard?
No.
I'm sorry. I tried to structure a question in a sensitive way.
It didn't hit me hard.
It didn't? No. What?
Because I never expect success. I mean,
you don't?
No, never. No.
But you can always go back to stand up. And
that's my luck.
But you were out of that. Did you stop for a while doing stand up?
No, I always did it. I mean, I did less of it, but I would always. Because especially when you're doing shit that you don't like, it's good to go on the road and
because you have complete control of that thing.
Yeah, and you can be funny.
Yeah,
and
it's all on your terms, and you live or die by what.
Because it is a very odd experience to be being not funny in front of a crowd that is laughing hard at your fucking not funny shit. Which is sitcom.
You feel that?
Holy fuck, man! It's like you're in a fucking nightmare. You're like, what is going on here? Like, that wasn't funny. And they just wait till you stop talking. Yeah. And then they laugh. Because they're participants, these fucking audiences.
Yeah, they're doing their part.
They're doing their part, right. And that's what I loved about Saturday Night Live, is things could bomb. Like, really, only Saturday Night Live and the early Letterman, you could see people fucking bomb.
Oh yeah, no laughs.
And there's no other place on TV. Every other place, every joke works.
It's an amazing moment. Even when you watch old Dick Cavett shows, and that was a popular show, and you're watching. If you watch him now, the audience almost does nothing.
Yeah,
he'll get a joke off, and he's like. Nothing. And you're like, oh my God. Right. Because people didn't have the same expectations that they do now. These fucking people who run who run TV made it like this.
Right.
That, there's something about, you can be funny without there being a ridiculous moronic joke every fucking 30 seconds. People can accept people just being people for a minute.
Sure.
There's that horrible
fear. I wish talk shows would, maybe you can do it or something, but Carson, you'd never see the audience.
No, you never see the audience.
Now
and he listened to
now
people.
The audiences.
They're out touching the audience. Yeah. I mean, that was the first thing that I noticed about Jay, and I've never done a show, and I got no beef with him. I just don't watch the show. But all of a sudden, he's out there touching people, and I'm like, what's he doing?
It's bizarre.
Is this a zoo?
It's funny because Letterman and Leno do that, and really the guy who
Letterman doesn't touch him.
Well, but I mean, they're there. They're like he's. You know what I mean?
That's a theater. It feels like a real thing.
It is, but it's not completely separate, like on late night.
Right.
But
where they're up in a little pen,
exactly.
on the old Conan show.
Exactly.
Where's the audience? They're up there in the pen, 6 feet up, and they're just sitting back there in a box.
And just talking about it now, I think probably the guy who changed it and did it the best was fucking Arsenio. He was the real guy that could.
I guarantee you that's the only time this is being said in this country right now.
No, but Leno was like so uncomfortable slapping people's hands.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. This guy was the genius at doing the monologue that were, I don't even remember jokes. I think he'd just do topics.
Yeah, he would just talk.
He was not say anything.
He was not about saving a moment.
But the audience, the audience in that show was so so part of the show,
So now, what happened with the sports show?
Oh, I don't know. It was just it was on Comedy Central, and I
watched it. It was funny, and I'm not a sports guy.
Yeah, it was all right.
But you're funny.
It was that's nice, Mark.
Yeah.
It was because I think it was, I don't know. I don't really give a fuck, but it was.
You really don't give a fuck.
No, I don't give a fuck about it too much.
Okay.
But it's funny because people think I should. Like when I got fired from, I still get asked about SNL. Thanks for not asking me about it. I don't know why now. I just brought it up. But when I got fired from SNL, people still ask me like, fuck, don't you hate that guy? I go, I don't fucking what? No, he didn't think I was funny. I get it. I understand.
And also, there's so much politics involved in that bullshit. I got actually a weird question, and I don't know if you can answer it for me, but I'm obsessed with it, and I discuss it with people that have been on SNL. But you come into it specifically. Before you got fired, there was a point there where you were negotiating, and you might not go back to the show. Correct?
No.
There wasn't ever a point where you were sort of like, not deciding whether or not you were going to renew your contract?
No, me? No.
Oh.
Why?
Well, no, because they brought me in. I met with Lauren. I did the whole, I jumped.
What?
I jumped through all the hoops.
Really? I was the.
You were the guy, but what I understood later, I didn't get it, obviously. Yeah. And it went nowhere.
Oh, you would have been good.
Right, but someone came up to me, a fucking writer, who I don't remember his name, but he had written, he was on the beat back then. I can't remember his name. But after I went through all that, he came up to me and said, yeah, they were just trying to pressure Norm. Oh,
no, that's not true.
Oh, good.
Because I told Lauren at one point I'd do it forever. I said, what if I was like Walter Cronkite? I won't ask for much money. I'll I'll do it till I'm 65. And he's like, what?
Yeah.
But, no, that couldn't have been it. But it could have been, it was probably, they were getting ready to get rid of me, because they always pretended it was Don Ohlmeyer, but I don't think that's true.
You just think it was in-house?
I think it was everybody. Because it was a particular thing where we had a lot of autonomy on Update.
Well, and they tried to tie it to OJ and everything else.
Yeah, they did that, but I don't believe it.
And what do you think? Well, so you just think it was a business decision?
I think it was that we had a lot of autonomy on Update, which didn't make the other people feel very happy.
It was like the news division.
It was like
in
that.
network.
Yeah,
don't touch my news division.
Right. Yeah. It was like that. And we had Jim Downey. It was me and Jim, and Jim was Lauren was a little like rightfully respective of Jim, and we're going to let Jim on his own. So anyways, I think the whole show is tired of me not taking marching orders.
Oh, really?
I think so. Like Lauren hints at things. Like he would go like, I don't know if you really, because I do Michael Jackson jokes or something, because I don't really know if you want Michael Jackson you want a lawsuit by Michael Jackson.
Oh, he's suggesting passive.
And then I go, that's cool. I'm like a retard. I'm just answering his question. I go, that'd be fucking cool. Michael Jackson suing me and I'm in court with him and shit. And he's like, well, I would never get his stuff till later. And then I go, oh yeah, that's it.
So he would say basically in a slightly passive aggressive way, maybe you shouldn't do that.
He would, and I'm such a retard that passive aggression does not work on me. I need aggression.
Well, it's that innuendo thing you have a problem with. It's like, can't you just say, don't do that?
I seriously, I keep missing it.
Yeah.
And I wish the guy would just go, don't do it, and then I wouldn't do it. You know what I mean? But he says, he suggests things, and I go, okay, fuck it.
That's hilarious. So are you working on something now?
I mostly do stand-up. I mean, there's always like
You're not hosting the poker thing anymore?
Retarded thing. Oh, the poker. No, I do. I don't know. Poker's illegal now, so I'm not sure.
It's illegal?
They shut down all the sites, so
how you doing with that thing?
The
gambling thing.
Ah, fuck, man.
Yeah.
Gambling is I don't know, I kind of, Like I went broke like a few times when I actually had lots of money.
Gambling.
3 times.
Gambling.
With gambling, yeah. And I mean broke, dead broke. Like,
So would you call yourself a degenerate gambler?
Well, I don't. Degenerate has a epithet,
negative
connotation, yeah. But certainly compulsive,
yeah.
But I don't know what it was. I'm not a psychiatrist, but I do know this: when I would go broke, because they say gamblers want to lose and stuff, which always seemed odd to me. But I will say the 3 times that I went broke for a lot of money, I had a very freeing feeling. You know, I would go to the coffee shop and have a coffee and have nothing. And a lot of me is trying to get the fuck as ascetic as I can in my life.
Oh, really? So it was a Zen thing? This was like you would recommend, if you wrote a book on Zen, it would be like, go out, make a bunch of stupid bets, lose everything, and enjoy.
Zen and the art of being a retard. But I not because would bring me peace of mind or anything, but because when I bought a house for the first time ever, and it was like I was walling myself into a fucking mausoleum or something. All of a sudden, I'm like,
when you had money,
fuck, I'm like, I don't want to be here. I don't want a bunch of stuff to have to fucking. Mostly because I'm lazy. I guess I don't want to have a fucking footstool because then I have to clean it. I don't know.
Right. I feel the same way.
Possible.
Well, it's exhausting because there's no end to you become tethered to it and you worry about it.
Yeah.
You got a house. It's like, who's going to fix that light?
Right.
Do I got to call a guy? Do I got to hire a guy to call the guy?
And I'm sure you know, and I know guys, because we're not rich, but we know rich guys.
Yeah.
That have fucking massive houses and shit, and you go, fuck, it seems like a nightmare.
Well, then you know what I realized? I just realized it 2 days ago. I got a 2-bedroom house here, and if you notice when he went to pee, that second bedroom just got a bed and my girlfriend shit in it all over the floor, and the fact that there's nothing in there every day, it's like a curse. I walk by that room and I'm like, I don't know what to do with that room. Like I'm worried. I think that my entire house, I found a little termite damage that looked like 50 years old. I'm like, is there even wood underneath this stucco, or is there just sort of like brittle? I don't know what's. Anyways,
do you rent?
No, I own this fucking this place.
I think if you rent, you can move. I think that's
of course.
Great
of course.
thing
But
about
I bought a house. Like I bought this thing.
Everybody told me to buy.
Right. I bought it. It was built in 1924, and you're like, but that's nice. Is it? I don't know. Like the floor's not insulated. It's a fucking oven in there when it's hot, and when it's cold, I feel like I'm living in a refrigerator. I just had a rat die under my house for 3 days, but that's the kind of person I am. Like the rat's sitting under there dead. I know there's a dead thing under there, but I don't want to fucking crawl under there and get this dead thing. So I'm like, I'll ride it out. How long could it take for it to completely decompose? I can live in this shitty smell. And then eventually I call my gardener and I'm like, do you know a guy? They say, oh, I'll do it. And I'm like, oh my God. And for $50 he climbs under there, he pulls his fucking rat out, and I'm like, it takes 60. I don't know, like I'm a sport. Here's $10 more for taking 20 minutes to do something I'm too much of a pussy to do. But what I realized 2 days ago was that if you're making $20 million a year, to pay a guy $100,000 to watch your cars is nothing. You know, to pay a guy $60,000 a year to cook every fucking meal for you and spoon feed it, which they'll do for $60,000, is meaningless. So I think it's really about that. It's like, but I don't have a mind that works like that. I want to be I want to do it all myself. Yeah, I'll hire a Mexican guy to go into my house.
Sure.
But I'll feel bad about it. I give him some water. You know, but if you have enough money to not give a shit and just pay people to wipe your ass for you, that you've earned it. I guess that's your big payoff. But for you, I don't know that you could live with that.
No, I that wouldn't be fun for me.
What was the biggest bet you ever made?
Oh God Almighty. I don't know. I one time, the most I lost in one night, because 3 times I've lost everything that I've ever had.
How do you do that? I mean, not immorally, but I mean, like, how do you
physically do it?
Well, yeah. I mean, like, you know, you make one more. Like, what is the process of that? What's the evolution?
It's funny because it's the only time I ever went to a psychiatrist, he said, like, I was like, because it was for gambling. I was like, how the fuck do I get out of this? And he's like, oh, you gamble to avoid life, you know. And I'm like, but my thing was, well, isn't that why you do everything in life, is to fucking avoid it? You know what I mean? Like,
it's too painful.
Yeah. Like, why do you? So I said, but it's painful to think about, but because now it would be nice to have the money, but you just lose it by it's just like any escape, I guess. Because I was never a drug or alcohol guy, but like when I watch a game and I have a bunch of money on it, then I can understand what's going on. Nothing's ambivalent or anything about it, you know.
And there's stakes.
There's stakes. You know exactly the rules.
Yeah.
You're completely involved, and you're completely escaped from your life.
Yeah.
Of the real.
Yeah.
The real fear. You know, I'd rather fear losing money on a football game than ruminate all fucking night about my upcoming
show
illness.
Yeah.
Death.
Oh, that. Yeah.
No, not my show.
No.
My biggest problem is ruminating about death. If I could get over that somehow.
And you do that regularly?
I read fucking books about it and shit. Have you read that Becker book?
Denial of Death.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's my favorite book in the world.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, I have both. I have all his books.
That's
I'm getting his newsletter, and he's dead.
He's dead.
The Becker Foundation.
It's helped me a little bit.
Yeah. Well, that the whole idea of that is the transference thing, that you to feel part of something bigger than yourself, to define your life, and you can do with that what you want. I mean, it's better if it's God than gambling, I think, in some.
God is the best.
Yeah.
So I mean, I that's what I'm trying to get to is God.
Well, let's get to God piecemeal. So, like, you still haven't walked me through losing everything.
Well, how you do it? Physically?
Yeah, because you've got a house, you had a lot of money saved up, and then like, so you make one bet, and then you realize you're about to lose everything. Do you make phone calls to people saying like, I just need a little more? I mean.
Well, you kind of at the end of it, it's happening. I guess it's like I've never had substance abuse problems, but I guess it's like people that know they're going to hit bottom, and kind of want it.
Yeah.
Because it does it's exhausting.
Yeah.
To be obsessed with something.
Right.
So you are, I guess, trying to do it, trying to finish it off.
Right.
Finally. Because if you have $450,000 in the bank, whatever the fuck it was, and then you lose $400,000, you go, fuck it, I don't want to fucking have $50,000.
Right.
To remind me that I don't want money to remind me that I have more money.
So that's how you do it.
So that's how you do it. Yeah.
And you did that 3 times.
3 times in my life. Yeah.
And how long have you been off it?
I've been off it like probably 5 years or so.
Yeah, and you're trying to get some spirituality in your life?
I'm trying to, because the only real joy I get, other than I love watching comedy, but anything deeper than that is I read a lot of literature and stuff. I'm not educated, like I never had any schooling, and I don't read nonfiction much, but I read lots of literature. And
like who?
Tolstoy.
Oh yeah.
Faulkner. But the faith keeps coming up, and I'm like, these motherfuckers are smart.
Yeah.
I mean, like I was always like, Pryor's this fucking most deep, profound guy I ever fucking heard, from my limited perspective. Then all of a sudden I'm reading books, I'm like, holy fuck, this guy knows everything. Like I was reading Tolstoy, I was like, fuck, one word, one sentence, this guy. And so, but then I was like, why are all these guys, it all comes down to faith. It seems to every fucking great novel I read, it seems like faith is the only salvation.
Yeah.
So, but I don't know how to get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I don't know how to just suddenly believe
or surrender.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. I'm too stupid or proud or pretend I'm smart or whatever.
Or afraid.
Probably afraid. Yeah. To surrender. It's hard.
It's like this equation that your brain has to do, where you realize that you have very little control over anything. That moment where you realize, like, just about all of it is out of my control.
Yeah.
And there's only 2 things you can do in that moment, which is either I'm fucked or it's okay. And how you support it's okay is with some kind of faith.
I guess, yeah. I because I've come to it a long time ago that I have no control over anything, but I've been struggling with faith. I'll just throw myself into religion sometimes, but the problems with that is then you get into churches and stuff, and then you get into men and stuff like that, you know what I mean? And then you go, oh, it's very easy to fall into the trap of going like, religion's bad. I mean God's bad because this fucking priest fucked a kid, which is retarded. You know what I mean? Why does that make God bad? Doesn't make any fucking sense.
It just means the people that represent him are questionable.
So you know, so then if you go into any church, obviously it's led by fallible men, and you can't believe in them. So you got to kind of come to it yourself somehow. But I don't have the answer of how you do that or anything.
Where are you at with it now?
I don't know. The only thing I've ever explored is Christianity.
And that kind
of... I liked it.
Yeah.
But it's just extremely hard to keep believing. It's really fucking hard.
Yeah.
Because it's the hardest thing to believe, and I think I'm not deep enough.
I don't know if that's true. I think that, just by nature of the fact that you're a comedian, and that part of the way you understand things is by cutting through bullshit, with jokes. I mean, especially you. I mean, you cut through bullshit. I mean, you call bullshit on just about anything, very concisely and in a very funny way, that when you're sitting here trying to sort of like you stay in a place of faith into the sort of the Jesus thing and and whatever you're choosing to hang that faith on, there's going to be part of you that thinks like, that's just bullshit.
There is, yeah. Especially when it's specific like that. Yeah. But then I don't want to be a fucking idiot that goes like, sometimes you meet people, they're like, I'm spiritual. You're like, what? Yeah. They're like, I have my own thing. Yeah. I'm like, you work at Burger King? You figured out a fucking whole thing by yourself?
Yeah, well, they've got their own thing that enables them to work at Burger King without hanging themselves. That's a pretty powerful guy.
I don't want to... I'm not going to, certainly if I'm not going to accept Christianity, I'm not going to accept some fucking 17-year-old girl's fucking idea.
Well, maybe you should just get a job at Burger King. Maybe the humility of that will shed a little light. It's like, because it's exactly the same feeling I think you probably had when you had to deal with the blind guy. That, there's something, outside of you. There's bigger struggles that are had by many people, and they seem to survive.
I've actually thought about working with blind people because I look back on that time, and it was the first time you really look outside yourself. It's pretty incredible, the things that you observe. Even as a writer or anything, I think it would be incredibly important.
Well, I think that's important for like a spiritual thing too, is to not think about yourself first.
Yeah, I think most spiritual people, I think you're exactly right.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people go, that's the way to find it, is to look inside yourself. But I think you're right. I think it's not. It's to look outside.
It's to try to get past your ego.
Yeah.
To get that thing hammered down to almost nothing, to where you actually think about the better of somebody else over yourself.
Yeah.
And that's
Holy fuck, I would never be able to do that.
Right. Well, that's very contrary to, like, there's this other whole movement now, the positive thinking people.
Oh, yeah.
All you got to do is throw that switch, man. Everything's okay. Hey, don't be negative. I fucking can't deal with that shit.
But you can see in acting or in comedy that works.
I know.
Like the person that goes, hey man, I'm cool, everything's gonna be good, and then it is.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like, it's horrendous. But is it really? I mean, just because you're denying your flaws and everything else, I mean, you can sort of fake it till you make it, or there's a lot of slogans, act as if, whatever it is, but still, it's like, they say that eventually this will just kick in earnest. Yeah, until one day you're like, it's not kicking in, and this is fucked up, and you guys misled me, and fuck all of you.
Right.
The truth is, it's dark and horrible, and we die alone. Fuck you guys.
The what is it called?
Act as if.
Act as if. I guess I understand what that would mean. Yeah.
Sure.
But act as if. Yeah. But all these books and all these things. The bowel cancer hasn't read the book. You know what I mean?
They don't read anything. They're fucking cancers. No. Yeah, I whenever someone, like, when people start talking about organs, I fucking check out. No, I mean, I can handle a lot of dark shit. I can fill my head with stuff. But when people start saying, like, I had kidney failure, I'm like, oh, God.
Oh, no.
Nothing.
Yeah. That's why those fucking, the scariest movies always to me were the Cronenberg movies, because there's always the inside shit, biological.
I was thinking about The Fly recently. Yeah. Or that moment where it's like, when he's climbing up the wall and he's like, pretty weird, huh?
Yeah.
You're like, oh, God.
No,
and then when he breaks apart and there's a giant fly inside of him. Can we turn this around somehow to end this thing?
It's like my act when I do my act.
Yeah.
I never think of a fucking ending.
Yeah,
like
just trickle off.
Just fucking.
Me too.
Just unravel.
I guess this is. We
terrible.
good? You done?
It's terrible.
You guys feel okay with what happened here?
Every week I go, why didn't I think of something?
Do you do that thing where you look? It's like, okay, I've done an hour and 15. And I don't know that how it's structured really matters. I'm done.
That's what I'm like. And then I know people are kind of silent. They're like, "Where's the big
what's the matter
ending?
with him?" Well, I'm glad you're doing okay, man. I really.
Oh yeah, well I'm glad you are, man. This is awesome. This is so.
Sorry, it's so hot.
It's so cool. It is hot, but it's cool. You got this thing that's your own, and you don't have to listen to.
Yeah, no one can really tell me what to do except Bad Mark.
I talked to Bob Costas, and. He does. You're not a sports fan, but
yeah, I like him. He's all right.
He's great, but he does baseball. These fucking baseball guys know everything. And it was after I got fired and shit. And he said, "Oh fuck," he goes, "I know how it is." He goes, "I got people in my ear, these producers telling me." And I'm like, "You do?" Like he calls baseball games. Even he's got fucking guys like they say this,
Really?
Yeah, he says people are saying in his ears, and he's like, it's always nonsense shit,
Yeah.
So it's nice that you have a place where a guy doesn't go, "Hey."
Yeah,
ask him this.
No, I'm very grateful that it's working out, and I love doing it. But I do have a guy within me that says, like, the other shoe's going to drop, dude.
Oh, well,
yeah,
that's
fuck
of course.
off. Yeah,
but something is going to happen.
Thanks,
that's
Norm.
the bad part.
All right, let's leave it there.
Okay, love you, buddy.
Love you too, man. Oh my God, what a great conversation. Completely surprised. You guys, Norm MacDonald, sweet, thoughtful, reflective. I had no idea. I loved that conversation. I really did. Oh man, that was fun. Great guy. Anyways, that's our show. I am Mark Maron. Why am I doing that now? I already do that at the beginning. Look, go to WTFpod.com. Please get on the mailing list. If you want to kick in a donation, we got shirts. If you do the $10 a month thing, you get a shirt, you get some stickers, you get my unconditional love. If you do the $250, one-time donation, you'll get 3 CDs, a couple of shirts, some stickers, my double unconditional love. But you can also just go to WTFpod.com. We got new videos. You got links to the YouTube page that we got now. You can see the entire episode catalog. You can get the app.
This is the Adam Carolla Show. Adam's guest today, Norm MacDonald. And now, a guy who doesn't drive being interviewed by a guy who just spent $4.4 million on a Porsche. Adam Carolla.
Yeah, get it on. Got to get it on. No choice but to get on mandate. Get it on. Porsche. By the way, I've been corrected by snobs in the past. Norm MacDonald in studio. Yeah, good to see you, my friend.
You too, pal. Yeah, how the fuck do you get $4 million? Where's that going? How the fuck do you get that?
You got to blow a lot of dudes. No, here's how you get it. You sell a whole bunch of your other cars that you bought over the course of the last decade.
Right.
So that you can raise the money for the one car. So it's like sell 5 or 6 cars to raise some of the money for the one car.
So is this like you love this car?
I did a documentary about Paul Newman racing, and this is the car he drove at Le Mans. So, which is a big deal.
Did you meet Paul Newman?
No.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, sad, right?
He invited me to, because I was on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Yeah.
And that was my charity, right? And so I won $500,000.
Hole in the Wall gang?
Hole in the Wall gang.
Yeah.
But I didn't tell them. So they just got a check for
$500,000.
$500,000.
Should have got $1 million.
So then, yeah.
I want to get into that.
So then, they keep sending me they want more money. Like they think
it's like an alumni association.
Yeah, they think I'm a guy with $500,000 every fucking year. So I'm like, no, I don't have $500,000.
Yeah, this Norm MacDonald, he must be some sort of shipping magnate or something.
Exactly.
I've never heard of him, but he evidently has very deep pockets and loves homeless children, so we should just keep hitting him up for money.
That's exactly it. He was going to meet me, so he's my hero, kind of. I love every
Newman's
movie.
your hero?
Well, I love all his movies, and I love how he's conducted his life.
Oh, boy, do I have a documentary for you.
Really?
Yeah.
The one you made?
Yeah, it's all about his racing life.
Oh, that's awesome, because, I love that. I don't know how old he was, but he was 40 or something. You know, he was when he started racing. And
Yeah,
he became
late
one of the,
40s.
Became one of the best
4-time
amateur
national
drivers.
champion.
Amazing.
I got 2 of his championship cars 100 feet from here.
And he's by all evidence, he was monogamous with Joanne Woodward. You know, he wasn't a player when he was the most handsome guy ever. You know what I mean?
You know what's weird I just thought about, Norm? I think you might appreciate this conceptually. We appreciate 2 dudes. We appreciate the guy who's been faithful to his wife for 47 years and never looked the other way with all the trappings of Hollywood.
Yeah.
And we then thus also worship at the altar of the guy who fucked everything that wasn't nailed down. Like, boy, that guy was serious cocksman. I mean, boy, he fucked everyone. We don't, but when someone goes, he fucked like 8 chicks over the course of 40 years, we go, I don't know about him.
Well, you know, it's like if a guy,
it's feast or famine in the fucking department.
It's like if a
one
guy,
chick or 180.
If a guy gets divorced twice, he's kind of a loser. But if he gets divorced 9 times, he's a character.
Oh,
you know?
Ladies' man. Yeah, hide the daughters when he comes into town.
I met Mickey Rooney. Mm-hmm. So, you know, he was the biggest star in the world, and he was married.
Norm's eating, by the way, if anyone wants to know what's going on.
So he was married to, I don't know, but it was like Ava Gardner, like 7 beautiful women, the biggest women, most beautiful women in Hollywood. So in his head, he still thought he could get these women, you know.
It works on chicks. It doesn't work on dudes.
Oh,
what I'm saying
you mean
is
like B. Arthur or something.
Yeah, like if I found out that Lorenzo Lamas Jr. was banging B. Arthur 10 years ago, I wouldn't go, well, fuck, give me a piece of that shit. I'd go, he's got a mental condition. But women, when they find out that Sophia Loren is sucking off this fat producer, then they go, oh, must be good enough for me. You see how it works?
I did see Sophia Loren suck off a fat producer.
Oh, yeah.
Is that true?
How do you think we know her name?
My Lord God.
I don't know for sure.
But you're allowed on this show to just slander
we can say
everybody.
what we want. Well, no, I'm not. Look, she's a dear friend. Sophie's a dear friend.
God.
No, I don't know her background. All I can say for sure is this, that it works this way with women. If there's one dude who beds a Kardashian and a Paris Hilton, he'll then get to, and a Lindsay Lohan, he'll get to mow through other Hollywood hot chicks.
Like David Spade is that guy.
Yeah, David Spade is that guy.
And I would say he's more, because Warren Beatty was always the gold standard, but Spade doesn't have the looks of Warren Beatty.
He's the aw shucks rapist.
Rapist?
Well, I don't know why you brought up rapist.
My Lord.
No, what
God.
I'm saying is Spade has quietly mowed through the entire bevy of blondes in this town, but he does it in a sort of unassuming way.
Yeah, Spade is an interesting character because he's outside of Hollywood. He makes fun of it, and yet he's deeply inside of Hollywood.
Balls deep, a lot.
Yeah,
many would argue.
No, but he'll be on red carpets, and I went out with him one time. He's like, "Let's go to a bar." We go to a fucking bar, and then people let us in, which is horrible. Like past everybody,
right?
We go, let those guys in.
Yeah, there goes Spade and his bodyguards. His haggard bodyguard.
He's haggard, is right. So I've never seen a picture of George Harrison not haggard.
He's somewhere. He's haggard. He's like beleaguered and haggard. Like he's haggard with a beleaguered
haggard.
Yeah. How about the fact that George Harrison? Hold on, we got to get back to this.
Yeah.
How about the fact that he just got done beating cancer and a mad person broke into his estate and stabbed him repeatedly?
I forgot about that. Jesus Christ, that's bad luck.
Did anyone think that maybe hanging with the Dalai Lama isn't what it's cracked up to be, like in terms of karma?
How do you get into those? Like, remember that guy was going to jump over and to rape Steven Spielberg.
Right? Duct tape his mouth. I don't know why you're so fixated on rape. But continue. That's what I'm saying.
I'm just playing off you, baby, all right?
It seems easier. It's that kind of thing where it's like, what happened? Well, George Clooney was in Toronto shooting for 3 weeks, and a woman moved into his house. It's like... It seems a little casual considering there's walls and security cameras and alarm systems, but Letterman
would come home and there'd be a lady that thought he was his wife.
waiting in bed. Yeah. And he only fucked her twice.
Oh, my Lord. I have a stalker. Get this. My stalker. 60,
oh, you have a stalker?
Yeah.
Well, hold on a second. Hold
68-year-old lady.
I want to plug, and I want to get back.
All right. I'll eat an almond.
Eat an almond.
Eat a almond.
Eat a almond. Based on a true story, a memoir. It's Norm's book. It's available now on Amazon. You can bookmark it at adamkroll.com and put a little wind in the sails of the pirate ship. And I see nominated for Pulitzer Prize. Is that for this book?
For the book, yeah.
Wow. Good on you, man.
Yeah, man.
God bless you.
I tried to write a good book.
The book was really good. It was interesting.
Wait, you read it?
Yeah. And
Really?
I don't even know how to read.
That's great.
I went home last night and I read it and it started off with a very interesting statement, which is, this is based on true events, but if you really try to dissect what a true event is, it's only as you remember it anyway. And if you hang around with Kimmel long enough and you did enough episodes of The Man Show and you drank enough beer, he'll have a different version of almost every story that I'm locked off on, and
when
vice
you're
versa.
in the story and you know it's false, but the other guy, he goes, you caught a big fish. You go, I've never fished in my life. He's convinced you caught a fucking big fish in his stupid head.
So the story is whimsical, but there's many parts of it that are based in truth, growing up where you did in Canada on a farm and things like that. But very funny, a very good read.
Oh, thanks.
So, and nominated for Pulitzer Prize. So how bad can it be?
No, it's not bad.
All right, so you and David Spade
that you like it.
are walking into a bar.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was saying that?
Yeah.
So we go into the bar, so it's packed with people, and I don't like a lot of people now. And then you get a little fucking plastic drink, and you drink it, and then Spade goes, let's get out of here. And I'm like, what? And I don't even want to be there, and you're an inch from somebody's face. And so then we go to another bar. He does the exact same thing.
Right.
Let's get out of here. So he just goes places and exits. But
I think there's a power. I think there's a certain power in leaving.
Yeah, I guess there is.
Yeah.
But with women, he plays the long game. Like, he's always texting them. He doesn't bed them the night he meets them.
Mm-mm.
Like a year later.
Right.
But he's got so many on
He fucks them in the bathroom. Yeah, but not on a bed. Never on a bed.
Wait, no.
I hear what you're saying. I'm reading between the lines.
I can't talk about Dave. Now it's going to sound like I'm saying that about David.
No. What he does is he quietly, here's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm saying. If you had a list of the famous coxmen of the town with the Warren Beatty's of the world and the Wilt Chamberlains and stuff like that, somewhere in the 13th spot would be David Spade.
Absolutely.
And everyone would go, how do you get on this list? A cute little blonde guy?
I'd
What
put
are you
him
talking
way
about?
farther up than that. Way farther up. I'd put him maybe number one.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
In terms of sheer numbers.
Quietly goes about his business.
Yes, he does. And
until we start talking about it.
I know we shouldn't. But he's very self-deprecating about it. But he also, he knows everything that a young girl knows. Like that beautiful 20-year-old. He can talk to them about keeping up with the Kardashians and whatever the hell.
Right.
And then, if I try to talk to a young girl, I go, you ever watch Matlock? It wouldn't work. But he has the same exact interest that they do.
Yeah.
So it really works,
Yeah, my problem is I'm too technical. I like cars and building.
Oh, yeah.
So it's always trouble. Always, well, Newman's, he ran in the Trans Am series, but it was really a 300ZX with a turbo and a V6 on it. So it wasn't, yes, it was the Trans Am series, but it was not a Pontiac Trans Am, and I can see her
and the girl's
stabbing
still
herself. No, she's attempting to kill herself by falling on her mascara pen.
Oh, God. Stabbing yourself is a certain type of suicide.
Yeah, it is.
I know a person that did it, and Charles Rocket did it.
Well, hold on a second. We talking about Artie Lang?
Oh, I forgot about Artie Lang.
Yeah.
No, a friend of mine, when I started in Canada, he killed himself. Much like Charles Rocket, he went outside and stabbed himself naked. And Charles Rocket did that in the snow. It's a very
Who's Charles Rocket?
He was the update host that got fired for saying fuck on the air.
What year was that?
You don't remember that?
Evidently no, because I'm asking who he was.
Yeah,
but
yeah. No,
before you?
Yeah, he was pretty famous. Like, they were trying to make him a Chevy Chase.
And Dennis, before Dennis,
yeah. Before Dennis, he was
what
with like.
year are we talking about?
Oh, God, the cast was like Denny Dillon and I think Gilbert Gottfried. And
80, 81, and then his death was in 05.
He stabbed himself.
Yeah. What does it say about his death?
He slit his own throat. This is discovered in a field near his
Christ,
home.
he slit his own throat.
Jesus Christ.
So, yeah, there's something, you would think if you took yourself out, you'd want to do it you'd think of the easiest way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not the most painful.
Well, for me, it's a 1-2 punch. Like, for me, it's I don't want to experience pain, and I'm lazy.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't want to hike to the top of a suspension bridge, you know what I mean, or something like that.
So what would you do then?
I got to go
pills
and booze. I'd probably consult Dr. Drew.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I don't want to, here's what I'm looking for, Drew. I don't want to go all Terry Schiavo.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You don't want to fail, yeah.
I don't want to spend the next 20 years with a load in my pants hooked up to a respirator.
Jesus Christ. There was a guy that was on Seinfeld. Somebody will look this up, I'm sure. But there's an audio of him phoning 911. He tried to kill himself. He shot himself in the head and he lived. And he phones 911 and he's like, "Yeah, I'm here. I was going to get my foot amputated tomorrow because he had
diabetes."
Mm-hmm. So he says, "I decided to kill myself, but I'm alive and I shit my pants."
He worked that into the.
So
I guess it's a nice courtesy heads up to the ambulance guys, right?
Well, the cops come.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a 20-minute. They stay on the line.
Daniel von Bargen,
who played
George's boss.
George's boss for the Seinfeldian.
You know a lot about this stuff.
Well,
Norm.
it was just a thing. But he and then he later died. But but anyways, yeah. And then the cops come and they're going in. They're going, "Oh, where's the gun? Where's the gun?" He's like, "Oh, it's over there."
Yeah,
I'm no threat.
So Norm, I was watching you and Regis.
Regis,
wasn't it?
Oh, the millionaire thing.
Yeah, and I've had this happen on a much smaller scale where you've done the stupid thing. For me, it was like Jeff Foxworthy. I was trying to be smarter than a zygote. And you give your answer, and they go, "Are you sure?" And you go, why? And they go, because, and then, it's a celebrity thing, so they may be helping you out because once you lock it in, it's final, and you go, oh, well, hold on, maybe it's Cape Horn? Is it Cape Horn that I'm talking about? Maybe it's not the Marianas Trench. And then you go, okay, if you're sure, and you go, well, I was, but now I'm not. Regis, God, he fucking gaslit you.
No, he didn't. What happened was, I thought he knew the answers. Or I thought, even if he doesn't know the answers, he's real smart. But it turns out he doesn't know any of he doesn't know anything.
No.
So, but what happened was during the break.
But this is for the $1 million.
Yeah, I know. But right before the $1 million question, Regis said, "We got to take some time off because Notre Dame's playing. That's his team." Mm-hmm. And so he wanted to watch it, and I had all this money on it. So he's like, "How much money do you have on it?" So I told him. He's like, "What?" So he's like, "Are you just?" Because I had guessed.
How much money did he have on it?
I had money on it. He was a fan.
How much did you have on it?
A lot.
How much do you think? Ballpark.
So he was worried. What?
Ballpark.
I don't know. 50.
50,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was pretty, into it, and
you wanted to know.
I wanted to know. So then when he and I had just guessed on an answer for 500,000. Mm-hmm. It was a question about. Here was the question: who wrote "O Calcutta" with John Lennon? Mm-hmm. So I didn't know anything about musicals. There was 4 answers. One of them was Beckett. Mm-hmm. So I thought, well, "Oh, Calcutta," it sounds like a depressing, fucking bleak thing. Mm-hmm. Anything I ever heard about Calcutta, right?
Sure.
Bunch of shit in the street.
Right.
Like human shit.
Human shit, yeah.
So I say, well, Beckett used to write about human shit a lot. Mm-hmm. So I guessed. So he knew I guessed. Mm-hmm. And I said it fast, like final answer, because I didn't want him to stop.
Right.
And so then we go on the break, and he realizes I'm a compulsive gambler. So then when we get back, he wants to protect me. Mm-hmm. That's all he was trying to do. And actually, if I had answered the $1 million, it would have been better for the show because they have an insurance policy that if someone wins the $1 million, the insurance company pays.
Right.
So the $500,000 is the worst thing that could happen to them.
Right, because it's the maximum amount they have to pay.
Yeah, exactly.
It's interesting. Yeah, what people don't realize is if you want to do some sort of contest, like you put the piece of plywood in front of the hockey goal and it's got the little cutout that's as big as a mousetrap, and the guy's going to hit it from the blue line if it goes through, and you win $1 million, that's insured.
Yes, it is. Right.
So the hockey whoever owns the team doesn't pay. They pay some underwriter $15,000 who does a bunch of calculations, and they'll pay the $1 million if on the off chance the puck goes through and hits the net.
Yeah, they know those guys, those underwriters or whatever they're called, are fascinating. It's like the character that Edward G. Robinson played in Double Indemnity, where he does a great speech where he goes, death by, I can't do Edward G. Robinson. But he's like, listen, because the guy died from jumping off a train. He goes, listen, death by jumping off a bridge, 14%. Death by, and he had all the deaths, what the percentage was. He goes, death by jumping off a train, 0%.
Anchoring SNL's news and slitting your throat, way less than 0%. So you go on Letterman, you knock it out of the ballpark, you break down in tears. Then you on SNL as well and hit a home run. Is there a thing?
Same year, I think.
Yes. Is there a thing with you? So, Norm, I'm always trying to figure this out with you. On one hand, you're a little reclusive. You got a little Howard Hughes in you. Well, mad genius kind of a thing.
Yeah, but you got the Howard Hughes where you're buying the $4 million Porsche.
On the other hand,
the better side of Howard Hughes.
You also have the part where you clean up, you pull it together.
Take a shave.
And you go out there and hit a home run.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes I can do that.
So, why not do that all the time?
I don't know.
Because you have that gear. It's a gear you can go into.
Yeah.
I don't think Jan Michael Vincent can find that gear on his transmission. Damn. Sorry for the car metaphor, but I'm saying you find that gear.
Why did you say Jan Michael Vincent?
Well, I'm thinking of a guy who really can't clean up, straighten up, get a shave, put on a suit, and get out there and hit a home run and do something that you do, like a stand-up set with the skill that it takes, or go on Saturday Night Live and hit a home run. And that department, I don't think that's within his grasp.
But he was the most handsome guy in the world.
Yes.
And then booze, it shows you what booze can do. It took away his looks.
Right.
But it's strange you said that, because I follow him on Twitter, and then I DM'd him, and then this other guy goes, "It's not him," because on that he's real belligerent on his. He's like, fuck you cocksuckers! I got no,
Yeah, he was a big star in the early '70s, and he was really just kind of known for. He was Patrick Swayze before Patrick Swayze was Patrick Swayze. It's like if you were looking for a guy to take his shirt off in a movie, it would have been Jan Michael Vincent. And I don't mean all roided up and puffed up. I just mean a natural, great athletic physique and great looks.
Nobody more handsome. Airwolf.
That's
mechanic.
Right. World's
Charles
greatest
Bronson.
Athlete.
Oh, the world's greatest athlete? What? No, that was Kurt Russell.
I think it was him. We got to figure out whether it was him or not. And then
I believe it was Kurt Russell. But
maybe
that was funny. You said that was one of the first movies I ever saw. I was so excited.
Hooper.
He was in Hooper?
I think he was in Hooper, and I think he was in Big Wednesday too. Maybe
I don't even know what that is. All I know is
movie.
He was in The Mechanic with Charles Bronson.
Well, he was in Hooper with Burt Reynolds.
No, he wasn't.
What would it have sounded like if Jan Michael Vincent was asking Burt Reynolds about a stunt? What would Burt's advice be to Jan?
He called them gags.
Gags, that's right.
Yeah, that's what
he played ski in Hooper.
Yeah. What?
I'm blowing your mind.
Because
usually,
I've seen Hooper often.
By the way,
Brian Keith is brilliant in Hooper.
Yes, this is why we don't get laid and David Spade does. Because when you're talking to a hot 23-year-old who just moved here from Indiana, and you're talking to her about Jan Michael Vincent and Brian Keith,
never act your age.
Committed suicide.
No, he didn't. Now I think he did.
Yeah. Now we'll look up that one,
and
too.
And I think also Marcus Welby.
World's greatest athlete. Yes, he was to win World's greatest athlete.
Jan Michael Vincent was?
Yeah. So you got Kurt Russell screwed up because he did all the Disney movies, but not the World's greatest athlete. Or maybe he was in it, but Jan was.
Was he in it? Can we find out if he was in it?
Brian Keith committed suicide.
Jeez. There was a great movie, if you ever want to see a great movie, that's sort of forgotten. It's by David Lynch, and I'm not really a David Lynch guy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand movies that are weird.
I'm with you.
But he made a movie that was straight out uncomplicated called The Straight Story, based on a guy who drove his lawnmower across the country to see his brother.
I remember that.
And it was an old guy named Richard Farnsworth.
Mm-hmm.
And so Richard Farnsworth played this role riddled with cancer.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't tell anyone. And he was up for the Academy Award. And if he had told anyone, he would have won the Academy Award.
Right.
For sure. And I remember seeing him on The Tonight Show, frail. And anyways, he went out. They called it because he was a stuntman before.
Mm-hmm.
And they call it the stuntman's death. You take a shotgun, and with your toe you press the goddamn trigger.
That's all we got.
Just so, and you don't want to burden your family. So he told no one in his family, and it's sort of nice.
I'd like to be burdened. I would like to burden family members. That's the way I feel.
Well, I have
maybe I'll go Thelma and Louise with that $4 million Porsche.
Yeah.
I'll just drive it right into the Grand Canyon.
I don't know if you would, though.
That'd be a good way to go.
I have a living will, which is exactly what you're talking about. Like, what would you do in case, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I had to think about it, and I said, don't pull the plug. Fuck it. Like let me live for as long as possible, because maybe I'll wake up. I don't fucking know. Maybe I'll be conscious and I can hear you.
Yeah.
Because I know if I don't have a living will, everybody will just go, hey, what did you think Norm would want? And they go, he told me he'd want to die. Let's pull that plug and kill him. So we don't have to, so you don't have to be a burden, which means your mother doesn't have to go and, miss her bridge game to touch your hand.
You don't want that, her stroking your hand instead of playing bridge. Norm, I want to tease this.
I wouldn't even get one plug. I'd like a series of plugs. If you have one plug, then you get a janitor with one of those big brooms.
Yeah.
Be sure to hit the plug.
I feel like one of my family members would be like, oh man, my phone needs to be charged. And then someone else would go, hey, that machine's breathing for Adam right now. And they'd go, yeah, but I feel like we got a few minutes before he flatlines. Just let me get a quick charge in. And that's the way I would go.
And then I always think I'd hear, oops, you know what I mean? I always think I'd be conscious enough to hear for some reason.
I want to know.
It's a really sad story. I looked at Michael Palin's Facebook page, and Terry Jones has dementia.
Mm-hmm.
So Michael Palin wrote a long article. See, this wouldn't work with a girl either.
No. Not Spade never brings this stuff up. He's talking about emojis and shit. Hey, so Norm, I'll tell you what I would like.
What about when Hillary said, I want to find out what you college students think of tuition in 4 emojis or less.
Is that what she said?
Yeah.
I want you to tell me what a day in the life of Norm MacDonald is. Now, hold on. I'm teasing here.
Gotcha.
I don't want the one where you have to go out to Cobb's Comedy Club in San Francisco, October 7th through the 9th, or South Point Casino in Las Vegas, October 21st through the 23rd. I want to know what just an average I'm at home on a Tuesday is. I want to know what time you wake up. I want to know what you watch. I want to know what you eat for breakfast. I want to know how you navigate this city without the use of an automobile or at least a license to operate one. I just want you to think about your average weekday at home, gambling, foibles, possible masturbation, the entire thing. All right, now I'll tell you guys about Rich Uncles.
My entire life, you're asking me.
Just one day.
Okay.
Just one day in 2016.
Okay.
Which would you rather do with your money? Would you rather put it in the bank and earn less than 1%, or be the bank's landlord and get over 6.5%?
The latter.
Yeah, it's rhetorical, man. Wait a minute, isn't it the former? Oh, wait a minute. Rich Uncles. It's a REIT. REIT. Real Estate Investment Trust. Pools the money, gets all the investors together, and then gets the real estate and leases it out to credit-worthy tenants like Walgreens, Chase Bank, guys like that. So, easy. You guys want to get into some commercial real estate, but maybe you don't got enough scratch to get started. That's all right. Go to Rich Uncles. And I talked to Howard from Rich Uncles, good guy, into it. says people try it out, they get started, and then they always get hooked, and they always come back because it's an earner, and whatever you're getting at the bank is way less than 1%. It's not even worth it. So go to their website. It's Rich Uncle's REIT, Rich Uncle's REIT, a Reggae Tier 2 offering for yourself. Go to richuncles.com. That's richuncles.com, or give them a call, 855-RICH-UNCLES.
Rich Uncle's REIT is seeking indications of interest concerning its Reg A Tier 2 securities offering. Any indication of interest involves no obligation or commitment of any kind. No money or other consideration is being solicited, and if sent in response will not be accepted. No sales will be made or commitments to purchase accepted until the offering statement is qualified. This media outlet is being paid under $15,000 by Rich Uncles for this single message.
All right. Norm MacDonald.
Wow.
Based on a true story. Pulitzer Prize nominated. Very good book. What is a day in the life for you, Norm?
Well, it's sort of, I don't know if it's coincidental that you asked me that, because when you write an autobiography, that's where you have to sort of examine your life, you know, which can be a terrifying endeavor. But yeah, I found that my life was very mundane. But I haven't, it's true I have a small world. But I now live in a community. And I have my mother, who lives in the next building.
Mm-hmm. Are you in a condo?
Yes, I have a condo, and then my mother has a condo. And so she she and I have very similar lifestyles.
Mm-hmm.
So we're almost like a couple.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you seeing anybody?
Yeah, my
your mom. Oh, okay. I should have been inferring that. Sorry, you're having sex with your mom.
I'm not.
No, I hear what you're saying.
I'm not seeing anyone romantically.
Mm-hmm.
Because I got my mother.
Sure, yeah. No one has a mom.
I mean, is your mother alive?
Yeah, sadly.
Oh,
yes.
good. Oh my God, come on.
I'm a dick.
No, you
she
love
doesn't
your
deserve
mother.
me.
You love your mother. Oh, I've heard you talk about
She's
your mother.
all right.
I've heard you talk about your mother. Yeah. But my mother is amazing. And people say their mother's a saint, but my mother actually is. She judges no one, which is incredible. She's happy. Do you ever meet people that are super happy? Like, she will, without a trace of irony, come back. She never has any irony in her. Her eyes shine love. But she will come back and she'll go, Norm, I have the most amazing story. The funniest thing happened at the grocery store. I'm like, what happened? She's like, there was a woman in there. She bought a pineapple. And it was $1.49, but last week it was $1.19. I'm like, that's not a fucking story, you old bag.
Yeah.
Like, there's no point. But it made her all happy. I'm like, well, I'd trade places with you, even though.
I'm jealous of the happy people, and I'm jealous of these simple people who literally just sort of describe what's happening and then laugh. Like, they'll go, look at that dog. And you'll go, yeah. And they'll go, it's up on its hind legs. And you go, and you think, I know I'm standing here and I'm watching what it's doing. It's walking on its hind legs. And you go, yes, that's what's happening.
My mother reads things while we're driving in a car. She'll go like, Ed's Auto Shop.
Oh, like a sign.
That's angering. Yeah. I go, what? What is it?
Are you, and I don't, please take this, and it's not even a put down. Are you too smart to be happy? Do you know too much? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
like, there's
yes.
a part of you that just knows too much. You've seen too much. You've been around too many people. And it's just, not to be happy, but I mean to be easily amused.
Well, I don't want to do a joke for my act, but.
Do it.
No, I do a joke like about retards or Down syndrome or whatever.
Yeah.
The R word. About how everybody feels sorry for them, but yet they're the happiest people in the world, So people are like, oh, look at those poor people. They don't understand the horror of life. That's the problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They'll probably die happy. There's no cure. So, that's what I think. When I see people with Down syndrome, there's a certain amount of envy that you have.
I have it with my dog.
Well, dogs, yeah.
I mean, my dog's
Lord.
whole body wags when I come walking through the house,
It's
and
incredible.
it just couldn't be happier.
Or a dog also can throw up and then just be happy again. You know what I mean? Like, if you throw up, you go, oh, I got to lie in bed, like something might happen to me.
It's a good point.
Or you see a dog with 3 legs, he's not mourning his leg. He's just going on in his life.
Dogs they're dogged, pardon the pun, because it's like, I eat soft shell crab. I get food poisoning, and then I decide I'm never eating soft shell crab again. My dog eats a flip flop, throws up, and then decides he's got room for another flip flop.
Or he eats the digest.
Oh, yeah, he'll eat that, and then he'll eat he'll eat the next flip flop.
What is a flip flop? Oh, you mean a shoe?
A shoe. Sorry, you thought I was making fun of a nationality.
You got a big dog.
That's 115 pound black lab.
What is it? A Newfoundland? Oh, black lab.
No, it's a black lab. He's a ton
I
of.
love that.
He's a sweet ton of dog.
God,
all right, so you wake.
lab.
What time do you? What time do you go to bed at? No, what time do you wake up in the morning?
It depends on when I go to bed, but I go to bed pretty late.
I'm guessing.
Yeah, because you know what I
So you're done cuddling with your mom, and it's lights out about what time?
My mom goes to bed early,
so it's back to the unit.
But
Mom,
remember,
I got to stay up and gamble.
Remember, I live in a different place than my mother.
That's not what I hear.
Sleep in a different bed.
That's not the way I heard it, but I may be wrong. Is there gambling? Is there daily gambling going on?
You have me like Norman Bates. No, the gambling is done. The gambling
done.
Yeah, I'm done with gambling.
How long's it been?
6 weeks.
6 weeks.
Yeah.
So no more gambling.
Well, I don't know. Not for a while.
Were you able to quit cold turkey, or did you have to go to a program?
No. I just quit. But here's my big problem. Very good at selecting certain games. Like for instance, I picked Rory McIlroy to win when he was
in golf.
Right. Probably 150 to 1.
Right.
I don't know what the odds were, but anyways, I have very good picks. So then I'll get a online account. Now, I think this is illegal. I'm not sure. But I'll get an online account and put $10,000 in it. Try to not spend that much.
Right.
So then I pick my pick that I really believe in, and $2,500, and it comes in. Now I have $12,500. Now I bet on every fucking thing.
Right.
Now I bet. I don't know anything about baseball. I'm just betting it. So then eventually, of course, it
So what is? We got a guy who's been on hold for a million years, but I still want to hear the schedule.
Oh yeah.
Like I'm interested in you, Norm.
No, that's nice.
I'm fascinated. I think a lot of people are.
I'll tell you moment by moment.
All right, hold on. Jake, 20, Detroit.
Hey guys,
Hey.
Norm, just want to say big fan. I saw you last April in Royal Oak, and you're amazing.
Oh, I love Royal Oak.
Royal Oak is great.
Have you done Royal Oak?
Yes,
it's
it's outside of Detroit.
So great, yeah. Detroit, yeah, you drive through Detroit. It's a lot of fixer-uppers.
Yeah.
And then you get to Royal Oak, which is really nice.
Beautiful theater.
Sorry, Jake.
Yes.
No, yeah, so my question is, so in an interview with HuffPost Live, talking about when you hosted SNL, you said that you had an idea that you were going to just leave and not do the rest of the show after your monologue.
That was my idea.
You said that so like someone talked you out of it, and I was just wondering who that was that talked you out of it.
It was there was 3 writers that I worked. I didn't use any of the writers from Saturday Night Live. Instead, I picked these 3 genius writers that used to write on Saturday Night Live. So we wrote the whole show, and so the writers really hated us anyway. But that was my idea. I was like, I'll just do the monologue and leave. And
It's a great idea.
And then I thought it would be really good for the show. It would
get a ton of press,
make huge news, and also they would have to, on the fly change sketches and stuff. It would be very exciting.
Completely.
Will Ferrell would have to jump in and take my role.
Yeah,
and Sherry O'Terry would have to be Burt Reynolds or something. And then I thought, and then one writer said, I explained that to him, and he said, well, you're saying like you're going to do something that's going to be good for SNL, and then it's going to be really bad for you, and you could be just walking out of show business if you do that.
I had this thing that's along the same lines, and I think it's groundbreaking. I think it would be interesting, and you're right. It would force. Thanks, Jake.
It would make it live.
Thanks for not seeing me when I was at Royal Oak out there. Appreciate that.
Oh, Adam, you got to come again. Come again. I'll see you.
Yeah. That's what you said last time. No, actually, you were probably 16 and a half or 17. You were a little young when I was there last. Yeah. But thanks. No, it would force SNL to kind of do what they claim to do in a certain sense, like a lot of improv sketch groups. Like you'd really have to do it in real time. And that would be very exciting. And I think it would be really exciting. It would be totally groundbreaking. And I bet it would even work. And I bet the audience would even like it once they caught on to it.
Yeah, that it was real.
I had this idea, Norm, and you tell me what you think of this. I love The Sopranos.
Right.
At a certain point, when they weren't going to continue anymore, it was Gandolfini. All the other cast members were like, "We'd love to do season 28."
Oh, is that right? Oh, yeah.
Well,
that makes sense. Sure. I remember Big Pussy going there.
Yeah, like as I prodded around a little and asked some of the guys when I'd interview them, they'd go, "We would kind of like it, but we respect James. We respect James." But you could tell, they wanted to do another season. You know, just like. The guy from Wham wants to get back together, you know, I want to do a man show tour with Jimmy.
Like the three guys from Aftermash.
Right. Yeah.
Harry Potter, Gary Berghoff, and Jamie Klinger.
They all killed themselves.
Jamie Farr.
But now.
Yes. This is your idea.
This is my idea. I said Ted McGinley, the guy who would show up, the good-looking guy who would show up to Happy Days, and
he'd show up to every show at the
end. Yeah, Married with Children, even the reboot of The Love Boat.
Yeah,
I said I would watch, and I think everyone would watch. We just swap out Gandolfini with McGinley, right? But we don't alter the scripts or anybody else around him. It's all the exact same dialogue. It's all the exact same thing. They call him the same thing. The wife responds. The kids, the same. They're at the club, the bada bing. It's all exactly the same as if you were just going and doing season 11. It's just Ted McGinley.
So it would become a comedy.
Well, it'd be a surreality.
Yeah.
Like you wouldn't. I don't know what it would be, but I would watch it, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. That's fascinating.
You wouldn't tell Ted to put on weight or do anything or even dress differently. Just
if you used whatever, I can't think of another guy, young Ed Asner or something, then that idea wouldn't work.
No, he'd just be him, and he'd be Tony, and everything would be exaczly the same.
That would be, I would definitely think that would be
watch one season of that, wouldn't you?
Fascinating experiment, yes.
All right, somebody, I want you to still think about a day in the life of Norm MacDonald. Bryce, 25, West Hollywood.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, Bryce.
Good. Big fan of both of you. You're my comedy heroes.
Oh, that's nice.
Thank you. We're mistaken for one another.
Yes, often. What do you do when you're mistaken? Because when I'm mistaken, I just go, yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay.
But anyway, I thought this was the perfect opportunity to call you, now that you're both in the room together. I got fired about a month ago from a very well-paying gig for doing a Norm MacDonald joke.
Whoa.
Let's hear the joke.
What's the joke?
Well, I know how much Norm hates this, so I'm going to do the least insulting impression of him as I possibly can. I'm not going to do
you can do the Jay Moore shit. I don't care.
But basically, I hosted a show at Harry Potter World, which paid about $300 a day.
Yeah.
And at the time,
nice,
I was obsessed with Norm.
Yeah.
So my stage manager and I would always just be talking about Norm MacDonald backstage. And the problem was on this day, we were having a lot of sound issues that were messing up with the speakers, our iPad, which controlled the entire master system.
So are you at Universal Studios at this point?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm hosting a show in front of about 2,000 kids, all decked out in Harry Potter gear.
Mm-hmm.
So I got on stage, I introduced the dancers, I go, "Please welcome the beautiful ladies of the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic."
Oh, I see. What character are you supposed to be?
That was you, Norm.
I'm the host. I'm the host.
But are you an elf or something?
No. I'm dressed up as a Hogwarts student.
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of hard to explain if you've never been there, but essentially it's a stunt and dance show, and I'm just the MC who goes out and introduces the different acts.
We call them gags, but go ahead.
Yeah. So anyway, I switch from the British accent when I go backstage, and not knowing that my microphone is still on. And I make a joke that was based on an interview that Norm once had with Barbara Walters on The View, and I said, I looked at my stage manager, not knowing my microphone was on, and I said, hey, Kyle, you know this Harry Potter guy? You know, he murdered a guy in cold blood back in '88. in a Texas bar fight. And then at that moment, it had only been like 10 seconds, but that's a long 10 seconds if it's going out to an amusement park.
That's a
and they let you go.
Well, here's the deal. Because it technically wasn't my fault, it was the sound
shut your mic.
fault.
Yeah.
What they did was I was magically moved from number 1 on the roster of 7 people who hosted the show to number 7 the very next day, and I haven't worked since.
Oh, you haven't worked since?
I haven't worked since.
Oh, I would feel bad, except you did that impression that you said you weren't going to do.
No, I said I wasn't going to do the annoying one.
That was the toned down one?
Wow. Okay. I thought it was pretty toned down, Norm.
Well, let's hear the one that would be insulting.
Okay. I'm from Canada. I don't really understand flossing. All it does is make your teeth a big mountain of blood.
No, you're right.
That is more annoying. You're right.
That is what people say.
Bryce,
that is what
with your kind of range.
You know what? People say that, and then the other guy goes, "You sound exactly like him," and I'm like, "What the fuck?"
Well, we never sound the way that we think we sound, right?
That's true.
Nothing can hold you down with that kind of range.
You think he's going to get work again?
You can do everything from Norm to super extremely annoying Norm. So there's no way you're not going to land on your feet in this town.
I should say I never did a joke about, I know what joke you're referring to.
All right, so Norm,
I joked
about,
just to explain what he was talking about, I went on The View, and I said the president was a murderer. And just to annoy Barbara Walters, because I really dislike Barbara Walters.
The president.
Yes, I said the president's a murderer, and she's like, "You better watch yourself," like I'm in Russia or something.
Right.
So I'm like, "What? He killed? You don't know that?" Like I acted like an idiot that didn't know that everybody didn't know that. But I really dislike Barbara Walters because Barbara Walters, they're like she's the big, the start of woman and all this, but she's the one that started this whole goddamn shit with the Kardashians and you know what I mean about fame being currency. She's the one.
I don't like her for other reasons, which is, and I can say this about many of the ladies who've graced the View stage, they don't have any discernible talent.
No.
Like people look at her and go, she's a pioneer. She carried the torch for those who came. It's like, I've never fucking seen her say anything or do anything. Other than that, she's a great pioneer. Like she sits there, occasionally cracks herself up at her own super weak and lame joke, but mostly looks concerned and then asks overly obvious questions to whoever she's sitting in front of.
Yes.
She has tits and a labia, but other than that, I don't see her as possessing any particular talent. And as a matter of fact, if she was a dude, she'd never work a fucking day. I mean, she might be writing copy or something, but being completely
I
dry.
You can say that on your show.
She's not funny at all. She's not even interesting.
You'd be thrown off anything if you ever said that outside this show.
And I know everyone on The View has been praying for her to leave for since day one.
Well, what about that Sherry Shepard? How could you say, I didn't know, I thought dinosaurs lived at the same time as people, and then you go, why shouldn't they just fire her? Like,
find Gary
about her view.
Find my book. In 50 Years We'll All Be Chicks, I wrote a little something about the ladies from The View, that Gary will look up. Yes, I did The View myself.
I always thought you thought they were a hoot.
Well, I bet your mom loves The View.
Joy Behar always reminded me like of my aunt or something. You know what I mean? Like
the one who thought she was funny.
Yeah.
Right. So you, Norm.
But when I did Saturday Night Live, she was in New York City, and she would come into the club. She was before The View. And for some reason, she was some celebrity that could get a spot and bump people. I don't know what she did. She might have done radio or something. I don't know what she did.
Well, as a guy like yourself, and I talk about this all the time. Like I go, who has made the most with the least, and then who's made the least with the most?
Oh, that's interesting.
Now, I got like Drew Carey on my earners list of a guy who never said anything funny that I'm aware of, and has made cajillions of dollars. And people can go, oh, why are you hating on him? And I'm like, well, wait a minute. Every once in a while, every year they come with a list of celebrities who get paid the most, movie stars who don't earn. And then they go, Julia Roberts commands $27 million a picture, yet her films fail at the box office. And everyone's like, why are they hating on Julia? And it's like, wait a minute, she's the smartest one in the group.
Right.
What you don't want to be is the one, the one who gets $80 and the movie makes $200 million. You want to be the one who makes $27 million and the movie makes $11 million.
Well,
so in a weird way,
about in movies?
I'm complimenting Drew Carey. Is what I'm saying. He's able to make hundreds of millions of dollars
before the TV show.
Yes,
wouldn't you put Jim Belushi in that category? Just an enormous amount of movies.
Yes, and money and TV shows. Yes.
Yeah, he did a couple of movies a year. And none of them succeeded, and he kept getting movies.
TV shows and everything else. So in terms of, and I think you agree with me, and again, it's not really a put down. It's more like you've made the most, and I don't even know if Drew Carey's not funny. I've just never heard him say anything that was funny while I was around.
I remember first seeing Drew Carey in the Improv, and there was another guy named Brian Haley who also dressed, he was a Marine, and he also dressed in a gray suit. But, Drew had these big glasses on, and I was like, what is that kind of costume act is this? And then when he went on stage, I go, this is a guy from the 50s? What is his act? I didn't understand. And then all of a sudden, boom, bang.
Right. But
Carson is anointing him.
Did you laugh?
No. But okay. I like Drew as a person.
All right, Gary.
This is what Drew does. Have you met Drew?
No.
Oh. He gets really close to your face.
Maybe I've met him.
He gets very close to your face, and he tells you jokes, like old jokes, and laughs at them.
I would assume he's a nice guy.
He's very nice.
And
except when you go to his house and there's sex dolls that he has fucked, like sitting on chairs. And you're like, good Lord. And he invites you. You're like, no, I don't want to fuck her.
I know. I saw David Spade talking one up the other day. Said this one's only 12 months old. Gary, I say hand the book to Dawson, and Dawson will read it so you don't power through it. But
did you read your own audiobook?
I had to, yes.
Yeah. It's hard, huh? I didn't know how to do it. Like I was like, am I supposed to be an actor? Like if a girl comes up, am I supposed to do a girl's voice?
You should have got that kid who got shit canned from Universal Studios to do your book. No one would know the difference.
That would have been funny.
All right. Let me tell you first about Simply Safe. Simply Safe. Oh, you ever have that nagging feeling?
Why don't they do that impression of you if you and me are so similar?
When people do me, they start with a little Norm MacDonald, but then they go into here's my thing.
Yeah.
I have technical expertise in woodworking.
Yes.
But the people who do the impersonation of me don't have technical expertise. You know what I mean?
Right, and they don't study it to figure out what
what they do is they go, plywood, but they never can finish it off because they don't have the actual expertise in that field.
I don't know if you've ever heard my take on you, and you probably take this as an insult.
I
don't mean it as an insult, that I loved Andy Rooney.
Andy Rooney.
And people would put him down. But then they did a show called 60 Minutes 2, and they tried to get hip guys. So they'd get Charles Grodin and PJ O'Rourke.
Right.
And they couldn't, these guys couldn't
do what Andy Rooney did.
They couldn't do what Andy Rooney did. And so then I thought, well, Adam could do it. Like 2 minutes, you have an opinion on every subject. If a subject came up, and you're going to sound, it's going to sound insulting, but your voice is almost like Andy Rooney.
I've heard that. And
heard that?
God bless him, he was a woodworker as well.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
But he can talk in 2 minutes. That's really hard to do. And you just have to have one strong opinion.
Right.
And you could do that, and that'd pay a fortune.
Yeah. Yeah, here's where the problem would be, Norm.
Yeah.
I'd be going into my seventh one.
Yeah.
And I'd go into the producer's office, and I'd throw down my manuscript that I wrote, my page and a half, and the guy would look up and he'd go, "You can't do the blacks again. You did the last 6 on black people. You can't do 7, Adam. We're going to start to get letters."
You save that for here.
Oh, okay. Save it. You save it for here.
Yeah.
No, I always, here's my lot in life.
Yeah.
I always thought to myself,
because you want to make the most.
And I do all the time. I look at Andy Rooney and I'd always go, oh shit, I could do that.
Yeah.
But then I also pause and go, no one would ever ask me to do that in 200,000 years.
You got to bust open the door, buddy. Don't fucking stay at home like a goddamn recluse. Get to Don Hewitt's office.
This is coming from the guy who doesn't own a learner's permit.
I had a learner's permit, but it fucking ran out.
Norm,
after 365 days.
The show that everyone wants to see is Adam teaches Norm how to drive.
Oh, yeah. Remember that show?
We would crash the internet with that show. Now,
I'll do it.
Please.
Last year I wouldn't have done it.
I'm up for it.
Last year I wouldn't have done it. But
why not last year?
Not no fucking car where you press and it shoots up fast. None of that shit. I was in a fucking car, a Tesla, right, with my friend wanted to buy a Tesla.
And you do a Burt Reynolds impersonation.
I know.
How dare you?
I know. And
you're in a
Paul
Tesla.
Newman,
No, but listen, Norm.
And the guy that drives the Tesla is an expert driver, so he's shooting through the streets full speed.
Not me.
You wouldn't.
No.
But do you do that in real life, though?
No.
You do that.
No,
you race cars.
I do, and so I get it out of my system.
But it does make you sick with fear, like when you... Do you know what I mean? That movement, just the speed? It doesn't, huh?
Well, in the race car, you get belted in with a 6-way harness, so you feel like you're strapped in like an astronaut, so you can't go anywhere.
Right.
It's a weird feeling of security.
It is?
You're in a cage.
Security?
You're in a cage, and you're strapped in 6 ways.
How often do you go? Do you go a lot to the...
I do about 5 events a year.
Oh, events. But you don't go by yourself just to practice.
No, I just go race, do a vintage race. But
vintage race. Wow, that sounds cool.
It is cool, but here's what I'm saying.
So they give you the car?
No, I own the car.
Oh, okay, I got you.
And
now, what if you wreck the car?
The cars can be insured on the way to the track and on the way home from the track, and when it's parked in your garage, but not
on the track.
Not on the track. No,
not on the track.
Not on the track.
Well, that's
so whatever
Edward
you destroy,
G. Robinson would.
He would not be happy.
No.
But and so if you crash Paul Newman's $4.5 million car on the track, then you got to fix it. That's what I'm saying.
This car belonged to Paul Newman, the $4.5 million car.
Well, he raced it and won at Le Mans,
and you own it.
Well, not yet. I got to pay for it.
Holy,
it's a long story. I'll tell you what. Hold that thought.
But that's got magic in it because Paul Newman.
Norm, I got a bunch of cars I can show you with Paul Newman's DNA in it.
Really?
Yeah. But look, Norm, people say all the time, you and Norm. And I go, yeah, I'd do that. And I go, I'd do the show where I teach Norm how to drive. We put a couple of GoPros in a car. I take it easy.
Yeah. I think I said last time no.
No, you said yes.
But in a very, unbelievable way.
But this year you're saying yes.
Yeah, I'm saying yes in a more...
Why? Why have you come around?
Way. Why have I come around? I don't know.
Why a year ago
Maybe
would have
Paul
been
Newman. Maybe it was our discussion with Paul Newman.
Oh, I race his cars.
And how he became a
4-time national champion at age 47.
Yeah.
Now, well, you know what? I'll show you the documentary, then you'll be in.
I'm damn near 47.
Well, yeah. If you just went back 6 years, you'd be 47. All right. I'll tell you what. Stifle yourself for 1 second, and then we'll get into this stuff. Simply Safe. Ever have that nagging feeling when you leave the house? Did I leave something open? What's going on? Well, now you don't have to worry. You got Simply Safe. I have Simply Safe. Dawson has Simply Safe. Mike August has Simply Safe. Peel and stick, no drilling, no pulling wires, no long-term lock-in contracts, no big fat commitments. Just $14.99 a month, 3 times less than other companies. Protect your home. Do it the smart way. Use Simply Safe. You can visit them online. 2 I's in there. SIMPLI Safe. Adam. Go to simplysafeadam.com right now. Get free shipping, and on your order, you get a free keychain remote. So you can heat the thing up. Arm and disarm. Yeah, sorry. You can arm and disarm and just do it from your keychain, just like your car. Boop, boop. Easy. $25 worth of keychain remote. Free, but let's jump on this. SimplySafeAdam.com. That's SimplySafeAdam.com. All right, so Norm MacDonald, the book, based on a true story, a memoir, very good. I read it last night. Becomes surreal at times, but very good. And available now on Amazon. You know what to do. Click through our site and bookmark us. So, Norm.
What would you think of this?
You were...
I'm going to do a Netflix special.
You are?
Yeah, I don't like doing specials, but...
Oh, wait, I didn't... The one thought I just wanted to finish is where I had Drew Carey at the top with the most earning. Well,
I'm close to the
we got a
bottom?
friend named Josh Gardner who's
yeah.
maybe a little below you.
He'd be way, come on. He'd be way below me.
Way below
wouldn't he?
you. Yeah, he would.
He might be more talented than me.
I don't know.
I mean, he's pretty close.
But everyone does that thing where everyone agrees Norm is a genius and a comedic genius. And so the question is can we get you out? Can we get you behind the...
I've tried these things, you know. I'm not a great collaborator. But I'll tell you this. What would you do in this situation? Because I think it would be much different than what I did. Your agent says, we did the Netflix special. We got the deal. It's in Boston at the Wilbur Theater.
I'm going to be at the Wilbur Theater coming up on the October 8th.
October 8th at the Wilbur Theater. Don't miss Adam, right?
Yeah.
Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm doing it at the Wilbur Theater, my Netflix special. So my manager told me the other day, he's like, we got the deal, but you got to pay for your own hotel room. So I'm like, well, that's kind of odd. I pay for my own hotel room. Mm-hmm. And then he said, I got to tell you, though, me and a couple of guys are going from here, when we got our own deal. We got the hotel room paid for.
Your manager told you this. Yeah, I remember.
So what would you do if your manager told you such a thing?
Well, I can tell you this. Me and Jimmy had a manager.
Yeah. Oh, that was Baby Doll.
No, we still have Baby Doll. This was Howard from your native land of Canada.
Of course, Howard, yeah.
And I remember once, and Gary, let's not forget Dawson and Joy Behar. But I remember once, the Vegas has the whatever hotel with the Four Seasons above it.
Oh, yeah.
With the 4 floors above it are the Four Seasons, and then down below's the Ricketts Hotel or whatever it is.
No, that's the best hotel in Vegas.
Mandalay Bay.
Mandalay Bay's the first 22 floors, and then the top...
Oh, the incredible one.
And we were standing in the lobby, and they invited Jimmy and I out to Vegas to host or present at some sort of sports award show or something in 2000 or something. And we were all in the lobby, like getting onto the elevator. And he said, we were like, what floor are you on? I was like, I'm on 11. Jimmy's on 9. He's like, I'm on 27. And we said, what? And he went, I got myself booked into the Four Seasons. And he started laughing, and he pushed a button, and I just thought, I don't know, this feels like a tactical error to me, because he's not even supposed to be here, but he'd managed
and he's laughing? But he didn't pay for it.
No, he managed to work it out with the producers of the show that he stayed in the Four Seasons, but that the talent who he represented, who theoretically he's supposed to be looking out for, was going to stay at the Ricketts Hotel.
He laughed in your face.
Well, he
didn't know what he was doing.
It was a little more of that
proud.
That kind of thing where you got the large fries when you only ordered the regular, and your buddy got no fries. And it was
the kind of thing that you and Jimmy were just in shock and didn't react to?
I remember just thinking, why did he tell us that so proudly? Why did he boast about that? A manager would go, I got you guys into the Four Seasons, and I'm staying.
But you didn't get angry or anything at him. You just let it play out.
You know what I did?
You just said, when I get to Jimmy's room, we'll laugh about it.
I did what I do with everything, Norm. I thought to myself, noted.
Yeah. Right.
I'll just go ahead and put that in the hopper, and we'll see if we revisit it again at some other point.
I have a very complicated relationship with Howard Lapidus.
I'll bet.
It's so strange, but anyways, I don't know if I want I'll say it. This is what happened.
All right.
I had to fire him at one point.
Yeah. Everybody does.
He went crazy when I fired him. And he was like pacing around the room going, I knew it, like paranoid and stuff. It was unnerving for me because it took me so long to muster up the courage to even fire him.
Right.
Anyways, I meet him years later, and he's talking to me and this other person. He goes, I've been fired by a lot of people, but Norm's the only guy that I fired. I shouldn't be telling this, but I said, so I go, yeah. Because, I don't know, that's,
why not?
If you want to remember it that way, that's better for me. I don't have to feel guilty.
Right.
But now I just told it.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Well,
but I think he did, maybe he did fire me.
I'm still friends with him. I don't
No,
care,
I am
but
too.
I fired him too.
Me. He fired me.
All right, do you have my section on The View from in 50 Years We'll All Be Chicks? My book, not Pulitzer Prize nominated, by the way.
I know I'm a guy, so I'm supposed to hate The View, but I don't hate The View because I have a dick. I hate The View because I have a brain. The View is going on what feels like its 35th season. It has numerous Emmy nominations and even an Emmy win, and it's a disjointed, scattered piece of shit that's hosted by some of the least compelling, most untalented people that have graced a television set. If this show consisted of 5 guys sitting around talking over each other with the occasional hackneyed joke awkwardly shoehorned into the meaningless conversation, it would have been yanked off the air years ago. You see, at 10 in the morning, all the smart people are at work. That leaves the View's audience. Barbara Walters is about as interesting and funny as the one old teacher you had in junior high. I know everyone treats her like some kind of national treasure, but she's clearly past her prime. And no one at that show would dare utter a word. It's about the same relationship Saddam Hussein shares with his coworkers. When she finally decides to hang up her dentures and call it a career, there will be a silent celebration akin to what the guards did after the Wicked Witch got the bucket of water tossed on her. On her last show, the lavalier mics will be recording a lot of, "We'll miss you, we'll stay in touch, we don't know how we'll carry on without you." But the internal monologues will skew a little more toward, "Have fun on the Greyhound bus to hell, bitch." Sherry Shepherd is dumb. She's read one book and it's the Bible. She's not ha-ha funny. She's more, "We need a fat chick who's not funny." Elizabeth Hasselbeck gets a pass. She's already being punished on a daily basis. Could you imagine if your lot in life was to be wedged between Barbara Walters and Sherry Shepherd? She's the lunch meat between a stale piece of sourdough and the dumbest slab of pumpernickel to ever hit the day-old bin at the bakery. Whoopi Goldberg. What happened to the unstoppable force of comedy that had us doubled over with spun gold such as Burglar, Jumpin' Jack Flash, and Eddie? An Emmy for The View and an Oscar for Ghost. She deserves those as much as Elvis deserved his black belt in Taekwondo. Joy Behar. She's the funny one. That's like saying Marwan al-Sheikhi was the funniest of the 9/11 hijackers.
All right. So I made my opinion.
Holy Lord.
I think I made myself pretty clear on my feeling of the gals from The View.
I wonder if they know of that or anyone from The View. Because
I always assume no, because I assume they're thick.
Usually people they Google themselves and all that, and or somebody tells them, or good Lord.
Yeah.
Was
any of that inaccurate?
No. It was awesome. And it's gotten even worse since because they have that strange girl from The Cosby Show.
Well, maybe you should read my book, Norm.
Oh, I love that.
Took the time to read yours.
God damn, that was great.
I'll get you a copy before you head out.
Wait, you've written 2 books, though.
I've written 4 books.
4 books?
Yeah.
God.
I shit them out quick.
No, but you can.
So what is your schedule?
You can speak well.
Give me your schedule.
Fast. Because a book should be as if it was spoken.
I agree.
So that was perfect. My schedule. Oh yes, my daily schedule.
Yes.
So I wake up
around what time?
10 or 11.
Okay.
Something like that. And I have to eat.
Sure. What do you have?
Count Chocula. Why is that funny? It's just cereal. It's one of the most famous cereals in the world.
Right. For people under 7.
Wait, what? What do you eat? Oh, you eat granola.
Well, what do you eat? Really? Count Chocula?
Yeah.
Okay, Count Chocula. Keep going.
I hate Frankenberry. It was one of the most disappointing.
Nah, it's huge.
And Boo Berries. I'm like, Jesus.
Worse than New Coke.
Is this it's like New Coke. So, do you know the conspiracy theory about New Coke?
No.
It's fascinating, okay? I'll do it very quickly. So this is the theory that I believe happened. And I don't believe in conspiracy theories, but I believe in this one. So, because I loved Coke. So Coke, it vanishes. They change it to New Coke, and it tastes horrible. Go, what the fuck is this? It doesn't taste anything like Coke. It tastes like Pepsi.
Right.
So, and people that love Coke hate Pepsi. So you drink that. So that lasted 6 months, maybe longer. And then they brought back Coke Classic, right? Mm-hmm. So now they have Coke Classic and New Coke. And you drink the Coke Classic, it tastes so much better than the New Coke.
Mm-hmm.
that you don't remember what the old Coke tasted like because it took 6 months. And what do you think they did in that 6 months? They replaced cane sugar with corn syrup. Brilliant. It was brilliant. And then only when I tasted...
Interesting.
It's only my theory.
Well, that's a pretty good one.
When I tasted the Mexican Coke, that's when I came up with the theory. I go, wait, that's the drink.
Because you can tell the difference.
So, yeah, that's the drink I drank as a kid. As soon as I drank that Mexican Coke, I was like, those motherfuckers.
So that's a very interesting theory. I'm down with it.
You like that one?
Yeah, and everyone says
theorist,
you can go to Mexico and get the cane sugar run. So, all right, Count Chocula.
Speaking of conspiracy theorists, I saw the Real Time with Bill Maher.
Mm-hmm.
Funny, you never been invited on that show?
I've done it once, I think. Yes.
It must be fun to I've never done it, but when you have to sit there while he does the new rules. Mm-hmm. He does a bunch of string of jokes.
Right, you have to laugh.
Right. But anyways, I saw in there, they'll put, so if I'm on the show, maybe they put Norm MacDonald comedian or Norm MacDonald SNL. You can choose what you want the chyron to say.
Mm-hmm.
So Richard Belzer was on. I was like, Richard Belzer, conspiracy theorist. So I'm like, what, do you believe in, you don't believe in anything? Like, you think everything's a theory? And he just wrote a book about, as if anybody wants to read about Kennedy anymore.
I think him and Ed Asner and other guys like that, it should just read, instead of like activist or conspiracy theorist, should just go, hates the United States. Because that brings it into focus a little more to me. Because it's not the conspiracy part, it's that they just fucking hate the United States.
Right. Well, if you believe 9/11 is an inside job.
Yes, and
what the hell are you doing?
Asner does.
What the fuck are you still doing in the United States? I would agree with you. You're in the worst fucking place ever.
All the conspiracy theories are never flattering to the United States.
That's true. Yeah, you're right.
Ever. It's not like
we didn't land on the moon.
Yeah. It's the conspiracy theory is never like, the My Lai massacre never happened. It's not that.
Right.
It's, no, they say 138 villagers. There were at least 1,000. Like, that's the... There's never a flattering... There's no conspiracy theory of any country, but especially the United States, that ends up being anything close to flattering to the government or the United States.
I never thought of that. And also, when you say that, I don't know if it exists in other countries.
No, I agree. Like in Thailand.
Yeah.
Who stole that bamboo? No, I don't know. I don't think they do in like Thailand. But when you start really breaking down the Belzers and the Asners, you just sort of realize the theme is we hate the United States, not that all this stuff happened and we're being naive.
Right.
But then they always say,
God, the United States was so good to them. In your chart.
Super rich with marginal talent. Yeah.
Richard Belzer?
I'd say doing pretty good.
I mean, Dennis always told me, oh man, he was the best, Richard Belzer. But, there's videotape I can see from back then, But maybe.
Timing thing. Maybe. Yeah, I agree. So so then now we're eating Count Chocula.
Oh, yeah. So I eat some Count Chocula, which I don't know why that's so ridiculous. And then I watched the
Well, can I say this
TV?
about Count Chocula or any cereals of that ilk? I feel like there's a window.
Yeah.
The window is age 4 to age 11.
What?
Hold on. And then it opens up again at 81. You see what I'm saying? But the problem is you're kind of in between right now. Because you see an old guy eating Fruit Loops or Count Chocula. It's kind of cute. You know what I'm saying? And a young kid, it's excusable.
Well, what do you think most people eat for breakfast?
Adults?
Yeah, what do you think they eat?
Eggs, other forms of hot
That's
cereal.
what you eat when you're a child. You eat eggs when you're a child.
Right, but I think some people might have like a protein shake or smoothie or something. I'm talking about adults.
Changed it from eggs.
Well, no, I'm with eggs.
Pivoted.
No, I didn't mean to pivot off the egg thing. So Count Chocula.
Whatever I eat, it doesn't matter.
Right, it's Count Chocula. Now it's noon.
It's something in my belly, and then it's noon.
I
rounded
up.
Like 5 minutes to eat.
Okay.
I eat I just eat standing up.
Mm-hmm.
And then I watch TV.
What do you watch?
Whatever's on.
View.
You know, you were talking about who's at home, you know, during these shows.
Yeah.
I have noticed that more and more the judges on the judge shows are all black.
Interesting.
And the game show hosts are black during the day. Like they have Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? It's hosted by a black guy.
Right.
The judge is
Steve Harvey. Right. Yeah, a lot of black judges.
A lot of black
true.
judges, and,
Yeah.
and it didn't used to be that way. So
it's interesting, yeah. So if you think there's a high unemployment rate amongst a certain group, that would be a good group to be represented on TV.
Yes. And it's nobody's fault.
No, you can't judge.
You can't blame anyone for being unemployed.
But it is interesting.
Yeah, so I watch some of that stuff. And then I
wait a minute. Hold on 1 second. Mike's from New Orleans.
Oh, Mike, yes.
Hold on a second. He's from New Orleans, and he's unemployed. So maybe we found the black guys watching the Judge Show. Mike?
How you doing?
Are you black?
Both of y'all. No, sir.
Well, what are you doing unemployed? Norm wants to know.
No.
I got you.
I never said that.
I heard what you said.
I used to work in the oil field. That's why.
Ah, okay, yeah. So you got a question?
Oh, yeah. So you work in the oil fields, you make a whole bunch of money, and then you're off for a while.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm traveling, you know,
Sure.
but it's time to go back to work. And so my question is, something that I would want to do is what I have an interest in is writing.
Yeah.
But I don't live in L.A. or New York or anything. I live in South Louisiana. So if I don't, teach Jimmy Kimmel boxing or something like that.
Yeah,
or
that's how I got my into show business. Yeah.
Well, did you?
What do you want to know? Do you have some jokes, Mike?
Are they jokes like monologue jokes?
No, I'm talking about write for a show or a comic or something like that.
Yeah, no, but
write a spec script. What's your favorite sitcom?
Oh, let's see. That's good.
No, don't write a spec script. you don't know any sitcoms. But do you think you could write monologue jokes for Jimmy Kimmel well, or any?
Yes, and maybe movies too.
All
movies.
Right.
Okay.
We'll throw out a current.
But I will say, when I was at Saturday Night Live, I don't know how it works nowadays, but any jokes I would get sent, I would always read all of them, and sometimes it was a good joke, and you don't get much. You get like $50 a joke, but if you get a few on the air, all of a sudden you'll get hired. I don't know how it works now. Yeah, so that's all I know.
Yeah, that's kind of what my question is. How does it work now with social media? Or someone like Adam might be inundated with that kind of stuff.
No,
so
I don't get a lot of jokes. I wish I did, but
there are people that from social media have been hired from their tweets and stuff.
Sure.
So,
I know that.
So, Mike, do that because I'm trying to get to what Norm eats for brunch.
Okay, and
sugar smacks, I think. Yes.
Your fan club on Facebook says hi, and they want to know where's my ACE award for last year.
Oh, you got. Are you talking to Norm?
I'm talking to you.
All right.
Why would I have an ACE award?
I don't know. Hey,
an ACE award. I thought
my award. Sorry.
Oh, what are you? Because didn't there
Not
used
the
to
Cable Ace.
Yeah,
There used to be the Cable Ace award.
I know. When he said it, I was like, of course the question's to you. Then when you said, are you talking to Norm? I said, maybe it's the Cable Ace award.
So now.
So that's why you call it the ACE award.
Norm, I want to make a.
After the old-timey Cable Ace.
Yeah. No, they call me Ace. But
I know I call it Ace.
Let me make you this pitch.
Double meaning, too.
I always feel this.
Yeah.
I feel like learning to drive would be not only freedom for you, but a metaphor for your life, a transition. Do you know what I'm saying?
No.
I feel like
you got to say what the metaphor is.
Oh, and it's symbolically important to say, I, Norm MacDonald, own a California driver's license. I'm taking the wheel of my life. I'm taking control of my life.
Yes, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
And I'm enlarging my world.
Yeah. And I think that's a show. It would get 2 million views on YouTube if you and I just put some GoPros in a car.
What if I learned to drive, struck a pedestrian, killed him, Well, then what?
It's even higher ratings.
Oh my God! I don't mean during the show.
Oh, I see.
I mean later on. You read that in the paper.
How would I feel personally?
Yeah, you wouldn't care.
I'd have to check the nationality of the pedestrian, obviously, and the sex, and naturally. But after that, I'd probably feel some remorse, depending on what I found.
Oh my God, it's lawless in this room.
It is. All right, so now it's about noon.
And then you got to be careful about what you say, because you can say anything. I don't think I can.
You can say anything.
I don't think I'm protected like you.
You're stand-up. You can do what you want. So what now? You have yourself some Count Chocula.
Yeah, then I was going to say I do my exercise for the day.
Mm-hmm. Which is what?
Putting. I have a putting green.
In your house?
No. I don't have a mansion. Outside.
Oh, outside.
It's like a community.
Community putting green.
Yeah.
Right.
And then I get very mad because...
Do you go to the market to buy Count Chocula?
I get it ordered. I really should go because it's so close to me.
Mm-hmm.
But I get it ordered in.
Mm-hmm.
And the only problem with getting it ordered in is the tomatoes. My mother makes me tomato on... Now you're going to say my mother.
Please.
But my mother makes me tomato on rye. And,
that's a sandwich?
Oh, it's so good. Like it's not a sandwich because there's only one piece of toast.
Open-faced.
You take toast, then you put 2 pieces of tomato on, and then you put salt, and then you put pepper.
Mm.
Oh, my God. It's almost like a pizza.
Yeah.
But better.
Yeah, they have things called pizzas that they'll actually bring to your home for a nominal fee.
Yeah,
you should look into that.
Listen, man, I like a pizza.
Okay.
So then I putt. Okay.
You putt?
Now we're
that's your exercise.
And now we're around noon.
Mm-hmm.
And then I go back
to
my house. And then I watch more TV.
What do you watch now?
I just watch random stuff.
Uh-huh.
Now, I'm not being honest. What I do is I watch YouTubes. I'm addicted to YouTubes, as I think a lot of people are probably. Because you know how you watch a YouTube and then there's a string of things on the side that look interesting.
Yeah.
So you hit that one, then you hit another one, and then it's midnight all of a sudden.
Right.
So, I think that's a problem in America.
Yeah, well, the problem with the YouTube thing, it'll be like, the title say like desecration of synagogues worldwide, but it'll be a chick with a D cup bursting out of her blouse. And there'll be part of me that goes, I'd like to know more about her, but I'm not sure if I want to see the desecration of a synagogue. So I'm kind of torn.
But I worry about, because they say the NSA and that people look at you. My computer, because I don't look at porn or anything, but I YouTube a lot of Hitler, and then there's one, there's some Hitler stuff where you have to hit another button.
An extra Hitler button.
Yeah, like it's so horrific, like the Holocaust or something.
Yeah.
It's like you have to hit another one, say, I'm 18, I can see this horror.
But
so
you don't look at porn.
No, I watched it for a while, and you know what happened? I got desensitized, as they say. Did you ever get desensitized?
I'm careful to not desensitize myself to things that would be called vices.
So you watch them in moderation.
Yeah, I have a relationship with booze, with cigarettes.
Oh, really?
With porn.
Cigarettes? You can control?
2 at night.
Wow,
but in the middle of the night. No, not during the daytime.
That's great.
Well, yeah, because I enjoy it.
Very few people could do that.
I know. No doctor ever believes me. But my thing is, I enjoy it.
Yeah.
And I realize if I wake up in the morning and light a cigarette, I have to quit.
Because you'll smoke all day?
It's just because it'll now be a problem and you'll need to quit smoking. But if you go home, you work all day.
I see, right.
You go home, you have a nice hot bowl of Count Chocula and play ball with the kids and everything and help them do their homework.
Yeah.
And then at a certain point at the end of the night when the kids go to bed and it's time to pour yourself a scotch, then you go out in the patio and enjoy a cigarette. You don't have to quit.
Yeah. Well, wouldn't you go in your den? Oh, you don't want the smoke to be around your kids.
I was talking about beating off, but yeah. I beat off on the patio is what I'm saying. It was a metaphor, remember?
So that's very good that you have moderation and then you never got desensitized, which is excellent because I got insanely desensitized and then I can't watch it anymore.
With the porn?
Yeah. It's just, also it's so misogynistic, The titles, like you were saying about desecration, the the titles are always like "Dirty Fucking Whore Likes to Be Fucked in that Dirty Ass," and you're like, "Whoa, that's not the film I just watched." Like, it didn't seem to be her idea at all.
I also find,
and then there's just a futon and a bright light, and you're like, "How did they get her in here?"
a little too much spit going on for my taste.
Why is
I don't know why.
And this new generation is crazy.
It's getting sad.
They like choking.
Yeah, there's choking.
Spitting.
Yeah.
Now I thought this was supposed to be a feminist time. Like, why would they want to be humiliated like that by men?
Well, whenever things go too far one way, they swing back hard the other way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So now we have safe spaces and cage fighting going on simultaneously.
Yeah, you're right.
It's my theory about it's grunge. It's all the stupid hair bands with all the mascara and the aqua net sprayed on their head.
Yeah.
Gave birth to Kurt Cobain. In a tattered flannel shirt. Because we swung too far this way, we needed to go back the other way. That's how we are as human beings.
Sure. So what's going to follow, for instance, the feminism of comedy?
Well, tell me about that.
Well, I mean, every I think women have pretty well taken over comedy, haven't they?
Well, I think we enjoy celebrating women comedians probably more than we enjoy celebrating male comedians because it feels like progress.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So,
like Tina Fey is too big to fail.
Yeah, well, although I think of her as legitimately funny.
Yeah, she's funny, yeah.
But I also feel like...
But she ushered in a generation of...
Not as funny?
Yeah.
Well, I've gotten in trouble in the past for talking about this.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Well, because I was given a choice.
Oh, you were?
Who's funnier, men or women? So I just said men because I don't like when people do I really couldn't say because I know a lot of funny guys.
But then they didn't put the question in.
Not really that way. It was more like just Adam said women weren't funny. Now I went on to say that Kathy Griffin and Sarah Silverman and I know plenty of. I said Kathy Griffin and Sarah Silverman would have been funnier than any guy in my high school.
Right.
But they kind of left that part off.
Yeah.
So that's the way.
But even Hitchens said it, right? He's supposed to be super smart.
There is a kind of biological mandate,
right?
Which is if David Spade's trying to get his dick wet, it's not incumbent on the 22-year-old blonde to make him laugh. We're going in full circle here, Norm. But if he wants to bang the 22-year-old, he's got to make somebody laugh. Right?
So just biologically, you're saying
it helps.
Yeah,
there's a little bit of a mandate.
So why would the women have such a mandate?
Yeah,
unless it's just a professional.
Pardon the pun.
I'm going to become a comedian. I really think that's a new thing.
I'm going to become a comedian.
That's a new thing, I think.
Right.
That in the old days, it just people go, "What? You want to do what?" They thought you were crazy.
But also, kind of in the old days, we would decide if you became a comedian by whether we laughed or not. You didn't get to just decide, Drew Carey.
But it is force of will. You know what I mean? Like, that's what accounts for your list. I think is ambition and
my ranking of you not.
Wouldn't it be work ethic?
Well, there's work ethic. Yeah, there's work ethic, certainly.
And wouldn't that propel the mediocre to...
Yeah, if you're...
Not mediocre, but middling. I learned what mediocre meant.
But what I'm saying is you, who have a love of chocolate-flavored cereal and pudding, probably not the hamster wheel of show business. Well, I'm saying is you probably could have made a little more money in your career.
Oh, yes.
If you'd played by the rules.
Yeah.
And had a little more of a motor. Or even a driver's license to operate a motor vehicle.
When I've had a project, I've worked very hard. But, boy, I'm a bad collaborator, I'll tell you that. And when I look back...
You are a bad collaborator.
I should have just done that. I should have just said...
Why are you a bad collaborator?
I don't know, because the way the industry works, in, let's say, a sitcom, and I never dreamed of being in a sitcom anyways, but, like the director will tell you to do it one way, and you go,
right.
I don't want to do it. It seems pretty hacky that way. This is what I had a director tell me once. He goes, "Trust me, do it my way. I've seen it work 1,000 times."
Right.
I'm like, that's the problem.
Right.
And so I just pretend not to understand and just do it my way every time. And the guy goes, "No, I think we're going to do it the different way." I go, "I did." He goes, no, do it my way. I go, I'll do it this time. And finally, he would get exhausted.
But don't you feel like you and I could collaborate on something?
Well, I was just thinking of that, actually, because I was looking at you, and I was like, well, if everybody thinks we're similar or whatever, we could play brothers.
Yeah.
Right? Because even though we people think, but we're actually very different.
Yes.
Even though we're the same. So that would be like brothers.
But maybe we could collaborate on Adam teaches Norm to drive.
It's just a start?
Just a start.
Yeah, so people could see the chemistry.
I'm a good teacher, Norm.
No, I trust you.
And I think...
Okay, when do you want to do it?
We could get on the calendar for, later this year.
Okay.
Come by your place. What would it take you? You finish off your Fruity Pebbles.
Come on, man.
You come down to the car. The car's loaded up with GoPros, and we just go around the block a few times.
Well, now, wait a second. Are the GoPros going to obstruct my view of...
No.
My blind spot?
I would
know
never
all that
put
shit.
you... First
you know
off,
about the blind spot?
You have a blind spot?
Everybody does. You have to fucking look behind you. I don't even know why they have mirrors.
Oh, no. Listen, I do these race cars. You get strapped in like an astronaut. You use all mirrors. You can't even turn your head.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
And I saw Cannonball Run.
Yeah.
And fucking Burt Reynolds is so cool, right? He's like, I don't care what's behind me. He fucking breaks off the fucking mirror.
Yeah.
The rear view mirror.
That wasn't Burt Reynolds.
I know. Who was it? How do you remember?
It was the Italian guy driving the Ferrari Daytona.
God damn it.
You can pull that shit away with some of the Cal's spade is fucked. But it's not going to work on me.
You're absolutely right.
He's driving a Daytona Spider, and he says, in Italy, what is behind us does not matter. He breaks the mirror off and throws it behind him.
I can't believe you know
Jesus,
that.
Norm. Who are you hanging around with? All right.
I'm a fraud.
Hold your... Yeah, you can figure it out, Gary. It's probably about 2/3 of the way into Cannonball Run. It's the guy driving the Ferrari Daytona, probably a 71 Daytona, and it's a Spider convertible, and he's explaining that in Italy what's behind him.
He's the only guy that's not a star in the movie.
Yeah, so you wouldn't know his name.
I know.
But you would know.
I knew it wasn't Burt Reynolds. I didn't think you would know.
It was a
that.
valiant try, and it would have worked with almost anyone else on the planet, possibly even Burt Reynolds. But not this hombre.
I know. That was
all right,
crazy.
you answer your phone.
Wait, what is that? Not my phone. Oh, it is. It's in my pocket. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry,
I'll tell you guys about DraftKings. DraftKings. You can step out. No, just step out.
Oh, I'll just step out?
But 1 minute. 80 seconds. 80 seconds. DraftKings. Where was I? DraftKings.com. You don't need to come in first place to get the cash. No. There's a player finished 800th in Week 1's biggest fantasy football contest and took home $100. Gary, how we hanging?
Doing pretty well. I beat up a little bit on Brian this week, which I was gratified about, and Kalen was doing surprisingly well for someone who doesn't really play sports that much. But Brian's back in it next week. We got a whole new draft coming up. That's the beauty of DraftKings.
It can happen this week. DraftKings is hosting another huge fantasy contest with over $1 million in total prizes up for grabs. DraftKings, the destination for 1 week fantasy football, no season-long commitments. Play whenever you want. Play with the players you want. It's DraftKings, man. It's a great experience. It's DraftKings. Dawson.
Don't wait. Get to DraftKings.com now and choose your players for this weekend's contest. Enter promo code Adam and play for free with your first deposit. That's promo code Adam to play for free for your share of over $1 million in total prizes this weekend only at DraftKings.com. DraftKings.com. Eligibility restrictions may apply. See website for details.
Gary, do you have that scene from Cannonball Run?
We think we do.
Okay. Is he driving a Daytona?
I think so.
All right. Let's take a look.
And now, my friend, the first rule of Italian driving.
Convertible Daytona.
What's behind me is not important.
That's it.
He's somebody. Wait, that was at the Gumball Rally. Oh, no, that was the next show.
And I think that was a Kiss of the Spider-Woman guy.
And who was with him?
Who died way before his time.
This guy, you're talking about the guy that's with the rearview mirror.
Yeah.
Kiss of the Spider Woman. Yes, he became famous after this.
All we know right now is that it's definitely not Burt Reynolds.
I know it wasn't Burt
That's
Reynolds.
all we know.
But I
Boy,
think
Norm,
you're right.
He's
like doing a cheap, like Italian accent, and later he became like a great actor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then...
And who was with him?
Later, he died way too soon. We had his name written down here, Gary, a second ago.
I was guessing Joe Pantoliano went on, but I don't know.
No, this guy was became a hardcore famous actor. It was starting Kiss of the Spider Woman. I think that'll help. Raul Julia.
Oh, that was Raul Julia.
Raul Julia.
That was him. Wow.
And he must have died at like 53 or something. Like he died a while ago, but it was early. It was young and sort of suddenly. And we'll figure out his thing.
Roseanne had a talk show once, and Joe Pantoliano was the guest. And so she's introducing him. She goes, "You know this? I don't know his. He has a whole bunch of credits." But she goes, "You know this? Our next guest, a great actor. You know him from this and this and this. Please welcome Joe Pantoliano." Joe Pantoliano comes out. Roseanne goes, "I know him." she knew the guy.
Raul Julia died in 94, but I don't know how old he was.
But that was a
54.
terrible, hacky
54.
performance, right? And then he became a fantastic, famous actor.
And then he unexpectedly died. Oh, Norm, before...
If I had said Raul Julia rather than Burt Reynolds...
Yeah, we wouldn't have gone down
Then
this
you
path.
wouldn't have... You would have gone, no.
So you just watch YouTube.
I like YouTube a lot. And you know, I end up watching the same thing that I've already seen on YouTube because
And you tweet a lot?
Yeah, sometimes I get obsessed a little bit with tweeting. This is what happened. One time I called a game, and then the next...
What kind of game?
Like a football game or something sports related. Because I would make predictions, and then I'd call the game from the viewpoint of me and my point spread and so forth. So then the next time there was a game or something, I would look on my notifications and people would go, "Hey, I met my mother-in-law is like eating a tomato sandwich, whatever." And I can't see the
Open
game.
face.
I'd love to see the game. So this poor goddamn cuckold, he couldn't watch the game.
Right.
So I'd say, "Well, I'll be a man for you, you son of a bitch, you henpecked bastard."
Right.
And I'll I'll tell you what happened. You just have to sneak a peek over
that's
there
where it
if your wife doesn't hit you with a cane or some sort of a handbag like Ruth Buzzy.
Yeah, there used to be a lot of purse-related assaults. And Norm, I wouldn't be doing my job as a journalist.
Well, I will do it. I'm not lying.
And a podcarder. If somebody tweeted me a few months ago and said that Norm fired his agent because he was going to go play the Kennedy Center and open up for Adam Carolla, or some version of that.
That was not true.
People were tweeting me that, and they thought, and they kept saying, "Are you angry?" And I'd always go, "No," because I like Norm and I have no idea what he's talking about.
It wasn't true at all. This is what happened. And first of all, I didn't fire my agent for that reason, but the journalist was there when I was talking to my agent, and what they did was my agent phoned me and made it seem like, because it wasn't very much money, and my agent said, "But it's the Kennedy Center,
right.
Like it's a huge, prestigious event."
Right.
So I was like, okay, I took it, people will see me. And then I looked it up on the computer, and there was a whole bunch of comedians. Like a whole week of comedians.
Right.
And I wasn't opening for you. I was going on one show, and then you were going on the next show.
Right.
So I said, well, this is a comedy festival or something.
Right.
And I'm not making any money. I don't want to do this.
Yeah, I get it.
So it wasn't, I wasn't never opening for you. You didn't have an opening act.
I don't no. I the same thing happens. They go, "You're playing the prestigious Kennedy Center," and you're picturing up in the crowd. You're picturing like Hillary Clinton, Maya Angelou toasting you from up on stage.
So you'll be able to tell me what actually was.
Well, I didn't make the gig. I didn't do the gig
either.
No, but then what they tell you later is they go,
"Why didn't you do the gig? Why didn't you do it?"
I had a race to do.
Oh, so you blew off the gig, too.
I blew it off. I found out if Norm's not doing it, fuck that.
And then I look like I'm, insulting you.
That's why I don't listen to anybody. But the point is I literally, yes, you find out it's a comedy bonanza.
And probably like a tertiary room in the Kennedy Center, I'm sure it's not the main...
No,
like room where they
I would have played
give
one
the
of those.
Mark Twain Award to
No.
Tina Fey.
No, it would be like Harry Belafonte's up there with a ribbon around his neck.
Exactly.
No, it'd be like I'm playing the pavilion behind the place next to the valet. Like
outdoor.
That's what I was assuming. Yeah.
Right.
How many does it hold? I don't know. How many folding chairs do we have? That would be the answer to the capacity. The fire marshal wouldn't care because there was no walls.
Isn't that funny? You didn't even do the show.
No.
And then I look like I'm slandering you. I felt so bad about it when I read it. I'm like, oh well.
I didn't.
It looks like I'm quitting because the idea of opening for. First of all, I would open for you.
I would open for me too
if it paid enough. I
know what
listen.
people.
I used to go in the South, and I would do. The guy in front of me would go. He'd be a big fat guy.
Right.
He'd destroy. Right. I'd go on. They would yell at me and hate me. So the second night, every time the owner would go, "How about you and the fat guy switch?" I go, "Same money." You go, "Yeah, fine, switch." It makes a perfect sense.
Listen,
I don't care at all.
I don't think what people.
I love opening.
People don't really realize, and I think I speak for Norm here. Whether it's if the Kennedy Center's paying $10,000, and Chief Wampum's casino is in Northern California is paying $15,000, we'll just go there.
Yes, of course,
and get the paycheck.
Yes, and at our age, are we really suddenly going to? The prestige is going to be poured on us?
No,
we'll always be bums.
Yes, we're the bums of comedy. But when
that would be a good one.
When we unite,
the bums of comedy
together in the front
Why
seat
don't
of a
we
Camry,
do that?
The bums of comedy. Yeah. I'll do it.
Who else could we get?
Artie Lang.
Yeah.
All right. You open for me and Artie?
Sure, I'd open, absolutely. I mean, I talked to Dennis Miller. I said, because Dennis, there's a guy with a bulletproof act, and he says he does his old act, which was just a killer joke.
Yeah.
And he opens for O'Reilly. So I'm like, how on earth does O'Reilly follow you?
Right.
And he says O'Reilly just goes out and wanders around the stage, everybody loves him.
Yeah.
And then if you get like the premium thing, you get to meet them.
You get you pay extra, you get a book,
lot more.
You get like a book sign.
Yeah, so it's $50, but then it's $200 if you want to meet them. It's a huge difference. But then a guy was telling me, because, I've done things, I'm sure you've done things where you just have to stand there and a whole bunch of people come and you take a picture and then they leave. That's what they do. I thought they'd be, have a half hour to talk to them and stuff. No, just picture, get out.
I did
Next. Hurry up.
Yeah, no, it's like
so I do that for free. I don't get
that. Yeah, no, I did a show with Dennis, and it was kind of the same thing. I said, "I'll open for you. I'll do a half hour. You do a half hour, and then we'll both come out together and do like a Q&A." And
That's
he
a
said,
great idea.
You do 28 minutes, and I'll do 28 minutes. And I was like, "All right." I didn't know what the difference between a half hour and 28 minutes was, but I said, "Fine."
He said 28 minutes?
He literally got it that tight. Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know if he was just rubbing a little stink on me or he was really keeping it to 28, but either way, I said, screw it. We'll do it.
Now, how was your you kind of did I guess you got the idea from O'Reilly and Miller, but you did the Dennis Prager thing, right?
Yeah, I did.
How did that work?
Dennis Prager. Dennis Prager and I just kind of go out together and do sort of an evening with, and I do
at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I do the comedy part. Me and Drew used to do it.
I saw Dr. Drew and you
all over the country all the time. Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
You did live performances, you and Dr. Drew?
Every college campus that you've ever even heard of.
I didn't know that.
Oh, when we were on MTV,
so you would take
3,000 people every time, and we just go out there and do it every time. And
so
Norm,
instead of sexual questions, it would be political questions.
Or anything.
With Dennis Prager.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real smart Jew.
Yeah. So he would answer, and you would just sit there and boom, you'd throw in the jokes.
Yeah, but I can get a little philosophy in every once in a while.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
No, you're smarter than everybody.
Not everyone, not than you, Norm.
No, believe me, I just pretend.
No, you are smarter. I live smarter, but you're smarter.
I don't think I'm smarter. I listen to you.
Okay.
I tell people, I go, this guy has an opinion on everything. When I did stand up, I said that was my goal, to have an opinion on every single or a comedic take, I should say, on every single thing. Then I would go out in the audience, I always thought, and I would just talk to the audience, and everything they said, I would have something to say about it.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I have quite a bit of, I haven't done like 10 million specials, so I have many, many hours of material. So I have a lot, but I don't think I have as much as you. Like when I heard you were doing stand-up, I saw you at Largo a long time ago. I think you were just starting.
Mm-hmm.
But you were kind of trying to act like a comedian. You know what I mean? And I'm sure now you're way better. But I always thought, why doesn't he just talk to the audience? And anybody that brings up anything, Adam would be able to riff on
I'm trying
that.
to think what I did at Largo. I did Doug.
I know you were just starting because you told me.
I did Doug Benson's show.
What, the smoking weed thing?
No, that's something else. Pretty soon, Doug's next show is going to be you come over and wash Doug's car. That's going to be his next
the funny
YouTube
thing about
show.
that Doug Benson show,
I
didn't
the
realize
Benson
it.
Interruption, I think.
He had the show. He had the movie.
Super High Me, right?
So and he had the television show the computer show where he smokes weed with the people. So I assumed that he would be very good at holding his weed. Then I see the show, he's like fucking glassy-eyed and like the worst advertisement for weed ever. I thought this guy, and they're like just ha ha ha, and they're saying unfunny things, and it just,
you should.
He's kind of got a lazy eye too, which doesn't help.
Yeah, you'd think
great guy.
Keep
nice
going,
fellow. Nice fellow.
They're good people.
Nice guy.
Right. He's got the guy. He's got the 50-year-old who eats Count Chocula.
Robert Smigel told me
passing judgment
that Regis Philbin. He came up with him or Dana. One of the two came up with the Regis impression, and they said that the key to the Regis impression was Regis would be playing to a morning show audience, a bunch of old ladies. So his shtick would be getting angry, but then he would have to tell the audience that he wasn't really angry because he was afraid they'd take him seriously. So he'd go like, anyways, Bernadette Peters is in the back room and I have my donut with sprinkles. And I always eat my donut with sprinkles and I come in and it's gone. And they said, Bernadette Peters ate your donut with sprinkles. Anyway, she's a wonderful lady and she's on Broadway. And we...
Speaking of
trail off
wonderful and shows, Doug Benson and me are actually going to be. He's going to come out to a live podcast.
Oh, he's a great guy.
That will be at the Wilbur.
He's a really nice guy.
Theater. That's a live podcast, October 8th, October 7th. Foxwoods Casino with the DFG, the deaf frat guy.
Oh, really?
He'll come out and say
at
hi.
Foxwoods?
At Foxwoods.
Yeah, he can get there, I guess.
Anaheim and live shows everywhere.
He lives in a place that celebrities live.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I thought he lived just in, I think he's rich.
I think maybe it's his father-in-law.
Doesn't he dress like a guy that had money? You know what I mean? If you grew up with money, you dress
but
differently.
that's an old thing. Now Mark Cuban wears flip-flops and poor guys.
Well, no, that's true.
Have fake jewelry. All right, and Norm's got a book.
Who do you think won that debate, by the way?
I think Hillary won she was...
She looked a little warm.
Trump was sort of all over the road. I think Trump probably scored in the, I guess he's not an insane person department, but Hillary seemed to be on point. I
loved at the end, he's almost like a child because he said, like, that's not nice. Like, nice is so weird a word. Because that's not nice. And I have something to say.
Norm,
and then you could tell he was thinking he might say it.
Yeah, he might. Well, you and I, you know what I felt like? And hold on with this show ending for a second, but just 1 second.
Yeah.
You and I think, both have been guilty of this, and it's happened before.
By the way, this is going to sound retarded, but I don't even know if Donald Trump would be a bad president.
I don't either, but I do know this. We don't like to rehearse that much.
No.
Okay.
No?
And we feel... like we can go out there and get it done without the repetition.
Oh, absolutely.
And we all know there's nothing worse than the mock trial or the mock debate or you put mock in front of it or the repetition or the rehearsal. It always sucks. So you and I feel like we got enough in the tank that we can go out there, take the microphone, and keep things going for 90 minutes.
Well, don't you? Trump would think that too.
That's what Trump thinks.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right. Now the problem is Trump is not Norm MacDonald. Trump, And the reality is Norm MacDonald pulls it off 8 out of 10 times, but there's probably those 2 times where you wish where the fat guy went on after you or before you, where you kind of wish maybe you had worked it out a little bit better. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I've had that experience myself. I feel like Trump now. Hillary feels like the Wes Welker of politicians. Like, I am slow, I am short, I have no vertical, and what I need to do is run these routes over and over and over again and become the best possession receiver. So she's probably spent the last month doing mock debates, going over every scenario, having an answer ready for every possible question and scenario, whereas Trump went, I'm me. I'll get up on my feet. It'll start flowing.
If I rehearse too much, it'll look rote.
And I don't feel like rehearsing. Exactly. So I'll just go over there. I'll eat some Kentucky Fried Chicken, and I'll just go up there and I'll wing it. And during the debate,
he'll wing it.
It kind of, with the chicken reference, it kind of did feel like, all right, Trump, nobody wants teleprompter and stilted and everything, but a couple of dry runs probably would have helped the cause.
Did you notice that it's a debate with 2 people on the same stage, and the whole thing is split screen? Why would you think that is?
Yeah, that's weird. They didn't pull it. They didn't pull it back.
I figured it out
because of the whole corn syrup, cane sugar thing.
Height.
They
made her the same height as.
Interesting.
So that's unfair.
Not another conspiracy. Not even a conspiracy theory.
I mean, they have 2 people on the same stage, and it's an odd split screen. And the audience certainly seemed partisan. I never hear Hillary Clinton getting laughs and Donald Trump getting none.
Well, he got a little rouse at the beginning, but. Other than that, and it was weird because he was at the end of the thing, he was going to yell, "Your husband's a rapist."
Yes.
But he stifled himself.
Oh, man. He was like, I guess I'll wait for the second
I'll wait for the second one.
Because if his numbers drop, watch out.
It's coming. Based on a true story memoir, Pulitzer Prize nominated. I don't know how that works. Cobb's Comedy Club in San Francisco coming up October 7th through the 9th, and then
I
South Point Casino.
I know this was on television, so I apologize.
In Las Vegas as well. Me, live shows everywhere, and we got a cruise coming up, and it's all the good stuff. Just go to adamcarolla.com, and you can find out everything. Until next time.
The Bums of Comedy.
The Bums of Comedy. Adam teaches Norm how to drive. It's all good. Until next time, it's Adam Carolla for Norm MacDonald saying mahalo.
Yeah, it's a very, very sweet introduction.
That's almost, I almost feel like we can't match that. Can we? I can't. So thank you for coming here. You actually were scheduled to be in Washington, D.C. earlier in the year, but you were unable to make it, right?
Oh, yes, that's correct. Yeah.
But so you had to write a book to get here, but we're obviously appreciative. Yeah. So just to start out, this book, based on a true story, a memoir, how would you describe that to people?
Well, I don't know. It's hard to describe things, but that's what I learned when I tried to write a book. But I would just, I don't know. It's, I decided to skip past facts and go for truth.
That's helpful. So, so it's not totally true. That's what you're saying.
No. I mean, when you look at your life, which writing an autobiography forces you to do, you start to understand that most of your life is, I found anyway. I wake up in the morning, I eat my Count Chocula. Then I say, I got to get a ham and cheese sandwich for lunch. I'm thinking all the time, right? I say, I got to get groceries. And but this Count Chocula has not digested yet. And then I go eat. So anyways, most of your life is finding and eating food. Which doesn't make for a great read.
Yeah. You didn't consider a cookbook. No.
I guess that's why cookbooks are so. That's why cooking is so.
But we would argue, knowing what you've done in your life professionally, the part we know about, it's been very interesting. You've mixed and worked with some of the most fascinating people in entertainment, right? Yeah.
Well, here's the thing with backstage things. they're not interesting at all. Like on the stage is what's the interesting part, and then backstage it's just guys eating ham sandwiches.
It's all eating.
Yeah, and they're trying to figure out what to do on stage, you know, and they're saying, is there any way we could work some eating of food into this sketch? No, but you know, that's what show business is, on stage. And also, most of the interesting things that have ever happened to me before I had any measure of fame. Because once you have fame, you're in a bit of a cage against which, you know, like one time I think I told you, did I tell you about my fight in New York City?
No, I have not heard about your fight in New York City.
I used to fight all the time when I was in Canada before I was famous.
Like a professional boxer? Or no, just fighting.
I was not a prize fighter.
I just wanted you to say prize fighter.
Just in bars and so forth. And anyways, I was in a bar in New York City, and I hit a guy, and he went down. There was some broken glass and stuff. And so I was like, oh my God, I'm on the TV. I forgot. Because I was on the TV.
Yeah.
So I ran out of the bar, and the guy said, hey, who are you anyway? And I said, Dana Carvey.
That's good.
I never tell you that story?
No. I thought you'd say Vince Vaughn. That would have worked.
So before I was famous, those interesting things happen to me all the time. But once you're famous, you know, your life is pretty uninteresting after that.
So before you were famous, I spoke to your mother. I called her on the phone. She said you were a very good student. But also she said you were sort of an adventurer. She talked about you living on a boat for a time and working in... Now, again, some of this is in your book, right?
No. No,
because that's interesting.
Nothing interesting.
Yeah, okay.
Should appear in this book. But yeah, I was a bit of a scapegrace.
What? I'm sorry?
Scapegrace.
Scapegrace.
A troublemaker. I'd never do well. You know, so I travel from place to place, cause havoc, and move to the next town.
Like a traveling sort of salesman who, right?
More like a criminal drifter.
So you grew up in Canada, right? You started doing stand-up in
Ottawa, Canada.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And but
just by accident, you know, I never knew there was such a thing as a person that could work in comedy. Like I thought, you know, I had seen The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. We got it rarely in Canada, but we got it. And I thought there was like 5 comedians, you know, and they all had nice sweaters. Like, man,
that's a nice sweater.
Thanks. And that's what I thought. And I didn't know that there was this subculture of comedians that traveled all around telling their, you know, rather unseemly jokes to, you know, drunk patrons, and tried to hit on waitresses and asked if all the food was free. So then when I found that out, I said, that's great, because before that I only had jobs, I only had manual labor jobs. And
like what? What's a real job you did that you would call manual labor?
Well, the cooler ones were like I was a chokerman for a logging company. And,
a what?
It's a person that puts it doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's a thing where a goddamn tree can fall on you.
Okay, all right, fine.
Every week, okay, hey, where's Pete? A tree fell on him. So, and we all made a lot of money. We made $17 an hour. And I remember at one point I was talking to the dishwasher that everybody made fun of, old Sam. And I said, Sam, what do you make? He's like, $17 an hour. I'm like, what? So everybody made $17 an hour. So then I was like, I want to be the dishwasher. It turned out there's a huge waiting list that included almost everyone in the logging camp that wanted to be a dishwasher.
Yeah.
Because when you were washing dishes, the likelihood of a tree falling on you was highly diminished.
So you go to you start doing comedy, and you know what is interesting to me is we hear about this.
Cocaine is not working.
I just want to say, I mean, I don't really know about your personal life here, but I've been with you for hours and hours and hours. I'd say what?
We've been together, yes.
And I've never seen you take a single sip of alcohol, right?
No.
Yet, I read the internet. Do you go there?
What's that?
The internet. Do you
The
see?
internet,
Yeah.
sure, yeah.
And every time you do anything, people say, "Oh, he's drinking. The man's drinking again," right?
Yes, sir. And when I do stand up there, I go, I don't drink. Ah, ha, ha, ha.
Right.
I don't drink. That's a laugh. That's rich. And I don't drink. The only thing I do is before every show, I eat a fistful of acid, LSD. And my doctor, who's a broken record, he's like, stop eating fistfuls of acid before your shows.
I think it
what
works.
Does he know? The guy's a big purple dog. Well, lots of steps to that one.
That was good, yeah. I didn't know when to cut in, but I think I stayed out long enough. So you talk about it in the book, how the key to how you were able to get yourself onto Saturday Night Live. I hate to jump ahead, but
Sure.
You're talking about comedy, and we have this sense there's this huge audition process, and you have to trot out all these characters. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about how you found yourself on that show.
Well, there is an audition process, and which I didn't know about. I thought I had the job. That's what I was told by a fellow that worked there. So I quit the job I had. I worked for the Roseanne program.
Yeah, you were a writer on Roseanne first.
Yeah. So I was contractually obligated to her. So I went to Roseanne and Tom said, "How you doing, buddy?" And I was like, "Pretty good." He was like, "So what's going on?" Wow, that kind of stuff. So I always thought it'd be good to have him and Tarantino. Like he's like Tarantino's like. So, anyways, they were kind enough to allow me to go to Saturday Night Live, which was very sweet of both of them. And so I left. I moved to New York City, and then this girl Marcy Klein said, tomorrow you have to meet with Lauren. And I'm like, what's that all about? She goes, well, that's the job interview. And here I'd quit my job.
Yeah, and a good one.
Yeah, so I got really drunk, forgetting I had to go the next morning to do my job interview. And anyways, I went in, and Lauren and I had a fine talk. He was also from Canada, but he's a cosmopolite. Very cosmopolite, a worldly person.
Okay.
Are you a fucking writer?
No. I don't know these words. I write a lot of stuff.
An Oxford English Dictionary up there for Jeff.
I write a lot of things online.
He's a worldly man.
Okay,
man that would be comfortable with the King of England himself.
Yeah.
I know that's a little sexist, that comment, but here's the thing. I'm not. I come from the barren soils of the Ottawa Valley, and that's where I was born. That's where I was born a hick. I'll die a hick, and that's the way it is. So I didn't have anything to say, so I just laughed at everything he said, like I always do when I'm trying to get a job. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, Lauren says to me, he says. That's the thing I wrote for Farley to do. I said, what if you did a thing where it was just a guy who says, he says to me way too often. So Farley would do it really funny. He goes, I met this guy and he says to me, he looks me right in the eye and he says to me. So anyways, Lauren said, you have to go to the studio now and do 2 impressions and 2 characters. And at the time, I had 0 impressions and 0 characters. Like, I could do impressions of, like, anybody Rich Little did. But I couldn't do anyone, like, of the day, anyone O'Karat. So, O'Karat means...
I know that word. I'm a writer.
So, anyways, I had no way to. But then I thought when I was, he said, he said, we'll be in touch. And I knew I was in trouble, you know. And so I said, what do I do? And then I remembered when I was in kindergarten, and I didn't get my homework done. I would present the teacher with a shiny red apple. Right?
Yeah.
Because what would a teacher like better? The scribblings of a 5-year-old? Or eating a shiny red apple? We've been over food, the subject of food. And teachers, you know, are highly underpaid, which I think is a sin. And a shiny red apple, it costs a pretty coin, you know? So then I says to myself, I says, is there a way with Lorne Michaels, is there a way I could red apple the old man? And I'll tell you, Jeff, there's always a way. So in my back, I had a red apple, not an actual red apple, metaphorically. It would be perfect if I'd had an actual red apple. That's not how things work. But I had as close a thing to a red apple in my back pocket. And I'm talking about my literal back pocket.
Literal.
Oh, God, I love when people say that all the time. Don't you love that?
I do. I put it in all my
people
stories.
Say literally, constantly.
Yeah.
I don't even care that they're saying it wrong.
No.
I just don't want to hear it every third word.
I like irregardless as well. You know?
So I took my red apple, which in this case was 6 grams of government quality morphine.
And we know what happens next.
Yeah, I was in. Lorne Michaels, luckily for me, was a hopeless morphine addict.
Norm, so I think we're seeing, it's in the book.
No, I just thought.
When you talk about bombshells, that's an example of what we'll find in this.
Oh, yes, I have bombshells. There's, you know, it's a tell-all. Well, it's not all. It's a tell-some.
Yeah. So we're seeing it a little bit in process here, but, you know, obviously we watch you on late night shows. We hear you. I just heard you on Howard Stern. We watch you on your podcast, and what we find is suddenly we're sucked into the vortex of a nearly 9-minute joke that we have no idea how it emerged or where it will lead and what will happen with it, except that it will be very funny and we'll be trying to get everybody to listen to it the next day. How do you come saying, oh, I have a joke?
You mean like a street joke, like a real
street joke?
You mean like an actual joke?
Well, I mean like the moth joke or the Dirty Johnny joke.
Yeah, I don't make up those jokes.
They're just out there?
No. Have you ever tried to make up a joke? Like, no comic in the world can make up an actual joke. Like a guy walks into a bar and this happens. This is
startling information.
Oh, you didn't know that?
No, I thought you come with these things written down on paper, right?
No. You know, they call like a comedian's act jokes, but they haven't been jokes for years. You know, it changed with Alan King to observational comedy. You know, like talking about crabgrass in your neighbor's fucking yard or something. I don't care for Alan King.
Well, a lot of America is upset right now because there's a huge Alan King audience here.
Oh, yes,
yeah. Or maybe it's Larry King. So you're dodging this a little bit. So these are old jokes that you're stealing from Rich Little?
Not Rich Little didn't tell jokes. No, but like the moth joke, for instance. Colin Quinn told me that joke, and he said, you know, have you ever heard of the moth joke? Meaning it was a famous joke. And I said, no. And he said, a moth goes into a podiatrist's office, and he says, I have terrible problems, doctor, and I think I'm going mad. And the podiatrist goes, oh, well, that's too bad, moth, but why come to me? I'm a podiatrist. You should be going to see a psychiatrist. Why did you come to my office? And the moth says, because the light was on.
So that's a good joke, but that's not your joke.
That's not my joke. So I was on the Conan O'Brien show, and I was going to do one segment, and at the end of the segment, he said, we'll be right back with more Norm. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm like, I thought a guy was going to show new Christmas toys. So I said, I don't got nothing to say. And then I remember that Colin Quinn. He said, "Just talk." So I remember that Colin Quinn joke, and which is about a 20-second joke, So I said, "How long is this segment?" Hoping he'd say 20 seconds. And he said about 7 minutes, So I made the joke 7 minutes long.
I guess that's our answer, right? Norm, one thing that's important is you have written this book, and we do at book events like this, we have people, the authors read.
Oh, read from the book?
Yeah. So we would like you to read read from the book. Yeah. All right. And then we can have more questions, conversation, whatever.
Hi, guys.
It's a great crowd. These people really appreciate you.
I love the history of the how it turned from a place of the Lord to a seedy nightclub. Then the Lord came back. It was a cool.
It's a great story.
It's a great story. Yeah. And I love houses of worship. I go to churches wherever because I travel a lot doing stand-up, and churches, and especially old churches, are my favorite places to go. And I'm a religious person, but I'm never preachy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You've gotten into discussions with people on Twitter when they will demand that you declare that you're an atheist, right?
Yeah. People, it's very stylish to be atheist. And listen, I cannot stand preachy people. And the only thing I would say is, you can't get into heaven without Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Now, if that's preachy.
Yeah. So this this chapter you're going to read to us, it's called Tiny White Coffin, right?
It's called Tiny White Coffin because one time I saw a tiny white coffin, and it struck me as one of the saddest images I'd ever seen. So anyways, the story is about, this is just the end of the story, but at the start of the story, it's about a child. When you're a celebrity of any sort, people want things from you, especially terminally ill children. So anyways, there was a Make-A-Wish Foundation, and this child wanted to come to SNL.
Natural.
And watch me throughout the week and see how an idea became a sketch. So I said, okay, that's a wonderful idea. And I talked to him at his bedside, and I got everybody else to scram, And I was saying how touched I was that he wanted to do that. And then he said, I don't want to do that. I just made that up. I haven't liked SNL since Bill Murray left. So I said, well, what do you want me for? He said, well, do you have your Canadian citizenship still? And I said, yes, I'm Canadian, And he said, well, that helps my wish. My wish is to kill a baby seal. So we took him, me and my buddy. We went to Gander, Newfoundland, where we got the services of Edward McClintock, a cod fisherman. And he took us to the flow, and we found and the boy had a terrible cough, And Edward McClintock said he's not going to make it through the North Atlantic. And I said, but his final wish, But I worried about the boy, So many pills. But I tried to entertain him. We would sit and we'd look. The sky is so beautiful and limitless when you get to the super northern places, and we'd look at the clouds, the boy and I, and we try to find figures in them. Like I go, that clown looks like a half-eaten pickle. The boy had not learned that life was about food yet. So he saw other things. He would go, look, there's a man with a beard. And I'd say, I don't see it. And he'd go, wait, see where that's his mouth. And then that's his chin. I go, yes, it is a man with a beard. Right, you are. And, and I go, what about that one? It's an alligator. He go, I see this, an alligator. So we both saw an alligator, and on it went. So finally, we get to we hear the odd noise I'd never heard. And Edward McClintock said, harp seal.
Yeah.
Baby harp. So we said, oh, God, thank God, because we've been on the sea for a couple of days. And we go, and then we heard gunshots. And Edward McClintock said, damn punks from St. John's with their revolvers. That's not how you kill a seal. And we said, well, how do you kill it? And he produced a rucksack. And out of the rucksack was this medieval-looking sort of thing. It was called a hack-a-pick. Hack-a-pick. And Edward McClintock gave instructions to the boy. And he said, a seal's skull is as thin as a shadow by. Strike him with this hack-a-pick directly above the eyes and watch as they go glassy. So the boy ran away. No, he didn't run away. I mean, he ran toward the
harp seal,
toward the baby harp, and me and Edward McClintock and my buddy stood there, and he had such strength suddenly. This child, and he struck as hard as he could. And the blood came out. It was so red with the white behind it, just this fountain of blood. Most of it hit the boy's face and in his mouth, and it was almost like the life of the seal itself was transferring to the child. And then me and my friend and Edward McClintock, we just stood and watched this wicked miracle unfold. And on our way back, we were all depressed and we couldn't get the image out of our mind, except for the boy who sang gay songs. I gave him his pills, and he threw them in the North Atlantic. He didn't want the pills. And we went back, and a miracle had happened. The boy was free of his disease. It was it was in the New York newspapers at the time. This was about 18 years ago. And he got a small measure of fame for it, and he got to go to Gracie Mansion, and he met the mayor, and he was on the Donahue program.
Cured.
Phil Donahue program. Cured. Yeah, there were other people with him that had been cured and so forth. He didn't. It remained a secret of how he was cured. But and it was barely mentioned a year later, when he was struck by a city bus and killed. So anyways...
So that's where we pick up the story.
Yes, we'll pick up the story there.
Good.
Because I thought that page would be too long to read.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the story. The boy had turned 10 years old only a few days before the accident, and now he lay in Strickland's funeral home in a tiny white coffin. When all the strangers had finished looking at him and sadly shaking their heads so that all present knew their feelings on the matter, his mother was left alone in the room with the tiny white coffin, alone but for me. I lingered behind unseen while the funeral director shooed the others into a room with a sad-faced pastor who was preparing to speak. The mother stood and looked down into the tiny white coffin. Her posture, which had been rigid all morning, went slack at the shoulder and neck. Her hands remained clasped tightly in front of her. The boy was wearing a navy blue suit with a white shirt and a tie, but he still did not look like a man. I stayed quiet in the shadows so as not to disturb the moment. After a time had passed, the funeral director opened the door and quietly let the mother know that her time was up. As she turned to leave, she looked one last time into the tiny white coffin, and then she did a strange thing, a thing that I shall never forget. She straightened the knot on the boy's tie and looked to make sure that it was correct. I took in a fast, jagged gulp of air and slunk into the next room before she noticed me. There were cookies and an urn of coffee on a table in the room. The cookies were awful. None of the cookies contained jelly in the middle, which are widely considered to be the best funeral home cookies. Instead, there were only dry shortbreads. The coffee was black, and there was no cream or milk, just packets of white-yellow powder. When I poured the powder into the styrofoam cup of black, bitter coffee, it just sat in a pile on the top. When I mixed the powder in, using a black plastic stick, the coffee turned gray like dishwater. It got me pretty steamed. And I'm sure the rest of the people who had gathered felt the same way. We all went into the adjoining room and took our seats. The tiny white coffin had been placed in the front of the room, and the sad-faced pastor was standing beside it. The sad-faced pastor told us how the boy had not been an ordinary boy. He had been very special. He had been a brother and a son and a grandson and even a great-grandson. I looked over and saw them sitting there, the young and the old and the older and the oldest. The sad-faced pastor told us that some things were very mysterious, but that there was a meaning behind everything, even something as tragic as this. He then asked if anyone had anything they would like to say about the boy, and people came up, one at a time, to speak about the boy. I decided to go up to speak too, since I had experience in public speaking. Of course, I wasn't about to do my stand-up. That would be ridiculous. I pulled out the piece of paper with the speech I prepared, and then, just when I was about to read it, I suddenly changed my mind. Folks, I said, I have in my hand here a speech I wrote, a speech that's full of big fancy words, but I'm not going to read it. And I crumpled up my speech and threw it to the floor with contempt. You don't want to hear a bunch of fancy words, many of them so fancy you wouldn't even understand them. Instead, I will speak from the heart. I have never done such a thing before, but I hear it can be quite effective. So, ladies and gentlemen, bereaved relatives, youngsters who have lost a brother or a sister or a friend, the guy in the sad-faced pastor costume, the lady sitting beside him, I figure it's his wife or something. And finally, of course, the guy hanging around at the door wearing a Carolina Panthers jacket. He is clearly in the wrong room, but has the grace to hang in there till the end. I thank you all for coming. I was proud to have known this boy, and I was proud that his last wish in life was to see me do a sketch on the Saturday Night Live program. Although I cannot say I was all that surprised. I'm a very good sketch player. But this is not about me. I really shouldn't be making it about me, but this is the first time I've ever spoken from the heart. So I beg your indulgence. I feel this speech will really start to get good very soon. But it didn't. And I realized something during the next 20 minutes. As my speech moved from one inane anecdote to another, none of them having anything to do with the boy. What I realized then was that some guys are very good at speaking from the heart, and some guys just aren't. Doesn't mean one guy's better than the other, just different. So I was honest with the people. Ladies and gentlemen, I said, I apologize for this speech. For the last 5 or 6 minutes, I've been telling you about Gordie Howe. And I think we all know what an awful, awful mistake me speaking from the heart was. So, if I may ask your help, let's try to find that speech. You know, the one with the big fancy words that I threw away some minutes ago. It's got to be around here somewhere. Here it is, a sweet old lady near the front said. I read it and thought it was very good, especially the part about how we can learn more from the children than they can learn from us. Oh, excellent, I said. I'm glad you liked that part because it's the surprise ending. So that's shot. Guess I'll just have to read it without the surprise ending. And there appears to be coffee spilled all over it. Oh, yes, the sweet old lady said. I spilled coffee all over the darn thing. Okay, well, I can't make out any of the big fancy words now at all. But it's nobody's fault. I mean, in all fairness, part of it is my fault for crumpling it up and tossing it away so cavalierly. Hey, you know, I think cavalierly might have been one of the big fancy words in my speech. Also, it's partly the sweet old lady's fault for spilling so much coffee on the paper that not a single word can be made out. But we're not here to place blame. I will say this about the young boy in the tiny white coffin. Despite the doctor's dire predictions, the boy was too tough, too resolute, too courageous to let something as small as a deadly disease defeat him. No, the boy was made of stronger stuff than that, and it took much more to defeat him. It took a 3-ton municipal bus, moving at 40 miles per hour, and driven by one Cecil Richard Anderson to defeat this boy. I heard the deepest of sobs and looked down to see a man wearing some sort of bus driver's uniform and being held up by 2 women. If you cry, sir, I said, then cry with envy and not pity, for the boy is in the clouds, and he is one with the clouds. It is we who are left, who are reminded on this unacceptable day that life is swift, and yet we are blind to its mighty splendor, which can be found in the simplest of things. Things like a walk in the park, a conversation with a good friend, a deep, rich coffee, leavened with half cream and half milk, and served in a sturdy mug, one with some heft, and with it, a delicious cookie that's white and has red jelly in the middle. Thank you for listening, and due to the solemnity of the occasion, I would ask you to hold your applause. From there, we all went to the graveyard. The day was bright and clean, and the cool autumn air filled my lungs and made me feel healthy. A time passed, and then the hearse showed up. The pallbearers were all big men, and they carried the tiny white coffin as if it was very heavy, although it could not have weighed more than 80 or 90 pounds. There was a small hole in the ground and some dirt beside it. We stood in a circle, and the sad-faced pastor said some things in Latin, and then we formed a line. The sun was directly overhead, and made the tiny white coffin ever so bright. And I took a handful of dirt and flung it down on top. Then it was the next guy's turn. Afterward, I walked back alone down a long black top road, and it was cold, and in the sky there were white clouds, and they all looked like white clouds and nothing else.
I saw that book for the first time on your coffee table, covered in.
It knocked me out, that story.
You're upset?
Well, no, something like that happened to me. But anyways, on we go.
So there's one other thing I'd like you to read, which is, I think, a chapter that really struck me. I'm speaking, totally genuinely. I read this chapter called The Final Chapter.
The final chapter.
It's called The Final Chapter.
It's not the last chapter.
Well, but it's called The Final Chapter, and it's not quite as long.
And it's not I don't think it's funny.
But you don't always have to be funny. We're in a house of worship.
I know we are.
But I love that chapter because I feel like...
I was Jewish.
You were? I am Jewish.
Oh, you were?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I was Jewish for
what happened?
2 years. Well, I knew a rabbi.
Yeah?
I had many, many biblical questions when I was young, and they were never answered I was Presbyterian. They were never answered by my pastors and stuff. And then I met a fellow that was Jewish, and he introduced me to his rabbi. And so if I had a question, then like one time I had a question about the Lord's Prayer. And I said, there was a line in the Lord's Prayer that said, lead us not into temptation. And so I thought that it was without God's ability to lead us into temptation. And I asked the rabbi the question. I said, how could God lead us into temptation? It doesn't make sense to me. And he said, I'll get back to you.
And then you converted.
They study, I went to...
So can I set this chapter up briefly?
Sure.
Okay. So what I love about this chapter is that it, to me, you talk about facts and truth and on, but this is a very true chapter to me for some reason, even though it was ghostwritten, right?
Uh-huh.
So I would like you to read it for everybody.
It wasn't really ghostwritten.
Yeah.
Okay. Was that what you were going to say?
I wanted to say something better, to be totally honest. I'm still kind of moved by, you read this tiny white coffin thing, and we're all laughing, and then you go, oh, that kind of happened. That's very...
But what did you like about that? Start again.
Okay. I just find in that chapter, it's so rare for people to be so aware of their place in life, and so self-aware, and to be actually able to...
Well, I was forced to, during writing of an autobiography, which is, it's your life, I was forced to ask myself questions and find out if I was happy or unhappy or content or malcontent or... So anyways, this is what I came up with.
Yeah.
There is the way things are, and then the way things appear. And it is the way things appear, even when false, that is often the truest. If I am remembered, there will always be for my 4 years I spent at Saturday Night Live, and maybe even more than that, by the events surrounding my departure from that program. As long as SNL exists, then so do I. When people come to see me do stand-up, it is because somewhere in their memory I live on SNL, dressed as a young Burt Reynolds, insisting Alex Trebek refer to me as Turd Ferguson. And they come to see me, and I am old and fat, and I don't mention SNL, and I do my answering machine joke that always does well, And they are happily disappointed. And after the show, they stand beside me and take pictures, the way you would with a donkey at the side of a road. They tell me they are big fans, and they don't care what their girlfriends say. They understand me, even though they know good and well that no one else does. I'm dry, they say. The next time I come to their town, they do not show up. It can be difficult to define yourself by something that happened so long ago and is gone forever. It's like a fellow at the end of the bar telling no one in particular about the silver medal he won in high school track, the one he still wears around his neck. The only thing an old man can tell a young man is that it goes fast, real fast, and if you're not careful, it's too late. Of course, the young man will never understand this truth. But looking back now, I can see that my life since SNL has been a full sprint, trying with all my might to outrun the wolves of irrelevancy snapping at my heels. But it has all been in vain, of course. They caught and devoured me years ago. But not completely. Lauren would see that. My foot would still make a vague imprint. Myself would still cast a faint shadow. And years later, I would write a book. And not only write it, but be in it as well. I think a lot of people feel sorry for you if you are on SNL and emerge from the show anything less than a superstar. They assume you must be bitter. But it is impossible for me to be bitter. I've been lucky. If I had to sum up my whole life, I guess those are the words I would choose, all right. I've been lucky. When I was a boy, I was sure I'd never make it past Moose Creek, Ontario, Canada, but I've been all over this world, except for Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa, and South America. Oh, and Antarctica. But that's really splitting hairs. I mean, how many people have ever been to Antarctica? I never expected to be any more than a common laborer, and I would have considered myself lucky to have achieved that. But I was blessed with so much more. I'm a stand-up comedian and have been for over a quarter of a century. I performed thousands of hours from a small club in Ottawa, Ontario, all the way to a small club in Edmonton, Alberta. Sometimes I get big laughs and I think I'm the best stand-up in the whole world. And other times I bomb and I think I'm not even in the top 5. Before I was famous, I had a whole bunch of jobs where all I needed was boots. People would look right past me in the street, or if they did look at me, it was with a mean look. But when I got famous, people would look at me and smile and wonder where they knew me from. If they flat out recognized me, they'd laugh and dance like they'd won a prize. And I'd just stand there and smile and feel warmth from their love. So, the fame made the world, which is a real cold place, a little less cold. And as for my gambling, it is true, I lost it all a few times. But that's because I always took the long shot and I never came in. But I still have some time before I cross that river. And if you're at the table and you're rolling them bones, and there's no money in playing it safe, you have to take all your chips and put them on double six and watch as every eye goes to you and then to those red dice doing their wild dance in freezing time before finding the cruel green felt. I've been lucky.
Beautiful chapter.
Thank you for clapping. Yeah. It makes me feel nice.
Well, I think you can understand how everybody appreciates you here and elsewhere. We actually have time for some questions. And we'd love for you to, you apparently. We have time for his questions, right? You don't want no questions?
What?
Or not him?
No, before the show I said no questions from you.
Oh, well, I didn't understand that. I was confused.
No, of course, I would love
that. Was a beautiful chapter, though. I just thank you for reading that, because I know that you've only, you don't read that publicly, right? No, thank you. All right, so questions.
Yeah, one of my favorite scenes in Dirty Work was you, Artie Lang, and Don Rickles in the movie theater. Can you tell us what it was like working with Don Rickles and filming that scene?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Don Rickles, he just doesn't give a fuck. So I couldn't tell how much it was an act, how much it wasn't, but Frank Sinatra, who's one of his best friends, was ill at the time. He was on his deathbed. And by the way, don't buy deathbeds. So, they're cheaper, but at some point you gotta, some things you don't scrimp on. So anyways, Mr. Sinatra was on his deathbed and was reportedly days from moving on. And so no one knew if we should ask Don how he was doing or bring it up or anything like that. And then I said, fuck it, I'll ask him, So we were at lunch and I said, hey, have you seen Frank Sinatra lately? And he said, oh yeah, it was a lot of fun. We were at a hospital and he was about, meh. So I was like, good Christ, So I said, well, how's he doing, Don? And he goes, let me tell you something. He goes, this is what it's like visiting Frank. I put my head about an inch from his head, and I go, I'm not Barbara. It was his wife. So, I was like, this guy don't fuck around. So yeah, it was a lot of fun working with the great Don Rickles. Thank you for the question.
Jeff.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, about your article in the Washington Post.
Yeah.
You wrote this guy, Kent Alterman, president of Comedy Central.
Yeah.
Why did you let him mock Norm in it?
Mock him? What do you mean?
Yeah, because how is Norm MacDonald not on the air? He's the president.
Yeah.
I
don't have the authority to make him put him on the air.
You got to explain to the folks what he's referring to.
In the article that we wrote, a profile was...
Jeff wrote.
It's a team effort. I have a ghostwriter.
I thought you wrote.
A friend, very talented. So the article I wrote, I called the head of Comedy Central because I know he's a fan of Norm's, and said, what do you think of Norm? And he said the quote that you said. He said it's a crime that he's not on the air.
Okay, well,
now, technically, he actually has some room on the air, right? Yeah.
President of Comedy Central.
Yeah, he's a president.
Said, if only I knew some way.
Yeah, right.
To undo this injustice.
The other thing all the TV executives say to you, and I love TV executives, they say, you just got to let Norm be Norm. And then you ask Norm or them about the show that he did, and they explain how they would not let him be Norm because it would never work.
Yeah, but Seth Meyers has a show. Alan King was on TV. Listen, I'm saying if Norm MacDonald was a member of the tribe, he'd be on TV.
Are you speaking English?
Who's Marty? Did he say Marty Keene?
I believe it was. I believe it was something about Jews running Hollywood. I'm not sure.
I've seen Adam Mead throw his Junas in your face a lot on the podcast.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
It's like he threw his voice almost. It was almost like it was coming from somewhere else.
I'm a big fan of incoherence.
Over here?
I know that stand-up is very personal for the most part.
Stand-up is?
Stand-up.
Yes. Right.
How different is it for you touring, talking about you specifically?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
How different is it for you going around talking about this book, talking about you specifically versus your take on things?
Yeah, no, it's very difficult. It's not fun. You know, it's a little tough because I grew up in a family, not unlike a lot of families of my time, where, you know, feelings were not, meant to be expressed. Or else your dad would call you gay. My dad never called me gay, but he called me a girl.
Yeah.
And so it's still hard for me. But yeah, this is much more personal, way more personal than my stand-up comedy. And, you know, we didn't hit on a lot of the book that's incredibly personal, you know. But yeah, a lot different.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the question.
Norm, first of all, thanks for doing this. This is very cool for your fans to come see you in a setting like this.
Oh, that's nice.
This is great.
But it's you and the rest of these people that should be thanked for coming. So
I appreciate it, and we're psyched about the book. Glad you got the podcast going again. I had one question. I love, and I think everyone here does as well, seeing you when you were on the late night shows, and the last Letterman show that you did, your routine there, which I still have on my DVR. Is there a story you can share about either leading up to that and your feelings about it, or in the aftermath since? Because in addition to being very funny, which it was and you always are, it was obviously very emotional as well. I thought maybe there's something you could share.
Yeah. Well, I had already appeared what I thought was my last time 4 weeks earlier, and I did panel, you know. I had not done stand-up on the show for a decade or so. So I thought that was my last one. And then Mr. Letterman phoned me and said that he would like me to be the last stand-up. And then we laughed together at how mad Jerry Seinfeld would be. So I worked very, very hard on making it, because everybody was acting so cool about Letterman leaving, and I didn't think it was cool. I was saddened by it, you know, and because he just meant so much to me, not only personally in my career, but I just think he changed the whole culture and the way people speak and so forth. And I think he was a very, very important person in society. So I didn't feel cool or ironic about it at all. And so I wanted to, first of all, do as funny a set as I possibly could. So I worked very, very hard on it. And then I remembered when I first ever saw him ever, which was at a Toronto television show called 90 Minutes Live, hosted by Peter Zosky, where the guests were Ricky Jay and David Letterman. And David Letterman did this joke. And I remembered the joke, and I loved the joke. I told all my friends. So on the show, I did the joke. Then I was overtaken by something. It was hard to get through the joke. And then I hadn't planned this or anything, but I thought I'd say goodbye to David Letterman because nobody else was doing it, you know? And I felt someone had to say goodbye to him, for goodness sakes. So yeah, then when I said goodbye to him, I got really sad.
No, but that was a great moment, and obviously very heartfelt. And again, thanks for doing this, man.
Oh, you bet. Thank you for the question.
I just want to say thank you for all of your work that you've done and all the work that you're hopefully going to do going forward. I love the Just for Laughs thing you did way back, and
wow.
The ESPN Awards.
He has your shirt on.
It's a long time ago. Yeah,
I just wanted to know, when you were writing the book and having trouble writing the book, did you find any strength or solace in knowing that if that lazy Artie Lang can write a book that you could do.
Well, I did find solace in the fact that writing a celebrity memoir was, you'd have to go to a fucking limbo place to find a lower bar, So I didn't think it would be that difficult.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, pal.
Yeah.
And thanks for buying that T-shirt.
Yeah. All right, we've got 9 more minutes of questions. I want to keep this right because everybody wants to get their book signed. Yeah. All right, go.
Hello, Norm. I'll just start by saying the same thing everybody else has said. Thank you for coming out here. On a personal note, you more than probably anybody shaped my sort of comic sensibility when I was growing up. I sort of idolized you.
I'm an old man.
Yeah, he's 53.
A fucking bald guy.
Yeah. I don't know what to say.
But that's very nice of you. Thank you.
My younger brother and I, when we were young, we got a video camera and we recreated the David Letterman sketch from SNL where you said, "You got any gum?" And then
you got any gum?
2 years ago, when my boss retired, giving you credit, of course, I lifted your Bob Saget roast routine wholesale and applied it to her, removing some of the more questionable things.
Did that work?
It did. It actually killed. It did really, really well.
I asked because it didn't work for me.
But my question is, you're one of the most kind of like literate comedians out there. You can, especially with the book, I'm almost pretty much done reading it, and you can turn a phrase more than in ways that are more unique than anybody I've really read. And at the same time, you can have things, where like you talk about dead hookers in the trunk and dirty work. How do you find yourself able to sort of move between those two modes of comedy where you do sort of like hyper literate, really turns of phrases, and then sort of the more stuff that was in like dirty work?
I think dirty work was very literate. But where do you learn these fancy words and these interesting ways of turning the phrase? I think that's what he was trying to say.
Well, I don't know.
Well, you read a lot.
I read a lot. Like I'm, as you know, completely uneducated. I dropped out of
self-educated
school when I was a boy. But you can't teach yourself. It makes no fucking sense. I've always heard that, like that guy's street smart. He might not know about Newton or Einstein, but he knows about a fella named Bob.
But you read a lot.
Bill. Yes, I do read a lot. I think, I wish I was educated so I could write a book properly, but I read an enormous amount, and I'm sort of obsessed with reading. So I think that helped a lot,
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Norm.
Hi.
As a sports fan, I was wondering if you caught the ESPN OJ documentary and if that changed any of your opinions. Maybe you thought OJ was now more of a murderer.
Because you were a huge supporter of OJ. When no one else would speak on his behalf, you...
Well, that's the only time I ever did jokes, because I try to make comedy with no agenda, and I hate political comedians and political comedy. I try to make just pure comedy, but that was the only time that I felt moral outrage and righteous indignation over what was happening, and it slithered its way into the jokes.
Slithered. I like that. So did you watch the either of the...
Yeah, I watched both, the 30 for 30 and the John Travolta vehicle.
That was acclaimed.
It was acclaimed.
I think so, yeah, the John Travolta one, yeah. David Schwimmer.
Yeah, David Schwimmer. Yeah. You know what I liked about that is like they go, David Schwimmer played, what was his name?
Kardashian.
Rob Kardashian. And so it would open, and it would be him with his 2 daughters. And they'd go, "Hey, Daddy, you were recognized today." You go, "Well, let me tell you something about fame, children. Fame is fleeting." And so anytime the story flagged a little, they go, "Hey, where's the Chloe in this?" And these children running.
All right, 2 more questions.
I'm curious.
But you want more?
No, I feel sorry for.
I feel bad for them too, but
there's more
it's
than
your
2
event.
people.
But you know, the people need all signing and stuff, and yeah.
Well,
3 more
how many
questions.
people
Okay,
are
go.
here right now? There's 7 people. How about 7 questions?
Yeah. All right, if that's what they say.
8. How about 8 more questions?
All right. Slow down. All right, no more. Nobody else in the line. It's like the ice cream truck.
Well,
the man is going to drive away. Okay.
I saw a lady, and there hasn't been a lady.
But make them tight questions.
Okay, great. What was your father's favorite joke?
My father's favorite joke? Yep. Well, he had a joke. Roses are gray, violets are gray, tulips are gray, because I am a dog.
Thank you. That was close.
That was fast.
Yeah. It's like the lightning round.
Hi, Norm. You're not going to be here next week, so in advance to both you and Jeff, Lashana Tova, may you have a sweet new year. My question is...
Maybe just a little closer.
Sure. My question is...
To the English language. No, I'm sorry.
What's wrong with you? He's a nice man.
We had trouble understanding.
Yeah. Oh, no, for sure. So along the OJ lines, did you ever end up actually meeting anyone related to the trial or anything like that? Did you ever meet anyone related to the trial?
Related to the trial, yeah.
Or, and if you didn't, then could you answer, could you finish your anecdote that you were unceremoniously interrupted with the leading into temptation?
I did, so I don't have to do that anecdote.
Oh, fantastic.
I did, yes. One time I was doing the program, the Saturday Night Live program, and they said, Arthel Simpson, somebody like that, is in the audience. And we had an OJ joke. You know? And the poor daughter was in the crowd, you know?
Seems like a bad place to be.
Yeah, you know, it's very tough. So I said, can I really do this joke? I said, sure, why not?
Thank you. Good. Okay, yeah. Hopefully that answers your question fully.
So on Weekend Update, when you anchored, Frank Stallone was often a punchline. Did he know it was coming, or did you ever talk to him afterwards?
But I talked to his brother, Sylvester Stallone, who hosted the show, and he was like, what the fuck with Frank? And, so I said, you know, it's a complete non sequitur. It's ridiculous, you know. And so he told me, you know, he says, the thing with Frank is, you know, after Rocky, he decided to become a boxer. So, you know, he'd go in the ring with it. He'd say like the Italian stallion's brother. He goes, every boxer in Philadelphia just beat the shit out of him. He goes, you've never been right since, and I feel guilty about it. He says, if you could just lay off him for a while. And I was like, no. So I never did another job.
I know some comedians have described themselves as being not terribly happy people off the stage, but finding doing stand-up to be a pretty therapeutic experience. Do you view it that way, or what's the importance of performing stand-up to you personally?
No, I'm not sad at all off stage.
Is comedy? Let me rephrase that. Do you find that comedy is a catharsis for your meaningless existence? Is that better? Sorry.
I know there's this idea. What's that story about? You know, the guy goes to the psychiatrist. I'm very depressed. You know, remember that story? And you must see Pagliacci. I tell all my patients. And, no matter how depressed they are, they go and they see Pagliacci. And then they are happy afterwards. And the guy says, I am Pagliacci. So anyways, nowhere near as funny as Pagliacci. I don't mean to, and I don't want anyone to infer that. But no, I'm happy, and I don't find stand-up as much therapy as I know a lot of people do. But I don't know what I find stand-up really. It makes me happy when I'm out there, and then immediately when I leave, I'm a little bit sad, I guess. And so
that's helpful.
All the answers have to be good.
Well, I mean, we're seeing, no. Yeah. Yes.
Right, you stumped me on that one.
That was good, though. Yeah.
I tried.
Norm,
I was hoping something would come out. Sometimes I begin a sentence hoping that the end of the sentence will
it sometimes
something.
works out for you. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi, Norm. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for dressing so well.
Great. So my question, you're in Washington, D.C., so my question is, you hosted the White House Correspondents' Dinner a few years ago. Any reaction to that? Any stories about that? Anything you'd like to share?
Well, they always have a funny guest at the Correspondents' Dinner, somebody in the news in some way. It'll be, Monica Lewinsky, or you know what I mean. They'll invite and this year that I did it, they invited Larry Flint, the hardcore pornographer. So I met him. He was in his wheelchair with his funny way of talking. And you never feel fully comfortable around there, unless you're a very good person. I mean good like Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
Yeah.
So anyways, he says to me, he says, have you ever come to Hollywood? You come away, I'll take care of you. So I said, you'll take care of me? So then, in my head, I was like, what the fuck does it mean to be taken care of by Larry Flint? Because, if my Aunt Ida said, come down to Manitoba and I'll take care of you, that would mean she would make a nice strawberry rhubarb pie and we'd talk, But Larry Flint, I imagine it would include me and a couple of ladies, and then him showing up in a wheelchair.
Don't never do that. Not here. This is a nightclub. All right, that's good. All right, let's shuffle through these questions. Yes.
All right, one of your lesser known, but one of my favorite things you've ever done is a commercial you did for the Man Grate.
God, that's an online only thing, don't you think?
It's got 100,000, maybe a couple of million views. And I just want to know, did they ever come around to your interpretation of their ad and their product?
No, well, what he's referring to is I have this podcast that, I do this podcast, I don't make any money off it. And then they're like, do this commercial. I'm like, fuck, I don't even make any money. And so there was this goddamn thing called a Man Grate. And it weighed 100 pounds. It was supposed to be some sort of cooking device for steak. And I had to read all this thing. And I couldn't even lift it. And I was sweating profusely. And talking about what it was. And then, I don't know.
It gets very colorful.
Like what?
It gets very colorful.
It gets very colorful. Yeah, and I'm not going to say what I said here in a house of worship. But no, they never came around to seeing the...
that sponsorship ended.
That sponsorship ended without amicability.
Okay, thank you. Two more.
So about 20 years ago,
yes, sir.
You and Courtney Thorne-Smith were on Conan on the same night. Did anyone on stage that night know that you were going to take over her interview? And if any of them did not, what was it like afterwards?
It wasn't what it was like. What he was referring to is I was the first guest, and then Courtney Thorne-Smith came on, who was on Melrose Place and had decided to leave Melrose Place to co-star in a movie with Carrot Top. So,
chairman of the board, right?
Yeah, it was called chairman of the board, and so it stunned me, as it would anyone. And so I was like, wait a minute, you left? Wait, what? And I couldn't figure it out. And as it pertains to what happened afterwards, it's not what happened directly afterwards. It is that when I did it, there were no computers. And so I did not know that it would live on forever. Back then, you would just say things. People in the general vicinity would hear them. And then they would forget them. But now, I really have to make that phone call to Carrot Top. Motherfucker's ripped too.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And last question, and
a
then
lady.
I know. That's why I came up here. I was like, it's all guys.
It's about time, I say.
Seriously. So I opened your book and I saw Slash's name in there, and so I was wondering.
Oh, Slash.
Yeah. So I was wondering, when you write about other famous people, do you have to get their permission first, or is it just like, oh, whatever?
Well, you do have to get their permission normally, but my book editor, Joe Veltri, who's right there. Stand up, Joe.
is he standing up?
Stand up. That's not standing up.
There he is. Yeah, thank you.
Joe Veltri had a great strategy, which was that we would not need permission as long as we made something so outlandishly insane that the actual true things, so for instance, if somebody came and said, hey, wait a minute, I never did that, I never would do anything like that, I could say, what are you talking about? The devil's in the book. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a big, crazy book. And then he'd go, but I really did it. And I go, yeah, I know. But he won't stand up in court. Joe Veltri will tell you so himself.
Thank you.
And they'd be scared because they'd hear the name Joe Veltri, and nobody wants to hear that name in the world of publishing.
He's an agent and an attorney.
He is. Yeah, he's an agent and an attorney.
Thank you. Did that better.
You got a joke for that?
No, I don't.
You don't?
No.
You see how hard it is?
Yeah,
Thank you for the final question.
Yeah, we got through that. I mean, it's a little later than they told me it was supposed to be. But look, thank you all for coming. We're just so lucky to have Norm in this setting. I hope we get him back sometime soon. Right? And you're going to sign the books, right? Yeah?
Sign books, yes. If anybody wants their books signed, why, that would be fine and good. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Thanks, that's real nice. Does this work? Does this sound?
We.
It doesn't sound like much.
I know it doesn't sound like much because we're like.
Where are my cans?
No.
I don't get cans?
No cans for you here.
Damn.
This. No, you don't work with cans on your
they
show.
don't know what cans mean.
No, of course.
Can you
Well,
explain to the folks?
You would call them headphones, but in the 1950s radio, we called them cans. Norm MacDonald has a show that premieres on Netflix Friday, September 14th. And I know you're out doing some publicity. Were you able to get any? Was anybody paying attention to what's going on here?
Run.
Well, isn't it always funny when whoever it is ends up in the barrel for a little while? I mean, when it's not you, it's always really, really interesting
Yes,
that
right.
suddenly the press is paying attention to you, you know?
You mean that's a good thing?
Yes. Well, I wonder, do you view it as a good thing or
No, I've never believed that all press is good press thing
Yeah.
because of Hitler. I feel it hurt his career.
You know what the thing is, like with everybody, it worked for a while. You know what I mean?
Right,
for a while, like people are like, hey, I'm hearing a lot about you, Hitler.
Yeah.
And then it turns bad. You know?
Yeah.
But it always does turn bad at some point, no matter who the person is. Everybody, has to be that guy for a while.
I suppose. What, are you saying I'm that guy?
You're that guy for at least a couple days and it'll go away.
Yeah.
But you have to today with social media be in lockstep with the mob. That's the thing.
You're saying that's a good thing.
No, it's the only way to survive. We're we're antelopes in the jungle, and you just want to move, find out where the lion is. That's and then move in the other direction.
Well, what do you feel, Ron? The conventional wisdom always used to be, if you do something wrong, then you apologize, you show contrition, and the public forgives you. Now that's out the window.
Right.
And now Trump said it to his friend apparently the other day. Deny, deny, deny. So the people who've done bad things just deny it. And that's their own, and I don't think that's a good idea.
Right.
You know what I mean? By the way, I never did anything bad.
That's the perfect angle to have. And I'm as outraged as everyone else, and let's keep moving along.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's
Of
really
course I'm
funny
outraged.
about this? I've seen a couple episodes. They sent me a couple episodes of your show. It's the exact opposite of controversial. It's a really funny, sweet show. You're on there. I watched the Jane Fonda one. Probably the most controversial person of our lifetime.
Sure.
And yet it was just a fun, sweet half hour.
Yeah. I'm not interested in that. Yeah, that's the funny thing is that I have no interest in politics or, I'm just a clown, you know what I'm saying? And what I think happened was Jon Stewart, who was a great friend of mine and still is, wonderful comedian, fantastic comedian, and became a political figure of not inconsiderable weight in this country, for the good, I think, But he was a very peculiar, he had massive intellect, strong viewpoint, well-informed, and funny. Hard to find those. And he had a fantastic show. But what he spawned, sometimes original geniuses spawn a bunch of fucking shit.
Right.
And so suddenly every talk show had to be, every talk show host had to be a political pundit, And the last time I did the Jimmy Fallon show, Donald Trump was the host. And I was a guest, rather. And Jimmy mussed up his hair, Jimmy Fallon.
Right.
And I remember we were watching from backstage, and we're like, oh, didn't think of anything of it. And then it was a big thing. How dare Jimmy Fallon muss up, as if Jimmy Fallon is Tim Russert. Or, it's not a timely reference since he died 15 years ago. But he's no Douglas Edwards. So I said, well, that's Jimmy. It's absurd,
Yeah.
And I didn't watch Johnny Carson. I was too young. But I don't think Johnny Carson addressed Vietnam or Watergate, you know. Things way bigger than nowadays. But that's the way comedy has turned. So, and it's fine, But I'm no good at it because I don't know anything about politics. And so, yeah, it is a little ironic. I don't like using the word ironic because it turns out I always use it wrong.
Sure, yeah.
But Ted Sarandis, who's the head of the Netflix, and became a friend of mine in the unlikeliest of ways. But I talked to him all the time about the show. And I said, Ted, I want to give you a show that people can watch 10 years from now. I really, and I do that with my specials also. I don't do very many specials, but I want them to be about themes that will live on. And I don't want to make fucking Murphy Brown. Because those Dan Quayle jokes.
Yeah.
Not so funny.
Although she's back now.
She's back now,
back.
yes. And I think it'll work because now sitcoms have turned into this. When I was a kid, a sitcom would have once in a while a very special episode of Family Ties. And everybody make jokes about it. And now a sitcom, every motherfucking episode is special.
Yeah, Anybody could die at any time if you're on TV. No one is spending their money if they're on a TV show.
It's like Lenny Clark, I remember.
Yeah.
He got the show Lenny.
Yeah.
Funniest motherfucker.
Yeah.
You know Lenny. And we were at the Montreal Comedy Festival. I met him. And everybody had their 5 minutes of going up on stage, trying to get the perfect 5 minutes. And meanwhile, none of the agents or managers were there. They were all at strip clubs. And so then at night, everybody stayed at the Delta Hotel, and Lenny Clark would just be running around the room, grabbing the telephone, going, "Hey, it's the president of show business. He wants to talk to you over here." And then he got the show.
Yeah.
But his agent told him to buy a giant house, because so he bought a big fucking giant house, and he told me he paid two what do you call it, mortgage?
Yeah.
That's how well I'm doing. He paid 2 months of his mortgage, and then he had to sell his house.
Yeah.
But he's a good guy, Lenny Clark. Goddamn. I just seen him. You seen him?
No, I haven't seen him in a while, but yeah, he's one of the best of them.
He was like, one of the best, just naturally funny guys, right? But I saw him, he was dressed real nice. I said, "God damn, you look good. You lost weight and shit." He goes, "I married rich."
Norm MacDonald.
I like you, by the way, a lot, Ron.
Thank you very much.
Do your show. I've always been a fan.
Norm MacDonald has
I don't know if you
a
remember
show.
meeting me or not, but go ahead.
No, I don't remember meeting you.
Okay.
Where?
It was at the Boston Catch a Rising Star.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, the New York Catch a Rising Star. My apologies. But go back to your paper.
No. I just suddenly, is everybody impressed that I don't remember meeting Norm? They're like, "Hey."
By the way, this is his paper.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. The same guy who set up the sound for this room gave me this paper. I'm going to bring this up, though, because, now we're ball busting a little bit.
Yeah.
When you had Jane Fonda on and you have your little blue cards, you had a little shake going. You were a little nervous.
I get nervous as a
motherfucker. Do you really?
Oh, fuck yeah.
I was really, really surprised to see that. So you're a giant fan of hers.
Yeah. You know how it is like anybody that was a celebrity before I got in show business.
Exactly right.
I can't believe it.
Yeah.
And then anybody since, they could be the biggest star in the world. I go,
Right.
what the fuck do I care?
That is 100% true. I've had that experience so many times here. But
I talked to OJ one time. He's like, and he said, they're still the haters.
Yeah.
But he said 99% of people love the juice.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, he's not lying.
Yeah.
He's not lying. Because, you think if you saw the juice, maybe you think, I know I wouldn't, that you go up to him, you murderer, people don't do that.
No.
That takes a special type of person. What you do is like, selfie.
Yeah.
So in his head, he thinks everybody likes him.
Yeah. Well, I was, obviously when he played football, he was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And then I didn't follow much after that.
Oh, you
so,
did?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I didn't keep up with the news.
When you're asked, you say the only thing he's guilty of is being the best running back in the history of the NFL, as far as I know.
Adam is here with you today.
Adam Egan, my trusty sidekick.
He is your sidekick, and Adam, here's Mike. Your part of the desk is just a little lower than everyone else's.
Oh, sorry. That was a very nice touch. Yeah, the kids' table.
Yeah.
We gave him a smaller.
So how have you felt about the last week of publicity? You were inside and outside at the same time.
Oh, you mean the last day of publicity?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that Norm just did Stern, and I think he said everything he needed to say, and that he truly believes and feels, and all the people that are close to him know, that he just doesn't have the capacity to feel certain ways that I'm hearing conveyed on Twitter and some other places, and I think that Norm really did a great job. You did a great job clearing the air today.
I never got into comedy to hurt anyone's feelings.
Yeah. Right.
And sometimes people go at a show, they'll go, please attack my brother, make him feel like a piece of shit, because it's his wedding day.
Yeah.
And I go, I don't really like to do that. And then one time I did this roast
Saget.
for Bob Saget, and it became a sort of a thing because I didn't do roast jokes because I don't like insulting people, and I certainly never got into show businesses to ever hurt anybody, and it just made me really, really sad when this thing happened, where you just ask question after question after question, and then I guess I slipped up and maybe said something that people took wrong, but I apologized to them, and it's the last reason I want to be on this earth.
Sure. And this kind of backlash happens so fast now because of social media, and Adam, I know you've been involved with the Comedy Store for a long time, but when Louis jumped up at the Comedy Cellar the other night, a couple weeks ago, the Cellar's taken a lot of heat from people who are not necessarily customers.
Right.
People
Yeah.
on, the other side of the country or whatever. And we didn't, we never had that kind of thing happen before.
No.
Well, I'll tell you this, and I did not know this, and maybe you do. Comedians have gone up against Louis.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I was talking to some
comedians have said this guy should not be able to ever perform again.
Yeah, I mean, I taught. They all come.
If you're a murderer, I'm sorry.
No, go.
I'm sorry. But if you're a murderer, you go to jail, and they let you off, 20 years later, and then you try to get a job as a busboy. And if the guy says, I'm not hiring that guy, he murdered, and you go, but he did his penance, and now you give him a job. That's the humane thing to do. And people go, well, what about the murdered person? And you go, well, of course, he got worse.
Yeah.
The guy that lost his life, he's doing worse. But it doesn't mean you can't forgive, or it's impossible to forgive. I also don't feel anyone owes me an apology in public. I think personally that you owe an apology to anybody that you did ill to. You owe an apology to people that your actions hurt in a financial way or an emotional way, but nobody owes me an apology.
So that's where your shock about comedians comes from.
Yeah, because I don't understand why they're so. I guess I just don't understand how there can be no rules. If the rules are drawn out and set down, then that's one thing. But I always thought the audience would decide whether you're an objectionable comic or even a good comic, And so Louis went up here at the Comedy Cellar, and the audience let him know. I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. But if the audience don't like him, then the club won't book him. I mean, that's how things work. And, just because your heart can break for more than one person at the same time, and a person can do a bad thing and you can feel sorry for that person while feeling worse for the person that had the bad thing done to them. This is all so self-evident. It's hard for me to unpack, but I wanted to use the word unpack.
Well, you know, we also always think of comedians being 100% free speech and stuff like that. And I don't know whether you followed this at the New Yorker Festival, but they had Steve Bannon booked to come in and do an interview, and all the big comedians said, I'm not going to be there if somebody interviews Steve Bannon. And, you know, and it wasn't a thing of, hey, we're giving an award to Steve Bannon, but it was a chance for somebody from the New Yorker to interview him, and who knows what direction that would have went into. But people like Judd Apatow and I'm trying to think of who, Patton Oswalt I know was in it, and even Jimmy Fallon, they all said, well, we won't perform. We won't come and do the panel. And I'm always surprised by that angle.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel, my brother's a foreign correspondent, and he did a 4-year documentary on neo-Nazis, and he interviewed all the neo-Nazis in the world, from the Ernst Zundel all the way up to David Irving, and he didn't become a Nazi, you know, at all.
Right.
And so I think people go, you know, I certainly wouldn't be a Nazi by hearing this, but Americans, you know, other than me, Americans are just people that will believe whatever they hear, and I think that's nonsense, you know. I think that if there was a Nazi, a person could go watch him because it seems like an entertaining thing, you know. Just the same way you listen to a guy screaming on the corner of the street. You stop and listen to him.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I would agree with you, except for I learned from your show that Adam was in a cult for 3 years. So I guess some people are easily molded.
I just want to stress it was not a Nazi cult.
You know, these cult leaders, they have a good gig going.
Yeah, yeah.
And they all fall for the same trap, which is they start fucking everybody.
Yeah.
And if you just,
not in that cult either.
you know, you have a good life.
Yeah.
People show up. They give you all your worldly
everything.
goods. You got all the money, and then you start having sex with the ladies. Then, drunk with power, you're not even gay. You start having sex with the men as well, and you know, and then people go, hey, I was watching Fred fuck your wife the other day, and I was thinking, any chance he's not Jesus?
So, are you still with the store?
Oh yeah, definitely.
So, when you,
by the way, I'm sorry, but I love stand-up comedy so much. Adam made the store great.
Yeah,
it was in real tough shape, and he really single-handedly turned it around. So.
It was a group effort, but thank you, Norm.
Well, yeah, I would have thought the room would have applauded. But
No, they don't. We're on the East. I was just going to say, we're in New York. Well, I think the cellar is the closest.
Yeah.
And God, I love the guys at the stand. They do great work. Like I think that New York and L.A., I mean, there's really, it's always been New York and L.A. for them.
Right. They're different, though,
yeah, they're
as you always say.
But would you be in a position if somebody controversial said that was a big name, I want to go on?
Well, Roseanne was scheduled to come in last week, and she didn't show up. I know she's going through.
You're not helping.
Well, I think that I agree with a lot of what you guys have said about free speech, and I'm a strong believer in, especially in comedy. I mean, it's the last. It seems like the last place that you can truly have some, free speech, or should, and and good God, it's comedy. I mean, people are trying to you're trying to make people laugh, you know, and it's unfortunate when all the outrage is over that.
And this has happened for so long.
Yeah.
I remember when I was starting out, Andrew Dice Clay was a big thing. And I remember talking to Kinnison because he didn't like being compared to Andrew, you know what I mean? And I thought he had the perfect line. He called Andrew a stag act. That was like the perfect description. But you know, people would be women. Oh my God, I can't believe what he said. I said, and I'd go, well, he just said he fucked Mother Goose.
Yeah. So there's no one, Adam. You wouldn't put? Would you put Cosby up?
No, I personally wouldn't
Yeah.
put Cosby up. Luckily, it's not I don't own the club.
Yeah.
And luckily, I don't have to make that call.
But if
I wouldn't.
they put Cosby up, what would you do that night?
I would do nothing. I need to make a living. You know? If they decide that's their club,
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
That was the Nuremberg defense. I think.
By the way, doesn't Adam have one of the best speaking voices
Oh, it's
that you've
beautiful.
ever? It just literally.
It's like Welsh.
Yes,
like,
it's amazing.
Richard
You
Burton,
should be yes, you
Dylan
should-
Thomas.
Yeah, you should be doing poetry on stage.
I disagree, but thank you.
So, how did you guys come together with this show? How did this?
We've been friends for a long time. I met him at Tempe Improv, which was the best club in the country in my mind. I mean, I don't like theaters. I like comedy clubs, and he was the manager there, and then he moved to LA, and we were friends. And when I said at a talk show, I said it'd be fun to do. I like the sidekick paradigm from when I was a kid little boy watching Johnny Carson. And it's funny, you know, that you got this guy and then the sidekick sort of avers to the host and is a little scared of him. But it's all playful. Yeah. And I said, but what if you just got a guy and amplified that and just fucking abused him mercilessly? And so that's why I didn't want to get a comedian. I didn't want anybody that would blow back at me. And but an interesting thing happens because it's me, Adam, and the guest, and it's some sort of sociology experiment because within 10 minutes, Judge Judy is fucking calling him an idiot. You know what I mean? Like people, you got a bully and a bullied. Yeah. And a third person goes, I'll go with the bully.
Yeah. Well, that we learned in school, right? In like first grade, like even if you weren't a bully, it's better to be like, hey, that kid is fucking weird looking. That's true.
Yeah, that's
you
true,
know,
yeah.
that's the way that you get comfortable in life. So well done, Adam. Well done.
How do you get comfortable? Say that part again. I didn't quite
Well, I'm saying, like, even if you're not the bully, it's great to know someone else is being bullied because that gives you your own safety net.
Oh yeah, right.
You know,
right.
so
there's a trick stand-up comedians do. I was thinking of writing a book, How to Be a Stand-Up Comedian. No comedy necessary. Because I would go around at clubs, you know, and I go, that guy looks familiar. Yeah, he was the bouncer last week, you know.
Yeah.
And they just watch and they learn the tricks. But one is this mob control. You know, I don't know a lot of the tricks. I wish I did, but like you'll take a guy in the front row, look at this guy with the hat, you know, the fucking hat, and so everybody else in the fucking crowd goes, oh my God, I got a hat here too. So I don't want to be pointed out, so I'll fucking also jump on this guy, and it's just these little. Mob control techniques that these alleged stand-up comedians use.
Well, there are. I mean, occasionally you will meet the comedian who wasn't the funny guy in his neighborhood. You know what I mean? He's a guy who works real hard and probably would have made it in any business because he works real hard, but he just happened to have picked comedy.
Yes.
But you don't want to be stuck in this situation with that guy. You know what I mean? Because it's always about his prepared stuff.
Well, that's different from being a funny person, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
That you learn it, yeah. This is what I always thought about the Harvard Lampoon or the National Lampoon. When I was a boy, Mad Magazine we would read. I'm sure you did.
Yes.
Cracked and Sick and all those Mad Magazine types. And then move on to National Lampoon. And it's kind of sad to me that kids don't have that anymore. They have The Onion, but that's just the headline. But anyways, it was sort of the way you grew up. And I'm sorry, what were we talking about?
It's about being funny, naturally funny.
That when I went to Saturday Night Live, I got to meet some of these geniuses from my youth reading comedy. So it was Michael O'Donoghue, and there was Steve O'Donnell, and there was Jim Downey, and God damn, these guys were fucking geniuses. So, and it's because they went to Harvard, like Jim Downey, a very good friend of mine. He went to Harvard, and he took Russian literature, and he was so fucking smart, this guy, so smart that he decided to learn Russian so he could understand the Russian literature better. So, 20 minutes later, he learned Russian. So then on his off time, and this is what I heard from all the guys there at the time, on the off time, they go over to the Harvard Lampoon and scribble a story, and it was hysterical, and those guys, Conan was one of those guys, and then Harvard became a place where it was like, I'm going to go to Harvard to be a comedy writer.
Right.
And that's where...
Yeah.
That's where everything went off the tracks. Because when I first got to L.A., everybody in every writing room was a Harvard guy, and I remember telling my agent, I go, I can't talk to a fucking Harvard guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I got 8th grade education. What the fuck am I going to say? I thought they'd be so funny I wouldn't be able to understand their jokes. And then I met them, and they were just rich. And I didn't know that's the way it worked.
Yeah.
But they became professional, and they weren't funny, but they studied it.
Right, they have the humor math down.
The humor math down, yeah. But I remember Tommy Lasorda telling me, he said, we can teach anything in baseball. We can teach, but one thing we can't teach is speed. And I feel that sometimes with comedy.
Right.
You can learn every trick, every haiku, but you're either funny or you're not.
Yeah.
You can't learn that.
And I always prefer people that are just, they can't do anything else but this,
Yes. And that's what these old guys. We had a guy on a sitcom once, and his name was Jerry Belson, and he was you'll see his credit with Gary Marshall's at on The Odd Couple. And he'd come in and he just pitched jokes. And then, everything's about story now. Well, what about the guy's got to have feelings for the girl? It's all these love stories and everything. You go, because he had The Odd Couple. He goes, we had two guys. One was messy, one was neat. They needed to get laid. We had the Pigeon sisters upstairs. So, but he said that everybody thought he was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally, if you said you were a comedy writer, people are like, "What the fuck? That doesn't exist."
Yeah.
Now it's what are you gonna? Your son gonna be a lawyer, a doctor, a comedy writer.
Right. Because all those jobs lead to producing, and that's what the Harvard kids are thinking about. Is like, I can have 2 or 3 of these shows going, and I can be incredibly rich.
Sure.
And you're like, yeah, but what?
And I'm sure you've been in comedy rooms many times. The head writer is never the funniest writer. He's the political guy that can talk to the network. And naturally, actual comedy writers by nature are isolates and not very good socially, so they don't rise up to make the money, but they tell the jokes that the rich guys use.
Well, the entire time on SNL, you were pretty much a contrarian. You didn't seem like you were playing the political game very well at NBC. Like when people would say, don't do OJ jokes, you'd give them 3 or 4 that night.
I did what Lorne Michaels told me to do. Lorne Michaels was my boss, and Lorne Michaels hired me, and I would never do anything that Lorne didn't say. There were people that I was very naive, and there were people hanging around the hallways in blue suits. I thought they were pages. And turned out they were super powerful people. But they wouldn't introduce themselves, so they go like, and everything. You need to tell me something straight out. I don't know nuance. I have dog whistles for racism.
Yes.
You got to straight out tell me, you're a racist. You need to use a whistle. You need to, and even whistles I don't hear. Anyways, so but they would tell me, you guys should lighten up, maybe on the OJ joke, and I go, thanks. Can you get me a cup of coffee? Because I thought they were pages.
Right.
I didn't know. So, but Lauren was my boss, and anything that Lauren said, I did. I did that with all my bosses. They own the cameras, and I'm not stupid enough to think that I should be allowed to do anything on television, or anything or anywhere. People always like to ask comedians, like, is there anything off limits? And I always think that most things are off limits. At least for me, most things are off limits.
Until you can find that really funny thing about it that everybody would enjoy, because there are topics that are so off limits, and then I see somebody come up with something and I go, well, that's brilliant. You know what I mean?
Right.
You say, oh, there could be a cancer joke, but then sometimes you see somebody pulls off a cancer joke that a guy with cancer is going, that's amazing. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Thank you.
Right.
You nailed it.
Right.
But it has to be that joke. You have to be that good at it. And
it's often not a joke about cancer. It's often a joke about
the experience of
anything. It could be anything. It could be a joke about pride, or it could be a joke about shame. It just happens to have cancer in it, But that's what's so hard is people ask you to defend these offensive jokes, and usually the offensive jokes are fucking the worst joke you've ever heard.
Right? Yeah. So they missed.
Yeah. You don't really want to.
Well, you brought that up after the first guy does it. Everybody thinks, let's go there. That happened, I think, with Kinnison, where he was doing, religious material, but people didn't realize his background was amazingly, religious, and he found spots that everybody could go, oh, that's really, really funny, because he knew what the hell he was talking about.
That's really true.
Yeah.
And I remember, and the agenda of the joke was being funny, which I think has to be the first thing.
Yeah.
And I mean, his religious stuff is the funniest stuff because it's not about, making fun of evangelists.
Right.
Is not
but it was also, I always thought his stuff was like Jesus having to put up with us.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
that was
always the funniest part of that joke, that he would be screaming at us. And I could fucking totally get that.
Yeah, of course.
I can't imagine how frustrating it must have been.
And the lepers, or the blind coming in to be healed, and he's like,
can I have a moment to myself? Everybody was bothering him wherever he went. How did you get the guests for this Netflix show that you have? Because it's a pretty amazing group of people that you're able to pull together.
Yeah. Strangely, I became friends with Ted Sarandos. There's only, I don't have that many friends. And Ted was real nice to me, and we shared a lot of interests and stuff. And he wanted me to do something. And I wrote a book, and he read the book. What guy reads any book, let alone, the head of a network reading some Down syndrome guy like me, trying to write a book. But anyways, he liked it, and I was so blown away by that he took the time. And then he said I was his favorite comic, and I said, "How about you give me $20 million?"
We know you got it.
Exactly.
We read the papers.
But turns out he's also a businessman. But so he wanted me to do something, maybe make that book into a movie. And we were trying to figure out what I could do, because I can't do much. And then Letterman came in for his own show and said Norm should do a talk show, And then I said, well, Letterman knows everything. I should go with him. And but it's a talk show. Letterman's been of such help to me because he knows what I can do and what I can't, And so he gave me so much great advice for this show. And he even said, like he said, I'm not giving you advice on how to be a great interviewer because you'll never be able to do that. But so he goes, a lot of this advice is going to be completely counter to what a broadcaster or an interview such as yourself should do. And he said, just make it a conversation. And
it's the most casual thing I've ever seen on TV. You guys come walking out together.
Yeah.
You offer a beverage. You kind of start the show halfway through. So it really is. It seems like it's everything that I see on TV, especially with talk shows, is so overly rehearsed and done. It's very, very tight.
Right.
But yours has enough breathing room that something could happen. Doesn't always happen, but it could happen.
Right, it could.
Yeah.
Lori Jo, I don't know where Lori Jo is, but she was kind of the brains behind the idea of the show, and I've been working with her for 20 years or so, and she was saying, like, every time you do a talk show, the people always ask the same thing. They go, except for my father. No, something just occurred to me. The first time I ever did Letterman, the other guy, it was me and a guy that made potato chips that looked like presidents. Like one looked like Richard Nixon, sort of. Not that much. Looked more like a potato chip. But anyways, my mother was like, oh, how proud she was of me. And she goes, oh, your dad wants that. And my dad's like, did you get to meet that guy with the chips? But anyways, what I was going to say was, what was I going to say?
Lori Jo.
Oh, no, that Lori Jo said, you know what everybody asks you all the time, and I'm sure you've heard this, is what goes on in the commercials. What does Letterman talk to you about? And so she said, we should have that show, but also the show behind the show. So, we don't have commercials, so people need to have breathing room. So we say we'll take a break, and then we just tape that, and then
it's so.
And I almost got Spade because Spade is the guy I really wanted to get, and so he told me a story during the break, and then I said, "Okay, we're back. Tell that story." And then he almost did, but there's something inside him that's canny enough to have not fallen for it.
You know what? One of my favorite moments was is you were talking about Letterman. Do you ever hop up? And he said he couldn't because of nerves, and you brought up nerves. And then you told an amusing thing about Jay, how comfortable Jay Leno is, and you saw such joy in Dave's eyes laughing about Jay that there's still something between those two guys, because that's been the big strange divorce of our whole lives.
It sure has. And I wanted to get Dave and Jay together for the show, and almost did it, but didn't turn out that way. But hopefully in season 2, we'll get Jay.
Well, you could see that it's there's something there, particularly as you get older. You're like, who gives a shit anymore? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like I've seen that happen so many times with people in my family who weren't talking, and then all of a sudden they're older and they're like, I don't even fuck it. You know what I mean?
Right. Old man.
Yeah.
It's like there's that trope about like as in country songs stuff. The old man at the end of the bar, and he's been there 30 years, still thinking about that lady. And at some point you go, it's probably the booze too. Because when I meet old men, I go, nobody go. I never met an old man go, you're still thinking about Ruth. It's like, they're thinking about their fucking knee and shit.
Right.
So yeah, that's what I think those guys, and I think Leno kind of understood it immediately. He doesn't take it seriously at all.
Yeah. He's like I don't know. It seems like the first time you ever saw him now with his car show, he seems happier than he was 30 years of having the biggest late night show.
Yeah, he doesn't see things as like I remember once during a commercial. He's like, hey, Norm, want to meet you? This guy's some guy in the front. Yeah, the guy sells hot dogs in Minneapolis. I'm like, oh, that's nice. He goes, Norm's a comedian. But it really is like that to him.
Yeah.
It's just two guys that have different things. And he's also got a thing that's really funny that it's like practical, but supra practical, where like he'll go, yeah. Like one time we're you sit there and you watch the band who's there, and he's just stomping his foot like this, and he goes, yeah, buy one of the CDs. And I go, yeah, sure, I bought CDs. Yeah. He goes, yeah, what's that? Like, you just turn the radio on, you're free music. And then one day, one time I decided to jog to get in shape, and I was talking to him and his wife, and the tiger's chasing you, the dog is chasing you, yeah, run. But he goes, like my swimming pool, I swim to one end of the end. Yeah, swim to the And his wife's like, yeah, Jay, the only time he ever gets in the swimming pool is to rake the leaves.
Yeah. Well, he always bragged about not spending his salary, his night show salary. I'm just like, fucking spend it, Jay.
Holy
it's yours.
God almighty.
What are you worried about?
It's strange.
You're not going to run out of money, dude. Spend some of it. You also said with this show that you wanted to have Robert Blake on.
That's my dream guest. Yeah. Yeah, we had a producer that fucked it up. We had a producer that we almost had him. He was saying how he only did the classy shows.
Yeah.
And I said we were on. This guy pretends he can get anybody. This producer. We go, just keep him on, keep talking. And then this moron of a producer, he goes, I gotta go now, Robert. I'll phone you tomorrow. I gotta take my wife to dinner. They wasn't making a joke.
Yeah,
but
that was it.
Idiotic thing to say.
Yeah, I get it. Setup. Now, what is it
I
about?
like that Robert Blake's. This is what I like most about Robert Blake is his alibi. He's like, how could I have been the guy to shoot her? I was. Everybody saw me. I was getting my gun. That worked as an alibi.
That worked.
I always loved that alibi.
Now, were you a fan of his as an actor, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really made me understand O.J. Simpson.
Yeah.
Because when I was on Saturday Night Live, there was some black staff members, and they'd say they thought O.J. was innocent. I go, really? Like all that blood evidence? You sure it's not just because, he's a black guy and you're a black guy and police have been treating black guys bad? Is that what it is? Because I can understand that. No, we think he's innocent. And I'm like, okay, it's kind of strange. But then when when Robert Blake went up, I love Beretta.
Yeah.
And I want him to get on.
Yeah, you want to.
And after that, I was like, "Oh, I get it. Sure,
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Of course, if Robert Blake had been in prison, I would have been rioting."
And people forget Mickey. When he was on the Little Rascals, Mickey was the greatest.
Yeah. Watch In Cold Blood.
Yeah.
After,
Yeah. So is that now? Who is like somebody that you're dying to get on the show? Somebody...
We try to get OJ, and he's I guess he's represented by his lawyer in Arizona.
Yeah.
And so the guy phones him, and the lawyer's like, "Oh yeah, he'll do it. Sure, absolutely." And I'm like, "Wow, that's super great." And then he phones back. He goes, "Yes, are you the Norm MacDonald?" And I was like, yeah. And then he said, OJ said that you were particularly rough on him. There's a moment of OJ is one of the funniest things. They got him on. I wish I could remember the Chris Myers. I think it was Chris Myers on ESPN, and he had the first interview with OJ that was an hour long, and he asked him about the entire timeline, and then right at the end, he goes, "Thanks to OJ Simpson." OJ's like, "Yeah, thanks for all the football questions." He thought it was going to be like.
I was doing radio the day that the trial was coming back, and we just randomly called 7 different continents, and every continent knew the story and was waiting. We would call like a Ramada Inn in some place, and we would say, "Is he guilty
The
or
trial,
innocent?" Yeah, the
right.
trial. The day that they said the verdict was coming in, and we asked the people, "Do you think he's guilty or innocent?" And if any country had any color to them whatsoever, innocent. And if it was a white country, Iceland, like, no, he's very guilty. But China, like, no, I don't think he did it. You know what I mean? And it was so fascinating to me. We really, that was like the beginning, I think, of white people being shocked of, maybe we don't get everything all the time.
That people always go like Fox News. Is it racist or is it? Here's why I think Fox News is racist. Maybe they hire a guy to be their expert on all criminal. If any crime happens, they bring in their expert, Mark Furman.
Yeah.
Guy's only known for one thing.
Yeah.
They may as well Mark Furman racist. They may as well just say that may as well be his.
Yeah.
When they describe people, I saw Bill Maher one time, and it was Richard Belzer, and you can just tell them how you want to be described. And it said Richard Belzer, conspiracy theorist, and I was like, everyone, like you. Don't you lose your cred after a while if you're like.
Well, he's written books. Belzer has written books.
that
go very deeply, and I've never heard him say, "I don't know this." I got to really just believe the official word on this one.
No.
Never.
I think he went with the Mort Saul kind of career move.
Yes. Adam, do you ever get concerned when you hear like, "Oh, we should have Robert Blake on the show"? Does you ever think, "Oh shit, no"?
I had to call Robert one time. I had to try and get him on there too. I was very excited for that. Yeah, we all tried. It was a full court press, but I was excited about that episode. Actually, I would have loved to seen those two together.
Because he was always a great interviewer.
Yeah,
he's out of his fucking mind.
Yeah, he did Carson constantly, and he had the unlit cigarette all the time.
There you go. Let me tell you about the men in the suits.
Yeah, he was such an expert on any topic.
Yeah,
when he was every single topic.
I was disappointed when he didn't show up, but we, silver lining, we got Fred Stoller that day.
Is there somebody?
It was one of my favorite episodes, actually.
Is there somebody out there for you that you would think, "Oh, they would be perfect"?
For me, but we don't.
Smiths,
it doesn't
right?
mesh. Yeah, I love Morrissey, but I don't even know him. Not Morrissey. Noel Gallagher. I think he's the funniest guy. He's just so charismatic.
Oh, is he not a musician?
Yeah, he's a musician.
Yes.
Oh, and Iggy Pop. I think you would love Iggy Pop.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I think that would be great.
I'll tell you this Spade episode was incredibly
that's good.
funny.
Thank you.
Incredibly funny.
What I liked about the Spade episode is it kind of got he captured what we were trying to get in the show, which was the show and the show behind the show at the same time. And I thought really only two people that are the embodiment of that. One is Spade and one's Marty Short, where nobody knows that show business is more complete bullshit than Spade.
Right. But they both love it so much. They love the shit out of it.
It's so in show business.
Exactly.
So it's a funny dynamic because usually the person that has contempt for show business is like Letterman or something. That just cordons himself off in a compound somewhere. But Spade's on every red carpet. He took me to these fucking bars. I don't know how people have the I'm just always tired.
Yes.
And he's like, let's go. We'll go to a bar. I just did this one night with him. We go to a bar, and then he's like, come on, come with me. And you butt in to the bar.
Yeah.
You know? And everyone's like, ah. And people go, get out of the way. These guys were on the TV. And you're like, ah. So then you're in this bar, you're fucking all close. There's a guy half a foot from you.
Yeah.
And then Spade goes, let's go. And you're like, what? And then you go to another place, and then 8 places later, nothing has been accomplished. And I'm so tired. But he said it's all about being seen, all about that stuff, you know. It's funny because I was trying to do the math because I've been to 6 Hollywood parties in my life, and I got 2 jobs. So that's pretty good.
Yeah.
So then part of me said, what if I'd done 6,000? Because this is what happens. People don't know you're fucking alive and shit, right? And so I did this one time after I did a show. I said, I'm going to take a year off. I take a year off. No one assumes you took a year off show business. They assume that you got kicked out of show business.
Right.
And you have to start all over again. And so I said, God damn, I'm going to start going to parties and, you know, get a third of the time, because people next day, they go, hey, man, you know who we should get? That fucking guy that fell into the swimming pool. Or whatever. But I wouldn't be able to write, and I write a lot. That's why I'm not very good, as you can tell, socially. I stutter and I'm not too good. But
so
most,
you literally
most time I'm alone writing.
But do you can't go into that party and kind of turn on the Norm stage act? You know. You can't suddenly be that guy. Yeah,
I can do it, but it's exhausting. It's
right.
like
It's like doing a 4-hour set.
It's like when Jesus was touched by the lepers. You know, he'd lose some of his power. I don't like comparing myself to Jesus, but if everybody's going to do it.
Is there a goal that you had that you never got a chance to reach? Is there something that you said, oh, I really...
In show business?
In show business, something that you'd hoped that you would have gotten a chance to do?
I mean, I would love to start now, you know, in show business, because when I began, I was always like, I never wanted to do anything but stand-up comedy. And I said, I want to do stand-up comedy and then become a big stand-up comedy star and only do that. But it quickly became evident that you can't make enough money. So, you know, you advance for a while, and then somebody says, hey, what about this? You know, you're really good at stand-up. What about if you do something you're terrible at? And we'll pay you 10 times as much.
Yeah.
And you'll act, and you'll fall in love with the girl. And then I'm like, I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll do it.
And then so what I told Ted Sarandis this. I said, you've really done something good by giving $20 million to these comedians, Chappelle and a couple others. And because it's made, you know, it's taken this, what's always been considered a vulgar art, stand-up, and it's made a person can go, I want to be a stand-up, just like a person could say, I want to be a novelist, or I want to be an actor. Mm-hmm. I want to be a stand-up. That's all I want to be. And that's what I wished maybe I had done, but I didn't have the guts to. I had a kid and I had to feed. But nowadays, I would certainly advise stand-ups to just aim at that.
It's really rare. I mean, it's a very short list of guys that can draw big just from doing stand-up. I mean, I think Carlin was that guy, and Brian Regan today is that guy where his audience shows up for him, and without have ever seen him, you know, do a sitcom or a movie.
Isn't
or
that funny? Like, you know, they always ask, lists. They always have lists they love listing stand-up comedians and who's the funniest. Every once in a while, the funniest man in the world. And you go, but he's been around for years,
right?
But anyways, in these lists, somehow, clearly the best comic in the world is Brian Regan, without question. And you don't need a comedian to say that. You need just anyone that's ever watched him to say that, And yet I never see him on those lists.
No, it is, and it's because of the people who write those lists aren't exactly people that care about stand-up comedy.
Unfortunately, it's not. There's some guy at the Times named Zinnemann. I don't know if you know him, but he seems to know a little about stand-up comedy. But it would be nice if I know stand-up comedy is a very, very new art form, if you want to call it an art form. I don't think it is an art personally, but it's great. I think what Ted did, what Ted Sarandos did specifically, in getting a whole bunch of money to Chappelle.
If you don't think it's art, what do you think it is?
Well, I think it's craft. Because the only reason I say it's not art is because art allows for interpretation, right? But if you do stand-up comedy, you can't have people interpreting it differently. You can't have this guy laughing at this part, this guy laughing over here, this guy laughing. You know what I mean? You can't have different layers of laughter. Right. Your job is to say it and then make a noise, right? And then say something else and then make another noise. And that's craft, obviously. That's craft. Where I guess it can ascend into art is subject matter. I guess that would be the only, if you can reveal something.
What about for you, Adam? You feel the same way? It's not art, or?
I think it's a little blurred. I could see both sides. Yeah, I think that there's art to it, but I understand a lot of what Norm just said. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, art. To me, I guess, like a person who takes a very simple idea and explores that idea to its which I feel the best stand-ups do. That's an intellectual exercise. Take something simple and make it incredibly complicated and look at all the minutiae. Art, I feel, is to take something incredibly complicated and reduce it to a line. And I think that's how I would define art. And so that's pretty hard to do in stand-up. People have done it. Not for their whole acts, but people...
Yeah, just every once in a while catch that thing that is just...
Catch that truth.
Yeah, that truth that everybody immediately changes. You know what I mean? Immediately we'll be able to go, oh, I thought I felt that way about it.
That's the amazing
I now
part.
feel this way
Yeah.
about it. And then you'll hear that being kind of taken and working into... I remember when Louis did the thing of saying, I hate my kid. Like the first time I heard that, it was shocking.
Yeah.
And then... I heard like...
You hear it a lot now,
you
right?
hear newscasters saying it. My kid's a dick. And everyone laughs. Kinnison would give him a sandwich.
Yes.
That thing started to just move. Not even other comics stealing it, but politicians. And then he would go, okay, so everyone's moved over.
So it's cool that that person, even though they got stolen. It's like that with impressions sometimes. Like, people would all, Dana did the impression of Carson. I did not know that.
Yeah.
And then people would go, I did not know that. You go, well, you're really stealing that from Dana. Like,
that's when you have a great impressionist. He cracks that thing, but then everybody else starts at that point.
Yes.
So they're like,
when I was a kid, nobody could do Bob Hope.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? No,
yeah.
Now everybody can do it.
But with I remember with Dana, you just have people starting with not can that.
Yeah.
And you're like, he doesn't even talk that way. That's Dana finding a funny place to go with that.
I was so shocked because I remember because Reagan was the president, and I was like, the vice president is nobody's going to be able to do him. He has nothing. And so Dana just made it up from scratch. It's so funny.
You're really enjoying doing this show, though. This is, you think, something you want to do for a while, right?
I would love to do it forever, yeah, because Lori, who I work with, I don't know where she is, but she and I have always worked together, and she said, let's, because I was real good friends with Ted Sarandis, which was strange, and Dave, and they said, this is a chance to work with people that are friends. And then she said, let's just hire, everybody we hire will be our friends. Because as everybody knows, whenever you work together, if there's one bad person, that person becomes the person that everyone else talks about.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is about human nature.
Yeah.
You're like, motherfucking Marcy.
Well, I think Lori is trying to make sure all your other interviews don't get canceled. So
well, thank you,
we'll
Ron.
get you on The View.
This is so awesome. You're such a great interviewer. I always love watching you.
Thank you. Norm MacDonald has a show, and like I said, even though all this controversial stuff is happening, this is just a funny, silly show that these guys do. Adam, thank you so much for
Thanks
being
so
here.
much for having
It was
us.
really great.
Yeah, thanks for putting that on.
Norm MacDonald, everybody, let him hear it. Thanks, buddy.
Welcome to the Nerds Podcast number 831. This episode is brought to you by Loot Crate, the monthly subscription box service for epic gear and pop culture items that you will want to gift to yourself 12 times a year. In the future, give yourself the gift of Loot Crate. By getting it today, for less than $20 a month, you're going to get 6 to 8 items that includes licensed gear, apparel, collectibles, one-of-a-kind items, and more. You have until the 19th at 9 p.m. Pacific each month to subscribe and receive that month's crate. And when the cutoff happens, it is over. Head to lootcrate.com/Nerdist and enter the promo code Nerdist for 10% off any new subscription. Also shipped to Canada, Australia, the UK. You're going to get $40 plus in value. They guarantee that, and it's really good stuff. You're going to be very happy. People like toys. It's fun to get stuff. It's fun to get things that are related to the types of items that you enjoy experiencing in pop culture. So enjoy Loot Crate. Thank you for sponsoring this episode of the Nerdist Podcast. Kay Levine, what's on the Nerdist Community Corkboard?
Well, first of all, Anderson Cowan, who is from The Late Love Line and the Film Plot Podcast, has an idea for his first feature film, but he needs your help. The film would be called Groupers, and it's a dark comedy that is sort of in the same realm of Human Centipede. The logline is a female grad student captures 2 homophobic males to be part of a controversial experiment at the bottom of an empty pool. And Anderson calls it an after-school special, but for adults. To watch the video about the project, to find out more info, or to donate to the crowdfunding campaign, you can go to groupersthemovie.com. And also, right now is a super exciting time for sports fans because baseball is in the playoffs. It's the middle of the NFL season. Basketball is in preseason, and hockey is starting this week.
Is it over yet?
Nope. We have 2 sports podcasts that people should listen to if they like sports. One is Puck Soup. It's a hockey podcast hosted by Greg Wyszynski and Dave Lozo, and features all the latest hockey news and games, as well as interviews with broadcasters, writers, and more. And the Jonah Carey podcast talks about all sports and features interviews with athletes, commentators, comedians who are sports fans, and more. Puck Soup comes out every Thursday, and Jonah Carey podcast is every Monday and Friday. You can find them on Nerdist.com and iTunes, and subscribe. Listen, they're great.
You tricked me because that is related to a Nerdist thing, and
Yep.
I like...
Well, we have sports now, Chris.
That's not fair,
Get
Katie.
fucking used to
That's
it.
not... Ooh, Katie, you're hurting me. Let go of my arm. This episode is Norm MacDonald, which... This is a record Nerdist podcast. I don't think we've ever had... I think this is the longest Nerdist podcast we did, and it's not... But it didn't feel like that when we were doing it because Norm is an exceptional storyteller,
He
has
all the stories.
He had so many great things to say, and he was the only reason that I even had to stop, it would have gone longer, but the only reason that I had to stop is because Liddy and I had tickets to see Neil Finn at Largo, and so I had to get to the Neil Finn show because he had been on the podcast, and that's coming up in a bit, in a couple weeks. But so I mean, Norm is endlessly fascinating, and really, I didn't even really know Norm that well. We've met a few times, and he remembered that. He was so nice to me.
He was very nice.
He was so sweet. So
and hilarious.
Norm is promoting his memoir based on a true story, now available wherever books are sold. Pick it up because it's Norm. It's Norm on Norm.
It's going to have so many stories.
Sweet Norm on Norm action, and thank you for being generous with your time, Norm. So here you go. Listen to it all at once. Break it up over a couple sessions if you need to. This episode also brought to you by Casper Mattresses, the sleep brand that has created one perfect mattress sold directly to consumers, eliminating commission-driven, inflated prices. They've won awards. They should win an award for how it's delivered, because it comes in a small, how the hell did they do that size box? But there's a mattress in there. In addition to the mattress, they also have an adaptive pillow and soft, breathable sheets. And it is very high quality. And they're delivering it right to you. It's got just the right amount of sink, just the right amount of bounce. Normally mattresses are like over $1,500, but Casper mattresses cost $500 for a twin size mattress, $750 for a full, $850 for a queen, $950 for a king. That's under $1,000. All right, and try it. Try it for 100 nights. They're going to let you try it. If you don't love it, they will pick it up and refund you everything. That is how much they believe in their product. You want to give your money to people who give a shit about what they do and who care that you care about their product. They're obsessively engineered mattresses at a shockingly fair price. Time magazine named it one of the best inventions of 2015. Free shipping and returns to the U.S. and Canada. And it's made right here in America. So right now, get $50 toward any mattress purchase by visiting Casper.com/Nerdist. Use the offer code Nerdist. Terms and conditions apply. Thanks to Casper for sponsoring this episode of the Nerdist Podcast, which is Norm MacDonald, episode number 831. Katie, roll up your sleeves and roll the thing.
Now entering Nerdist.com.
Incredible.
Thank you very much.
American success story.
Thank you.
I mean, I think everybody's still puzzled at exactly how podcasts work, but
I think most people are catching on that it's basically. I mean, Howard Stern is really the godfather of with that, even though it wasn't a podcast.
Yeah.
But just that sort of like, I'm just going to talk to people.
Right. But no, I'm just talking about you don't have Coca-Cola, man.
We can find one for sure.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it's super hot out. Don't go too far.
Deb, the studio it might be. They might have them in the studio kitchen.
Hey, I noticed the thing about the debate yesterday.
What? There was a debate last night?
Did you notice the split screen?
Yes.
So here's two people talking to each other on the same stage, and they have a split screen for the entire show.
Yeah.
And I was like, why did they do that? And then I figured it out.
Why?
Height.
Yeah. Oh, to keep them. Oh, interesting. But I also think.
Ever the same size.
Interesting. I think people wanted to see every reaction. You know,
Trump.
it's such a microscopic.
Yeah, and I don't know if they told Trump because I think he often felt he was off camera. You know what I mean?
There's still a police squad moment. He'd be just picking his nose and scratching his balls.
But it's funny, like just with charisma, like your face never left Trump. Even when Hillary was talking, you know, you're just looking at the reaction.
But I didn't think I was actually somewhat disappointed in the moderation of it because there was really no structure. There was supposed to be a structure, and they would go, "Okay, that's time. Wait, I'm going to talk for a few more minutes." All right.
Yeah.
Well, no, the time means time. Like that's it. You should have gotten your thing in before. Like that's how that works.
I thought 90 minutes was short too. Thank you so much. I thought 90 minutes was kind of short. I love that moment. There was only one exciting moment to me, which was at the end. When he almost like a child, he said, like, she's not being very nice. You know, like, so weird to hear someone say nice.
Nice.
And she's not being very nice. And I'm going to say something. You know what? I'm not going to say.
I'm not going to say. But it is kind of funny to try to take credit for something that you didn't say. You know, I was going to say this really horrible. I was going to, because you're still kind of insulting.
Which are you referring to?
I was talking about what he said, like where he said, I was going to say something. I was going to say something not very nice, but then I decided not to say something not very nice.
True, yeah.
Oh, okay, well, great. So you're that's just basic human interaction.
You're a nice person.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like
but you still let us know that you're. I mean, I'm thinking it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking this really horrible thing.
Right.
Well, it's just I'm almost as bad. Really, it's almost just as bad. Do you think letters? Going back to the late night talk show before.
We're not on the air.
Now we are. Yeah.
Oh, we're on the air.
Yeah.
Hi, Chris.
Hello.
By the way,
hello, Norm. Thank you for just sitting down.
We can go as long as you want, because we have to marin after. But I could give it. Wait a second.
Hey, what the?
I'm just saying we can go as long as you want, because I enjoy this show.
Thank you.
I enjoy all things. But
that's
I like
good.
this show.
Do you think Letterman's happy since he left? Do you think a guy like that can have a pattern like that? You think so?
I've had some contact with him, and I'm shocked because I thought he would not be, but he seems to be incredibly happy, and he seems to be also shocked that he's happy. Like, he thought that he would have nothing.
Yeah.
Which most people do. Like my father was, he had a job and he always thought of retiring. That was his whole goal, his whole life. And then when he retired, he forgot to think of something to do. Like he didn't have hobbies or anything like that. So then it would just be like my mother worked also and was much younger. So my dad would just look out the window when she left and clean up around and make
He just didn't know what to do.
No idea. He'd walk the neighborhood and talk to people, like in the neighborhood,
I mean, I feel like you need something to do, something to occupy yourself with, because if you just sit...
No, you can't do nothing.
Yeah.
I follow this guy, Kip Adada.
Yeah, I know who Kip is.
You know who is?
Yeah.
Well, you got to follow him on Twitter because it's the most amazing follow ever. And then he only has like 140 followers or something. So I have a whole bunch. Well, not like you, but, I have a near 1 million. So I I tweet him thinking he'll tweet me back. Another comic. I have a whole bunch. And no, never returns. And I go like Kip Adada was one of my favorite comics ever on The Tonight Show. Boom. No response, So I'm like, no, he doesn't even refollow me. I'm like, oh, what's going on? But he does these videos and he puts them on Twitter and they're so funny. He's just like an old man complaining. And then his neighbor is this old, because, Kip must be 70 by now or something. His neighbor is an old African-American fella about the same age. And so they're playing checkers. Like, who's played checkers?
It's the 30s.
In 50 years, exactly. And they're playing checkers. And then, Kip Adada will say, like, I did 150 Tonight shows. He goes, motherfucker, you did shit. The guy doesn't believe. And why would he, It's just like he's just a fat guy in a bad house. That shit, man. Why don't you tell me some more stories, kid? He's like, I don't care if you believe me. I did it. I know that. Yeah, and I walked on the moon, motherfucker.
What was your story? Because your book is out.
Yes, I wrote a book.
MacDonald, based on a true story.
A memoir. A memoir.
Yeah. And it's essentially just it is a biographical account of the strangeness of your life.
Yes.
So what was the story about The Tonight Show for you, about ruining a chance to get on The Tonight Show? Because you must have done The Tonight Show a bunch. I mean, I feel like I remember seeing you on The Tonight Show.
Well, there was The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, and then there was afterward,
Right.
But I was living in Canada, and I was kind of at my peak. I'd been doing, I got good at stand-up pretty quick. So I was about 2 years in, and I was really good, And I said, I'll go. Carson had announced he was going to retire in 8 months. So I said, I'm going to go to move to Los Angeles and be the last comedian on The Tonight Show and have him anoint me and call me over to the couch, and it'll be a big deal, And so there was this talent booker for The Tonight Show who had a lot of power. And he was the guy you had to get through as a gatekeeper. So anyways, but he was very frustrating to work. So I would do a set, and he would come. First time I did the set, and he came up to me after. He goes, I didn't like you, but I was really drunk.
Jesus
so I'm
Christ.
like, jeez, man. So I'm all right. Well, can I do it again? He's like, oh, yeah, of course. I didn't care for you, but you're probably funny. Everybody says you're funny. But I tell you, I was really hammered. I'm like, all right. So then the next time, I'm sitting there, and I look over. He's necking with a girl. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like, what the fuck is this guy? So finally, he looks at the stage and sees me after, 7 tries, And so then he goes, you're great, but you're not a Johnny comic. You're a Jay comic. People say these ridiculous things that have no meaning. So I'm like, what? He's like, you're more of a Jay, because Jay was doing Monday night as the guest host at that time, and it had already been revealed that he was going to take over. So he goes, you're you're a Jay comic. And I go, no, I think I'm a Johnny comic. Like, that's what all my friends tell me. They always say, hey, you're a kind of a Johnny comic. He's like, I think you're a Jay comic. I'm like, so I'm in my head. I'm like, there's no fucking, it doesn't mean anything. What are you talking about? I was so angry. And then he says, like, whispers it to me. He goes, and also, Jay is going to take over the show. And I go, that was in the paper. Why are you whispering it? Everyone knows this thing. You're telling me in confidence, you know. So, anyways, he says, Johnny will watch the Monday night with Jay. And everybody already knew at that point that Johnny hated Jay also. And even if he didn't, like, Johnny Carson's going to watch the guest host on his day off, at 11:30. So I never got to do the Tonight Show. But then looking back, like, I wasn't really a Carson guy. He was like a corny old guy to me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I took it on faith that he was funny, and I'd see clips and he'd be funny. But I wasn't a guy who grew up with Johnny Carson. I was a guy who grew up with David Letterman.
Right.
So it probably was better for me to have my first spot on Dave,
You got sorted into the right house.
Yeah,
with
without
Letterman.
knowing it, It turned out I was a Dave comic.
You were neither a Leonard comic nor a Johnny comic.
I met Johnny Carson after that, and it was, and I told him the story, and he didn't. He just said, whatever he said about the talent booker. But he phoned me. He had an office after he retired, and he would go to the office every day, Johnny Carson. And I don't know what he did. You know what I mean? He had a secretary, and
wouldn't he write jokes? Wouldn't he like send jokes into Letterman sometimes?
He would, because when he died, Letterman did all his jokes.
Yeah,
and I remember watching and going, "Oh, these jokes suck! Like, what is this? What is this monologue?" And then he said, "Oh, Johnny wrote all those jokes." I'm like, "Well, that explains it." Yeah. And of course, if Johnny sent Dave jokes, he'd be compelled to read them. You know what I mean? It was his hero of all time. So, but anyways, I was on Saturday Night Live, and I did an impression of Larry King because he did those Kings things in USA Today. And for those people who don't know what that is, it was little bullet points where Larry would say his opinions. They weren't funny, and it was kind of an old journalistic device that predated Larry King. Just stream of consciousness things, and we would parody them. He does them now on Twitter. So we would parody them, but they were already really self-parodical,
Right.
So it's hard we had to go real crazy, like I go, yellow is a good color, but blue is the best, or something, or so. Johnny invites me. I don't know why he invited me to his office, So I get there, and it turned out that Johnny got USA Today every day, and he would phone his friends and read Larry King's stupid ramblings. And got a big kick out of him, and his friends would laugh. So he opens his desk drawer, and there's all these his secretary had cut them out of the paper, about a 3-inch thick packet of Larry King's News and Views, or King's Things, or whatever it was called. So he gives me a bunch. And then he takes a bunch. He goes, let's. I can't do Carson. He goes, let's read some. So I go.
Wait, ironically, or did he genuinely think they were insightful?
No. He thought they were.
He thought they
really
were. Okay, good. Okay.
He thought they were really stupid, but and he thought it was insane that they were taking up newspaper space, and so then he would read one, and then I would read one. It's really, speaking of surreal, like, you're sitting across the table, like, about as far as I am from you, except it's Johnny Carson. So he'd go like, why is it, I would enjoy baseball if it was 11 innings. you know, and then we'd laugh about that. And then I would read it and I go, you know, whatever it was, like, if you have to see one movie this year, make it Mickey Blue Eyes, you know. And then, like a few ways through, I realized he'd never asked me to do an impression. So I was like, maybe am I being a fool? Like, he never said, like, do Larry King. So, but I guess he liked it. So we laughed at that. We did that. Then he goes, we'll have to get together again, presumably to do the exact same thing.
I mean,
so that's what you do when you retire.
I mean, I guess he played a lot of tennis, and he did.
Yeah,
you know,
he yachted. He was on a yacht.
Yachted.
Yeah,
but I imagine that it, and I'm sure, you know, for Jay too, it's probably really weird to have that pattern of going to work every day and having this very structured lifestyle, and then all of a sudden, like,
it's taken away.
What do I do? What do I do now?
Have you ever heard my impression of Johnny Carson phoning 911 when he had his massive heart attack?
No, I have not.
Oh, well, you want to do it?
Please, take us there.
But you have to be the 911 operator.
Sure, okay.
911 operator.
Sure.
So, okay, the phone rings.
Ring. Hello, 911.
Hello, this is Johnny Carson.
Oh, Mr. Carson, yes. How can I help you?
I feel like there's a yak on my chest.
Could you describe the yak?
You can't go further. You're like my mother. I finished the joke, and she's like, "What happened to the dog?" I'm like,
I thought we were going.
Oh no!
Because in that scenario, that person would try to be respectful of Johnny Carson, and
you
could
didn't
you
know
describe the yak, even though they know there's not a yak, even though they know there's not.
I should have gone with it. Yes, and
God, Norm, I was so in the scene, man.
Right? Isn't that improv? Yes,
why I don't get acting jobs. You know, no one ever lets me really explore the depths of my.
I was talking to Diana earlier about. I've only been on like 4 auditions in my life. You know, I'm so awful in them. But the first one I ever was, I came, you know, I had very strong stand-up, so I would kill in the club, you know. So there was a guy, a casting agent, and he's like, after my set, he's like, I love you. And they had the show on Fox called Flying Blind. It was Tia Leone, and then this guy that talked and looked exactly like Woody Allen, you know. And the idea was that he was like, you know, nebbishy, and she was super hot. So anyways, it was a big show that they were just starting on Fox. So they had a regular role they wanted to do. And so he's like, you're perfect. You know, this is perfect. This is great. You know, they're going to love you. And I think he was thinking they're going to love me and he kept saying that. He goes, I discovered you. He goes, don't forget that. I'm like, no, I don't want to forget. And then I'm all excited. So he gives me the script, and it's a huge amount of lines I have, you know. And so I'm reading it at home. I don't know how to act. I just look in the mirror and make faces. And then, you know, I like underline one word to say louder than the other words. And, you know, like all the actors do.
Exactly.
So I go there the next day to meet the producer. I was supposed to read in front of the producer. I get in, there's 30 people. I'm like, whoa. And introducing everybody. One guy's the head of the network. I'm like, what in hell? And so it was sort of like the nascent period of Fox, not the beginning, but so shows were important at that time. So all these people. So I start reading, and I'm getting nothing, zero response, you know. And you know, the 30 people are like looking at each other, puzzled. And finally, the casting director goes, stop, everybody. He's like, could we have a moment? Norm and I, can we have a moment in the hall? And they're like, yeah, sure, have a moment. So he goes, Norm. So we get out in the hall. He goes, what the fuck were you doing, you know? So I go, what? I was just reading the script, you know? He goes, but what about last night? I go, what? He goes, last night, like at the comedy club. So I go, you want me to do my material from last night? He goes, no, you idiot. He goes, I want you to be funny like last night.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So I'm like, no, but I had like this good material I've been working on, you know, for 2 years. And this is some stuff some guy wrote in a week. And I can't make it funny. I'm not a guy that can make stuff funny. And then he goes, you're not coming back in that room, I'll tell you that. And then he just laughs, and I'm alone. I don't drive. I don't know how to go home. And then my manager goes, that guy's real powerful, you know. He goes, he could make it so you never work in this town again, like they used to say in the 30s.
Right.
And I was like, even I knew. I was like, I don't think he could do that. But anyways,
You should still thank him for discovering. You should have dedicated.
Oh, that would be a good idea. He did discover me.
Well, the network testing process is a brutal, horrific process.
Oh gosh, yeah, isn't
which emotionally feels very much like the Russian literature that you so enjoy. It's a tale of isolation in an icy, in an icy tundra.
Well, you know, when you go into those big stadiums or whatever they are, you know, and the people that decide are way up.
Oh yeah.
The auditoriums, and I feel so bad. I always felt bad because I would have television shows where anybody that came in, I just laugh insanely.
Just to make them comfortable.
Yes, of course. You know, and these other motherfuckers just dead silent. You know.
Oh yeah.
Like it must have been some power thing or something. I'm like, God.
I think it was a power thing, and I think it was also a. You know, a lot of these people are just terrified. You know, because their livelihoods depend on whether or not they have another hit show. But I think a lot of people are too terrified to express an opinion in front of their bosses because then they're not going to be accountable for it. It's like, okay, well, as long as I have the same experience that my boss is having, I can't ever get blamed. True. And so I think they're all just terrified. They're just terrified. So if they laugh and the boss doesn't think it's funny, it's like, oh, well, why'd you think that was funny? I don't know. Please don't fire me.
Yeah.
So I think it's probably a lot to do with it. But terrible experience for a performer trying to...
So it's made so uncomfortable.
And then ultimately it doesn't matter because they're like, oh, we gave it to this other guy because he was the same height as this other person.
That's what it usually ends up being. Yeah, you're exactly right. But, you know, just the terror they make you go through for no reason... I don't know. I know, like, for notes, there are people that's what they do for a living. They give notes, you know, for people at home, you know, they give notes for the studio people, give notes, the network people give notes.
They're required to.
They're required
That's why a lot of them don't make sense.
That's their job. And when you think about it, what's a note? It's always going to be negative. Like, you know, if you just go, I liked everything, you know, then you're an idiot, apparently, even though why wouldn't that be the case sometimes? So when Seinfeld came around, Seinfeld came under the aegis of Rick Ludwin and Late Night because they had him signed to a holding deal in case he replaced Johnny Carson. So Seinfeld's sort of a guy that thinks he should earn his money, you know, and has that Protestant work ethic, and he's like, well, I'm being paid $1 million, I'll make a show, you know. And everybody, you know, in the world, I remember, had always thought, what about a show about being a comic? You know what I mean? That was what everybody wanted to do. And then when you thought about it, you're like, no, that's not a good idea at all. So he did that with Larry David as a summer show in the summer. It's called the Seinfeld Chronicles. And it didn't do well. And then when it became a hit, and then Larry David, and both of them, but especially Larry David, is very hard-headed and was willing to walk, you know. Jerry Seinfeld was willing to walk because he was making so much money as a stand-up comedian. You know? He was probably the biggest comedian at the time. So they wouldn't take notes, especially when the show became a hit. So, you know, I'd hear stories from the writers about how, you know, after the dress or whatever, they'd be in Larry's office, and Larry would be putting, you know, a little putting thing, and Jerry would be sitting on the couch, and then the guy would give a note, like, you know, I was thinking if Elaine, you know, didn't act so surprised at that moment in the third act, and then Larry would go, I don't know. I kind of liked it. What about you, Jerry? You go, I liked it. And the guy go, oh, so, and then I had a show at the same time, and I was like, I pitched them on, and I go, well, they do that on the Larry's show. I mean, on Seinfeld, and they go, well, that's Seinfeld, like some different thing, you know. And I thought, well, now after Seinfeld was such a success. Well, now they'll go to that paradigm.
Right.
You know, a great comedian, and then a guy he chooses, and then two guys write the show, which was also the interesting thing about Seinfeld, is they had a room full of writers, none of which wrote the show, you know. The idea was you would go to Jerry or Larry and tell them a story from your life. That was
Right, but it had to be a real story.
real story.
Yeah.
Which I thought was a brilliant idea. And then they would write it, And I remember Spike Fairstein telling me that he wrote the Soup Nazi episode. And the entire story he told them was that there was a guy in New York that was a soup Nazi, and that was it. That he was a real mean guy. And so he told me like years later, he goes, "Does it ever bother you like I won an Emmy for that soup Nazi episode, even though you wrote the entire thing?" And he said, Larry said, "Oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah." He hadn't forgot it.
Did you like doing your show? Did you like doing a network sitcom?
No, I didn't. No,
because of that reason.
I would have loved to do it with that idea, And in the old days, that's what they did. You look at the credits. There's two people, and so I didn't like this collaboration. The rooms getting bigger and bigger, so you'd have 18 people in a room. Trying to do comedy,
trying to tell you how to be funny the way you were funny.
That's the other thing too, and how to be likable,
right?
And I was always like, well, if you're funny, you're likable. If some people, if someone's laughing
they don't
at
hate you.
Yeah, they will like you. But instead, it would be this, kind of hateable because you're trying to be likable so much.
Right?
And people go, "Oh, this guy's really trying hard."
They can feel comedy is rough when people can feel the need, when they can feel the desperation,
the neediness.
It's all it's all over because they need a comedy. They need a comedian to lead them. The comedian kind of needs to be a leader.
Oh yes. And anyways, the size of the room, even like from a sociological standpoint, I don't think 18 people can work as one. They'll drift. They'll make cliques.
Right.
There'll be three groups of six that all, talk about the others as if they're no good. But also, there's no 18 good, funny people. You can never find that, And then what you end up doing is you're like, oh, well, it seems like Melissa hasn't had a joke in for a while. And it's like, really? We have to put it in because she hasn't had a joke in for 3 weeks? I have to put in a bad joke? And I never had like an ego about jokes. Like I would go like, whatever the best joke is, that's what we do. I don't care who wrote it. Like if the writer's assistant wrote it, which I'd always tell the writer's assistants to pitch, whoever, if I wrote it and if I wrote a joke and then you write a better joke, I'm not going to fight for my joke. It's absurd, I want the best jokes. And I don't even remember any, next week, I'm not going to remember which you guys wrote the joke, I'm just going to know if it's a good episode or not. But at that time, there was so much money that writers were making. It was insane. And I remember like Peter Roth from Warner Brothers Studio. He phoned me up and he goes, "What do you think of these two guys?" And they were middling writers, I said, "Why are you asking?" He said, "I'm thinking of giving them a $5 million deal each." So I'm not going to take a lottery ticket away from a guy. They were both fine people. So I'm like, no, they're worth it. They're great. Why not? Who cares? Like I'm going to ruin these guys' chances of having a giant house and car, But that's what busted, I believe that's what busted sitcoms. Rightfully so. Like people go, these reality shows. I'm like, well, it's not like sitcoms are good.
Right.
And then during that strike, I just go by, there'd be people picketing. I go, well, you deserve, you're getting way more than you deserve. I don't know why you're picketing.
The writers are making a lot of money.
Yeah, just these super rich guys with the beautiful laminated, like, they had hired someone $10,000 to write the perfect joke on their. But I really don't like collaboration much. Like 2 is good, you know what I mean? But it's like even if they were all super talented, it would be like anything. I don't know. I wouldn't call it art, but if you had Picasso and Rembrandt, and that's the only 2 guys.
And then another Picasso, Rembrandt Jr.,
Jackson Pollock, and you had them all together. Okay, let's start, and it'd just be a mess. Obviously, it would be a mess. You need a singular vision for that.
But I also feel like,
and you couldn't be noted because Picasso, they go, hey, what's with the nose?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They were right off the top.
And it
the
is
cubism would kill
interesting
it.
that Picasso is the most famous, well-paid painter in the whole world. And then you would think that's a niche painter. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's very strange to me. You'd think it would be Rembrandt, or you'd think it'd be a realist. You know?
Yeah, but it was just that style. But he was also amazing at that as well. But he just
he was. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh.
It's just this style that have developed over time.
Oh, I didn't know
sort
that.
of became the
Oh, so he was like an expert, like they always say with any type of art. You got to learn how to do it properly.
Before you can deconstruct it. But I think. But in your case, just as a comedy fan, I feel like your voice is so specific. I can't imagine someone writing for you because you see, when I think of comics that I adore, that I think, like someone like Maria Bamford, I'm like, you can't write for Maria. She's that's just how, that's just her voice. It's just the kind of the voices in her brain sort of make that happen. I mean, I still have this thing in my head that you said, and I must have seen it 25 years ago, but it was something to the effect of, them's mean streets if you're a wiener dog in a cardigan.
Jesus.
Yeah. So I can't, how could you tell someone to write that?
That's going back, baby.
That's going back quite a ways. That's going back.
When I met Gary Shandling, there are some jokes, because I've always loved stand-up comedy. I've sort of been a student, of it, And when I met Gary Shandling, there was a joke that he did that was so mysterious to me, how he wrote this joke. And the joke was, he says, so anyways, I'm dating Miss Georgia. All right, it's the former Miss Georgia. Okay, it's George Foreman. So I was like, how did you do that?
How did you get to that?
Like, how did you reverse engineer it from George Foreman? Or it seemed like divine to me somehow. Or divinely inspired.
What did he say?
He said, I don't fucking know. What are you talking about? It was before he became like the Zen, teacher. He was just like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't know. He'd be so funny off stage. I remember one time at the G-Spot, He's like, have you heard about this G-Spot, Norm? I go, yeah, I heard about it. And he goes, Jesus, I don't know how to find these fucking... He goes, I wouldn't even know how to find a guy's balls. So he's just so fucking funny in person. And then later he became sort of a Zen-like teacher of... not teacher, but, he was... To all the young comics, he would sort of... be very kind, and it was nice to see,
Well, Judd Apatow was saying that he was so meticulous that he had these notebooks which were just intense, almost mathematical deconstructions of comedy and how jokes work and why this is funny and why that's not funny and the dynamics of a room.
Yeah.
I mean, he really seemed to be an actual student of the science
of the science of it,
science of comedy.
But I saw Seinfeld did a thing in the New York Times where it shows how he made a joke from nothing. And I don't like that.
You don't like it?
No, I don't like that. And I knew Gary real well, and I wouldn't speak ill of Gary. I mean, he was one of the best comics that ever lived. But that idea of mathematically understanding comedy, I know that it's not an art, because the reason I know it's not an art is because an art can be interpreted different by you and by me.
Sure.
But if you go and do stand-up, you have to make a noise. You have to make the audience make a noise all together, all at the same time. So then it's craft. It's not art, because people can't go, I like that part, I like that, because then people would be laughing all at different parts, you know what I mean? It would be jumble.
But on a larger scale, though, when you take comedy out of that intimate situation, that does happen, though. People go, oh, I heard about this thing, that wasn't funny, or I saw this thing and that wasn't funny. Especially with the internet now.
But it's either not funny or funny.
Right. There's only one or two.
Funny
it's very binary that way.
Yeah. And so this idea of arithmetically deconstructing comedy, I think There was that famous quote by Mark Twain, and I'm going to blow it, but he says, dissecting comedy is like dissecting a frog at the end. Nothing of interest except you got a dead frog.
Right.
So,
well, that's the Steve Martin thing of from what I understand of his early stand-up was that, he wanted things to be funny, but you never knew exactly why they were funny. They were just funny. Is that?
Yeah. I mean, I remember he said, if he was worried about writing a movie, he didn't know if he could write a movie. And I don't know who told him, maybe it was Carl Reiner, but he said, you're funny, so just write a movie, and then the movie will be funny. And he said that was very simple, but it was an epiphany to him that he was like, yeah, I can be confident that whatever I do will be funny because I'm funny. And so that made a lot of sense to him. His book, the only thing that bothered me about his book...
Born Standing Up? Yeah.
Born Standing Up, which I thought was a fantastic book, except for what you were talking about, he shows his early jokes, and there are these great jokes from his album, and I know they weren't his early jokes.
Right, because they were on the album, right?
Yeah, they were like fantastic.
What were
jokes.
His early
That's
jokes?
What I would love to see.
Yeah.
But of course, who would have the balls to put those out? You know what I mean? I have a tape of my fourth time on stage.
Have you ever played it anywhere?
Well, just for myself. They had it in Ottawa. This guy, the manager, taped it. I did an hour.
Oh my God! Your fourth time?
Yeah,
Holy shit!
On stage, I did amateur night one night.
Was this at a Yuck Yucks?
Yuck Yucks.
Yeah.
There's only 2 comedians in Ottawa where I started, so I was very lucky. So I went from amateur night to headliner in a month.
Holy shit!
So, but it was all awful, So he had it, and I was like, I got to get it, So he had some vault or something, this precious thing to him. And so I said, I got to get it. They just made up something. I go, they're doing a documentary on me, and then they want to talk to you. And then I just made up a whole bunch of stuff to make him think that he'd be on TV. I go, they want to talk to you, but they need that for, early to get it in the can. Just saying all this nonsense words, that I think will impress him. So I get the tape, and I not only I watch it once, and I destroyed it. I didn't even keep it.
You destroyed it?
Oh, it was so awful. That's why I'm saying if I had the balls, I would say here are the jokes, because to show people, you can be a stand-up. You could be a great stand-up like Steve Martin, even though these were his real first jokes.
Right.
And you just see these terrible jokes because everybody's first jokes are terrible.
Yes.
That's just. And so I think that would help a comic, instead of when they read like, whoa, that was Steve Martin's first bit was, let's get small. That was his.
he just sat down and wrote that. That's very specific. But you said, in the, with the book, there were some bullet points that got sent over the book. Like, Norm tells a lot of these stories in the book about the time he, disastrous appearance on Star Search. But I had remembered your Star Search, and I went back and watched it again, and it wasn't disastrous.
Oh, what?
It wasn't disastrous. First of all, you only had 2 minutes, which was a ridiculous.
Isn't that an insane
That is
short
ridiculous.
Yeah, they run it backwards from 2 minutes.
2 minutes to do stand up, but I thought the jokes were good.
The jokes were all right. The jokes were fine.
And I thought the crowd reacted.
Oh God! Did you see the guy after me?
No, I just saw your clip. Who was the guy after you?
The Bushman.
I don't.
He was a Liberian.
Okay.
Although later, someone told me he was from Seattle. But and he wore a long, flowing robe, and he had a hat. It was called International Star Search. So I was from Canada, the least international country, and then he's from Liberia. And
well, you're from Quebec City, so that's a little more international, right?
Yes.
Okay.
If I had any jokes about that.
Okay.
But all my jokes were about domestic American affairs. So, which at first I thought would be stupidly, I thought would be an advantage, But then, of course, later I realized, no, they want an international guy. But, oh, no, it didn't go well. I remember when Ed came out, he almost laughed. Like he said, another tough decision for our judges, and people were laughing, and Ed, thank God, didn't laugh. My favorite moment on it, and I can't find it anywhere, was you get to talk to Ed McMahon. So after it was horrible for me, but I walked over and I get to talk to Ed McMahon, which was what I was looking forward to like crazy. And when you're standing beside Ed McMahon, you kind of feel like Johnny Carson, and you know he's the perfect segment. But he can ask you a question, you don't know what it is. So he said, now, Norm, you're from Canada, and tell me, what do you find are the differences between Canadian audiences and American audiences? So I go, I feel that the American audiences have better shoes. So he laughs crazy at that. And then he goes, we will return with our international spokesperson right after this. Shoes.
That was just the last word. His brain was probably
Exactly.
like an alcohol rag, just soaked at that point.
I felt so good, though. When I did my first Letterman, I felt it was funny, because so much fluke is involved in show business,
right?
So much luck, and so I did Catch a Rising Star to do my audition for David Letterman, and I destroyed like I've never destroyed before, And so I get off, and Robert Morton, who booked the show at the time, he was like, "That was great." He goes, "I never do this, but I'm putting you on the show now." He made a big point of how I never did that, and this was the first time, and he was going to put me on the show, and everything was perfect. And so I had a teensy-weensy tape recorder. I had taped my set on, and he goes, "Just do that exactly what you did," So I go, I can't do that because I've got it on my recorder. So I go back to Toronto. It was like a 2-month gap. Every single night, I was worried about it getting too rote, but every single night I do the exact same, until it's just burnished in my brain. And then, so I come back, and then the way it works is you go and you do a set the night before, to warm up. He takes you around the area. So we went to the exact same club, Catch a Rising Star. I go on, and I bomb. Like, no one laughs at all. So I get off. I don't care because I'm already going to go on Letterman. I'm completely confident in the material, But Robert Morton's in a panic. So he goes, why'd you change it? He goes, and it was word for word. He goes, why'd you change it? So I was thinking, like, should I take out the tape recorder, which I have, and play it for him? But I felt like I was dead, so I go, yeah, I changed it around.
I'll change it back.
Yeah. He's like, oh, you always do this. No, that was stupid. I go, no, I know, Bob, but I just felt to move things around, new jokes. No! So then I go to the show, I do the exact same set again, and it kills. So, if I had bombed the first time, forget about it.
Did he notice when you went on Letterman? Was he like,
no,
he didn't notice at all?
No. Like, these guys go like, we don't care how you do, like in the, go see you at Catch, and, if you bomb, we don't care. We can see through that. And it's utter nonsense.
Yeah, of course. They get super nervous because they don't want to get.
It makes, like, they're going to say, that guy that got no laughs, perfect. He'll be perfect for the show.
Did you immediately become pals with Letterman after the first time, or did you have to go on a few times?
What do you mean by pals? I was never.
I thought you guys were friends.
Oh,
you went on the.
No, I was never friends with David Letterman.
Oh, I just had this. I just had just going on his last week of shows. I just assumed.
No, he talked to me, which I felt was nice, between commercials, which he never did with anyone else, And he was so funny, so incredibly funny, what he'd say between the commercials, and sweet to me and stuff. And he would invite me to these dinners, which I really should have gone to. But I felt like I was on the show so often, and every time I was on the show, I had my little, in between the commercial thing to talk to him, and those were my favorite times, and he'd say anything, you know what I mean? It was like swearing, and I remember I reminded him of a joke because I knew everything about him, because I'd watched him since I was a kid, and he did this joke, and that was so. I said, remember this joke? And I told him, he goes, that joke will get audible gasps from the audience because it was such a rough joke.
Yeah.
But it was so hilarious. And what it was Paul Newman's son had died. So it said on the front of the National Enquirer, it said, so this is how Letterman told the joke. He goes, so I saw the National Enquirer this week, and it said, why Paul Newman does not like to talk about his dead son. Boy, there's a puzzler, huh, folks? There's Paul Newman sitting around his swimming pool with his other Hollywood stars, and somebody says, oh, by the way, Paul, how's that dead boy of yours doing? Say, I don't like talking about that. Now I hope to God he doesn't hear that. And then I heard him do it on our show, and he said, why he changed it to why famous movie star, which I probably should have done.
That's all right. Paul Newman's dead.
That's okay. That's true.
It's totally fine.
You're right.
It's totally fine. There's just some descendant of Paul Newman, and you're like, wait a minute.
I actually have another story about that, Paul Newman, because I watched Larry King once. This was the strangest thing I ever saw a guy say. But Larry King has this weird thing where he's sort of psychotic. I'm going to go be interviewed by Larry King. But he's sort of like, he's seen it all and nothing affects him, kind of. And so he was talking to a person who had lost their child, like 8 months earlier or something, and they were saying how hard it was. And then he says, Paul Newman told me you never get over it. I'm like, what did he just say to this grieving parent? Like, yeah, it was name drop. It was exactly. It was name dropping.
It's a name drop.
I never thought of that. It was name dropping.
No hope whatsoever.
Right. You're right. That was the reason he did it. I was wondering why he would make such a psychotic statement, but he was just name dropping.
He could have just said,
"Never get over it."
I heard you never get over it.
Well, even that. That's the bad part. He could have just said, "I know Paul Newman."
I know Paul Newman, and your child is still dead. We'll be right back after these. That's a terrible.
Oh, just awful. I can't believe I told two stories.
Those are both great stories, though. Those are both great
son.
stories. I was looking. I saw the. I saw some.
Do you remember the last time I think we met? You were. This is why it's incredible. Your success is not incredible.
No,
you've worked hard and you've made this amazing. American success story. But you were, when I last saw you, it was the roast.
Yes.
And you were interviewing people coming out of the roast.
I remember.
And I had done...
a Saget roast.
A Saget roast. And I guess you didn't watch the roast because I had done like just cheesy jokes.
I saw that part was the only part I saw of the roast. Because they had me back.
Oh, you did
sitting
see
in the audience for the index cards. And the
you
jokes.
did?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I was worried that you hadn't seen that. And I was like freaked out when you were there asking post-show questions.
No, yeah.
You didn't ask pre-show questions, did you?
No, they had me on the carpet for the arrivals. And then they had me talking to people afterwards. And
now, did you like that?
Did I like the show?
No, doing that.
Well, it was. I love Bob. I've been friends with Bob. I've been friends with Bob for almost 20 years.
So you only did it for that one show?
No, at the time I would have done it anyway because I was, it was like my career had dipped at that point, and so if anyone asked me to do anything, I would have done it. But I also. I'm comfortable talking and hosting, and I like hosting, and so especially because of Bob and because it was Comedy Central. I'm like, sure. And I don't do that stuff anymore. Like I don't do red carpet stuff anymore. But
before you created this empire, you were sort of in a category with Ryan Seacrest.
I would say that's accurate.
And with Carson Daly.
Yeah,
guys that. We're broadcasters and hosts.
Which for me the hard thing was that I'm first and foremost I've always been a comedian, and so it's so
that's what I'm saying. A lot of comedians would not like to
exactly because people go, oh, you're a host, and even still. It's only been like the last couple of years where I, when I perform, people go, oh, I didn't know you did stand-up.
Right.
Yeah, I've been doing that for like 20 years.
I get that all.
You get that? How do you get that?
Because I'm just seen as the guy that was on SNL, or maybe the guy that got fired from SNL. I just get pigeonholed. But I don't mind pigeonholing. Like, I understand pigeonholing, someone, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because one time I worked at an insurance company, and there was a guy that was the underwriter, and I was the lowest guy, And I came in, and I was eating a donut with sprinkles on it, right? And he's like, "What are you doing? What's your donut?" And I go, "Just a sprinkly donut." He goes, "Oh, yeah, you like them, huh?" Anyways, the rest of the entire time, I was there 6 months. He's like, "Hey, you got a sprinkly donut today?" I'm like, "No." He goes, "Hey, sprinkly donut guy." And I'm like, "Why are you..." That was being pigeonholed unfairly.
Well, that's just laziness.
Yeah.
That's because he doesn't want to have a conversation.
Yeah.
He just wants to identify you quickly.
Yeah.
And also, he knows that conversation can't go any further. Because you can only either say yes or no, I have a donut, or I do not have a donut.
That's very good.
There's almost a Schrodinger-esque. You're in one of two states at any given moment until observed. You have a sprinkly donut or you do not have a sprinkly donut. And that's the entire experiment. So that guy was just being lazy.
Schrodinger-esque.
That guy was just being fucking lazy.
Yeah.
It is. I know it's kind of charming to be like, "Hey, there's the guy with the pants. Hey, look at you.
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
glasses."
Yeah.
But if that's every day,
Glasses with every single person.
like, all right, have a conversation with the person.
Come on, man.
But I
have many more facets.
Well, I loved the index card thing, and all the other comedians who were in the audience were folded over.
Well, some were. Like, if you see the tape of it, there are some comedians, that are clearly later to the joke than the others.
Right.
And I don't know if Jim Norton was ever there. Because he was looking confused and all that. And then when he got up, he said something. He said, watching your set was like watching Henry Fonda pick blueberries, which I didn't understand. So I said, I don't think anybody would. I think everyone in the world would enjoy watching Henry Fonda pick blueberries. Because I didn't understand the joke. Apparently, it was from On Golden Pond or something.
Right.
That he ate. But afterwards, he was like, "What the fuck was that?" So
I like a semantic, logical argument about it. Actually, I think people. First of all, it would mean he's alive again,
Yes,
which
exactly.
would be remarkable for humanity that resurrection exists. Secondly, blueberries are delightful.
Yeah, and because I hadn't seen the movie, it was such a Schrodinger-esque thing. Like
Saget adores you more. I mean, like.
Well, I know you and Bob are close. I mean, he's such a sweet guy.
He is. We haven't really hung out as of late, but I remember early on. I think before, because I hung out near you a couple times with Bob.
Yeah,
but
we hung out.
I was always just sort of quiet because I was kind of awestruck and nervous.
Oh, really? That's strange.
Yeah, and
I remember us upstairs at the Laugh Factory.
Yeah.
I didn't notice any nerves from you or anything.
Oh, I just always felt like I don't have anything interesting to say to these people.
Well, that's weird.
They're all people that I adore and respect comedically.
But Bob was so good with young comics.
He's just a sweet guy.
Yeah, he's just great. And just that, especially for that era, that's very rare because those guys were. Nowadays, my son and his friend, they just. Everyone's supportive of everyone,
right?
You know what I mean? I don't know if that's good or not. Like Saturday Night Live, Lauren on purpose. He has a bowl of dog food and 14 dogs.
He makes everyone compete.
And that's enough for one dog. The amount of food he's doled out. So he believes that competition, capitalism, will produce the best, not collectives,
right?
Not communism. And I'm inclined to agree with that because again, I don't like to collaborate. And on Saturday Night Live, you could write a sketch completely by yourself, which is what I always did. I never collaborated with anybody. I would help them do their sketches,
sure,
but if I had an idea, I would never let anybody touch it.
So did you do Weekend Update all by yourself?
Oh no, not Weekend Update. No. These were just sketches.
Gotcha.
No, Weekend Update, it's too hard to write that many jokes by yourself. But what I did do is, Weekend Update had always been lazy before that. They just did it on Saturday, believe it or not, they did it on Saturday, and everybody would sit around and eat bagels and think up jokes, and a lot of them were picture jokes, you know, because Dennis liked like just pointing at a picture and going, check this. I mean, and so they had a whole millions of pictures, and you go like this, and so anyways, it was kind of just sloppily done, I thought, and so there were always people sending in jokes. And so I asked Lauren, can I just hire a couple of guys, you know. There was a guy named Herb Sargent, and he had written update for every anchor up till me. And I said, Lauren, can I fire? So Lauren goes, if you're going to shoot, you have to shoot to kill. Like Lauren always said these mysterious things. So I'm like, yeah, okay. Well, let's shoot to kill, man. And he's like, okay, if that's what you want. So I got Jim Downey, who was kind of the genius of Saturday Night Live, and had just been fired as the head writer of the show. So I was very lucky, you know. So I got him to come on Update, and Herb Sargent, who was supposed to be fired, just shows up. Lauren never fired him.
Oh, shit.
So I'm hiding, you know, whenever I see Herb Sargent, I'm ducking behind like pillars and stuff like that. And he's going to the fax machine, getting, you know, and the copy machine, changing his jokes, because he would write like all the jokes. But, and you know, Lauren, Herb Sargent was a guy who gave Lauren his first job or something.
Oh.
So, and Lauren's very loyal. So, so finally, one day, finally didn't show up. I don't know who finally had the courage to tell them. But it happened a lot. Like, did you ever remember a comic named Warren Hutcherson?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, very funny African-American comedian. And so he was a writer. So, of course, you know, all the comedians want to be performers, you know. So Jim Downey was the head writer. He was second in command, and Lauren was first in command, of course. So Warren said, you know, I can't stay on the show. And as a writer, I want to be a performer. So Jim goes, well, that's great by me. You know, you're so funny. You should be a performer. Just get Lauren's permission. So he goes to Lauren. Then Lauren's like, I always thought you were more a performer than a writer, frankly, Warren. So, yes. Did you get Jim's permission? He's like, oh, yeah. He told me to come here. He goes, just to solidify it with Jim. And then he went, so he goes back to Jim, and he said to solidify it with you, like, and Jim said, oh yeah, it's fine with me as long as you got Lauren, you know. He's like, so he goes back to Lauren. He goes, yeah, Jim said it's solidified. He goes, okay, good. Then well, then you're a performer. But just get Jim to just get him to sign off.
Shit.
So Warren said this happened, and so he said to Jim, like, can you come into Lauren's office, like, with him, you know? And Jim's like, I know, you know. So it's nice about Lauren, but because I am the same way. I cannot fire anyone.
I think you should have done it. I think it should have just been a random weekend update at the very end. And as we're wrapping up the show tonight, I'd just like to thank Herb Sargent. It's his last show.
Well, no, probably should have. I mean, you say it, but it
you actually could have, but you were actually firing him on the show.
I'm just firing him on the show. I see what you mean. Yeah. He doesn't know. He's
just taking it.
Big
hand for Herb, everyone. Thank you so much. Because then how could he come back after that?
That's a good idea.
It'd be really weird.
And also, he should have had that. You know, he worked on the show since its inception. And so anyways, I found, you know, the writers on the show were pretty lazy, and I wanted Update to be its own thing. And so I wanted outside guys, you know. So people would fax all the time, and I read every joke like OCD, even if the first, 100 were bad. I remember a guy used to send 100 jokes a day, every single day. And they were almost jokes, but never funny enough. And I was like, I told Lauren, I said, should I phone this guy and tell him to stop? When is it your duty to tell someone to stop following their dream, Because it's very hard to write. It's probably just as hard to write bad jokes. You have to type,
sure,
on a whole bunch of pieces of paper. And so Lauren said yes. He goes, I always, he said somewhere in the annals of show business, there came a time when when someone said never take no for an answer, but no can be a very, very good answer.
Did you have to
all
tell
I
the
can
guy?
hear is that typewriter.
Did you tell the guy? Did you finally tell him?
My mind is like, can you hear that? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Are you transcribing everything we're saying?
I'm writing down notes so I can write the description.
Oh, I see.
But the description is an exact one-for-one word account of everything. Every breath, every sigh.
Wow, that's a great pictures.
Oh, thanks.
Very eclectic tastes.
Yeah, I collect a lot of weird stuff. What do you?
I would love that. There's a pizzeria near my place where they had a Mel Blanc. What do you call the when it's,
like a cell?
Yeah, cell.
Yeah,
and they didn't know what it was, and then they closed, and I was like, oh, I bet I could have bought that thing for $100.
I buy all sorts of cells. I drew this. I painted this in high school because I wanted to be a cartoonist.
You did?
I did. Yeah, and I found it.
Did you copy it?
No. Well, I mean, it was Yeah, I mean, it was from an episode of, it was like a Wabbit season, Duck season episode.
Yeah,
but
there wasn't there wasn't that picture which you just traced or anything.
No,
you did that.
No. And I found it in a
gosh.
box like 2 years ago.
Holy crow!
And yeah, it was.
Why are you not a cartoonist?
Because I like comedy better, and also there are much better cartoonists. I mean, I guess you could argue there are better comedians too, but
you know what I hear from people who do animation, that there aren't good cartoonists. That it's not that there's bad cartoonists, but that the cartoonists don't understand comedy, so they don't do like these guys Bugs, and they'd all do different great takes, and and what I've heard is they send their funny script over to Korea,
right?
And they just have these.
Well, they do the in between. Yeah, they do the in betweens overseas. But
I think you should be with the guy and say, "I want Bugs to turn this way."
You should, yeah. And that's how it was when these guys when Chuck Jones and these guys were doing this.
And the guy I'm talking about did the next Junior, whatever the hell it was, No, you know what he did? He did, apparently, you might be interested in this. Apparently, there was a sitcom. They did it as a cartoon sitcom of Bugs Bunny and his friends. So,
like a fake 3-camera sitcom?
Yes.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yes. I mean, it would be fascinating to see, but it's an awful idea,
There was a very crucial point in college for me where I was just starting to do stand-up, which I had wanted to do my whole life. And then I submitted to this studio called Spumco, this guy named John Crickfalusi, who did Ren and Stimpy. And they were like masterful artists.
Yeah.
And I submitted, and I didn't get hired, and then I was so intimidated by how good... I thought I was good until I saw their work. And then...
Their animation work.
Animation work, yeah. And that was very much that thing where they were very hands-on.
Well, they were animators plus writers.
Yeah, and they directed the episodes.
Oh,
and
so they did everything. Right.
And so...
and Ren and Stimpy was the first, a comedy of the grotesque for cartoons, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was the first, John Kay, well, not to bore you with it, but John Kay was kind of a student of Ralph Bakshi, and Ralph Bakshi, in the 70s, had a very kind of grotesque edge to him in a great way.
Yeah.
And so John
But why do I know that name, but I can't...
Ralph Bakshi?
Muster the...
He did like Fritz the Cat and...
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah.
And Wizards, and he just did a lot of...
Fritz the Cat was a movie.
Fritz the Cat was a movie. It was basically like a dirty animated
he would fuck
movie.
Like
it was like they swore, and there was, he was kind of this street cat. Yeah.
Didn't they have sex?
Yeah. It was very sexual, and it was very dirty. And it was,
Fritz the
70s.
Cat.
It was
Ralph
70s.
Bakshi, but what else did he do?
He did Mighty Mouse in the 80s. He did a version of Mighty Mouse, but he kind of had to conform a little bit. So his sensibilities. It's kind of funny, when you're younger and you're like, fuck everything, and then you start to get older and you're like, maybe I'll just take the job. Maybe I'll just do it.
I got a friend right now, I won't say who it is, but you probably know him. I'll tell you after. But he's in that situation where he was given he created a 3-camera show, but he's not a 3-camera guy. You know? And so now so I said, nah, just grab the cash. You know, you got kids, you got an ex-wife, you got alimony. You know what I mean? Like you need money at some point. You know what I mean? Like, you know, that's like when people go, you sell out. You know, there's a famous, video of Bill Hicks, screaming about Jay Leno selling out. It's so ridiculous. Because Jay Leno did a Cheetos commercial.
Doritos.
Doritos.
Yeah, he did Doritos. And I think that was on, Rant in E minor. So, I think it's on one of his stand-up albums.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, it was a long bit he did.
Yeah.
And then, first of all, I think it's I don't think you're supposed to go after other comics. But, you know, he could have gone after a lot of people if it just came down to selling out, whatever that means. I mean, presumably Bill Hicks, you know, performed in clubs that sold liquor.
Right.
So, I mean, everything's selling out. I mean, unless you just sit in your home and create art for yourself, you know.
Well, I think selling out is violating your personal belief system for some type of gain, financial gain or power gain or whatever it is. But if Leno,
but what was Leno's act that he was?
Did he? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If he didn't have a particular, boy, I really hate Doritos. Doritos is going to give me some money.
Right.
So I better rethink that.
Of course.
He probably was neutral on Doritos, and someone said, "Hey, here's $1 million." Well,
Exactly.
sure, why not?
And then he said, Leno has no right to call himself a comic. And I was like, well, how about the right of he's 1 million times funnier than you? Like, does that give him a right to call himself
Leno
a comic?
was a spectacular comedian.
When I said he was like Elvis, you know. I mean, did you ever see him when he was just at his
when he
peak?
used to go on Letterman?
God.
And he was super fiery and had and way edgy and
unbelievable. And I saw him live, and he moved. He was powerful. Like even after they got famous, like Seinfeld would go on the Improv. They go Jerry Seinfeld. People would applaud for 10 minutes, and then he'd do his act. It'd do well, of course.
Sure,
but it wouldn't destroy it. But Leno would just be, performing his heart out. You know what I mean? Like, just crushing. Like he didn't rest on his laurels, at all. And I didn't like him. I certainly, can understand why people don't think he was a great talk show host. However, I do not understand the animosity directed toward him.
I think for some people it probably was. There was definitely a shift in his presentation between his comedy and then the show.
Sure.
Because they're two different modes, and he probably just assumed like, oh, okay, well, the guy who's hosting the show probably needs to be more congenial and not,
He made a calculated decision.
It was a calculated decision, and, because he couldn't, because he would have fucking steamrolled everyone if he was that guy hosting that show.
It wouldn't have worked. Yeah, the guest wouldn't have had a chance.
And he's also a ridiculously smart guy, and I think he probably, once he got into the job, was legitimately just not that interested in talking to people that he probably felt like, well, I mean, I'm probably a lot smarter than this person, and I don't really care who the fourth lead on ER, like what they have to say about stuff.
And it's not his fault. He was offered this, $15 million a year job.
Well, of course he would. And it's also Johnny's show. Like, it was a big thing. It was a huge honor. It was a big honor.
He was real smart also, and he made the monologue 20 minutes, and Letterman wasn't used to a long monologue because at the time Carson said you couldn't do a monologue,
right,
as one of his conditions to do 12:30. So Letterman instead did this 3 or 4 joke anti-monologue,
right,
which was great. But I remember one time being at the Tonight Show and Jay's like, well, I don't understand Dave. Like, why is he has the better show? His show's much better. He said that, right, Jimmy? Like he knew that Dave's show was better. But but what drives comedians crazy is no one else had that connection to the audience as Jay Leno did.
Right.
Nobody. And he crushed everybody. And when he left, he was number one.
Yeah, and I think there's also I think he also probably got dinged for being I don't know, like, I think it was probably like, oh, he just wants to be number one. You know what I mean? But I feel like no matter what, people shit on you no matter what. Like if you know, no matter if
you're popular,
if you're popular, because people even started kind of turning on Letterman, like
they
toward
did,
the,
which shocked me.
Yeah,
that really shocked.
So
me.
I think it's just
why did they turn on him? I heard that they said he was political. I've heard that from a lot of people.
I don't know. I mean, I honestly don't know. I think it's just the nature of the ebbs and flows of social dynamics. It's like how could people love someone for 30 years nonstop? There would have to be it's a discovery period, and then now a backlash. Now it's cool to like them again.
Right.
It's just, the nature. I think it's just the nature. But you said something. I think I saw an article of maybe it was Esquire, but it was an article where you were talking about how you thought the state of comedy itself was kind of declining a little bit, or like you had some criticisms about the state of comedy and I think some of it had to do with maybe the kind of confessional style that's... This
is what Rich Scheidner told me, and I don't watch comedy very much. I don't watch young people do comedy. But Rich Scheidner was telling me, what they do now is confessional comedy. And I went to a club and I watched the comedians and I understood what he was talking about. Like, they would say... about how they got molested when they were a kid, and without going into names, like if you have, like I saw a one-woman show once by a woman, and,
just one,
the only one, and she was like, "Well, my mother had breast cancer, and now I have breast cancer," and I'm like, "Well, it's everybody." Like they think it's so special when everyone gets cancer and dies. That's not
great. What if we just ended the podcast?
But it's almost like the height of narcissism to think that you're going to you're going to be so brave as to talk about it in person,
right?
Whereas all you're doing is just garnering sympathy for yourself.
Well, I guess that's true.
How is that brave? It seems cowardly to me. It seems much braver to me. Like I remember Richard Farnsworth was an old character actor, and he did a David Lynch movie called The Straight Story, and riddled with cancer. His last movie, and very frail. And it's a fantastic movie. If you ever get a chance to see it, it's not a style, because I'm not really that big a fan of what's his name?
David Lynch.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I don't understand weird stuff. I'm like, what? But this one is a straight ahead story. You think. I call it like a hard G. It's G rated.
Okay. It's hard G.
I call it hard G. Because the second time I watched it, I'm like, whoa, I understand it all of a sudden. Well, you got to see this movie.
Okay.
And if you watch it closely, there's like hellish things going on underneath the surface of what looks like a quaint story. It's based on a guy who, in actual real life, drove his riding lawnmower across the state to visit his brother who was dying. So anyways, the point of it is that Richard Farnsworth was nominated for an Academy Award for the movie. And if he had said he was filled with cancer, he would have won for sure.
Sure.
But instead, he didn't say it. And in fact, no one knew it. His family didn't know it. He kept it from everyone. And then he was a stuntman before he was an actor. He did what they call a stuntman's death, which is you put a shotgun in your mouth and with your toe you pull the trigger and blow your head off.
Oh my God.
And so that to me is courageous. Like you're not being a burden to your family. They know nothing about it. And then you're gone.
And then that's it.
Yeah.
And then toe in the shotgun.
Yeah. And you write him. He wrote a nice letter to everybody, in the family, and said that he didn't want to. The reason he did it is he didn't want to cause people distress. So I thought, wow, how incredible! Like how many
to just
people
go through it
do
alone.
That? Yeah.
So you don't think
to go through it alone?
You don't think you would write confessional? Like, do you? You didn't talk about any of the gambling stuff in your stand-up, did you? Was that
stand-up? No, never. I never talked about me, really. I talked about universal me. You know what I mean?
Right.
That I was afraid of death, or that that kind of thing, which is this was something that everybody is afraid of. And so things like that. That it was me, but it was everybody.
Sure.
I wasn't pretending that it was a specific ailment that I had. And if I had a specific ailment, and possibly I do, you don't know.
I don't know.
But I would not talk about it. I would not. I hope that I would not discuss it, and just try to benefit monetarily from that.
But you tell some of
which
the
other
stories.
people get it, and they get nothing.
But you tell stories in the book, though. So that is, in a way, you're sharing it, right?
Well, I don't tell stories, though, that are... I tell stories about my gambling.
Sure.
But, I don't really think of gambling as much of an illness. Like I think I say in the book, like it's the only illness where you can get incredibly wealthy. You don't get osteoarthritis.
That's a good joke.
Ain't gonna get you dime one. I do put a lot of jokes in the book. There's so many jokes. I'm like, God damn, that could have been in my act.
It's amazing what happens when you sit down and force yourself to write.
It is. It's incredible. Well, first of all, you think about your life, and because Socrates said a life unexamined is not worth living, which I don't agree with, but especially after examining my life. But it's kind of depressing because when you really look at your life, you realize you don't do hardly anything, Eating food is huge amount of time. Like buying food, going to restaurants, finding people to eat with you for the next meal.
Right.
Food. That's most of your day, especially when you're doing stand-up on the road.
Yes.
Trying to find food. So when you look at it, it's so mundane, and that's not how I want to remember. I'd rather remember things. Like, for instance, when I was a little boy, my dad had a Bell & Howell 8mm camera. Film. There was film in it, And he would take pictures of our like a birthday party, and just be all these little kids like waving, and sort of like in a kind of pixelated manner, and the colors were garish, and and it it was bright lights, the brightest light right in your face. And anyways, it would take 15 seconds because my father didn't want to, it was expensive film. But I have it, and when I look back on it, it's the way that memory is. Like it's this sort of unreal colors and things like that, So then I cut to me with my son years later, and I had a video camera, and so I taped his 5th birthday, and it was like 2 hours, and then I watched it, and I'm like, I'm not going to show this to my kid. Like, it's just the most banal, nothing happens. Just a kid walks from here to here, and then he's off, another kid walks here, and then another kid, and then they say nothing to each other, and I'm like, I'm not going to show this to my kid. Like, I want him to remember things as he thought they were, not as they actually were.
Sure.
And so a lot of the book is meditations on memory, because I've always found it odd that people remember things falsely. And I know it's false because I'm in the story.
Mm-hmm.
So a guy will go, remember that time you caught that big fish? I go, I never fished in my life. It was a huge fish. I'm like, I'm telling you, I've never caught it. I've never gone fishing. I've never been in a boat. Man, it was fun. We went and ate it in a cabin. I'm like, okay, whatever. They're so convinced of it.
Right.
That even the person, and then I start to go, I don't know, maybe I caught a fish. Like, then my memory suddenly becomes suspect. So a lot of the book is sort of reflections on what memory actually is, and how you look backwards, and kind of what the past is, because it is, to me, faulty memory.
Sure.
And people say live in the present, which is fantastic if you can do it. But on the other hand, who lives in the present? Alzheimer's patients.
They do. That's absolutely
and
true.
It's a nightmare. And here's an interesting thing. A person will go, like, if you could go to I'm going to ask you a question, Chris.
Okay.
If you could go to the greatest, like, island of your choice and go with the most beautiful woman of your dreams and for a month have a fantastic tropical paradise. But in return, you don't remember any of it when you get home. Would you accept that bargain?
That's such an interesting philosophical question because it really divides people between who are going to live in the moment and who are doing things to remember the. I mean,
well, people do. That's the interesting thing. People go, I'm going to go to Hawaii and I'm going to get the best pictures. I'll take them, bring them back. You know what I mean? Like,
that I 100%.
So they're going to go to a place in the future to record the past,
right?
I
completely.
So, and in this decision you have to make, a month of your life goes by.
Right.
That's gone.
Do I recognize that there's a month hole in my life where I go, how is it September? What happened to August?
Yeah.
Or, okay, so there is a gap.
Yep.
See, that's kind of a problem
month.
because I would feel like, well, I have some sort of a neurological disorder. How could I just lose a month of my life? And if
no.
Okay.
Forget
Am I
about the
overthinking
neurological
this?
disorder. This is a Twilight Zone.
Okay, this is a Twilight Zone
Zone
episode.
comes up to you. From,
okay.
A guy comes
Submitting
up
for
to
your
you.
approval.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would because I still feel like it'd be a great month.
Yeah, it'd be a great month.
And it would be a nice bonus to be able to remember that month. But then also the other side of it is, does my wife also have...
Oh, your wife.
Well, I just got married, so I say my wife. Does my wife...
No, your wife is in it, too. As I was saying that, I was like, I think Chris is married.
Just got married.
Yeah.
But does she remember it too, or does it wipe from her memory?
Oh, no, it's a wipe from everybody's memory.
I still think you do it. It's still a great month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
Maybe it was a weekend. I'd be
There's
like,
three other
it's a
people
weekend.
that, even though they're not on mic, exist.
Yeah.
Within the room. So if you guys have a vote.
Would you vote? What would you do, Katie? You would do it, Deb?
Really?
You would do it too. Would you not do it?
No, I wouldn't do it. No.
You wouldn't do
I'm just going to say no.
Yeah.
Because you just feel like if you can't recall the experience and it didn't happen,
then it's useless. Yeah.
I mean, it's basically they're loosely probably plotting out what the storyboards were for Total Recall.
I never saw that movie.
That's basically the movie. It's like the whole concept of the movie was they would implant memories of things that you didn't actually do, but you would remember. And so Schwarzenegger's character has this psychotic break because he doesn't know. It's kind of acting out this thing that he was supposed to be a memory. I don't know, but
sounds great.
It's that idea.
There's movies I don't watch because Arnold Schwarzenegger's in them, and then they turn out like they're great.
Well, that one's a good one.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
That's a fun movie. But I guess it's
anyways. I guess I was thinking when I wrote based on a true story that that the past is faulty memory, and the future is the great catastrophe to come. We know what the future is.
Right.
So we don't want to contemplate that.
Right.
And so then all we have is what we call the present, which is obviously the past.
Yes.
Like what we've been doing for this time is not the present. It's all been the past.
I recall...
It's been the recent past.
It's a very recent past. Like that.
I was trying to think of if you could... if this could be a self-help thing or something. Because all history, when you think about it, is ancient history. Once it's gone, it's gone. It doesn't matter if it happened 10 seconds ago or 10,000 years ago.
Right.
It's no longer exists. So if you could have that perspective, like if you meet an 80-year-old man, and only in country and western songs are they brokenhearted. But if you realize, if you meet actual 80-year-old men, you're like, do you ever remember a girl breaking your heart? They're like, yeah. They don't remember anything about that. They're just trying to get through the day. So if you could have that, if you could make yourself have instant perspective and go, well, what will I think in 10 years about this? Because
right.
You get so emotional after, you get fired, so angry, and you go, well, in 5 years I won't be angry.
Right. I mean, it's basically a Christmas Carol. It's like you're dealing with past, present, and future.
I should have seen these films before I came up with
Christmas
my
Carol was a
philosophies.
book. Yeah, you could have, but that idea of of projecting into the future and going, am I still going to care about this?
Oh, well, I
in a
know
week?
Christmas. I'm sorry, I know what you're talking.
Yeah.
I thought you meant another. Yeah, I've seen Christmas Carol.
You've
I
seen
saw
Christmas.
Rich Little's Christmas Carol.
Did he do all of the? Of course he did.
Characters.
Now
And it was back.
I'm Cary Grant as the ghost of Christmas. Okay.
Yeah, it was Paul Newman was Tiny Tim.
Wouldn't talk about his boy.
Yeah. And, just anybody he could do. Like, it didn't matter if they lived in the same era.
No.
Nixon was. I always thought Nixon didn't sound anything like Nixon, but yeah, Nixon was Scrooge. Why are you buying that goose? Or whatever.
This is a real thing.
Yeah. I think it might be on YouTube. Maybe she's gonna look it up.
Okay, do we look to see if Rich Little's Christmas Carol?
Rich Little's A Christmas Carol
is on YouTube.
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating.
God bless us, everyone.
I found a thing on YouTube and I told it to Howard Stern, and then he mentioned it a few times, and then it became sort of viral, and it became that's
fucking Rich Little's A Christmas Carol. HBO 1978.
Wait, no, what's that?
Well, that's Superman 2.
Oh,
that's an ad for Superman 2. There he is.
Wait,
There's Dick Cavett.
Well, that's Dick Cavett. What the hell?
Boy, Rich Little's good. He looked just like Dick Cavett. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is. There's all the. This must be fascinating for the listeners. But there's a fantastic. I'm a kind of a Richard Nixon-ophile, and I'll watch anything with Richard Nixon because I find him fascinating.
Yeah.
And I kind of disagree with everybody else about Nixon. I remember I was talking to that Ariana Huffington before she was before
she had a post,
before she had an empire like you, and I said, like what's charisma? Because they say Kennedy had charisma, but Nixon had none. And yet, if I'm flipping through the channels and I see Nixon, I stop and I listen. I find him fascinating and intriguing. So isn't that charisma? I asked this on the air to her. And she goes, what are you, stupid if you think that? She goes, "He's stupid." And I'm like, well, you're the one that married the gay guy. She married a gay guy. That's what she was famous for at the time before starting her empire. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. She married a guy, and then she married it was kind of a marriage of convenience to get Ariana more publicity, And his name was Michael Huffington.
Oh, right. Gotcha.
Senator, yeah. So, but he was open. I'm not, I wasn't like outing.
You didn't,
the guy.
yeah, of course.
No. But yeah, so I find Nixon to be just a fantastic,
I think charisma, just on the topic,
yeah.
I think charisma is about presence.
Uh-huh.
Like you can tell when someone's present in the moment.
Yeah.
And that's an attractive quality because I think it's a thing that most people, because if you're present in the moment, you must have a reason for being present in the moment, and therefore you must have answers to questions that people have. So I think that's
Wait, what does present in the moment mean?
I mean, like you can tell that someone is locked into what's going on. If someone's having a conversation with you, they're paying attention, they're looking you in the eye.
Do you believe you're present in the moment right now?
Right now I am.
Do you believe I am?
I believe you are as well.
I believe that too.
But I also know that there are times where I just drift.
Sure.
It's like, oh, I'm thinking about I gotta turn in this
How
thing.
amazing is it that you can read like 8 pages of a book?
You gotta reread them.
Hasn't that bizarre? You're turning the pages, you're reading the words, and your mind the whole time is thinking about another thing that happened.
Because one word triggers your brain, and then that just all of a sudden that word becomes like a ball of yarn to a cat in your brain, where you just spin off,
right.
and then.
But why do you keep reading it, though?
Because your body is just on autopilot. I guess your body instead of.
It's interesting that your brain can automatically do things. It's almost like women that you see in factories, and their hands are moving by themselves, like
right.
They're doing things and they can talk with their friends, and or even knitting or something.
That's just all muscle memory, but your brain can't focus on more than one thing at a time, and that's
it can't. There's no such thing as multitasking.
You cannot
multitask.
purely multitask.
No.
You can do a bunch of things at once. if they're sort of...
You can stop doing one thing and then do another thing and then go back to the one
Or
thing.
like that, if your hands are... But you cannot focus on more than one thing at a time.
No.
It's impossible. And I think that is,
And if you're doing it like you say automatically... I mean, that's the same thing as saying you're multitasking if you're speaking and
Sure.
digesting food.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Right.
That digesting of the food is a... I read a great thing called the second brain, the gut, the second brain. It was like fascinating how your digestive system works on its own without the necessity of a brain. And even if the brain was cut out, the digestive system would continue.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's
well, they're even talking about using the gut bacteria as a treatment for obesity because they're basically doing a poop transfer. They're scooping out stool, and they can, put it in another. The idea being that this bacteria is healthier and will create more balance in your gut. There's a lot of stuff happens.
So
in the
what
gut.
do they do? They they scoop the...
I like to think two people just put their butts up against each other.
Oh, it's a transplant.
It's a transplant.
So
yeah.
they scoop the stool.
It's like gut bacteria, yeah, and they transplant it into another person. The theory being that just creates a healthier balance.
That used to be a hobby of mine.
Yeah.
I never thought of it.
That's therapeutic.
Yeah.
Now you feel better. Now you know you're doing
It's
it for
like
science.
the guy that just looked at the piece of bread with mold on it and invented penicillin.
I could do something with that.
Yeah.
I'll bet that would help sick people.
Yeah.
But I also think this.
But I would never go, hey, this stool I've scooped from my buddy's butt.
I should put this in my stomach.
Yeah, I shouldn't have fun with it.
I probably should throw this away.
Yeah,
to be honest,
I should probably.
I'm not even sure why I'm holding
It's
on
a
to this.
bad habit. That's another thing life is. It's funny when you do an autobiography because you think, you reflect on your life. And I really think habits are everything. You know what I mean? And if you have bad habits, you're in trouble.
Sure.
But if you consciously say, I'm going to have good habits, your life just gets so much better.
Sure.
You go, I'm going to drink water. That's going to be my habit. Instead of smoking cigarettes, I'm going to drink water.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the bad habits are easier, to fall into and everything like that. But I know there's addictions also and stuff like that. I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't really know because I don't know if research has been done where, they say something's an illness. Because an illness, I don't know why they use that word really, because an illness is something that you can be treated with, narcotics or penicillin or antibiotics, and just calling it might just be a bad choice. Like it might just be a bad habit. You might not be compelled to do it. You know what I mean? First of all, it's fun to do. You never hear of people getting addicted to terrible things. You know what I mean? Well, that's not true. As soon as I said it.
I love the instant backpedaling. Well, actually.
But they think it's good.
Well, I think...
If it's bulimia or something like that.
Right. Well,
or cutting.
I also think that...
They get pleasure from it.
This idea that... about how you can only focus on one thing... I think a lot of bad habits form because people are trying to distract themselves from that one, like that thing that they can't stop focusing on.
Well, that thing would be your mortality.
I suppose.
I mean, if you were just all alone with nothing to do, I think that's where your mind would go.
Right.
And I think the more stuff you can do, the lesser you can think of that,
And that must go all the way back to what we were talking about with your dad retiring and just sitting around and be like, well, now it's just mortality all day, every day.
Exactly.
And it's right there.
I tweeted Richard Dawkins, this famous atheist.
Yeah, I know he is.
And, of course, he just thinks I'm a moron, because he went to Cambridge and I dropped out of high school. But I asked him, I said, why does life insist? And they didn't understand. What's that mean? I'm like, well, it means, I thought he was like smart. So I said, why does life,
I know what you mean,
need to create other life?
Right.
Why do you have to procreate? Why do you have to live
and fight to stay alive.
Yeah, fight to stay alive and make sure that your genes stay alive. Why do you have to do that? Why, if nothing matters, wouldn't the obvious thing to do be go extinct? You know what I mean? To me, that would be the clear and obviously self-evident thing to do. And, in fairness to Richard Dawkins, he said, well, that's a philosophical question that I'll ask my friends and I'll try to get back to you. So it was very nice. But I think it lies at the heart of theology, and people of faith, especially in this town, they'll say, you believe in an invisible man in the sky, and they already throw on you their ideas of what you believe in, although they don't know what you believe, they don't know what you think of as God, But the one question that always bothered me and always bothers everybody is, how can children die if there's a benevolent God, right? And how can 6 million go through the chimney at Birkenau,
Mm-hmm.
And this is a question that I think I have an answer for, because I think a lot about this kind of stuff. Because I'd really like there to be a God. I don't know at all, but I really would like there to be a God.
Mm-hmm.
Because Sarah Silverman told me, she's like, so you really believe in it? I go, I'm trying, She's like, you believe in an invisible man in the sky? She says it that way. So I'm like, well, whatever, if you want to say it that way. So she's like, well, good luck with that. And I'm like, well, it's a good luck for you, too. It's not like your idea of like being thrown on the ground, having dirt tossed on you is such a beautiful, great idea.
That doesn't bother me.
Dirt thrown on you forever?
I mean, yeah, because I just sort of feel like it's probably just a blissful state of non-existence that I had before. Boy, I'm going to be really, it's going to be a huge bummer if that's not the case.
But if you have a blissful state of non-existence, then you're talking about an afterlife.
Well, okay, blissful is probably the wrong word. I just meant I'm not aware of anything, I think it'd be great if there was something, but if there's not, I think the worst thing would be your consciousness lives on, but there's nothing. So you just feel,
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Well, that would be hell.
I suppose.
I mean, Nabokov, I think, was the guy who said, like, he saw a picture of himself. I'm sorry, he saw a picture of his parents. And his parents had his older brother in his arm, and his mother had his older brother in her arms, and his mother and father and his older brother. But he had not been born yet. And he said he felt no grief or terror at that picture.
Sure.
Where he didn't exist.
Right.
So I thought that was very interesting. Like, it's what you're saying.
Right.
That why be afraid of not existing? Because it's not really you that dies. It's the world that dies.
Sure.
And everything there is. Everything there is and everything.
I mean, I think it would be fantastic if there was some sort of a transformation of, this is a conservation of emotional energy that, once your emotional energy forms, it can't ever be destroyed, and it just disperses into the universe somehow, and you're a part of this thing that is you can't comprehend now, but once you're there, you'll totally get it.
It's very hard to believe.
But it'd be great if that were
of course it would be great.
I don't fault anyone.
But here's my answer for the chimneys. Here's what I believe. If there is a God, and if he is good, and if he created the universe and the earth, then an all good being, what can he create? He can't create good, because that would just be expansion.
Mm-hmm.
So all he can create is bad. So he creates bad, and then in a cool twist, the bad that he creates is allowed itself in a godlike way to create good from the bad. Because originally he created God created good from the bad, then bad from the good, and then he gives man the exact opportunity. So just from a standpoint of logic, which, is what atheists always try to say, I believe that there is an answer for the question of why God allows horrors. And that's what I come up with. But
I also,
I have a rabbi who I talk to a lot. I'm not Jewish.
No, McDonald's, no.
I was for a year, but he's the guy that knows. He's a scholar. Like my pastor doesn't know anything. Like he's just a pleasant guy. And he has,
I don't know. You should probably look that up. Hey, what is there?
I know. If you ask him a direct question, you go, huh? What? Didn't you hear my sermon? And the sermon's always like, how to be a nice fella, or something. It's all nonsense. But this pastor, I phoned this pastor because I try to read the scriptures and study them. Last week I asked this priest, this rabbi. I was saying, like in the Old Testament, they have the Lord's Prayer. And in the Lord's Prayer, he says, lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. And I said, how could God lead us into temptation? It's without his boundaries, it's without his fence. God can't do that, if I'm correct about the God of the Old Testament. He cannot. It's not in his nature. The devil can, but not God. So the devil's hard to believe in. Of all the religions, it's hard to say one's worse than the other, But I can say with all belief that there's one religion that's just not true. And that's the Church of Satan. I think it even purports to be not true. It's like, there's a guy that's bigger than me.
Well, I think some of them, I think some of the people who are, and I don't know, I can't speak for everyone, but just some of the stuff that I've seen online, I think some people adopt it as kind of a counter, like, okay, well, you guys have that guy over there with the beard, and then we have this guy.
Yeah.
And we should all be accepting it's not just that one, or just like, I think
right.
Sometimes I think it's
But
a
do you
reaction.
really want to have a personal relationship with the devil? A guy, it's the only religion where there's a bigger, stronger guy outside, of that the Satanists say exists.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
But they say we're going to go with the
guy
underdog.
who was, because that guy, that guy wasn't popular. He got cast out. So we're going to be with this guy over here because
maybe that's it. Maybe he's an outlaw.
Yeah, he's kind of an outlaw. Yeah, exactly.
He's definitely the original outlaw. Look, I don't want to say too many good things about the devil. But I guess he was. Now that you say it, he was the original
I hadn't really thought about it before, but I guess now, he was the original guy who got kicked out of the party. Who doesn't relate to that?
Exactly.
It's like big popular guys having a party. There's naked people running around. There's snakes and apples. There's a beautiful garden. It's like, they got kicked out. Come on. Everyone knows what that feels like.
It's funny, people think that whatever the religion you are, Christian or whatever, that you're so self-righteous, but actually, they feel they're sinners. When I was a Christian, I would sin all the time, and I ate apples. That's on page 1 of the book. Worst possible thing you could do. And but anyways, I'm right now I'm of no faith.
But you're looking for answers.
Yeah, I'll find something. I'm probably closer to Judaism right now than anything else. But I like laughter is so important to me. I'm talking about me laughing,
sure,
not hearing other people laugh,
right?
But me laughing because I'm so emotional and so sensitive that I can be broken. And I know I can, and so laughter is what keeps me. It really keeps me going, and I'm lucky to be able to. There's people in comedy I've met that don't laugh.
Oh, right, yeah.
And I don't know if it's a power move or not, but they'll look through your sketch. Yeah, this. Oh,
that's funny. Well, you didn't laugh.
Yeah,
that's funny.
It'd be funny if
that's
you're not
like
laughing.
rule
And
one.
It might be insecurity. I don't know what it is. I mean, I know people that aren't funny become professional comedians. I know that.
Sure.
And they go to Harvard University. You know what I mean? With the express purpose. And I met the old Harvard guys. You know what I mean? Because Jim Downey, for instance, is still at Saturday Night Live when I was there. And he took some arcane thing that I never heard of, subject. And him and Sean Kelly, Donahue were all the same. And then on their spare time, they're super geniuses, and they go and write a hilarious thing for the Lampoon.
Sure.
And then they got into comedy. But now guys expressly go to Harvard to take any subject just so they can be at the Lampoon all the time.
And then go write for The Simpsons.
Yes, so they get into that pipeline of, and they're not funny, they're just, I was so, I don't know if you ran into Harvard people when you first got here to Los Angeles, but writers, a great deal of writers are Harvard people.
Sure.
And that scared me so much because I never graduated high school. And Harvard, you know what I mean? So what I expected were guys with pipes and dogs at their feet and, just the smartest people ever. And they weren't. And then I found out they were just rich. They had money. Like their parents had money. It's pretty unfair,
What's funny to you?
You mean who's funny?
Yeah, we're like, what type of stuff is funny to you?
Tons of stuff.
I'm glad to hear
tons
that.
Of stuff. Yeah. Oh no, I love laughing. So I watch Brian Regan. He's probably
he's fucking amazing.
My favorite, like super laughing. Like I love Louis C.K. But I don't know where I place him because Brian makes me laugh way harder. And also, completely clean. It's like magical. I don't know how I really don't know how he does it. And I love I watch. I try to get my kid to watch. Try to get somebody to watch a silent movie nowadays. Impossible. You go, no, you got to look at the screen the entire time.
I'm looking. No, you're definitely not looking.
Yeah. No, I have people go, I go to the bathroom, just keep it playing. Like in movies, I go, keep it playing. Like,
No, but that fucking drives me crazy because when those people come back, they go, it's okay, keep it playing, and you keep it playing, they come out and they go, what happened? Like, I would have paused it.
You moron.
You said.
Keep it playing. Like they can figure it out when they get back.
Well, that's also kind of a little bit of a power move to say, like, your thing's cute, but I get it.
Probably, right. I mean, whenever that's the thing, like I have a kid, whenever you push something, it never works.
Of course.
You know what I mean? You say something's real funny, and of course it doesn't work. But there's so many great comedies, and, with Netflix, they had Fargo, and, a lot of things that make me laugh the most in popular culture are not called comedies, because I think once you call a movie comedy, you're kind of pegged in. You're kind of in trouble.
Sure.
Because then that's that, laugh, 2 laughs a page or whatever it is. Whereas if you just call it, like I met Tarantino and I said, I think your movies are comedies personally. I'm never emotionally drawn in at all. Like I would never cry at one of your movies. They're, to me, giant cartoons. And he agreed. I don't know if he actually agreed in his head, but he agreed with his words. Because I said, you're lucky, like, because in a comedy, it has to be so fast-paced, joke. But you get to, get Christopher Walken talking for, 5 minutes about putting a pocket watch up his ass, and setting up this great joke, where people aren't expecting it, because it's supposed to be a Tarantino movie. So, but he obviously has comic aspirations. It was very funny when he hosted Saturday Night Live because you act different around directors because they can give you work.
Of course.
So everybody's trying to look interesting, Like I was brooding in the corner.
Do a lot of extra character work.
I was sitting beside. I did the same thing. I was sitting beside Annie Leibovitz, the photographer. So right beside her in an airplane. So she hardly ever look at me, but I would try to look like super Tortured.
I want to photograph that guy. He says
Like
he
they
has
would
a
ever do
story
that.
to tell. What's going on behind that?
Like she doesn't just do it for the
He
money.
just brushed his hair back for it. It's not even windy in here. I don't even know what he's doing, but I just need to take a picture. Like she's just gonna hold that and just start snapping pictures on the.
But you it's funny how you act towards people when they, like we probably both had this, and you've had enormous success. So now you're in a different class when it comes to money, and I find in my personal life, money separates people, and it's just weird to go to a guy's giant mansion, and you don't have a giant mansion, so you can't really invite him to your place, and so mostly you just got to walk around going, whoa, what's that, how much does that picture cost? You're like this rube, and then he has other rich people. Now he's got rich friends also. He's got you, and then he's got super rich friends, and so. I don't know. I don't know if it's a class thing, but like my father would always go, why don't the black guys, pull their bootstraps out and get out of the ghetto, But they're comfortable in the. I don't know if there's still ghettos, but this is where they live, and this is where their family is and their friends, and they're going to leave, to try to make it with. Like one time I went to England, and there was a comedian that came to Canada, and. He said, if you come to England, come and visit me. So I went to England because they had a comedy show back then. And I said, I'll visit this guy. I go to his house. It's a castle. Like, he forgot to tell me that he's so super rich. So it was one of those goddamn long tables like you see in the movies, and the butlers and shit, and the soup, and then you're like, you feel so uncomfortable. You're like, just let me get home.
You're a comedian?
Yeah.
Did you do this?
Oh, they're talking like, like from the movies, and you can hardly make them out. I'm talking about the parents, and I was never more uncomfortable. But then a super funny thing happened. They had a dog. They had two little poodles, and then they were running, big fight, down Scampy, whatever the hell their name was, down Louis the 14th. And so we look over, and we're all, they're all fancy. I don't have any good clothes, but they're all super fancy. The butler's there and everything. And then one of the dogs is eating the other dog's shit. Because
gut bacteria.
Yeah, exactly.
He's just trying to create more digestive.
Because they don't know they're rich. The dogs. The dogs have no idea how much money they're worth, but I
bet their dog's shit was a better meal than most Americans have.
Yes,
every night.
Probably
more
true.
Protein.
That's probably true. But so class is very hard to just jump into the next rung and try to, they talk different, they act different. It's really hard to, even money won't do it sometimes. You know what I mean? Like you can't just if you win a lottery ticket, you can't hang out in New York with moneyed people in the Hamptons. They're not going to accept you. So, class, there's still class and it's very hard to not want to be with your buddies and your family.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all just I think shiny things are fun.
Yeah,
but but I've had many.
Well, you laugh.
I do. Yeah, I've had many periods.
Enjoy yourself.
I love and I love comedy. The same as like I like just like what you're saying. I feel exactly the same. I'm a big laugher. I liked it. I don't know why you would watch comedy if you weren't going to appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't know.
Well, you have like the perfect job to get to laugh at this.
I love watching, and I love watching my friends be exactly who I know they are, which it's like watching your friends do. I guess that's part of the supportive thing you were talking about. It's like, we're all doing the same stuff, and to watch someone kill the way that they can kill, and to see people.
Or to watch them bomb.
It's great.
That's funny too.
It's really
watch
great.
them do really badly. I can't do it anymore because people recognize me. But when I was starting out, my favorite thing was to go to amateur night or open mic because 75% of them are mentally ill. And so then, they're out on the street ranting, and they go, "Oh, I can go inside," and they're just unintentionally very fun. I don't know if it's cruelty, but God damn, it makes me laugh. I just
Are you performing anywhere anytime soon? Are you like getting up regularly?
Oh no, yeah, I'm stopping a little bit, because I went crazy. I couldn't say no,
Right.
And 2 years ago, I did 46 weeks.
Jesus Christ, that's too much.
That's too much. I did one time like so many weeks in a row when I was starting out. When I first came to America, I said I'll just do every week. Get to be the strongest comedian ever. I started to get nervous and anxious, and maybe I was losing my mind a little bit, And I read a story about a guy named Dick Shawn.
Oh yeah,
You know the story
Yeah,
about
I don't
him?
know the story, but I know the guy.
Yeah, he was in The Producers.
Mm-hmm.
He played the guy who wrote the Springtime for Hitler. So, anyways, I read an article that said, here he was this fantastic improvisational performer, apparently. So he went on stage and he destroyed, for the first half. Then there was an intermission. But right before the intermission, he had a real heart attack. But people in the audience thought it was not a real.
Right.
So he fell down and they're laughing, Can you imagine, like, the worst thing they could... And they're like, he said, no. And imagine just hearing laughter. And, so it got in my head, this story, because I was kind of losing my mind. I was afraid of everything. I was afraid of something happening to me. I don't know why. But so then I thought, that's going to happen to me.
You're going to have the heart attack.
Yeah, because I got very nervous before I went on stage. So I thought, well, nerves can lead to stress, which can lead to a heart attack. That's not unreasonable. So I go on stage. And I tell the audience, I go, listen, there was this guy, Dick Shawn, and he had pretended to have a heart attack, and everybody ignored him and laughed. If that happens tonight with me, it will be an actual heart attack. So after I say that, everyone laughs. And I'm like, oh, fuck, in my head. I'm like, now I've done an even worse thing.
Now they really think it's a joke.
Yeah, now if I have a heart attack. So then I go, no, folks, no. I go, I know now. It looks like if I have a heart attack later, that this is a joke that I set up now. I go, no. It's definitely, I can't strongly enough emphasize that it will be a real heart. And now people are going, okay, we understand, but what the fuck? It's the unfunniest thing we've ever heard. And so I never recovered. And then I remember at the end of the show, a guy came up to me, he goes, I liked I didn't like much of it, but I liked the first part. But at the end, you should have pretended to have a heart attack. And I was like, no.
No, it's the opposite of what I would say.
So then I quit. I got off the road, and I said, I need like a couple of months off because, you start forgetting where you are or
what day it is, what it's like to be a human. I want to. When you start performing again, will you please let me know so I can come see? I would love to. I would love to come see. I would love to come see it.
Well, maybe we'll all do a show or something.
That'd be really fun. That'd be really fun.
It's good to go to that Comedy Magic Club where everyone likes you, no matter what you say.
Yeah. The Comedy Store's been fun. The Comedy Store's been really fun.
Which room?
The main room.
Oh, what's that one?
It's the big room.
Oh, that room's great. No, that room's awesome.
It's going through this
original
renaissance.
room is tough.
It can be tough. Yeah, it can be tough. Like if it's, if you go have a late spot in the middle of the week, it can be.
I think my friend Adam Egett, who was a manager, is responsible, strong, because I've seen him. Like, I'll be with Spade, and he'll go like, if you ever want to do sets,
I'm telling you, man, they
I'll
have
take care of it.
really done an incredible job there. It is such a great. There's so much energy there. And it's so lively.
Yeah.
It's really great.
It's Adam Egett.
Adam's done great, and then the improv also has like stepped up their game too. It's actually a really good time for comedy in LA.
It is a good time, and I was there for the first comedy boom.
Yeah.
But that one sucked because. They would just put comedy everywhere.
Right.
And comedy doesn't work everywhere. And now they put, the guys do their own shows. People, the kids do their own shows.
Yeah.
In the back of a pizzeria or something.
Yep.
And it's a great crowd and, stuff like that. But back in in that first comedy boom, I remember there was one time it was in Ottawa. It was me and another a comic named Jeremy Hotz. We were the only,
I know.
do you know Jeremy?
I know who he is, yeah.
So we were the only two Ottawa comics. So the manager goes, "We got you a New Year's gig." And it was just huge, a New Year's gig, because we were making $15 a spot. And the New Year's gig was paying $50 for each, $50 for me and $50 for Jeremy. So we were very excited, So they said, go to the Chateau Laurier, which was the biggest hotel in Ottawa, to the McKinnon Room, And so we're like, okay. So we go, we're real nervous, we show up and it's suits and everything. And we say to the lady, like, yes, can you tell us where the McKinnon Room is? And they said, there's no McKinnon Room, So anyways, it turns out to be a room in the hotel that a guy named McKinnon so it's like, so we go to this, they give us the key. Oh yes, Mr. McKinnon gave you this key to go. So we go up to the room. It's in 402. So we open the door. It's empty. It's got like platters of food and stuff. And so then a guy comes in. We're really like nervous. And the guy goes, "Hi, Bill McKinnon." And he goes, "I'm doing a thing for New Year's for my friends, Magical Mystery Tour, and I take them to all these sites, and we're going to go to the canal and skate on the canal. And we're going to go get some taffy at the taffy shop, and then we're going to come here third, and you're going to be the comedians." So we're like, "Oh God, oh yes, of course, yeah, that's good." And so they go. So they're going to come in and eat, we have food for them and to drink, and then you'll come out. And then, so we go, well, where will we come out? You have to hide, So Jeremy, he was the MC. He hid behind a curtain, like in a Inspector Clouseau movie.
Yes.
He hid behind a curtain. I hid in the bathroom with the light off. So anyways, now you hear people come in, you're like, oh, Christ, it's pitch black in this bathroom, and people are drinking and eating, and then people are trying to get in the bathroom, what the hell, they can't get in the bathroom, and I'm like all afraid in the dark. And so finally I hear, like, Jeremy, just jump out, and I hear his act, and he hasn't changed his act at all, for the circumstances, because we were not savvy enough to do such a thing. And so he does his real act, and then he introduces me, and I come out of the bathroom, and there's 6 guys all angry because they're waiting for the bathroom. And then I go out to do my act, and everyone has a penis noses.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, so I'm like in the middle of them, like Clockwork Orange, and then a woman hits me. My first joke, she hits me with a penis nose. I'm like, oh God damn. But this is the worst. This is the one I should have told you. I went to a ski chalet. This was a corporate gig. And so I show up at the ski chalet, and it was a thing. It was a pesticide company, and they had sent me for weeks all this pamphlets on pesticides, as if I was going to read them all and create an act from this. So I show up at the ski chalet, and I'm all nervous. I meet the guy, and he's like, here's the plan. I got a great plan. And like an idiot, I always used to go, yes, instead of no. He says, there's a guy in New York, this company, it's called Aerial Pesticides. But there's a wonder kid in New York that just started, he's in advertising. And he's a whiz kid. We're lucky to have him, And I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm just agreeing with everything. He's like, but the thing is, nobody's seen him yet. He lives in New York. We're all here in Quebec. So he's like, I thought it'd be a hilarious idea to have you pretend to be him. So I'm like, yes, that would be great. Like I'm a complete idiot, I said, I agree, keep agreeing with him. And so he's like, you want something to eat? And I'm like, yeah, sure. He goes, come on, So he takes me, and then he takes me in. There's all the people, he takes me into the room, and I'm not prepared. And then we sit at this main table, And he goes, this is Bill Henderson from New York. You all know him. Everybody's like, oh, yeah, Bill. I heard a lot about you. I go, well, I hope none of it was too bad. And I just try to avoid any specific questions they had, anything that you got to go, wow, that's anyways, good chicken. And so the guy goes up and he goes, listen, folks, you all have heard of Bill Henderson, and we're all excited. Well, what a treat we have. We got him here, It's the first aerial pesticide franchise to meet this Bill Henderson. So here he is, everybody, Bill Henderson. So I go up, and I have no, I don't know how to change my act. I'm too green, So I just launch into my act. I don't know what I was talking about. And, the joke about Murder, She Wrote, or something. I think it was Diagnosis Murder. It was Diagnosis Murder. I remember it. It was my first joke. And so everybody's kind of puzzled, No one's really laughing. And so I talked for about 5 minutes, and then I hear a guy go, he's like, enough with the jokes. I'm like, huh? And I'm all afraid. And then the idiot that thought up the idea, he runs on, he puts his arm around me, he goes, we've been having a little fun with you. It was no fun at all for him. He goes, we've been having a little fun with you. He goes, this isn't Bill Henderson at all. It's NORM MACDONALD, which means nothing. It's just a different name than Bill Henderson. He goes, it's NORM MACDONALD. He's a comedian. After them not laughing at me for 5 minutes. Okay, here he goes. And he runs away again.
That sucks.
Oh, it was the worst. And so then they were openly hostile after that, like I tried to trick them, And I remember going, this is so strange to say in a stand-up set, but I'm like, it was his idea, It had devolved so badly that people yelling at me. I'm like, what about him? He shares some responsibility for this. And then I had to stay the night because my contract offered me. When guys, they don't know, it's better to maybe send you to your hotel room and, but in the contract it said I had to.
You had to stay there.
To stay. So that guy's like, well, you got to stay, even though it's an. It
sounds like a Kids in the Hall sketch. It sounds like exactly
right, yeah.
that. We're gonna put this one over on Ames Henderson. Oh, now you got to stay.
Boy, I started out Kids in the Hall. I'll never forget it because I worked with Bruce McCullough, he was a stand-up and he was in the sketch show.
Oh,
but Bruce. I knew all of them, yeah. And boy, I loved the way they did women. The way they did women.
Oh, right.
Were so spot on and funny. But I liked all of them. I was good friends with all of them, and I never forget. I was so envious. They went to New York, and then all of a sudden they're on the cover of Rolling Stone, The Future of Comedy. And that was back when magazines used to do 25-page,
right.
stories. And I was like, wow, the future of comedy. And, I've talked to them and they've said, Bruce thinks the worst idea they ever had was calling themselves the Kids in the Hall because then they aged,
right.
And they had this name. But so did you like the Kids in the Hall?
Loved.
That's what you grew up on?
Well, I grew up. I watched every comedy, everything, but the Kids in the Hall was definitely. I liked a lot of British and Canadian comedy because tonally it was just a little bit different. There was good American stuff. I like American stand-up, but I liked a lot of the British and I liked Canadian SCTV.
Yeah.
So
I think America is great for stand-up. Is by far the best in stand-up.
Yeah.
You go to that Montreal Comedy Festival. There's people from all over the world, and
right.
then only the Canadians only the Americans are funny, but British and British and Canadians with sketch are much better.
Spectacular.
Yeah, and like Kids in the Hall was right up there with Monty Python for me.
Will you please let me know when you're doing stand-up?
Yes. Maybe you'll do it too, though.
I would.
We'll get Bob Saget.
I would absolutely. But now I'm self-conscious because some of my material lately was a little confessional. But
wait. Well, it might not be confessional in the way that I don't like. It might be
okay. Just after every joke, I'll just go, Norm. Like, I'll just be really nervous.
Well, you know what? It's not fair because I only saw one guy.
I know.
And he was bad.
I know.
And Rich Scheidner told me there was a thing called confessional comedy, which I didn't know what it meant.
It's very true. It's very true.
Yeah.
It's very true.
And so yeah, I just saw one guy. So it's really unfair of me to have any decision.
But people should pick up your book.
I'm just an old man.
Based on a true story, a memoir, Norm MacDonald. Forward by Louis C.K.
Oh, Louis was so nice.
Louis.
Because they asked me, can you get guys, your friends? And, it's the worst when they ask you that. You ask your friends, and I'm like, no, please, I don't want to do that.
Will you write a thing? What do I write? I don't know.
Like, don't you guys know anyone? Like, God, they didn't know anyone. They're like, do you have his phone number? I go, I don't, what? Can't you find anyone's phone number?
There's sort of an understanding of the apology request, which is 2 paragraphs of, I know this is dumb. I'm so sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry for asking you to do this. I don't blame you if you never want to speak to me again.
Exactly.
Would you please write this thing? And again, I know how shitty.
I know.
We don't want to.
No, he was so fantastically sweet, like, because he knew that he knew exactly what you were saying. He knew that
took all the pressure off.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he said, no. He said, he was nice. He said, I'll write it and I won't have to lie. So he was very, very nice.
That's great.
And he reminded me of it because he talked about when he first met me, which I had forgotten, but then I remembered. And a very funny thing happened that night. Do we have one more moment?
Sure, one more moment, absolutely.
I'm sorry I keep talking.
I don't mind. Listen, I absolutely, first of all, it was a shock to me that you remembered that we had met before.
Oh, sure, of course I remember.
And that you... I don't know. I didn't know what to expect. We have never really talked at length.
No.
And so I don't know if you're like, I gotta do this podcast thing just to.
No. I remember.
It was really pleasurable talking to you.
No, I remember meeting you. I remember it well. Yeah.
Shoes. Enjoy your burrito, everyone.
Baby, great way to end it. All right, you're okay, baby.
Now leaving Nerdist.com. Enjoy your burrito.
This episode of the Nerdist Podcast was brought to you by CISO. Have you ever seen those real estate shows and you think, how much would you like to make fun of those? Well, now you don't have to. CISO did it for you. Watch the Beverly Hills real estate agents at Platinum Realty sell houses to the rich and famous. Bajillion-dollar properties stars Paul F. Tompkins. Also a list of great guest stars, including Zach Galifianakis, Nick Kroll, Busy Phillips, Casey Williams, Jack McBrayer, Patton Oswalt, Randall Park, Dave Foley, Weird Al. Check it out. It's on CISO. You can go over to SEESO.com, start your free trial. Use the promo code NERDIST to get 2 free months. CISO is available on all your favorite devices, anytime, anywhere, completely ad-free. Thanks to CISO for sponsoring this podcast.